has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He is the Redeemer.
I wouldn't speak for a majority because, as I told you, we have not been consulted as a caucus for us to state our position. But me, Apia Kubi, you can solicit my view on that. If it was for me to choose, I would choose him. Why? He's not my preference. Apia Kubi is saying that he is not my preference. But that doesn't mean that he is not qualified. Well, if there was an opportunity like that, I would express a candidate, however acceptable or otherwise, to our presidential candidate. I would want somebody who would be open with the people on the ground, who would be able to deliver the votes, and who would also submit to the presidency, and who would also be important in bringing parliament closer to executive. I would probably select somebody who was more acceptable by the generals going to the war, the parliamentarians. We should find somebody who, if the presidential candidate is not there, he will hold the hand of a member of parliament and go and conduct campaign in that member of parliament's constituency. I don't see that happening in this equation. He cannot hold my hand. So why would I say that I prefer him?
School bag, school books. It's one take that. Say you have not got that to go school 4 or 5 years old the books. Yeah, one is other. Yeah, progressively free at the buy will be a panty and car. Now yeah, maybe be at the phone before. Some are my bonus society. Maybe be at the phone before. 80 oh be sorry. Now so NDC for say one more preference on Pacono or Nindia Oka. As some all cannot tell it. No, so Mahama see about better researches. I know what cry to miracle, we will tonight. I saw making in our Anambra. Also, be a chair say. You are John Ramada Mahama Kojina, baby. I can say free researches, no be tremble on farm radiation. When to know from the memo behind you, you can't be sad that.
Idea for Nana, express from you say, ah, today. Nakagana, dear, we control me in Kwa, so whether not the Moja coffee. And now we're done your damn and your coffee, so we pray the local hospital. And to say, Nina, then she say, a beton, the Bebu, Aquamo, be a better. Near Behusa, son of Shea Kako, or be a fa pepe. As I knew who said pepper and no one. And yet the other could be no idea too.
And you and Titia would be at a kunini for. Ansah who call whom would do ever politics. What a team of rubber brave, penny brave. Now, Adrina won and one, a Mr. Say, Yame Bois, Nabia Conquagua. Would the ever bois near Pejagana mine?
The Paramount's chief and traditional council.
He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the...
What is fully under your control, and see where you can cut this, you can postpone this, you can reprioritize, and be honest with the people of Ghana. Because of A, B, C, D, E, and F, we will shelve this. We will put this on the back burner. We will prioritize this because it has to do with education, it has to do with a human life, and so on and so forth. You don't...
He has labored.
Station is Pan-African Television. We're broadcasting live from the Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah studios. And we're also live on Facebook, Pan-African Television. On YouTube, Pan-African Television. Is the mother of all talk shows, Alhaji and Alhaji. Like I said, live on Pan-African Television, live on the social media platforms. If you join us on the social media platform, do share your thoughts with us. What you think about the discussions we'll be having. It's a part of the show that I read what you're thinking. So I'll get there. So do share those thoughts with us if you're watching us via Facebook or via YouTube. If you're listening to us on radio, via Radio Gold or the many other affiliates that we have currently tuning to us to give us that wider reach so that you can listen to us wherever you are and however you are moving. We want to say a big thank you to you for choosing us. I am Senna Nombo. Well, this morning we're going back to the discussion of the DDEP, particularly from the perspective of what was supposed to be done with foreign bondholders. Well, they said they have an agreement in place. Government says it has an agreement in place. And if you listen to the finance minister, he says there's a lot to celebrate. In fact, they've been able to resolve these issues in the economy to the point that the opposition cannot campaign on matters of the economy. That's how fantastically well they have done. And in fact, that day he said, watch the city. He was speaking in London. He said, watch the city the next day. There are many analysts who says, I've watched the city, I've been watching the city, nothing is happening. So that's our very first discussion. What the finance minister calls the conclusion of the DDEP and the celebrations he's calling for. And then we'll move on to issues with Kenya. Kenya has attracted a lot of attention. Some members of parliament who had gone there for a program were locked up when these things happened. The youth are protesting. First, the protest was over the finance bill 2024. The president decides to withdraw the finance bill and say, I won't sign it anymore. I'm sending it back to parliament. The youth are now saying, we can't trust you anymore. This was not what you promised. You didn't promise us more taxes. So we want you gone. That was it. So it created a whole issue. In fact, there are questions of massacres happening as a result of the protests. And I will read some of the latest development from Kenya when we get there. And I will conclude with the Great Transformation Plan. For many months, you've heard Solomon Owusu and then lawyer Pierre Dankwa refer to the Great Transformation Plan as what they believe is a solution to Ghana's economic issues. Now, they finally launched it this week. That was Monday. It was launched Monday. So we'll be discussing that plan, how they intend to get Ghana out of the situation we find ourselves. Well, this morning, we're joined in the studio by Kwame Kwesi Prajina, who is General Secretary of the Socialist Movement of Ghana. Solomon Owusu is a member of the Movement for Change, Alliance for Revolutionary Change, which is the bigger umbrella body now. And then we're also joined by the parliamentary candidate of the NDC in Wale, who is Honorable Abubakar Abdallah. Honorable Abuba is famously called. He's joined us in studio. And then we would also be joined by Mr. Kojo Chumbuafo, who is former Executive Director of the Free Zones Board. Well, so that's our panel for today to discuss the issues we've tabled. But we start today's program with a conversation with one of the known voices when it comes to Alhaji and Alhaji. For many, many years, they kept the show running, kept it hot, and was one of the reasons this show gained popular acclaim. Dr. Joseph Tony Edu is former Deputy Defense Minister and former Ambassador to the Netherlands for Ghana. Doc, good morning, and I hope you're well.
Good morning, Senna, and greetings to your listeners and viewers. I'll be more grateful if you can turn up your volume a bit because I can hardly hear you.
Okay. Doc, noted. Is it better now?
Yes, it's better.
Fantastic. And how's your health, by the way?
Well, come see, come sir, but we are hanging in.
Nice.
For
so,
asking.
Doc has joined us to share some thoughts on the matters relation to the DDEP and the economy and what the finance minister wants to celebrate. Doc, you know how this thing works, so you have the mic. Please go ahead.
Yeah, still your volume has gone down again. I don't understand. But I got your question. I think what I can do is to introduce an element that has been missing in the discourse on the comparative management of Ghana's economy over the years. If you observe, there is a discernible pattern that has characterized successive governments managed by the Dankwa-Buzia political orientation. It starts with Buzia, went through Kufuor, and has ended up with Akufo-Addo. That pattern is borrow as much as you can, squander the money you have borrowed, declare bankruptcy, and when you get accepted as a bankrupt, you sue for debt relief. Buzia did that between 1969 and 1970, and it was the basis of his quarrel with his finance minister, J.H. Mensah. Kufuor did that with the declaration of HIPIC from 2003 to 2008. And the advantages gained by HIPIC were misused. The question we used to ask is, Nasikanoai? Akufo-Addo has done even worse. All this show that there is a clear pattern of incompetent management of Ghana's economy anytime the MPP comes to power. People have given undeserved accolades to Kufuor's management of the economy. We do know that the benefits of HIPIC was not only in the HIPIC relief, which amounted to well over 8 billion, but also in the debt cancellation which the regime achieved or was given to the regime between the period 2006 to 2007. And yet, by the time Kufuor was leaving office, our foreign debt has climbed up to its previous level again. The debt cancellation was 66% of our debt, which stood at 6.3 billion in 2006. 66% brought our debt, foreign debt, to about 2 billion. By the time Kufuor was leaving, that debt has climbed up to 8 billion again. Incredibly enough, all the so-called social intervention programs launched by Kufuor were funded by foreign donors. Virtually all. School feeding, maternal care, were all funded by donor support. Enter Akufo-Addo. The same policy of borrow, squander, declare bankruptcy, get debt relief has been pursued as the sine qua non of the management of Ghana's economy. What the finance minister said is nothing but self-glorification and self-denial of the actual facts on the ground, that they are simply incompetent. Their whole knowledge of financial management of the Ghanaian economy is to borrow, squander, get into debt and then sue for bankruptcy and debt relief. Pattern, follow, one after the other. Katie Hammond's, this brings me to Katie Hammond's attempt. And I see the relevance here in terms of the MPP's ideology of property owning democracy, development in freedom, and new capitalism. Here you are, you have declared ideologically, that you are a center-right party committed to promotion of private capital as the engine of growth. Every word that springs from your mouth like confetti in rhetorics indicate that you are the ones who are championing Ghana's development through freedom. Freedom for the private enterprise to thrive. And yet, you are full of ideational contradictions. You are full of policy contradictions. It's like a farmer who eats his eggs and expects his chicken population to grow. You are eating the eggs that lead to the generation of chicken. Here you are, you go to Parliament to seek tax forgiveness for private industries, selected private industries. And yet, you impose taxes on existing manufacturers with the effect that you kill their capacity to produce. What kind of capitalism is that? If you cannot play the capitalist game, don't play it. What business do you have to impose price restrictions? And it's very interesting that Katie Hammond has on 2 occasions tried to pass allies always towards the end of parliamentary sittings so that he can rush it through the mandatory 21-day sitting, and then there will be no debate. But then, I don't blame Katie Hammond. You have to blame the whole country for restricting Ghana's development to an ideological premise that cannot advance the progress of Ghana. It is impossible for Ghana to develop with a capitalist mode of production, for God's sake. What is happening is that you are performing peripheral capitalist functions in a world dominated by core capitalist countries who sees your only ticket to participate as your possession of raw materials and natural resources which they feel they have a right to exploit. They know that you have a high fertility and high population growth, and therefore they cannot allow you to control your natural resources because your poverty is a function of their richness. They are rich because you are poor. If they allow you to exploit your natural resources, it means you'll be depriving them of their means of welfare in their metropolitan counties. That is the essence of it. And we have to realize that capitalism is by nature organically exploitative. Capitalism do not conspire to come and exploit you. You are exploited because you are exploitable. You are vulnerable. That is the essence of it. Capitalists do not conspire to exploit you, but the conspiracy element comes when their interests are threatened. In the 60s, when the group of 84 or so was formed at the UN, leading to the establishment of UNCTAD, the trend was confiscation of foreign properties and nationalization. I remember one of my own lecturers, George Schwarzenberger, call it neo-barbaric policies. I used to challenge him in class, and I said, the United Nations, if we express that right in practice, is it neo-barbaric as compared to the Americans dropping napalm bombs in Vietnam and killing children? But that is the orientation, the behavior and ideological orientation of Western bourgeois economic thought. That's how it's been, and that's how it will be. So I'm not surprised that currently the MPP is jubilating because they have a relief from a partial relief from the very mess that they have created over the past 8 years. They are not concerned with national interest. They are concerned with regime interest, and they will pursue it to the detriment of the ordinary Ghanaian. That's a historical record.
Look, thank you very much. But before you go, do you have some comments on the Kenyan issue?
Well, Kenya. You remember President Marcos of the Philippines? He was also removed by people's power. Not by military, but people's power. There comes a point in the governance of every country where the underprivileged realize that they have no hope in the politicians, and they will rebel. We hope that we do not have a mass revolution on our hands, but for one is for armed.
Doc, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. And we wish you the best of the day.
Welcome.
Dr. Joseph Toniedu is former Deputy Defense Minister and Ambassador to the Netherlands. So he's kicked off the conversation on the DDEP. And of course, I guess go into the matter. And this morning, I'll start with Honorable Abuba on the issue of the debt restructuring program. Good morning. Yeah, nice to see you. It's been quite a while.
Thank you so much, and congratulations once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
I wish you well. Good morning to senior comrades on the platform. The butterfly is sitting next to me. We'll soon be talking about it, so I wouldn't talk much for now. Listen to the finance minister, and I felt so sad. Very, 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 very sad. One was about the economy, and one was personal. One of my problems that was personal with regards to what I heard from the finance minister was that I felt the misgovernance of this MPP government is actually leading to the destruction of some fine brains that I felt shouldn't belong to the MPP. To hear the finance minister, Dr. Amina Ansah, my brother, is an individual that I've always admired. And when he was appointed the finance minister, I saw a recipe for the destruction of his character and reputation. And it played out clearly when I heard him talk after the successful deliberations on the restructuring of the debt. And the conversation this morning, if we are to understand it, we need to investigate the context and where we are coming from as a nation. This is a government in 2016 that traversed every nook and cranny of this country to attack and insult and condemn the NDC government then for excessive borrowing. So 8 years down the lane, from 2016 to 2024, after the so self-acclaimed competent individuals have taken us through their style of administration and governance. Our debt, that was 122 billion, is currently now at over 568 billion. What kind of competence takes a debt of a country from 122 billion to over 600, almost 600, or more than 600 as we speak? As we speak now, it is now 658.6 billion Ghana cedis, dollars. Now, cedis. Now, the same country, the same people of this government told us in 2016 that it was a lazy approach to borrow. They've borrowed and they've taken the economy into bankruptcy. It is the same people who told us in 2016, some part of 2022, they told us they were not going to the IMF. And that Ghana was a sovereign state with pride, that there was no way under the leadership of the then finance minister that Ghana will go to the IMF. Every Ghanaian listening to me this morning will bear testimony to the fact that we have not only gone to the IMF, we were not even qualified to go to the IMF after 8 years of the administration. They told us there was not going to be haircuts. The very people who promised us there was not going to be haircuts ended up giving almost everybody a sakura, including pensioners. The pensioners who are now at home and was taking little monies from the investment they made were also denied the luxury of their investments. The same people, led by His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, traversed the whole globe with deep throat foreign accent, told everybody Ghana was beyond aid and we're moving, and our dream and vision was to get to a stage where Ghana was now beyond aid. I am bringing and cataloging these 4 important factors to dovetail into the conversation of today, where a government, after 8 years of its administration, after having failed to honor these promises they made, took us to the level where we're now bankrupt to the extent that we're no longer able to service our debt to our bilateral partners and bondholders. We defaulted in 2022. About 30 billion we were not able to pay. And in trying to go to the very IMF that we talked about not going, we realized that we're not even qualified after all to even go to borrow. So today, I hear a finance minister who tells me that when it comes to macroeconomic front, they've done far better than the NDC. Then I wonder the kind of economics this government is using in managing this economy. When Ghana was going to IMF under the NDC, under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we didn't have to go through debt restructuring to be able to qualify for the money we needed from IMF. Today, for only $3 billion, Ghana had to do debt restructuring, both domestic and international, in order to be able to qualify to get not anything but only $3 billion. How do you compare such situations? Then we move on to the next level where he talks about the fact that, okay, the NDC can no longer campaign on the economy. I don't think his ability to restructure debt at the international scene has something to do with the price of tomato. The Ghanaian is living under serious economic hardships. Prices of goods and services are skyrocketing. When we were in secondary school and we learned about hyperinflation, we thought it was only a hypothetical situation that will never exist. Somewhere within 2022, the inflation of Ghana went as far as to 54%, and that was hyperinflation. Currently, Ghana is one of the countries in Africa with the highest food prices. An agrarian economy like Ghana now being one of the countries where the price of food is so high. The economy will still be in this mess. And I would want to call on my brother, the finance minister, not to allow his attempt to defend this indefensible situation to mar his reputation that people have known him for. Look, this economy, as we experience today, and the celebration they are calling Ghanaians to join them, I will want to tell Ghanaians who are listening to us this morning not to accept the invitation from these people to celebrate mediocrity. Because what happened at the point of the agreement of the debt restructuring, in my view, is calling us to come and celebrate remedial performance. You ruin the economy, you push the economy into bankruptcy, we are no longer able to pay our debt, we don't even have money for internal development, we are going to IMF, and IMF is giving us very harsh conditionalities for us to meet before they give us $3 billion. And after having been able to secure a debt restructuring with our bilateral donors, which is a remedial measure to get our economy to have breathing space, you call on every Ghanaian to join you to celebrate a victory. Indeed, this is actually celebration of mediocrity, and I don't think Ghanaians should join them in celebrating this. As to whether the money, the $360 million that they are going to get after the successful restructuring is enough to cure the economic ills of this economy, it's an obvious no. Because this government, as said by the respected Dr. Tony Edo, they are very good at squandering money. Within the 8 years of their administration, they've squandered much more money than the money they are getting from the IMF. And let me also remind listeners that debt restructuring is not the same as forgiving our debts. They are only pushing the debt Ghanaians are supposed to pay into the future in order to have breathing space. So the Ghanaian economy will continue to suffer under the bad leadership of this group of people that who are clueless as to how to manage an economy. And the finance minister, the previous finance minister, has created a very huge mess to the extent that I want to assure my brother, Dr. Ansah, that it is not going to be possible to get us out of this mess within a short period of time. It is a posterity problem, and Ghanaians need to think through and offer an opportunity to other people with other ideas, and in this case I call for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who knows how to navigate difficulties in order to get the economy on a high speed, to come back and remedy the situation. As for the call for us to join them in the celebration of this signing of the agreement to restructure the debt, I will want to call on Ghanaians to resist and to refuse that invitation to celebrate mediocrity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. He is the NDC parliamentary candidate for Wale Wale. Like I said, it's popularly called Honorable Abuba. Let me go through a comment. This is one comment. There's someone who, when was listening to Dr. Tony Edu on the Marcos issue, says, and his wife, Imelda Marcos, who had uncountable collection of shoes, not to talk of jewelry and the lavish lifestyle. There's Magdo who says, it is only in Ghana where your debts are postponed, then we see it as economic achievement, particularly when MPP led by the super incompetent president and vice president and flag bearer. Never again should MPP rule this country. Magdo sent that from Alajo. That's a comment I'm reading from Facebook. Thank you for sending that message. Jonukuja says, to be honest with you, these people are so wicked and insensitive to the plight of Ghanaians. You have borrowed to the extent that you cannot pay, and you have pleaded with the people to give you time to pay this one too. This one too, you have to praise yourself and jubilate. Do these people? Okay. Thank you very much for that message. Mr. Usu.
Good morning, Senna. Good morning to my co-panelists and to your cherished viewers, particularly all members of the Movement for Change and Alliance for Revolutionary Change, that the sorrows of this country will be a thing of the past come 2025, when we have gotten a true leader. Where we are is lack of leadership. So now I'll begin this morning by admonishing Ghanaians that they should resist any attempt by this government and its functionaries in trying to use propaganda to whitewash the sitting incompetent president together with his unserious vice president, and for that matter, the flag bearer of the NPP. No amount of words. They must not allow people to use adjectives to whitewash incompetence. This is pure mediocrity being served to the people of this country. I watched Ansah. You first of all ask yourself where he made this statement. I listened to him at a town hall meeting of the NPP in the UK. So the context must define your understanding of what he was doing. Who was his audience? He was speaking to NPP fanatics, NPP supporters in the UK, who most of them, I'm not sure, knows exactly what is happening in this country, because they pick their information mostly from the news portals. And depending on who is paying more and who is controlling the media narrative, you are likely to get them to follow on seriousness. Remember, it was the same UK town hall meeting that the Attorney General, Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, also went and made some bizarre statement that after his cross-examination of Jackpa or so, the evidence that had been turned were all destroyed. So clearly they were doing politicking. And like my brother Abuba said, you see, Ansah came across as someone who was serious before becoming the Minister of Finance. And I remember one of the shows on Pan-Africa on Mondays, I descended on him heavily. When after being given the position of a finance minister, he went straight away to Manshia and lied to the king. That monies were sitting down there to deal with all the problems in the Ashanti region. That was when I gave up on him. I realized that he has been infested. And mind you, his position, that's the finance minister's position, was originally offered to Kwaku Kwarteng. That's what people are not knowing. So you ask yourself, why Kwaku Kwarteng will reject such a juicy position? Mind you, he has been a deputy finance minister before, so his dream would have been to be the substantive minister. But on this occasion, Kwaku Kwarteng said he preferred to serve the party in parliament rather than to accept the position of the Minister of Finance. Because he knew that with this president and his vice and the make of the new patriotic party now, there was nothing like truthfulness in their dictionary. So he was only going to be used to spew non-fat. Listen, this whole idea of domestic debt exchange program or debt exchange program, why did we get to where we are? And here, Abuba, your party will not be able to go scot-free on this matter. Ghana has been to the IMF for the 17th time. We were made to go through this debt exchange program because we wanted to take advantage of the IMF program. Is that not the case? NPP and NDC for 32 years, all that they have done was to send us to the IMF. Because we have always had an issue with our balance of payment position. So we seem not to be getting things right. Why do we have a problem with our balance of payment position? It is because as a country, we are not producing. That is the fundamental problem. we are having to import more than export. So what our leaders have been doing is that they only promise without giving us a concrete plan. That when I come, just like we are doing now, we are going into a major election, what are the politicians doing? They are promising. But what the electorates, what the Ghanaian is not asking, is that what are the plans backing the various promises you are giving to the people to be able to achieve what that you are saying? We don't ask that. We are only following, yeah, Joe boy. So when they come and they disappoint us, then we tend to be angry. We don't have to be angry because we are the same people that put these people there. What did we see? What were the probing questions? To find out whether or not, given the opportunity, they will be able to, as it were, execute all the mandate or all the promises that they are giving to you. We don't ask that. So politicians in this country get away with a lot of nonsense. Now, have you cited any of the agreements we have been told of? No. Sen, have you cited it? No. Interestingly, you have the media platforms promoting this nonsense that we have reached an agreement. What sort of agreement? You don't have any media landscape. Maybe you have asked them, and maybe they will not even give you the opportunity. I know. You are from Pan-Africa, you are from Radio Good. You don't side with government. You are not one of those that are fanatics of this government. So they won't give you the opportunity. But they have their platforms. Go across that platform. And they did this propaganda with the foreign media. You read Reuters, you read CNN, you read Bloomberg. All of them were carrying the same story. That an agreement has been reached. Mind you, whatever agreement the finance minister together with this government reaches, they are doing it on behalf of the people of this country. And as a citizen of this country, are you in the know as to whatever is contained in the agreement? It's pure propaganda. Pure propaganda to deceive the minds of the people that we have done something and that give us the mandate to continue ruling this country from 2025. That is the essence of this whole piece. Now, the finance minister made an irresponsible statement that I couldn't believe it. That he, as the finance minister, could say that. He's saying investing in government bonds is an individual investment decision. And that when you invest and there are troubles, it's your own palaver. But this is a caring government that even though you made a mistake of investing in government bond, we have thought of it or seen the need to come to your aid. Is that how a finance minister says? So now what you said, do you think for a moment that if I have money, I would make that mistake in investing in government bonds? Because then it becomes an individual risk. Growing up and learning economics, be it economics without tears or econ 101, we have been told that government bonds are the safest pair of bonds. Safest. Any book, any literature on economics will tell you safest. Like Abuba said, hyperinflation. I learned it that at a point in time, Germany, you will be there, you are buying beer. By the time you are done, the price of beer has gone up. I never thought I would experience it during my lifetime in Ghana. It took this government, led by Nana Akufo-Addo and Bobie, to disprove all this economic theory. That indeed government bonds are not safe. And that hyperinflation is not just theoretical, but it's something that you can experience it in your lifetime. And that's what we are going through. Then on the same occasion, you have the finance minister in the midst of this nonsense promising that between June and October they are going to unleash 1.5 billion to those that have been affected. Why do we do this to ourselves? You have told the world that you don't have the money. In fact, when the RENA unit issue came up, what were we told? The government didn't have money to even deal with an issue of 4 million. 4 million citizens to save people on dialysis. Now we are told that we have money enough. Why do you think recently the paramedics, the lab technicians went on strike? Now I'm told a lot of labor unions are about going on strike. And government is telling them that we don't have money. All of a sudden, because of politics, because he felt he was dealing with gullible minds. In any case, Canada and Japan have told us that the most stupid supporters are MPP supporters. Maybe that one came into his mind. So he thought that he had to give them wrong info. Nothing of this is going to happen. But you see, the sad aspect, you see the way we are pampering our foreign creditors. This whole domestic debt exchange program, it started when? Is it not December of 2022? That we started giving locals their haircut, which compelled the former Chief Justice. She's your auntie or sister or something. You to your family members, they have disappointed this country power. When we speak, you will come and say anything otherwise. But the president who is mismanaging the country is coming from your family. Family trait. Come and destroy everything. It took the former Chief Justice to go and pick it. If you throw out so because your family is destroying this country. Akufo-Addo has people, he's from that family. Given the opportunity, will destroy. Now,
that's not fair comment.
It took the former Chief Justice to go and pick it at the Finance Ministry before they started even listening to them. When patriotic Ghanaians have responded to the call of this government, we needed money to embark on developmental projects. Because that is the essence of bond. Floating of bonds is to solicit for funding from the public to embark on your developmental agenda. These people have loaned you their money. Pay me if you don't have the money. The government was rather behaving as though they were doing these bond holders a favor. And as we speak, many of them have died through this process. They have died for no cause. So if you have a finance minister and a government that felt that they needed to deal with their locals first, destroy them first before they go into the international market, then it becomes a problem. 137 billion they were able to restructure, which has affected, and this is the reason why the economy is where it is. Now, did I hear the finance minister say that everything is solved because of whatever negotiations they have done? Are you sure? Do you believe in what he said? The finance minister must not be annoying the sensibilities of the good people of this country. And what I want to tell the people of this country is that this is a government that knows that it is going to opposition. And from the signals that we are picking from the system, they could suffer the heaviest defeat in a lifetime. So the decision that they have taken is to lose with a respectable scoreline. And so some of these decisions have been taken to reduce the embarrassment. And that is all to it, is to reduce the embarrassment so that they can go out and then, if possible, reorganize themselves and come back after Lanchamantin so that they can come and save themselves. Other than that, there is no head until Ghana has not enjoyed anything. We must even demand where they have gotten to with their agreement so that we will know whether in the midst of troubles, mind you, this is a government that takes advantage of situations that are very dire. During the height of COVID, that we were seriously in pain, what did they do? Did they not go and bring a company called Frontiers? The company itself, the name is a problem. They were fronting for these people. To come and collect $94 million, Senna, and only gave this government $6 million. We asked the health minister. He said he didn't know anything about that company. We asked the transport minister. He said he didn't know anything about it. We asked the Ghana Airport Company. They said they did not know anything about it. We asked the presidency. They also said they didn't know anything about it. So who was the one that brought these Frontiers into this country to come and then do what they did to us? It was during COVID that we were told by this government that they were able to feed people with 54 million Ghana cedis. Were you fed? Were you fed? So it is a matter of urgency that we are exposed to the level of arrangements or negotiations they are doing. Either than that, these people who go and negotiate at an interest rate of 10%, I'm telling you, they'll come and give it to the people of this country at an interest rate of 20%. So that once in the opposition, anytime government makes payment, they will go and take their share. And this must be resisted. And we will resist it. I'll end my submission here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Solomon also, he says we need to see the details of that agreement. Well, if you just join us, the Mother of All Talk Shows, Alhaji and Alhaji, we are live on Pan-African Television. We are live from the Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah studios of Pan-African Television. We are on Facebook, Pan-African Television, YouTube, Pan-African Television. We are live on Radio Gold, 90.5 FM. Let me come to Mr. Chumbuafo.
Yes, good morning to you. Good morning to your listeners and watchers. Good morning to my fellow panelists. Honorable Kuba, it's a pleasure meeting you for the first time. I've heard so much about you. Nice to meet you. As for my big brother and my uncle, we talk often, so it's good to be back here. As for you, sometimes the least said, the better, but I'll see you in the car park after the show. For finally recognizing that I had some relatives who were destroying this country, because if I recall, some years back, you are one of their biggest advocates, and I warned you about them. Senna, I have often told you that some of the people running this government deserve to be in a mental hospital. But you see, unfortunately, they have also stolen the mental hospital. You see? So, when the time comes where they need dormitories and tents in the mental hospital, I wonder where we will have to put them. Senna, a finance minister, that's if he is indeed the finance minister, in anything but name, tells us that we should be excited that he is gone and rescheduled our execution. Because that's what in essence they've done. You're a condemned man. Then the head of the jail cell walks into your jail cell and tells you, hey, be happy. We've rescheduled your execution. That makes us really happy. Because rescheduling the debt is basically kicking the can down the road for posterity to pay. Right? Rescheduling that debt is like Pontius Pilate washing his hands. But even worse is that the finance minister told us that we should understand that if we invest in government bonds, it's our own decision. Hey, Ansah, what about Amana? What is the finance lexicon for government bonds? It is called a risk-free rate bond. The risk-free rate assumes that you can rely on government paper. The government issues the paper, and after they default, we are told by the finance minister that it's your own doing. So why is there a law in this country that mandates that when you are paid, the money must go to a bank? Do you remember that during the old days, you are paid your cash at the accounts office, and if you decide to put it under your bed, that's your business. Now, the law mandates that you are paid by electronic transfer into a bank account. Why do we have that law, Mr. Finance Minister? instead of offering us an unqualified apology for the dross that you people have instituted in this country over the last 8 years, you go and sit in London at a so-called fundraiser where you claim that you made 1.2 million pounds. The people were sitting there, how could they have contributed 1 million pounds, 1.2 million pounds? Another money laundering operation, right? And then when you finish, you talk to us from abroad. Yeah, that's it. On December 7, we will talk to you from here. And make sure that there isn't even 4 big pens missing in that office. Because you will account for every single thing. And don't come and tell us that you've only been there for a short time. Don't try to use any back channels to get to President Mahama or anybody else that you didn't know about what was going on. Because like my brother, who I would like to meet in the car park after this show, said, Kweku Kwati refused the post. A lot of people don't know that. So it's not everybody in the MPP who is unprincipled. Kweku Kwati absolutely refused to get involved with this rubbish. Because Kweku Kwati didn't want to have to carry Kenuforiata to spring meetings at World Bank when he was supposed to have been sacked, wearing his white, still reading his Bible verses when he's put us where he's put us. During the so-called banking crisis, whatever it is that they called it, you spent 25 billion cedis to solve a 9 billion cedi problem. There were banks that were owed money by contractors the government hadn't paid, and you closed it down for insolvency. Who does that? I mean, unfortunately, one of them was Kwesi Ndum's bank. But for Kwesi Ndum, it's good for him. Because he was the one tweeting prior to 2016 that President Mahama must go. So President Mahama went. There's an old Chinese saying, be careful what you wish for, because you may just get it. You got what you wish for. Now you see the rate at which his gray hair is grown. You see the rate at which his hair is falling out. You got what you wish for, Kwesi Ndum. Next time, be good to your creditors because they know who you are. The NDC gave you your banking license, right? But you ran around like President Mahama was go. The NDC brought you to this country. Be good to your creditors. They know who you are. Now you are complaining you want your license back. So what? The MPP won't give you your license back, and then you pray on a future NDC government to give you your license. They will give your license to me to give to you.
Why you don't want to give to him?
Huh?
You don't give to him.
He begged, he prayed. You know his tweets.
Yes.
Mahama must go, and Mahama went.
Hey, Mahama is back. You will give it to him.
They will give his license to me. You see, my brother, a lot of people have suffered. And the finance minister was glibly saying, oh, we know some people have died. Hell yes, some people have died. There are some people who can't pay for medication, they are ill. People have spent 35 years working and saving. Their savings are gone. And you glibly just say, oh, people have died. Some of the people whose emoluments from their pensions you've rescheduled, you said they should come back and start collecting the money at the same rate of interest when they are 78. But the life expectancy of a Ghanaian man is 62. The life expectancy of a Ghanaian woman is 67. So none of the men or women will meet the money. In theory. Because at any rate, at a certain age, many of us as people of Negroid origin will start developing certain diseases. It's fact, it's in our genotype. If you don't have money to buy the medication for hypertension, for cholesterol, for diabetes, and all those associated diseases, which are not just lifestyle diseases, they are diseases of genotype and phenotype, how are you going to live to go and collect the money that Ken Ofori-Atta has squandered? And yet, MPP ministers today are the biggest real estate developers in this country. You know why? Because the money they've stolen, they can't take it abroad anymore. So they are, we say in or almost done, they are using it to build humongous estates. Go around all the prestigious areas in Accra. It's not uncommon to see that somebody's house has been bought, is broken, and an 8-story building is coming up. Ask who owns it. And they are using shell companies, third-party companies. I mean, what government steals land belonging to mental patients? You see, Honorable, hopefully you get to Parliament. Sure. And you people need to ask questions. Which group of people take land belonging to children? They've stolen children's park. Esses and other children's park, they've stolen it. Which group of people take land belonging to a place that has been mandated since 1950 to cultivate flora and fauna that is rare orchids, parks and gardens? They've stolen it. And then they steal mental hospital. About them for assassin, Maria. What does that say about you? What does that say about a person who goes foraging to steal from people who have mental challenges? The colonialists, who we can say had really no interest in this our country, for whom we said we wanted self-government, knew that there were areas in the city that needed to be green no matter what. They knew that you had to allot places for children to play. They knew that society had a place for places like Boston Institute, Correctional Institute, within a city where underage offenders could be brought back into the mainstream. The NPP have stolen Boston Institute. They have stolen the Children's Park. They have stolen mental hospital. And today, it is not uncommon for them to sell the car park of schools. There's a certain school in Accra. I won't mention the name. They have emasculated part of their car park. And somebody is developing office buildings in the car park. The school is a cantonment. Those who know the school know what the school I'm talking about. So when, at what level do we say that enough is enough? Do the MPP want to see what happened in Kenya for them to sit up? Do the MPP want to see what happened in Burkina Faso for them to sit up? Or do they want to go further? For them to realize that there's a point at which we need to withdraw and say, thus far, no further. President Rawlings ran this country for 19 years. He actually made AC Sutherland Abbey Park better. Put more toys, more swings, grew more grass there, and gave it a name. The NPP came to power. They are stealing it. And you know what they do? They say, in the name of public-private partnership. Right? As we speak now, the prisons land at cantonments. That one too. The people have been told to move. Because we've given it to a private. So, when does it stop? And unless people begin to stand up and say enough, like the people at Parks and Gardens have said, we are not moving. Like the prisons officers have said, we are not moving. You are not selling Monster Institute. No matter what you do, we are going to die here with you. You put up the wall, we'll break it. It doesn't matter how many national security operatives you bring, because we ourselves are national security operatives by definition. Unless people stand up, like the people of CSIR stood up and said, you are not selling our land. That is the land opposite the Wyatt place in Roman Ridge. CSIR, they said, no, you are not selling it. Unless people begin to act, this is what we want. But Dr. Mohammed Amin will come and tell us this utter rubbish. Right? Complete bullcrap about the economy, that your economy is going to perform. An economy whose debt to GDP ratio now sits at 86.4% and is projected to hit 95% by the end of this year. You sit in London and you tell us this crap and rubbish because you think we are all idiots. You are a token. You have been a team for say oh my ya oh my baby foul say me and made you a token. Are you serious? Sana, an unspoken part of what happened to people's finances during this, whatever it is that they call it. I don't call it DDEP. I call it death and destruction. Many of the people who had treasury bills, at the time the city was tanking, wanted the treasury bills, Colonel Foretta gave an instruction that nobody should be paid. So the people were not paid. And the banks did arbitrage on people's treasury bills. So when the city tanked and they finally got it, they had lost value. For some, as much as they recovered as in nominal value, and if you understand what I'm saying, nominal value, some recovered only 25%. And you sit there, you tell us the economy is going to get better. And who's watch? Because you people go to sit on a board meeting, one board meeting at commercial bank, you collect $34,000. Right? Clearly the economy is good for you. But not for the rest of us, who have saved our money over time. I mean, when you are young, what are you taught by your parents? When you take for BCA. We only found out under this Atim gang that your bank account is not safe. What they have done is going to undermine confidence in the banking system beyond our lifetime as we sit here. Because I am telling you, as we speak, whether you are a Fifanto, whether you are a Jinamwa, whatever it is you are, you and I both know that if you get money, you are not going to go and put it in the bank today. The best place to keep your savings is under your bed. You know that. Even my uncle Kwesi, who is a patriot, will agree with me that when you get money, the best place to put it, at least under this government, is not in the bank. Because tomorrow morning, they can tell you something else. This government is the only government in the history of this country that has declared bankruptcy, insolvency period. It is the only government in the history of this country that has expropriated people's money. And expropriation is expressly forbidden in our constitution. But you've done it. Because they can't do anything. This government is the only government in the history of this country that can willingly do anything, defend it, and when they finish, the moral society is quiet. The last time we had Madam, what's her name? The former head of the GJ. Let me see it well. This is the same one. Remember prior to 2016, when she goes to pray at Aglo, she said the devils running this country should go. 2 weeks ago, she said we have doomed so bad people are getting married. Pasana, you got married not too long ago. When you get married and there's doom, so isn't it better for you? Considering you are going on honeymoon. You need electricity during your honeymoon. Don't laugh. She said there's hardship, but we are smiling. This same woman's financial institution was closed down by this very government. Unity. It belongs to her and her husband. They close it down. But you know why she can't talk? She's a lawyer. Lawyers call it prior bad acts. Nano. So she can't talk. Why is it that Reverend Otabel cannot talk? His bank has been taken from him. Right? This is the same man who boldly predicted or prophesied that the city will hit 10 cities under President Mahama. That governing a country wasn't that hard. When his bank was taken and the managing director of the bank was put in jail, was put on trial because he's now in jail, they said now you stop talking about politics. He's watching animals. He's watching the lions of Etosha Park on Discovery. That's what he watches. You see, in my narrative in the beginning, I talked about an old Chinese proverb. Be careful what you wish for. They have gotten it. And because they have gotten it, they can't talk. Do you remember my former moderator, Ansah 4? Now he said he doesn't talk about politics anymore. This is the same person who saw that he was brought brown paper with money in it that he refused to. But he still realized that there were dollars in the brown paper bag. So unless my former moderator has X-ray vision or these days MRI vision, how could you tell that there were dollars in the brown paper, that it wasn't a see-through polythene bag? You see, they are all quiet. They are all quiet. Did you hear last? Did you hear the Peace Council? The Peace Council supports the EC, right, to engage in ex-ante rigging. Peace Council supports the Electoral Commission and the NPP apparatchiks to engage in ex-ante rigging. Senna, there's a malaise in this country. There's a malaise in this country. And it needs to be corrected. And if God gives the NDC power in 2024, the people of this country are going to expect that that correction happens. And I want to encourage my friends in the NDC and my brothers, my comrades, that the time for father or for all is past. The people of this country want justice. The people of this country want you to find and punish the government officials who have stolen their land, who have sold their land to developers, who have disenfranchised them, stolen their pensions, and made them destitute. Eti katasumu mwasubia will not be tolerated. Sana, how many of us around this table do not know somebody who has died in an accident on the Accra Kumasi road? We don't have a motorable road between our two major cities in this country, and yet we found $250 million to host All Africa Games. We have found $250 million to build a new Bank of Ghana. And if there are any group of people who should be working in a tent during Hamatan, it is Bank of Ghana officials, because they have printed $86 billion in billions in this illegally against the very Public Financial Management Act for which they were part and contributed to promulgating. Because we are, somebody should correct me, but we're only allowed 5% deficit financing, isn't it? And they have printed it is on the orders of Kenufurata. We have found money to put up a $10 million residence for the governor of the Bank of Ghana. When teachers haven't been paid, doctors are asking for better conditions. Nurses are leaving this country in droves, like basically like what do you call it? Like a mosquito going to his in-laws' funeral. Right? Other nations, the most xenophobic of all nations, are poaching our health officials with alacrity because of the quality of the training that they've been given. Right? And what we have done is we are allowing it to go on. We hosted and spent $250 million on All Africa Games. Then what kind of medals were we winning? Arm wrestling. Right? So we were winning arm wrestling gold medals. $250 million to win arm wrestling. That is what we did. When we could have spent the money building more hospitals. We spent $58 million on that hole, that black hole, that cavern, that monstrous carbuncle that we have left in the middle of Accra. $58 million. Those $58 million, it couldn't have tarred our road. And yet, I tell you what, last year, we borrowed $70 million from the Brazilian government to tar roads in Accra. You can go and ask the DUR. So, Senna, what is wrong with us? And then you have a finance minister that's talking, who comes to tell us that we should be happy that he has rescheduled our execution. In the coming months and days and months, you are going to hear that Timothy has chosen Matthew. Right? Timothy. Well, I said we are hearing that Timothy has chosen Matthew.
He dare not do anything otherwise.
So, Timothy and Matthew, the disciples of deception, arrogance, and failure, between the two of them, Bawumia has failed at finance and economics. Right? Matthew, aka Napo, has failed at education and energy. So we have the pillars of failure. Right? And if they manage to steal the election like they are planning to, the EC is planning to steal the election for them, can you imagine what is going to happen? Graduates of a failed system of government now running the government. It's just like the lunatics running the asylum. But in this case, they have stolen mental hospitals. So where do we house them? This country is on a precipice. Senna, we need to be very, 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 very careful, because this country, and there are people around this table who are more steeped in the history of this country than I am, people have been shot for nothing. Given what we have done in this country to the present time, what did we shoot Achampo and Ekufu for? What did we shoot the Nakote for? All the people who have lost their lives. And I think this week marks 45 years since those generals were executed. What did we kill them for? Don't we owe their families an apology? That some of them were shot for borrowing 50,000? Given what we are going through in this country, what will we do to those officials? Our pensions are gone. Our lifestyle. I mean, 3 tomatoes selling for 20 cedis. 3 tomatoes selling for 20, both float, 2 cedis. 10K, 5 cedis. And the 10K, if you people have noticed, it's yellow corn. The people who bring us the yellow corn, do you know what they do with yellow corn? They feed it to poultry. They feed Adani poultry in Google. Senator.
Engineer Chumbuafo number 2. That's Kojo Chumbuafo. Let me do a few of your comments. If you just join us, the discussion is the discussion on restructuring the Ghanaian debt. This is Tijani Osman who says, good morning. Ghana must change its laws on anyone who wants to be part of government. Both members of parliament and ministers and all government appointees should follow these new laws. Their children shall school in Ghana. 2, no one should go out of Ghana for medical reasons. Like that, when you go to parliament, they will do the right thing by making our schools better and hospitals too. Franz Godwin is also joining us. God help our ancestral homeland Ghana to have good leaders that will steer the affairs of the nation and save the future generations to come. We pray that for leaders. We pray for leaders who want to steer by force. Okay, will not get it, but we will protect our dignity and pride for the alien economy to be safe. So help us, God, to get rid of these bad leaders. Bedu Kwame says, in fact, if we're going to allow these crooked, I said, gangsters to go scot-free, I myself, okay. Thank you very much for the message. This one, Tijana Osman, I'm really proud of Ghanaians wake up. This is Francis Otu, who is joining us. It's sad to hear all these things happening in Ghana, but some of us still, our future ahead of us. We can't risk our lives for any further demo. It's either you stay quiet or leave the country. Francis Otu sent that one. Senior Sly is also joining us. Ghanaians are fed up with the ruling NPP government. Change is coming to NDC more truthful than NPP. Ghana's economy has passed the worst phase. The most dangerous lies are those who think they are telling the truth. Don't trust someone who lies to you. Reject Baumia and kick MPP out. That is, thank you for that comment. There are a few more I'll go through, but after listening to Comrade Kwesi Pratt Jr., his thoughts to conclude this discussion on the DDEP and what the finance minister says a conclusion to our debt restructuring arrangement.
Well, I mean, nothing should surprise us anymore. You understand? Because what is happening under normal circumstances ought to be a big surprise. But after 8 years of enduring this government, what can surprise you? There's nothing that can surprise you anymore. Now, I listened to the finance minister in a celebratory mood and actually making the claim that after these achievements, the new patriotic party is now unassailable, and that its main opponent, the National Democratic Congress, has nothing to say. That virtually saying that they've won this election already because of what he claims to be the achievements of the government. What is the achievement? You are heavily indebted, so heavily indebted that you don't have the capacity to repay. Those who gave you the loans want something back. They have two options under these circumstances. either to lose everything or to claw back whatever they can get. This is the options that our creditors have today. To lose everything or to find ways of clawing back some of what they have given us. So they enter into an agreement with you and say, look, you owe us so much. We know you cannot pay. You don't have the capacity to pay. Okay. So as a goodwill measure, some of what you owe is forgiven. Listen to me carefully. Some of what you owe is forgiven. You are going to have to pay the rest. Huh? And how you're going to pay it is that deny your people employment. So monies or resources which have gone into paying salaries and so on, don't spend it on salary. Don't give your people employment. Keep it aside so you can pay us. You understand? Increase taxation. Increase the level of taxes so you can accumulate some resources to pay us. Increase tariffs on electricity, on water, and so on, in order to accumulate some resources to pay us. Let your people suffer more by increasing the price of petroleum products in order to accumulate some resources to pay us. Not for you to develop, not for you to build roads, not for you to build gadgets and so on, but just to enable you to raise resources to pay us so we can get something back. My brother, this is what we are celebrating. This is what we are celebrating. And we should not forget that what people celebrate actually reveals who they are. And if our government is celebrating this, it tells us very clearly who and who we have put in government. You know, I'm so troubled. I'm so very deeply troubled. Because if you watch our history, we have gone to the IMF for bailouts 17 times. And every time we have gone to the IMF, things have gotten worse. Check the history. Okay? And yet, we keep going to the IMF all the time and hoping that something new would come out of these negotiations. Indeed, our leaders have forgotten the advice which was given by Einstein. Einstein's advice is that, look, if you keep doing the same thing all the time and you expect a different outcome, your head must be examined. This is the advice that Einstein gave a long time ago. And we keep doing the same thing all the time and expect a different outcome. Our leaders, according to Einstein, not me, need to have their heads examined. It's unbelievable what we are doing. Now you see, in 2001, the whole world went into flames. Why? Because at the time, developing countries, including Ghana, were spending 67% of their total export earnings on debt servicing. And there was a crisis, global crisis. It is that global crisis which went to the development of the concept of HIPIC. 67% of total export earnings, and the world was in crisis. Now look at Ghana's situation today. Today, we are spending 128% of total national revenue, not export revenue. Total national revenue, 128%, debt servicing, debt repayment, and public sector emoluments. I mean, this situation is far worse than the situation we were in 2001. Okay? Now, in 2001, what happened? We were given debt relief, in fact, debt cancellation, not relief, debt cancellation. We were given concessionary loans and so on. I mean, so much. After we had climbed the mountains and declared from the mountaintop that we were highly indebted and poor, that we were in a state of hopelessness. We are in 2024. 23 years later, we are in a worse crisis than we were in 2001. Again, confirming that the IMF and the World Bank recourse to the neoliberal economic path does not resolve any crisis, but only deepens the crisis. Now, what surprises me? What surprises me? I've already said that that issue surprise us. And I'm saying that what surprises me, because even within that sphere of no surprises, there are some things that are shocking. You understand? Now, what shocks me is that our leaders perhaps are so daft that when they are told, when those responsible for underdevelopment tell them that, look, there's no salvation for you, they are so daft that they can't hear, they can't listen, they can't understand. Yes, I was in this country, we were all in this country in 2001. When the representatives of the World Bank and the IMF in Ghana wrote a letter, a formal letter to President Kufuor, telling him that their star people, Jerry Rawlings and the National Democratic Congress had destroyed the Ghanaian economy beyond redemption. You remember? They wrote the letter to President Kufuor. Now, 2009, after 8 years of President Kufuor's administration, the same people wrote the same letter to President Mills, telling him that the Kufuor administration had destroyed the economy beyond redemption. Now, these were the same institutions praising Jerry Rawlings to the high heavens, calling on other African countries to emulate the example of the Rawlings administration. These were the same institutions praising President Kufuor to the high heavens and calling on other African leaders to emulate his example. Now, I would have thought that our leaders would have learned some lessons. Some lessons from what representatives of these two institutions were saying. They learned nothing. Nothing happened to them. They are doing the same things that wrecked the national economy. And it's unbelievable. Now, in a few months' time, in 5 months, we'll be going for an election. And listen to me very carefully. All of these politicians are coming to us promising heaven, as they always do. You elect us, and we will do this, we will do that, and so on. They are really promising us heaven on earth. As soon as you vote for them, you cast your ballot, they quickly run to the IMF and the World Bank. The IMF and the World Bank now decide what it is that they can do and what is it that they cannot do. And indeed, invariably, the IMF and the World Bank tell them not to follow the promises that they made to the people, not to listen to the people who elected them. So what do we do? Elections, what does it really mean when we talk about elections in Ghana? elections in Ghana is not about choices. It's not about choosing between parties and choosing between presidential candidates. Elections in Ghana have become a means of choosing new faces that will represent the IMF and the World Bank. Because whoever you elect, they will go back to the IMF and the World Bank. IMF and the World Bank will become the governors of our country. So why do we pretend ourselves that we have choices in elections? Why don't we simply elect the IMF and the World Bank and forget all these campaigns, noise making and so on? Because invariably, whoever you elect ends up with the World Bank and the IMF. And the World Bank and the IMF will tell them what to do, in spite of the promises they made, in spite of your expectations and so on. So that is the value of elections in Ghana and elsewhere in the new colonies. We are electing what faces should represent the World Bank and the IMF. Finish. Now, there's something else which is interesting. A few days, maybe weeks, before we announced that we're going to the IMF for the bailout, everybody and anybody who mattered in government told us that it was reckless to go to the IMF. You remember? I remember the finance minister making a clear statement that we will not go to the IMF today or tomorrow. Over our dead bodies, we won't go there. It will be a disaster to go there. At that time, the current finance minister was a minister of state at the finance ministry. I recall the late deputy minister of finance, what is his name? Saying that, how can we go to the IMF? We would never go, and so on. They have gone. They have not just gone, they are telling us that we should renew their mandate because they have done what they themselves told us is abominable. Can you believe it? They told us that it's abominable to go to the IMF. It doesn't resolve any problem. It's a disaster. They went, now they come back to us and say, we have done what we said is abominable. Please clap for us. Let us celebrate together. Maybe Einstein was right. Maybe, just maybe, Einstein was right. Our leaders need to have their heads properly examined if this is their behavior. Now, my brother, why are we where we are today? And it's unfortunate there's a quotation which would have fitted properly into this discussion. It's a quotation which is captured in a book authored by Dr. Don Atta, which will be launched on Monday. And I have the book.
The book will be launched
on Monday. Yes, I have the book. I have a copy of the book. Yes. No, because I'm doing the launching. No, I'm doing the launching of the book. I'm doing the launching of the book.
Okay.
So I had the privilege of getting the first copy so I can read it and you know, do the launching. And there's a portion that I would have liked to quote, but I don't have the book with me now. Now, listen, my brother. You know, Lord Lugard, in our history, Lord Lugard was a colonial governor. And indeed, he is wrongly credited for being the initiator of the indirect rule, which became British policy and so on. As a matter of fact, it was his wife, who was a journalist, who put together those ideas about indirect rule and so on. And Lord Lugard actually wrote, that a time will come when the Africans will kick us out and that their duty as the colonialists was to make sure that when they leave, they would hand over to the elite and chiefs of Africa, the elite and chiefs of Africa, who will be made to believe that they, the British, are the best white people and that we are safe doing business with them, so that they can continue to maintain their stranglehold on the former colonies. This is Lord Lugard. Lord Lugard saw that we would gain independence. He had no doubt that at some point there would be resistance against colonial rule. But he knew that British interests could be safeguarded if they handed over to the elite and chiefs of Africa, who would believe that they had good partners in the colonialists, and therefore would maintain the colonial order in a new guise. What is happening today? This is a manifestation of Lord Lugard's thoughts. Clear manifestation of Lord Lugard's thoughts. You understand? And it's a clear evidence that indeed the British have succeeded. They didn't succeed initially because they were compelled by the masses of Ghana and Africa to hand over to leaders like Kwame Nkrumah, to Patrice Lumumba, to Sekou Touré, and so on, which were not the elite of Africa, steeped in the belief that the colonial ways were the best. So what did they do? They came back and they killed them one by one. They assassinated Lumumba, removed his front teeth as souvenir, and dissolved his body in acid. They overthrew Kwame Nkrumah in a bloody coup d'etat in February 1966, and a few years later, he died under suspicious circumstances of cancer and so on. Trace the history. They executed America Cabral and so on. In order for the opponents of Nkrumah to assume power and to mess us up big time, as they're doing today. So what is happening today is a clear manifestation of the dreams of the colonial power, of the dreams of Lord Lugard, and so on. That's where we are today. Now, it is important to understand that the national liberation movement throughout Africa had clear objectives, and I've said this so many times, you understand, clear objectives. The first objective was that we, as African people, as colonized people, ought to be able, one, to choose our own path of development, to elect our own leaders, to own our resources, exploit these resources for our own benefit, and tear down the colonial boundaries which have nothing to do with us, and build the United States of Africa under the banner of socialism. That was the dream of the independence movement. The goal of the independence movement, these were the goals of the independence movement. What is happening today is the direct opposite of what Sergeant Ajete lost his life for, what Corporal Tipo lost his life for, what Kwame Nkrumah went to prison for, what Lumumba was killed for, what Cabral was killed for, and why the 1966 coup took place. You understand? Clear. What are we doing? We are building these states as the periphery of the world capitalist system, or the periphery of the world capitalist system. So, what we describe as our path to economic development only helps to fill the pockets of the giant corporations in the colonial metropolis. And the analysis that Dr. Toniedu did today was perfect. Who are those going to benefit from this arrangement that we are supposed to be applauding? One, those who gave us the loans, which have become unpayable now. We are creating the conditions to make the loans that they gave us payable now. Okay? So they will be beneficiaries. Those who brokered the deals, the go-betweens, as for them, they have collected their percentages already, they are gone. Whether you can pay or not pay, the transaction advisors and so on, they've made their money, cool, they are gone. Who are the losers? The losers are the Ghanaian people who today, in a period of 7 years, have to pay 5 cedis instead of 50 pesos for kenke. They are the losers. You understand? Now, there's something which just simply beats my imagination. For those of us who didn't go to the kinds of schools that you people went to, okay?
Today it's my family people, and then my school people.
That is true, you're right. It's my family and my school.
So you see why you are deeply involved in what is
my family and my school. You're right.
Those of us who didn't go to those schools, like Oxford, like Harvard, like Yale, and so on, we can only remember what we were taught sometimes in secondary school. And in secondary school, commerce class, commerce, not even economics, commerce, secondary school, we were told that inflation is the rate at which prices rise or fall. All right? Secondary school definition of inflation. So let's apply the secondary school definition of inflation. Forget your Yale and your Oxford and so on. They may be far more sophisticated. We are in a situation where petroleum prices have risen by over 100%. We are in a situation where kenke prices have risen by about 1,000%. You understand? We are in a situation where we are buying, how do you call it? My English sometimes is not sufficient. No. Tomatoes like this. Is it a ball of tomatoes or what? One single lege tomatoes is 10 cedis. Couple of months ago, I went to the market and bought one lege okro for 10 cedis. And we are being told that inflation is dropping. Did my secondary school commerce lecture deceive me? Was the definition provided by my secondary school education of inflation being the rate at which prices rise or fall a deceit? How? Prices are rising astronomically. They are not just rising, they are rising astronomically. And our leaders said that, look, we should clap for them because the rate of inflation is falling. How is the rate of inflation falling when prices are rising astronomically? I can't understand. Somebody must explain to me what inflation then is or is not. You understand? And then they come up with useless statistical averages. And I mean absolutely useless statistical averages. They tell you about the gross domestic product. And they tell you about per capita income, debt to GDP, and so on. Useless statistical averages. You see, when they tell you that per capita income has risen in a certain year, you can find out sometimes that the reality is that the vast majority of people in a certain society, their incomes have gone down. A minute 1% have had their incomes quadrupling or tripling. Because the statistical average, what they do is that those whose incomes have quadrupled and tripled, they add their incomes to those whose incomes have dwindled by 50%, by 60%, and so on, put it all together and divide it by the whole. And that gives them that statistical average that they throw at us. Useless. Doesn't tell us anything. Doesn't tell us whose income is rising and whose income is falling. You understand what I'm saying? And then sometimes I just wonder. They come to us throwing things at us, especially their useless degrees and so on, throwing them at us. And I ask, how do these people come to acquire these laurels, if they are laurels, these degrees, if they are worth anything? How do they come to acquire it? Sana, who knows the effect of petroleum price increases better than the trotro driver and the taxi driver? How many PhDs does the trotro driver have? How many PhDs does the taxi driver have? And yet, they really understand the full impact of petroleum price increases. When these overvalued, useless academics and so on are preparing their thesis for their award of doctors, what do? They go to the villages, talk to the cocoa farmers, those engaged in the production of cocoa, put their stories together in a format which academia ourselves present it, and they get PhDs. They and the farmer who understands the cocoa industry better. They and the farmers who understand the cocoa industry better. So the time has come for us to wake up, to face reality, than to be chasing these useless phantoms which tell us nothing. Now, why are we here? Why are we here? Let's take gold production. And who am I in the gold industry? Who am I? But I listen to the biggest, the most influential and so on. And one of the people I like to listen when it comes to the gold industry is Sir Sam Jonah. Not long ago, Dr. Sir Sam Jonah gave a lecture in which he told us in the face that Ghanaian interest in gold mining is less than 1%. Now, if you are Africa's leading producer of gold, and your total indigenous interest in the industry is less than 1%, where are you going? Where are you going? How did we get here? We sold our interest in gold mining in order to generate resources for consumption for a very short period, and that is why we are here. Under former President Kufuor, we used to have a golden share in Anglo Gold Ashanti. That golden share enabled us to make the final decisions on all major transactions. The golden share. If you had the golden share, the shareholders could not decide anything without reference to. We sold the golden share. We sold the golden share for peanuts so that we could balance the budget. And then we deceived ourselves that the shares were being floated on some what do they call them?
Stock exchange.
Stock exchanges and so on, and the Ghanaians would buy. Check from the Ghanaians who bought stocks on the stock exchange. All of them have lost their money. So, Ghana is the leading producer of gold in Africa, and yet we benefit almost nothing from gold exploitation. That is why we are here. Look, For a long time, Ghana used to be the leading producer of cocoa in the world. We came to second position. So we have been moving from first to second to third, back to second, and so on. We've never gone beyond third, the third largest producers of cocoa in the world. What is happening to the cocoa industry today? Every year, we go abroad and borrow dollars in huge amounts, and we use the dollars, we say we use the dollars to purchase cocoa. Which cocoa farmer is paid in dollars? Which cocoa farmer in this country is paid in dollars? We pay them in cedis. You understand? Now, because we borrow these huge amounts in dollars to pay cocoa farmers so that we can get their cocoa and so on, the cocoa we produce simply goes to repay these huge loans that we take for cocoa purchases. Doesn't it make a lot more sense to find cedis to pay the cocoa farmers who depend on cedis, who will pay in cedis rather than borrow in dollars? But today, that is not possible, because the means of raising cedis for cocoa purchases has been destroyed. All those who invested in government bonds and so on are having to take haircuts. Today, it is no longer secure to put your money in government bonds. Before, you could raise bonds in order to find the cedis to pay the cocoa farmer.
There's even a specific item about the cocoa bill.
Yeah. Today, that whole thing has been destroyed after 7.5 years of the NPP administration. Now, this is the problem. We were told that this economy could be developed, would actually be developed without recourse to loans. I'm not the one saying it. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, he told us there's no need to borrow. He told us that he has worked at the Bank of Ghana before. He knows how much money is stuck in the Bank of Ghana, and that there's no need to borrow in order to develop. Today, his government has borrowed more than any other government in Ghanaian history. They borrow so much that when they are counting countries that are heavily indebted in Africa, we are amongst the first three. Senna, am I lying? He told us that there's no need to borrow. No, why are you borrowing? That borrowing is a mark of incompetence. Today, they have borrowed more than any and everybody in Ghana's history. They borrow so much that when you are looking for superstars in borrowing in Africa, they count among the superstars. And they say we should celebrate them. Celebrate them for what? For borrowing, which is bad? Unbelievable. And the worst thing is the kind of excuses they give for where we are today. And their number one excuse is the COVID pandemic. Listen to all of them. They can't say, oh, we were doing so well until COVID struck. True? Master, my witness is not very far. My witness is in Ghana here. My witness is a parliamentary candidate of the New Patriotic Party in the last elections in the Sanerigu constituency. That's my witness. This lady told us that she was giving part of the HIPIC funds.
COVID funds.
COVID funds, thank you, my brother. She told us that she was giving part of the COVID funds for her campaign. And that her constituency chairman and polling station something were all giving some. What does that mean? They have so much money for COVID that they could actually spend some on electioneering campaigns. How then is COVID such a bad thing? Then COVID was very good for them. They had excess money. too much money that they could actually spend some on electioneering campaigns. So how was COVID so bad? How is COVID then responsible for the quagmire that we find ourselves in? Somebody must explain. You see, my brother, we are in a very, very bad place. And I've read predictions which have been made by knowledgeable people with economic background and so on. There's this guy called Thompson, who has been speaking on the economy on a regular basis and so on, and others, who are saying that the next 10 years is going to be hellish for the people of Ghana. And it's on that basis that I say that the NPP will be so very lucky if they lose the elections. In fact, they believe in reciting Bible verses and singing hymns and so on. If they lose the elections, they should intensify the singing of hymns and reading of Bible verses. Because it will be such a huge blessing for them. Because the Armageddon that is coming is a huge Armageddon. And if they win the elections, they will be faced with the Armageddon. Because all of these measures will not resolve any of the crises that our people face. It can only deepen the crisis. The people I worry for, the people I'm concerned about, are those people who are likely to win the elections if the NPP should lose. They should prepare themselves. Because they are not walking into paradise. They are walking into the teeth of the storm. There's nothing. The country is broke. The country is bankrupt. And that is what they are likely to inherit. And they should not take this out of their heads. If they do, it's to their own detriment. And they should stop making lavish promises. They should stop making lavish promises. It is time to tell the people of Ghana the truth about where we are and the difficulties that lie ahead. Anything to the contrary will push them into the eye of the storm. Anything other than that will result in perhaps what is worse than the Kenyan situation. And you know why I say what is worse than the Kenyan situation? Because Kenya did not experience June 4, 1979, has not experienced that yet. Kenya has not experienced December 31st, 1981. You understand? We have experienced June 4, 1979. They have experienced 31st December, 1981. If something should happen again, with that background and experience, you can imagine what it will be like. You can imagine what it will be like. So me, I know. I'm sitting here, I know clearly, without doubt, that this neoliberal order will lead us only to more disaster. I'm clear in my mind that the problem which confronts us is the problem of capitalism. And I know that until the conditions are right for moving away from neoliberalism, for smashing the capitalist system, there's no remedy. So I am not going to rush for power when these conditions exist. My duty and the duty of all revolutionary progressive forces is to work for the maturation of the subjective and objective factors for revolution and to carry out revolution in this country. So, I'm not rushing for power. But those who do not recognize this and believe that within the neoliberal framework, under the ambit of capitalism, they can effect changes, that is their headache. Let them go ahead. Let them struggle for power. But at least let them be honest with us. Because if they are not honest with us, if they are going to tell us that they can bring inflation down in 1 year, if they are going to tell us that they can arrest the dollar or the cedi and give the keys to the IGP and so on, they should go ahead and make those statements. We will hold them to their words. If they come and they don't arrest the cedi and give the key to the IGP, they are in trouble. You understand? If they tell us today that you can develop without borrowing, and they come and they borrow, and we get into this bankrupt situation again, they are in trouble. So let them watch out. But finally, Senna, there is nothing to celebrate. There is everything to mourn over the current situation and nothing to celebrate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we started on that note, and Korokwesi Brothers concluded on the same note, because, of course, Dr. Tony Edu was the very first person to speak to this topic, and he was also of the opinion that the capitalist path is not the path for us. I always say when you want to, the capitalist path is when somebody tells you that government has no business doing any business. That government's job is to create an enabling environment for the private sector. Then they will do trickle-down economics. So,
You have brought up a very important issue. And check our history. Kojo, check our history. All those who come to us telling us that the private sector is the engine of growth, and that government has no business doing business and so on. What happens to them when we give them power? They all with alacrity run into the state sector and grab it. They don't stay in the private sector. Check the records. They tell you that the private sector is the engine of the group, but they don't like the private sector. They don't stay there. They run to the state sector and hijack it. Open your eyes.
Well, let me go through a couple of comments before we move on to the next discussion, because if there's anybody who is in the eye of the storm currently, it's William Ruto, who is president of Kenya. In the eye of the storm, promises made, promises broken, the youth want him out. Amas Mogobo in offense says President Mahama can now sleep and never campaign again. He's the president of Ghana already. I bet everybody for 2025. Napoleon Bawumia failed Ghanaians totally. They have no message. If they should change Ghana now, both are part of the failure story of Ghana. Now, that's Abbas's comments. Some more messages, comments on the discussion we're having. This Edie Gideon says, my sense is warm regards to my able panelists, especially Honorable Abdallah Buba, the soon to become MP for Wale Wale constituency. With the MPP, anything goes. Any feeble thinking person can be overhyped, repackaged, and be presented as good because they lack almost everything moral, credibility, and has miscarriage of common sense. It is a high time every Ghanaian, we all wake up and speak truth to power to salvage and reset Ghana for a total independence from the bondage and shackles of nation records with impunity. Thank you, Edie, for that message. This one says the credibility and rationale behind Ghana's Eurobond debt restructuring raised significant concerns. It is essential to scrutinize the mismanagement by the Akufo-Addo and Bawumia administration, which nearly led to the collapse of our economy. Despite borrowing substantial amounts they use for consumption rather than capital investment that could have generated revenue to service the loans. This short-sighted approach has left the country grappling with unsustainable debt, necessitating the current restructuring efforts. Without addressing the root causes of this financial mismanagement, we risk repeating the same mistakes. Musa Abatua sent that. Thank you for that message. There's a Jonas who says, Senna, Kenya is burning. Tanzania has followed suit today. Which country is next? Jonas sent that message. Positive Change in Medina says this Nana Bawumia government has done nothing good to us than causing us pain and hardship. We are miserable today than ever before because of mismanagement and corruption and recklessness. I hope we have learned our lessons for voting for this hopeless government. We move on to the discussion on Kenya and what is happening there and the lessons to be learned. And I start with Honorable Abuba again on this issue. And because of time, you have 10 minutes to share your comments with.
Senator, thank you so very much. And then permit me to slide a little bit and bring a conclusion to the conversation about the finance minister's statement. In preparing for these discussions, I came across the Bank of Ghana's data that talked about how our debt portfolio has been increasing over the period in 2024. So by the end of 2023, our debt portfolio then was 611 billion. 611 billion. And then January 2024, it increased to 626 billion. And then February 2024, within a period of 1 month, it increased from 726 to 658, a 46% increase. So this brings us to an irony that in the process of restructuring our debt portfolio is increasing. And this is the situation. And this is also a situation where, for the first time, and the increase in the debt portfolio is attributed to the CD dollar parities problem that we are faced. And this is happening at a time where, in the first time of this, the history of our country, the IGP had to be involved in managing the CD dollar parity rate. And yet we are experiencing it. So there's no hope. And the finance minister must learn to protect his integrity by not going the tangent that he's moving. Now back to Kenya. Some time back we were here discussing the coup d'etats that were springing up and the waves that were running across the West African sub-region. And the conversation brought to the fore the need for us to question the kind of governance system that we have. And the drive to democratize in Africa, the very Western nations, the world powers and all that are pushing African countries to deepen their democracies, are the very people who sit at the top of the global economic system, making it impossible for African leaders to be able to govern their people based on the aspirations of their people. And the question I ask myself, looking at what has happened in Kenya, to the extent that when the agitations and the demonstrations started, African governors are so impervious to the feelings of their people, so insensitive, that when we begin to agitate and demonstrate for them to hear our plea and to understand our situation in order to adjust things to better our lives, that is when they feel that it is important to marshal all the forces of coercion given them by the people through the military and the police to silence us with force. And then the Kenyans showed us an example that when it comes to people's power, those who hold the power must be very careful. When the agitation started, the president refused to listen and they were using the police to brutalize and killing individuals. And when push came to shove, they defiled parliament and went into parliament to destroy in order for the president to hear their issues. Parliament, why are we where we are today? Parliament, which happens to be the incubator of the aspirations of the people who have their elected representatives seated there, who are supposed to be the advocate of the aspirations and the wishes of the people of Kenya, were those who pass that bill with alacrity into law despite the agitations of the people they represent. This is complete failure of democratic principles. That parliament that should have been the one that speaks the voice of the people with speed decided to pass a bill that was being agitated against. And I question myself to find out to what extent were the people in parliament truly representative of the people of Kenya. And then they decided to ignore the people, and the people took the sovereignty back because they gave you the power to act in a social contract to better their lives. So those of us who are involved in politics to begin to realize that when we are given power, and the situation of Ghana is a perfect example of such a bad situation, that agitations, particularly in the case of the e-levy when it was being passed in Ghana, there were demonstrations and agitations, and yet the people ignored our sensitivities and decided to pass them and went ahead with it. Simply means we are practicing democracies, and yet the governance processes do not carry the people's aspirations along. Another important factor that we have to consider when it comes to the situation of Kenya is to talk about the situation where the IMF at any point in time will force African countries like Kenya to adopt top-down decision-making processes. Top-down decision-making process because, just as said by senior comrade Kosi Pratt, that we have politicians who will come to our doorsteps 24/7, campaign and share campaign promises that resonate with our dreams, and when they are voted into power, they lose the authority to decide what the national policy direction should be. And all that we have to do is to have the IMF sitting in the boardroom determining what should be our national priorities for us. And that explains why the situation in Kenya is the way it is. Because the agitations is a consequence of Kenya's struggle to be able to meet IMF's conditionalities to be able to secure a loan from the IMF. And the tax bill that they are agitating against decided to take away incentives, decided to increase taxes to the extent that the poor man's way of living was now being affected. Bread tax was going to affect prices of bread. The taxes was going to affect oil. So government that is supposed to even pay attention to the essential needs of the people of Kenya in order to better their livelihoods were now also being taxed. And the agitations have pointed to us that those of us in governance must not lose sight that we may be in position of authority, but we may not be the absolute repository of power, because power resides in the people. And the Kenyans have given the youth of Kenya have given African youth an example. The situation, as mentioned earlier, in Ghana is worse than what is happening in Kenya. We have government officials that are putting austerity measures in place, daily increasing the economic hardship people go through, and yet there is palpable corruption all over the place, to the extent that you realize that people who have not worked in any department or any agency whatsoever are lavishly showing opulence and flaunting opulence in the sight of Ghanaians. And this is what annoys the youth. And I believe that in the situation of Kenya, the youth of Kenya are well aware that despite the difficulty they go through, people in political authority or political positions are flaunting opulence in their face day in, day out. And this issue of corruption is fueling the people's anger. And Ghana must watch our situation. What is so annoying is the fact that a president who campaigned and told the people of Kenya he was going to flip the story of Kenya and to rewrite the story of Kenya because he was a commoner like them and he identifies and associates with them. He is the very person who decided to become very insensitive to the plight of the people, to the extent that they had to take over the authority. Only for him. Initially, he was so impervious to the agitations of the people. But in the end, when people's power was shown, he had to quickly listen to them. And that has been put, the bill has been put aside. He has refused to sign. But of course, it has kind of given the people an indication that they've chosen a good path and they should continue the agitations. So Kenya gives a good example to African leaders, particularly Nana Addo and his people, that look, people's power is there, and if they fail to listen to agitations in a good way, they will take it by force. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, just one message, then I'll come to Mr. Kujochumboa for his thoughts on this issue, the Kenya issue in particular. This is Tafai Namanya who says, Senator, this morning, I want to salute the youth of Kenya. All the youth across Africa need to learn from Kenya youth. They have shown the way how to treat their leadership and lessons. Senator, please, let's use the opportunity to wish my brother Abuba well this time around. Inshallah, is going to take that seat from Bobie. And the feedback I'm getting from Wale Wale shows a massive victory for him. Therefore, I would like to appeal to the leadership of my party to pay serious attention to Wale Wale said, because Rambo Abuba has done a lot. He needs all of us. Mr. Kojichumboa.
Kenya. You see, my senior brother Chrissy and Honorable Abuba spoke about those who benefit from the problems they create for us, right? We have had an education of the Lord Lugard's prophecy, and I happen to be in a house that was named after him, the Nachmota School, so I have read a little bit about him, a very unpleasant character. But as unpleasant as he was, he sort of figured out who we were to an extent, or to a large extent, and what we were prepared to do to undermine our own progress. You see, I want to dovetail this Kenyan problem into what we politicians tell the populace before they give us power, and what we do moments after we get power. Remember, Ruto told them that he was one of them. He's not part of the elite, system that the privileged children of the Kenyatas, and that was one of his the things. I remember his president then warned the Kenyan people not to give him power because he knew him more than all of them did. So sometimes when people who know people warn you that don't give somebody they know power because we know him, you should listen. Dr. Nyao Tabakuro told us, don't give a Kufuor power because I know him. We see Pratt warned us about Nanado copiously. I told you people about Nanado. Did I tell you? What is it that I told you that hasn't come true? I told you they were brigands and buccaneers. Did I not tell you that? I told you that they were going to come and steal every little thing they could lay their hands on. Because you see, for them, it is an entitlement mentality. It's the same thing that's happening in Kenya. The only language they will understand is when the people of Ghana stand up and say enough. You see, when we spoke about the people who benefited from putting us where they put us, the finance minister's brokerage company brokered the debts that we owe today. In his own words, he told us in Parliament, after pressure from the minority, that he made 159 million cedis. At the time, the cedi was not 15 cedis. That is the reason why, when he falls sick, he is able to fly to Mayo Clinic, the most expensive hospital in the world, to get treatment. And you and I, given the same illness, will go to a hospital without doctors and die. Then when he comes back, you see, all that I'm saying, I'm quoting them and their very words. He comes back and he says that he didn't know that hospital treatment elsewhere was so good. Otherwise, he would have advocated for better treatment in Ghana. Didn't he say that when he came back from his illness? Did he say that? That he didn't know. Listen carefully. He didn't know that hospital treatment outside the country was so bad as they would have done better in Ghana. Really? Really? And now when you ask the president to fire him, you know what the president tells you? When I was campaigning and I was looking for money, he was the one who found money for me, so I can't sack him. Because of that, we got COVID in Ghana, and we are paying taxes for getting COVID. We are the only country in the world that is paying taxes because we got COVID. It is the very system that Lord Lugard spoke about. What we do to each other. After William Ruto promising every Kenyan that he was an ordinary person just like them, he brought extraordinary taxes for them that they couldn't pay. In this country today, go to the supermarket, go to a restaurant to eat. When your receipt is printed, look at it. See how many taxes you are paying. Where does the tax go? What do they do with it? Our education system has failed. Our banking system has failed. Our health system has failed. Our pension system has failed. Our discipline as a populace is utterly short. Because what we do in this country is that if there are bad roads in our area, the government officials who are in the area, they don't fix the road, they go and buy land cruisers. That's what they do. So the indiscipline that is within our system has fomented. So how are you going to get any economic growth in a country where nobody wants to be disciplined? Senna, we spent $250 million hosting All Africa Games. Last weekend, there was a news item that the Boteman Sports Complex is now a church. Did you people see it? Did you see it? All the things that are able to generate, or all the industries, erstwhile industries, that were able to generate income, give people work to do, directly and indirectly. Today they are all churches. Domalong is a church. Blackwood Hodge is a church. Everywhere, classrooms are now churches. You know why? Because we are being made to understand that the only salvation that we will get as a human, as a populace, is to wrap our sorrows in religion. So, a 30-day-old sports complex, instead of maintaining it, it's now a church. So give it 2 years, all the seats will be missing. That is how we choose to govern ourselves. You saw human excreta being poured on a football pitch in Tamale, ostensibly to fertilize it. We saw it. Now, when football is about to be played, the pitch is actually sprayed green. Instead of going the grass, we spray the pitch. It epitomizes who we are. From where I come from in the Kopo, we call it in Prim Kasa. The now, the here and the now. Instead of growing the grass, the last time the Black Stars played, remember what Joy FM, the news Joy FM did? We were spraying the grass. Elsewhere, they grow the grass. See the difference? We buy the spray from them, then we spray our grass. Then they grow the grass. In countries where they don't have sunshine, they grow the grass. In countries where they don't have enough sunshine, they utilize solar system. In Germany, 65% of power generation is solar. In Ghana, if you import solar panels, you will pay about 300% the cost in taxes alone to GRA, who will promptly give it to SML, a slush fund like Kenufuriata and the president. This is who we are. If we don't change, and the change must be enforceable by the mass action of the will of the people. That is what William Ruto has seen. After killing 23 people, now they are submitted to the people's will. And the people are saying it's not enough, you need to go. And he will kill enough until they get to him. That is the story of the African president, the African leader. When they come to you and tell you, say, Sidinaya hata 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 hata, watch them. When they come to you and tell you, Yetitika so comedy, watch them carefully. When they come to you and they tell you, they're lying. Because one man will be did and one by and one man be did your own so one way diakam. In which country does a finance minister broker the loans that the country collects and it is okay? Sana, as we speak, do you remember the train that came and had an accident moments after I got here? The insurance for that train, the premium insurance for that train was collected by the Kenufuriata's company, Enterprise Insurance. And now they are not paying it. Now that the train has crashed, they are not paying for the repairs of the train. I mean, what country is this? What country is this? The former finance minister, when he was finance minister, his insurance company collects premiums that are due to the state insurance company, and we keep quiet about it. When Akufo-Addo became president, in his inauguration speech, he said that if you want to make money, go to the private sector. Am I lying? But his agric minister today is buying state hotels. And Akufo-Addo has justified it. So what happened to, if Brian Achampa wants to make money, why is he a minister of state and buying state hotels? Senna, in 2016, I know you want me to finish, but this must be said. In 2016, if Fifi Kwete, the then agric minister, had been buying state hotels, what will Gift Yafenia does he have prayed at the Independence Way? Even when she hadn't seen anything, she said there were devils running this country. So if Fifi Kwete was buying state hotels, what would my butterfly friend have said then? Because at that time he was with them. You see, we are getting to a point where the citizenry of this country must say it's enough. And I'm not talking just about polls, waiting for polls, because by the time that time comes, they would have done more than enough, as if they haven't done enough damage already. The train that we imported, we have spent almost $500 million on that railway. Right? The rolling stock that was brought into this country by a company called PESA was insured by Enterprise Insurance. Train number PIM, they are not paying. And we are quiet. Kiftefe Nyidazi is quiet. The Moral Society are quiet. Reverend Otabil is quiet. My former moderator is quiet. The current moderator is quiet. The Catholic Bishop Conference are quiet. Methodist Conference, they are quiet. Why are all of you quiet? Train now ye di sika koto ye ni train ni bedum kan na pem. The people who insured it is Kenoforiata and Enterprise Insurance. Ask them to pay. Because if it was Fifi Insurance Company, if indeed he had an insurance company, or it was Enterprise Insurance Company, and they had insured that rolling stock, you people would have gone to church to pray that the devil should pay the insurance premium. Okay. You too tell them to pay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kojo. Let me do a couple more messages. Kofi Frimpong says, Uncle Pakwesi, you always have impact. There's Africa Our Home says, I'll vote for anyone who has plans of weakening our so-called multi-party capitalist democracy. Everything is about party interest. There's Robert Talante who says, those are all MPP slogans. We have not heard such from JDM. Bernard Semenu points out that Kenya had experienced civil war before. There's also ABU says this is so much of the truth Ghanaians cannot listen to. This fact, but you are 100% right. There's this one says JDM is aware of the battle ahead. Robert Alamti again. She continues to say it's definitely not going to be easy. There's an Akusia says Sam Jonah is part of the problem in the mining industry. Didn't he help sell the golden share? There is Philip Tabi who says, under Mahama there shall be okay. This one is interesting. There's also Nana Kosia who says, Mr. Pratt, please stand for election so we vote for you to be our president. In fact, he's responded to that in his for the first time. I think he's commented on that. He says he's not interested in power. There's Nana Kosia again says, who is asking what Mr. Pratt's solution is. There's Farouk Rasak who said, Dr. Bawumia has suddenly been reduced to a puppet boy. What a houseboy president he will be. So those are some of the comments you're sharing with us on YouTube. Those of you who are watching us on YouTube. So
it's very interesting. Let me say that what is happening in Kenya is a microcosm of the African problem. It is not only synonymous to the people of Kenya, it's across board. Every country in Africa is facing high unemployment, particularly among the youth, underdevelopment, and so on and so forth. So you cannot deal with the Kenyan situation without recourse to the totality of Africa. And that is why I see the African Union as a very disappointing institution, because we all have similar problems. And so it is the reason why Africa has to come together. So we develop African solutions to African problems. As it is now, we are dealing with African problems with solutions professed by these Bretton Woods institutions, IMF, World Bank, and so on and so forth. And you see, the youth of Kenya, I am very disappointed that they saw Ruto at such a late hour. Because come to think of it, Ruto was voted for by these same people who are complaining now. What sort of analysis did they do on Ruto? What sort of critical thinking went into the analysis of the promises that he was given? Here was someone in 2022 going around promising the people that he was one of them. He was a hustler. How could someone who was the vice president convince you that he was a hustler? And at the time of making that promise, he owned and continues to own a lot of hotels, estates, insurance companies in Kenya. And he was telling you that he was a hustler like you. And you believed him and voted for him. So I would not sympathize with you on that score. Ruto behaved like a typical African politician. Not just a typical African, but now it has extended around the entire world. That politicians see voters as gullible minds, just prepare something sweet and give it to them. They will just all follow. And let me reduce the Kenyan situation, because all the indicators, economic indicators prevailing in Kenya are better than what is happening in Ghana. So what it means is that Ghanaians should have been on the street way ahead of Kenyans. If you look at their unemployment situation, Kenya is dealing with about 6.6%. We are dealing with an unemployment situation of 14.74%. Their currency is doing better than we are doing. In terms of infrastructure, Kenya is way miles ahead of Ghana. But the people of Kenya are beginning now, is awakening cause. But you see, let the older generation understand that there are generational differences. If you look at the age of Ruto and his likes, they are the baby boomers. Their thinking is different from the millennials. And in the same way, the thinking of the millennials is different from the, what we call the Gen Z generation. So if you take a critical look at this demonstration, it's a demonstration being led by the Gen Z. As for them, everything has to be done fast. They don't have time for your nonsense. You said when you come, you will be good, you will be better off. They expect that to happen. But you see, the 27 or so people, young generation, the young ones that have died in the course of this demonstration, it will come to a knot if Ruto is not kicked out of office. But what I heard him say gives that credence to the young ones to make sure that he's not in office, that Kenyans have won. Oh, so before you brought that finance bill, you did not engage the people of Kenya to know their mindset on it? Clearly, there is a disconnect between politicians who are just preying on the innocent souls and blood of these people and the real actors of the economy. Indeed, if he was mindful, if he was in constant touch with the people, he would realize that the Kenyans were not in for this killing bill. Ruto has told us that he is a Christian, and he believes in that the only prayer, our Father who art in heaven. In that prayer, he says, give us our daily bread. Ruto wants to take their bread, daily bread. You want to impose 16% on bread. How on it? And 25% on cooking oil. This is wickedness. But why wouldn't he behave like that? When Ruto won his election, who was the first leader to meet him after his inauguration? It was our own Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He went and told her, we succeeded with this e-levy. So you too, you can go ahead and impose anything. But you see, you reduce it to a Ghana situation. And this is where I want to speak to the minds, the souls of the youth of this country. That, you see, it has gotten to a time that we need to analyze carefully whatever message any politician. Don't just...
So I didn't so they are right. But very scary. That is the other side. Enra and Ansah. Let me read this story. Be Oma jelly soja ni bi 1.5 years. Oma ne ba a friend say thank you, quick one. Oma ne ba police headquarters. Oma say bibi court na ono ye for say marital issues. Na wabune yire abubu no. And according to their story, no, say and say for no recruit for no recruit to no. And an no, so the names be bound and he didn't kobusa and once him say I didn't know no illegal or something. Then he got angry. Oma jailing 1.5 years. Enra. Oh, you share huh? Ajunu yare. Oma ajunu kaom. So you will not do that. Straight. But mame and hit way. Tessano. Police school. Tessano. Police depot. No. Tessano police depot. Omo yes omo on say omukaso omofa security agencies, immigration, military, police, and in fact, omunum say they know more illegal. They know. Ena omukwaje your friend is FPU. On say Tessano FPU for a yard wo. You know what Ghana Telecom na chi. Omukwaje eho na amanfo ko omo de doctors ni be free police hospital and a koye and omo de police headquarters penifone bi ka ho. Now according to sources no Bawa, who happens to be the commander there, omo inform no say enra no omo baby bisa Abafo ni ba ho no. That was it started on Wednesday. Amafo ni ba ho no. Omo jai Wednesday no ma enkwala no kwae no. Obi ansi ho, enra obi ansi ho. Eneso obi ansi ho. But ye pese omo nye. Obi anka hwe, obi an stop omo. Kwame, me say Omo mo fa omo no. Omo free ni jail. Yeah, Kwame, 2008. Kufo ebewie. Just to beef up for Akufo-Addo no awini. Kufo yebi. Go back and check. Akufo de no. Omo recruit too. Nipa bebre yes omo fa security for no omo ababe omo yesi angosi aga. Na nipa no ofa no. Do you think so you're so stupid? Okay, the Ghana ni ejimi ohun. No. E dey cry na man about him say nipa na ofa no. Omo nyina ya MPP for. How can you know? Politics ubodua enyan. Oba kura fakosua hye nipa ne nsem so omodua so ye MPP ni Ansah no afa no obebo nya police ni military ni pepepe nso nya MPP ni obende. So me I think mo amotie no amanfo frey from the police service from other areas and I mo bia panic munja omo ombe kura mo nka so ombe fe nipa 50 million obianfa ho. You see, some of us we have seen it before, we have been there before, so we know. 2008 mena me wasempa We were there. That time, President Mills, we were there. You need to cry near Koso. What do you say? Ethiopian Jaomo, they should go ahead. They should go ahead. No more say our mungum. 2008, they did it. Kwame, do you want to sit here and tell me, say 2016, NDC did nothing? They never schemed to win? Is that what you want to tell me? That NDC anye bibia am do mo transesa no mo hwe. Kwame, elections who lose wa? You have no clue. So who lose election? Me makwa constituency elections, internal primaries, national. I have been involved in all this. Election lose. It could have one a pattern. One, whether internal, whether national, whether constituency level, whether DC about to, me see it could have one pattern. Election lose. A foul to say in Uye be BA Uye be BA. So they should leave them. Just an omonye, omon nyina Kwame, they see what a Jolu lead the office or no. And Kwalano, omko fresh amino. A yomo and friend crofo, so almost see a register. In fact, Bakuna Frere list well. Me na more baby, na list to a friend me. Sam Colana Bakwa friend. Akolawe, so register ma we are. A year then a man would this or betwaba, Eddie MPP. A year then would just add in it. Time no so now soon. There is nothing you can do. And on this note, my main we in Chem. The police is just interested in mentioning how NDC went there. But a lesson, Emma NDC. You see, everything happening now is a lesson. Okay, I say 2015, Samia Okunumu LED and Crofoko STL, Jolu office. Say, Omate say, a man for changing machines, be near the day. You remember? No, Mama Samia Ku. Funwe Eddie boy said Samuel ko obi aka ne no nko a wote no kra obegane Samuel ko kwa ne no nko a e wodem a wote no a obedwonso no sika no anya bi ne ya no afa boys bi adi nachi e ka no nko a wontimi ya hwe nothing na Mwajano, I'm leading Crofako attack STL. Na John Mama no net so. No mo hwe wo mo. They are our friends. Movement organizer order so them ayawa so West Wogon. Order so them any other 4 or 5 guys. They so them. So a lesson. Then nyame ye wadom na so unya power no a. Nasa obesia jeja womo. Over to you, Jolati. Me Bobie, the answer me yen say, or Chinabi, in Chima Bar, I can tell them that look, I supported what was good. Ebine day, me trouble share terminal 3. Oh, party I'm a support to Omono. Omne CCO. Me ya santini me dru Kumasi a party am support to omne e see eye Kumasi airport phase 1 omne see eye Ratri park omne see Afari hospital obada da na ja se wani kosa no omne omne see eye Afari se Kumasi kejetia omne see Asantima Pon water a project. Omne see Kumawu water project. Omne match before so no ye. Yes. The current year, the difference between NDC and MPP is NDC put Ghana first, while MPP think about their political party. That's Baba Rufai. And that's a fact. I don't know anything apart from no. I won't for be a hubio. All right. Okay. Yeah, say thank God it's Friday. We are back here.
And even the 5% does not come. If you go and ask any district secretary, he will tell you there is no money. They go begging the MPs to let them have access to the money in their district common fund accounts to be able to do even some of the basic things. And so this government is doing more. Get fund, decollateralize Get fund, and spend the money in advance. So Get fund is not able to continue the projects that it is undertaking because the fund has been collateralized. And so this government has done more harm to the existing social interventions than. And so today when we say that Ghana has more than 80% access to electricity, it's because the NDC introduced those policies for us to be able to do so. So how can any person say that NDC has not introduced any social intervention? Even the NHIS. NDC started a pilot in Damango and Nkranza for the NHIS. Implementation started in President Kufuor's time. But what President Kufuor introduced was a mutual health insurance scheme. And so your
live on our 100.5 Citizen Show. All right, so that's how we do it.
Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti gara furu kube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you what you can say. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko.
All right, yanko ya nante live on our 100.5 and Anako Fiahen Kinsley is here. Baron Karim is here. Aram Stitches Ewa Hase on our Facebook page, Grace Dede Tete. And so I join you. Alex Pinto, thank you, William Amwa, our Labadi nativity. William Amwa, okay, yes, that gentleman, all right. So, Willie, thank you for the other time, Emo Sakoli is here, Alfred Power, join here on your Facebook page, Daniel Adai, or then Wahini Dennis is here. My man also on YouTube, Ghana. TV, Citizen TV Ghana, Citizen TV Ghana. Wait me, I join here. Ajraku, Courage, Richard Kofi Entry, Ewa Bono Region, Baron Karim, we have Samuel Peterson, Fuzi Rahman, Ewa Sweden, and Sadek Anido. Also is here. Jamilatu Muhammad, our Dansuman, inside Dansuman. Thank you. But quick one, my young Bawumia and area. Just listen to Bawumia on calling on JM for a debate. A debate over what? A debate.
I am looking forward to a debate with John Mahama on the economy, on the country, on the government. I am looking forward to a debate with John Mahama on the economy, on the country, on the governance. But I'm afraid that he's running away from a debate, isn't it? His people say he doesn't want to debate, but he doesn't want to debate because he knows I will expose the emptiness of his policies. He says he has a 24-hour economy that he cannot explain. It's as empty as an empty barrel. He cannot explain it. None of his people can explain it. They say they will be exporting lions and elephants. But when we meet mano a mano, we can debate and the country will see where our policies lie. And that is where we should go. We should give the country an opportunity to listen to us. But if he chooses not to debate, I will continue to sell my policies to the people of Ghana and you will take the decision. I am looking forward to a debate with John Mahama on the economy, on the country, on the governance. But
akwa the more Kasano, minim say Baumia on Napo. I'm not too sure they can take 35% their coffee. I'm not too sure. No, the more Kasano, next microphone before. Yeah, the more Kasano, microphone a bufu. And you see, sometimes Ghanaians forgive me. Look at this stupidity. Oh, and Gola Mususa no more Jimmy. Oman and Unibayan Penifo. And Baumia has demonstrated it. The level of stupidity of Baumia is too high. His level of stupidity is too high. The level of stupidity, no, I was wrong. It's too high. And even the tape, no, or catch your mama says, your mama a debater, Uncle Sangbano. I don't want to play it, but absolutely, the ordinary Ghanaian walking on the street realize that you are too stupid. And as to how Ghana got here, I can't tell. No, it's sad. It's so sad. From year 2000 to 2008, when the person picked the dollar, it was 1-to-1, or the bar 4. Wabefe free $4. Now we are doing $16 Ghana cedis. Sorry, 16 Ghana cedis per $1. And then I heard say more than 16. I don't know, but I'm between a check yamame. From only free 4 cities to 16. Then you are telling the person, come and let us do debate, because you see the problem is that Baumia is a joker, as he rightly said. Bibi Obekabian, I'm joking. Obejawas resira Jimmy, and Jomama cannot joke. Jomama cannot stand on a big platform and be joking, dancing, hopping from one place to another, nodding his head, laughing. Jomama cannot do that. And Ghanaians will never forgive Jomama if he decides to meddle in that gutter with Eye Baumia. Eye gutter. Explain to us, gutter for Eye Omono Efa Eniema importers. Eye Omofa Niema Ebedru Port. Etia 22 new taxes. Eye Awoni Akufo-Addo. Baumia na the taxes na bao. Tell them, Ekwaya Befa so dia boa womo. Was Benka, this is Jomama about debate. Look at this foolishness. Oh, guys, who did the attempt? What is the meaning of who did the attempt? You are foolish. And Kwafua, what a dollar, I bet do something now. Ghana near Nanisika, Ebia Yamfana say 100,000 Ghana. 100,000 Ghana. That time, no, Ebia is worth Yamfana say $50,000. Today, say the party pay $50,000. Oh here times 2 or times 3. Ansah no atimi anya $50,000. Edi akofa niema. From taxation to production. After you free taxation, equal taxation atom. Taxation atom. Taxation. Explain to the people. Was a no, just a Michelle John Mahama debate answer. Explain to the Ghanaian people. Banks ne guye. Ya mubegu no efre musika. Any unemployment rate ya edru 14%. 2016 obaye now unemployment rate was around 7%. Now you are doing 14%. Every Kwame Nkrumah pension now. Epepe me say Jomama every Gasono. That I think said a friend say employment rate was around 7-8% or so. But I mean, you can check for me. And now you are doing 14% and over. Come and explain to the people. Was it just a Michelle John Mahama debate and Sansana? May I explain? What kind of stupidness is this? What kind of foolishness is this? And in fact, I bet you Ghana for you say John Mahama will stoop so low and go and debate Bawumia. For what? Debating him on what? On what? What? You took my money that you are going to do PFG. Today, the ordinary Ghanaian tomatoes, miensa, say, or turn 50 cities, 20 cities. Bayre, Baku say, 50 cities. These are Enyema Yediano, our crops are Yediano, Ghana. Betrem the entire Abasa was just a minu ye debate. Manager Mama ye debate. A debate. What kind of debate? The whole world. Food inflation. Ghana and Tosso 6. Betrem the entire Drew Haseya was just a manager Mama ye debate. Your mama or to Abama. And Crawford to Abama explanation why we are here. You were touted as the economic messiah. I will keep on selling my policies. What's Ghana Henina? Unim say Ubusa MPP ni asem one. Say Bawumia main policy ni say ya onima de kro. Digitalization. Ubusa say digitalization ni eya ya o say ni okura phone ya call eba. Say call mobile phone call Bawumia na de buy. Look, just look at this stupidity. Huh? Oh, kwasi asem de to be hu okroma o. O sori no anya abotra benya BP. Yatim kwasi asem pa. List will say tax eaton. Now, as we speak, Kwame, electricity bills, because we just decided to steal all the monies, then we are forced to go to IMF. Then the IMF conditionalities, this electricity bills and blah 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 blah, are a part of us. Explain to us why we are here. Was it just a Obana debate? Many Mahama debate. Tony Mahama debate now. You won't explain to us why we are here. You won't explain to us why your friends say dollar, Ghana cedi, ye cedi currency no aya basano. You won't explain to us. Uno bia ni asembiaka. You won't explain. You know be so. She say ya your mama ne wa anya wonka. Onka ya just say your mama no be jira ho na onu ye debate Ansah na wa kan kire. You went to Kumasi to adore your running mate. Just one statement. E di atem and you no nkwa na obi adwene course so because mo anka sem papa bia o mo wi na mo wi dan asamoa phone kan ho. Importers air passimity or more ton air passimity. Now, as we are speaking, companies are folding up. Plastic companies, manufacturers, companies are folding up. Ebi Kwabena. Monday no, Kwame, Ghana losing a year and a fire ports. Emma Yesikano. Ghana losing 40%. Ama Togo. Ghana losing 40% at the Amatogo. Wahe. That's why I sent a Uchadi Veto. Ghana losing 40%. Eddie Amatogo. And near my fire airport, my yes cano. Ghana losing for we vice president. Just say when your consultant Jimmy B, I'm no catcher say Okwa Bontia behave to say your opposition leader. My policies. Their policies no when you go for the buy and one chere baby about the dress menka. Branamino nye debate. What debate? Obisi Bobie will lose the elections and blame Bahama for not debating him. Well, 40% of a near my fire has say Emi and Yeska the ball mine home brano. Well, lose Yama Togo. Come and explain to us, or you will not come and explain to us. He will not come for a debate. He is running away. I mean, how can your mama stand on a platform with a stupid person? How? Ghana for Kwabena Omoya said your mama based to Pobeko Salu. Okoye how? When I'm the Asankwa na Wosa, Ube who omo boys no George Kwati and sa boys no Ube who omo page biano. Hey, Baumia can dance. Hey, Baumia dancing to Kisito. Kabawumia dancing to D&D and a man for Kika. Share what did Jimmy say? Ya know we knew. Oh, we knew. Baumia we knew there will be no Ghana. Kenya cried the best one shot. No, near Kufado, no crown, no, so no, ya chiminia. I didn't get crowd in Trim Crown and a dassay. No, Ninapo. I can be Ninapo. Apple. Any three. Debut, may I not focus as I'm 8 years, yet yo. Miming Kufado feel compared to any need that. Maniachi, and you're on your true constitution. Obia da ne demo awada. So if you sit down and say and I know be kasa Bobie mo ahwe ni ya obese we new na me no we ni a me no me no jira me no me no nya tofu ope me no me no ye tofu ope to beto si aye ye yiri miensa 20 cedis me no nya to ne pe ebi kura me menya ska to bi wu nya ska nto Obatete ayi tea tomatoes no na betete afra ayi nsuo saade aye nkwai enche busumi nsia no anya gbirigbiri edi why if you sit down me found eya no amokasa te se niema ko wronga eye yemu bi nkwa na ko wrong maye ebi kura me ye better than you, trust me. If you cry me, you're better, far better than you. And do the Traora. One policy statement. Asankwa na Wosa. When him says they say, and Ariane Yati say, media for our Mudina Poechino, Omono Kasa say, Omon Saina, Omo Abeya stories. Eddie ascending woman. Yes. So I want to find Jimmy or Kasa just almost transit 18 years. Yes, no more almost sonnet, so no more their story. No more they are sending media houses. No, and this are no more media for no do much at was about 2-3 weeks. As me be seen ye. The way Pia Bonten and ye. Obama's media for us side. Call Obiapa one checking from Napo a campaign team no. Kwabena Boafo said, boy, no, no, Oman FM, no. Oman Momun in our side. Come and let us debate. Debate about what? And then commercial driver, auto fuel say, and then you drew baby, I drew. Say, crowd, you two, a fuel more, yente. Abaya norm. And then you drew baby, I dream. But very interesting, you know. You got here about Myanmar in 2016. You got here on Myanmar in 2016. Just listen to Baumia.
And today, John Mahama says he wants a debate on the economy. Now I want to challenge him. And today, John Mahama says he wants a debate on the economy. Now I want to challenge him to come to Sangba and debate with the people of Sangba on the economy. He should tell them. He should tell the people of Sangba what he has done for them in the last 8 years. And he should go and debate with businesses that have collapsed because of Dumso. He should go and debate with farmers who cannot buy fertilizer because of his policies. He should go and debate with businessmen who cannot access loans because of high interest rates. He should go and debate with contractors who are not paid because his government is not paying. He should go and debate with teacher trainees who are not paid allowances because his government has refused to pay allowances. He should go and debate with nursing trainees who are not paid allowances because his government has refused to pay allowances. He should go and debate with the unemployed, our youth who are looking for jobs because his economy.
So, tell us, and the interest rate, say, as a 25, right?
I think it's more than that. Policy rate, and I think it's
29.
So it means interest rate will be more. Let me check.
Oh, sometimes I is so sad. Ukwa Kumase, Ukwadru Kumase, Ushia Kumasi businessmen, and a friend say, Aquano be black man or so why. What catch level, how our business is a collapse, our Ghana ha, our Kumasi abontenso. Went me and you and one can wed. Then our policy no church, how our policy no, and you see, even a their policy. What are you coming to explain? Doom so and got church say me policy say ni say. Asante region and Kania and 1 year day, John Mahama Ameri and I don't know when say you know Butano or Father Koye. Bomiana will be a napco. Would you yes career and what closing it down? What them Kolanka be 2 years ni? Explain to them. You know, just a Mahama ever your debate. Just a Mahama be debate too. Said Chiledientia Napco 2 years Muntia Moka. Just a, I mean, what kind of stupidity is this?
Policy rate is 29%.
And the interest rate in say?
Interest rate in the Empama, I'm still begging for it. But policy rate is.
Oh, but no, Google, you just get it. It's there. Wait, ask him. He's running from debating. Who should be debate you? Why in debate you? For what? Baby or minor Druno. What can I say? A peche. All right, so and I may buy for album to make Kasabe. Today is Friday, so they need more time to work. Kojo Yabua will be in the house. Samuel Unto is here. Charles McCarthy is here. Little and Akusipoko will join us. The whole team. I assembled the whole team there. And I know many about staff friend me say Opasenko Baba Kasama MPP. Next week the 1-on-1. Na a friend say Baumia spokesperson in Ashanti region. Are they? And now you are on your sir. When did you home?
Now Baumia spokesperson in Accra.
Why? Why?
When I say we spokesperson, man, Baumia Ashanti ready.
No, Esther and catch him. Esther and catch him.
And to see Baumia spokesperson.
It can be you. It can be anybody.
No, it can never be me. Baumia spokesperson in Accra. No more meeting.
I'm going to go to the city yesterday. I'm going to the city yesterday. Anyway, so but Kwame, for press statement to us a quick one. Let me just work on it. Star 413# CMG catcher there. Kwame Pacho, my first winner bar and then my main first winner bar. Pioneer the Melco. Quick one. Now but so press statement be what I say. Yeah, be and I think our brother Okujeto is doing a good job. Yeah, he's doing a good job. He's doing a good job. Now I'll make it. Okay, so organized labor press statement on proposed sale of 60% of SNIT's shares in the 4 hotels. So let me just read through. We have followed the developments on the proposed sale of 60% of SNIT's stake in 4 hotels with very keen interest, especially after organized labor leadership meeting with the President of the Republic on this matter, which took place on 25th June 2024 at the Jubilee House. Yesterday, 11th July 2024, the Honorable Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, who is also responsible for pensions, made a statement in Parliament that NPRA has approved the sale of 60% of SNIT shares in the hotels. We recall that on 28th June 2024, the board of NPRA issued a directive to SNIT to suspend the negotiations with Rock City Hotel Limited. We therefore find it extremely difficult to understand how and why NPRA will turn around to approve such a flawed deal 2 weeks after the directive. Organized labor would like to reiterate its well-known position that the proposed sale of SNIT shares in the 4 hotels is not in the best interest of Ghanaian workers. We therefore demand that SNIT terminates the process immediately. From Monday, 15th July 2024, all workers in Ghana must not go to work until SNIT publicly announces the termination of the process for the sale of its shares in the hotel. Signed by Dr. Yauba, Secretary General of Trade Union Congress, Ghana, Dr. Isaac Bampo Addo, Chairman of Forum of Public Sector Workers, Kenneth Kumsin, Deputy Secretary General of Ghana Federation of Labor, and signed on the day of the 12th of July 2024. All right, so yeah, that's meanwhile Closac, and so a strike. Yeah, you know, so pending then na says no organized labor. So I say from 15th July and I say 12, so which means 13th or 40th. So from next week Monday going, civil servants Kwabena omunyina ewofie kwapem say SNIT beka say eye hotel 9 aye toma aye yenua brand ne champon no yajai na saa asem no me masi ahwehwem bio pa yi na ebresim no we will put out our strong opinion on this matter. So say me catch on today is Friday and I need to allow members to do the work. And you can say me fa omokasa ni nyina eka ena kasa no na ade a eye me tan eye me hi eye saa branyenye debate nkwase akeka no. Kwabena, Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association has issued a statement indicating OPDs will be shut down effective Monday in support of organized labor. Try and get that information na eya mo chiro gu paper so mo bibi be mo ana Professor wants to tell you we need serious actions now. Strike. Offer strike, you know. Ebeboa. Strike. What is a normal Kobe 3 weeks strike? Empire me bonus yes, sir. Here Chaze, Akwaba. Sami Akwaba.
Yeah, over Bokode.
When me PR Romano.
Chaze.
Me PR ni when me PR Romano.
Chaze, unma juma waya aboa me any show we.
Oh, me so me nya PR.
No. Information me okura no a wona ade ma me a me mpese me kan mo obi ati.
Me nya hu PR. You see, that propaganda ni mischievous.
Chaze.
Sami bet na ha no we can go to ourselves. So we relay o. We rani relay o nyankopon body.
Davio, Chaze. Mo odi aboa me show information ade am even last week information ade ma me.
Kana mamencha wati.
Obo nyina jo so dia, obo dia so.
Na menka se Ghana ya me canvas.
Yeah.
Semi painty so I painted with emotions. Yeah. My interest high. Maybe taxi need to me for police said I hospital while we honomono. In fact, me a whole more. Me police force squatty or Ghana.
Almost squatty.
Well, police for need them. Police personnel don't have accommodation. Oko Tesano Depot. Omo dying back since we as na mo asase da ho. Na mo di asase na ma private investors. And no musi sky rising buildings. And across the police barracks and around the police barracks, security wise, no. Does it make sense? The police if one day target reform, one could see 10 times the height of Sand Dino. As we beat Sand Dino, so a police if only when you feel no, it's a move. Is it good? But unfortunately, more IGP, when you are mobile jail, so Ghana has it is the IGP.
Menkaho.
George Akufu Dampare.
Menkaho.
Bone dia mekaya mudi maten o Ghana.
Mesima nkaho.
Se ena me de.
Imifiri.
Ena makati de. Eya ireho. Se sad na esia nobody is talking about it. The same prison office omo de omo nyanyansa o ekokot. Edi aban kokot kwa fight. Ana na edi intimi police for there. George Akufu Dampare doctor. Wajama police for Ansah. I could de private individuals in some way. But my team was a union Jimmy, because I Jimmy for Dawson. A senior answer for. My team was a sumusika. And Tinian can of country a hundred. San never. My team will cry as a woman dear. Nyebenya ni yenye ya traga na ha ama aban sase aban yenyi na aban aye menewo yen sase private individuals safa private individuals ache aban sase afa ahemfo nkasa asofo nkasa mpanyifo a ye na esi yebu omu o man obi aka na no atu na ye nyina o man ni nyina japade few individuals echefa na ye ton ma mo ho me makase me ni problem se wo besom na wonya sika na betima ko to faro land da ho obi ani so ukoto one the whole community kwa na obesi wa community was so I have no issue
bedroom as well.
But say oman nyina asase and that is your target because if we say wa benyaska
I just heard a Dubois Center issue.
And yes, you just heard. Maybe start to call Dubois Center nyenne. Upon no one. And this one, I bind former minister be any spearhead BBA. Some year partnership. You see, but God now okay zama yeah fact. When you speak, because perhaps what okano. When your minister when you are into they don't pay attention to it. Maka. Newo Afrikiko opposite. Sabesi block A.
Yeah.
Yaton is gone. Me answer seen a many DH. You see, Ura, I don't know. Main tons as the
way take this opportunity and sell your business. Tell them we'll be passed. That's all.
The way I'm driving, I think business is on your menu. What I say, Sabina Kaya, me news or tons as it. Oh, Commander, I water resource center and Sassy, Laboni Haya,
yeah,
Otuaso Kodrukai coffee shop, car bank, opposite Maka. Ansah sending the night is gone. Everything, everywhere, everything. And for me, I don't get it. Mentias here.
How do you know?
You see, Mentias is what done for. Prince Eric J. I know what Prince did to President Kufuor in this country. Sameboa, Kasameboa. So Prince na tia on friend kasa na me kan nya no kwe to the extent say office space mpo na e di ma President Kufuor. Prince stood against it. Demonstrations. Why is Prince Derek J quiet today?
He's not
so,
quiet.
I mean and as I said that no voice in them mabu.
No, who say
voice in them
on several platforms or throw articles about lands no. But their point is Derek no ankasa no. Say
and now na uko try radio suje de mobilize good street
and
then the outro and then the outro. You see, so no things are not done this now I say obi na mom penasem Mr. President Kufuor's office space keke President mobilize into the street on today, and your office space, children's park is gone, and this one, you know, you can wa. Hinaka.
Babiaka.
Babiayeti, Babiamu station, the minister and headquarters around, and sending the so, he almost said development. What are we going to develop tomorrow? Or tenants are sending over here. Where will our lands be? Abrofundi can buy no more toy, ye nana mudi koye. They came this slave trade and a land trade. They are trading our land, grabbing the precious areas now na yet home abrofono. Yan yet to need ya could yet abrofa so abrofodia. So when investor move, this book come without nothing. Mudiomo just to come and deceive the people. So Bruni neye, Bruno Yascanway, more musica. And besides the systems for Ghana, are we able to probe people, the resources of people are now? Commander, the TI so we a minister, Obiani minister there who pay within 20,000. Mewa. Or the men can say 30,000 per month. Now all of a sudden, who see estate, who see apartment, and then I went to me, Misa. Say, Kwabena now far so near Skadi 609.
Why was it? Would this be a Juma from Pachem? Was this will be by a Juma? That's why a Juma, that's what you know, yet can over as I said, and I feel also about my say, se nipa ni wo ye adwuma 30,000 tibere no tima kokosi sa de no
anti na opeso probi say wadwuma na wo ye no aketua ni enti opeso just posi ayapada
anya de be fada enti first na sama woka because me man the reason why I woka we na menti ase ni say what man say ade nipa na be adwuma be 6 months e den no timi kokko to sugama Bobie na say sugama ni fie big family so on pious. So what dress with your man who pious fear? As far as I call on the check for the crew master. Two person will count to whom you begin to make come and where them the shame. The band of pious bay nipa. The band will be a nipa. Eh, so no, my man can say nipa. No, ye nipa. That be won't teach you. San mecano. The band of pious bay nipa.
Sao won't teach you.
Let's say no one teach San as a mecano.
Commander, say mecase. Me no papa ne wo wa.
Eh, ya tell me.
Okay.
Because now papa ntimi hwew it's a plan ya show nyina no e so bi ba hwem ti sa no
na me pesa
eti wo so chesa wo papa na na ho boa nso na kwankro
ka de asante bi so da bi just
da na ne papa ho na ho de nso na kwankro
ya ho mo kasa de na wo eye musuo
depend wa moti ase wo tu
depend ni obi papa na awu no na you are a contributor, you are a bed sharer.
I want baby, I'm going to see it. But the donation, the donation, no, Tio, yes, and for the donation, the casa. Thank you. Yeah, the donation, the casa. Yeah, and you bet me a catch or say, hey, what's it? And we bet me a catch or say, me no say. Oh, yeah, the donation, the casa. Thank you. Me no say. Then the person means to insult you. But hey, what's wrong?
And none de no car.
Nana de ne patch said na papa mobra. Nana ho boanso na kwankro to oboan papa no share no. Sir.
Okay.
To the koso. Mama japa yo de press kwem. No, we baba so bacho ya da obi am the cafe.
Entino medicine no. I husem. I think say me take here no as project.
Yeah.
A serious project for me because the rate at Twitter a dissipate a buying side sitting as for and but Anna I mean can't you say a contradiction. My sister will ban out be mana wunyeska. Now koto baby it doesn't mean say what about benyeska no institutions responsible for investigating the source of money cannot do it. That's not what I'm saying. Into a contradiction. But
all right, thank you. My mama Kwaba. Make you so bro. All right. Onto.
Afa.
Where Tiba we are Friana.
Ansah ni about debating so.
So we concentrate. Oh yeah, ready. Mama finish because Pius will tear some years off or two car. And mama you Pius. What you has here? So which means Ansah so and I pay me end what you has.
And Pius you.
I am me yaka kran say. Sebiam nya do nyina ya hwekọ bai yeso nyina wo mimos what you say. You bia no bia hoden obi an ba bi obi agina brewo. Na so ochena bi na se omampani John Dramani mama be di president. Me hia Kwabena Bobie Ansah me share list over. Ni fie o isle go be 10. Wo kraka, jaka bia wo wias bi okra bi. Te ukọ ayia. Se si am no ka me free ayi na eba. Ayi Samuel kum area mo ye fra wo sen. Asalbotwe. Nana Krom area mo. Fifi bo afofio be ka so ohatakas. Fifi bo afonye ne na ote oman FM. I remember before the election, na chairman in election, where me kasi asem so. Me call ya ba program. After the program wo yi hunto mo. After the program, and me say me fa we hono. For hunto for my place. And me say me fa we ada office. Na ma hwe boss office to be joru wono. Say ho de me am diem. Me call na Fifi bo me te wo. Na Fifi bo afone de Nyankopon to ne za friend. Kwabena kwachi. Omo ba enti na pe omo hu se me nie omo nie. Say de be o kira bi. Omo be ka za me boa. Ti omo ba na me soro ko hia omo me nie omo kwa aba no me za kwa aba ni nyina gi so. Na wo hwe ahode wo hwe unia. Wo hwe ahode ne suba omo de ba ne omo hu kra omo de ba no. Abrafo fie no mfi bae. Na nne se ma ba Nana Krom na wa hataka se wo fie a wo sinya de to hataka eno ese tibi busa wo. Me kan no de aba be si obi de Pius me no agiako me ma giako nya no ba bi koi agiako obi e nsem nko fa no be obi DMP ne west de go ko high fie ba ko mu ana chese ho de gi ani ho ne try bibia NDC MPs NPP MPs ho ne gi ani sa na me ka no eti ho de ani gi
ani
oh na say me shia sabi am sabi nyano omo green bottles so no omo what is the black bottles omo no eniema bibia black bottle yeah of avaro what is it okay oh yeah black bottle of malt and bibisa and green bottles of avaro yeah no nyina ade sa do obi if you all the ani fie and o hide see ho ono an fie we sligon what was it so at the end of the day a day ba ko na me share me no put na share one room na sa dan po me na me the main person and o buy no be picture here baby na obetrem po na ye den wotemase ye wa ho kirem wotemase ye ko ne ye ba no afre ne ampa bibi kakra de amawo eye den na akufu ado baaban mu ne ma position ba ko na no me ko hye da ko ne fie wo sujama ho wo ya asphalt ko fie ho na fie na wasi no wudu akoma betu one of the minister or permanent madam for NPP minister was a kwana japade no hu dodo wo hold be say the whole ayi atimu day atimu net was be miensa and a group of poniso sa kwabra woni wo na wo ba amamu be bokro no say ya ada de nkwa na moji wo Ghana wo pay yesai to see one kitin say wo dia sa na edoko it is alleged na no amiami nua jonkuma efi mu on de amiami bibia na efi ala ho ye fi ala ho enya na so prepra obi anfa bibia nko obi de bibia ba then alleged say ko wuni akokɔhwe account mu a ye say $10 million dem de wadi de odi channel de odi to adai enka ho kwabra sa we sa kro no we adai ede enko na pa yeso pa wo se mebo a mumye nyina enko su jaman wotima se esuo jaman wo wia no abakɔ yi a wo se enko debate o su ti bebrebe esuo jaman constituency no
yeah Alaji Ibu
oh yes wono
Alaji Ibu ase
yeah Timothy asena mbekan Timothy efi a otimu wahu wayi kanda ofie na sakwa enketu yi ye nyina yenim
o Bank of Ghana
no wo maame ekrom walewale wo maame krom maame wu ye na enyi kwan kɔ hɔ maame wu ye na light ni fio it allege say o hyew na man proka maame fa mu potimi wu ye
ye ni proka
anya yi so grosso what is o hyew de so grosso na eba se me boa ye sie maame na ne ye twe light kɔ ni nyina ne proka what is ye ne ye sie ne ye twe light kɔ asphalt ne ye ne ye de kɔ ni nyina achi bra be hwe wo de say is the god oni mo unim there hospital unim mangoes before ufi me pass be do mangoes turn on side right na ko end T junction is on your left ko hwe fia Timothy ababe siesi wo eye we fie Rashid ba onyan ba bi ko ni e man vice enjan fa man e de ma wo a wodwendwene ho a wono no yare no wakɔ chichiri za koto ni fie no aburi nyina agu ne wo eso che abanso atimi kwabranti se ba begye adwuma ana aba adwuma a che within short time ese ye man bro so obi te proposal akwa no de 1 hour kan de no
ore
1 hour no so chese eye ye mame pause ne saa ase edu bekwen so za akwa no se esuhu okoko DMP ho no saa brantie we police station na ni shemu aye waso west ogon odi machi saa chese obrafo che ahotem woni ban chamfo be high dai ewo obi oni Filippo ewo islegbo ho bia omo we eda ka wuye omo dimi ntua ese be force ko pe bibi tua ma omo mienu ba okuma so otie nya ni mi won na ni ma se what was the sap enkola bra ma bra enkola yi ho
kojo withdraw
me withdraw
ka
withdraw
ka se da
withdraw
no o what get this can't
my withdraw so what get
kwabra nano isi am so mu di afashe you withdraw fasha proposal so no sponsor the whole eastern region afashe no ni baba mu baba bokro no sa
academy nitiwu
adai oya ade so di biba enu nyina ya waso so nitiwu emra wo na wo PNC that time ye the DNPP mu akotre boni aye ekoso nyina ne lead ye ba no fa ayi ba leshe ba ye ba constituency ye penipa ye nya bi dambo twada roman of force ni nitiwu ye say abranti boy good politician ni ade kotwe wo na ye so wo pon ba akofum wo ba wo show stress e show no show ho ya na no kasa ya so nya hwe some be peme dia be ese e ko pe ho mpaboa no ho ntare de show mo dress na do e ko by election e man ye yi enaniti wu e ba ye nyankopon adaroma akufu adama position and na say on me passem Brugate me passem Brugate Oh, it's the one me pass him. Me pass I said, oh, had you call a mimoso. T junction, yeah. And I don't know, so you're fully getting feeling check. A dime, they say, was sick, I can be a part and a fresh one. And I don't know, Tim, the atwas no talk one, so I say, a fear thing, Sa police we no. Ni fear no so nchai, wasa kwakọ tough fracasi area community nyina bedan ni tiwudia. Now chese mu fear mu baba mu a short time. Ghana chese me pasa me ni tiwudia. And what dim crofo gum. Enti dia kwabrantie be ni say. What ma say? Chese edu ba bia wo twere ho ahonti ase.
Oya.
What ma say? Eti me show obi tire crofobia ye nim omu. Ye nyina na ye move ya na ye koba. Ye nyina na ye nim ya hoode na ye wo mu. Na say na san crofo to be develop to a certain level bi akwabra ehu o ni ti wu teacher position odi ye na Ghana se be nyansa ense sada constitution for ete ho since and one that system yes we dey obi a defense minister and obi interior minister there on accountable way ni fan bi be ko obi ayen check ti ye swaka kaka na dey koguo na se be nkwase afo achadi omu dia na bi abodam se soldier phone bi abodam police phone bi abodam because ske be ko bi ayen check obi dia ye ko check obi dia ada na ayen check obi police ni te Ghana ha on electricity be on trashe enkwase asemo sa gira me ba yakwa bi ni me wo se ada na me didi me wi ahede o kanim na wo kaka ni kwaso di na wa wuti bom da be yare no so bi aka ho me kaka me wi ahede kakra da manu so offense san crofo we nyina ntua electricity be ntua water be at the end of the day ye ntua no omo sa anye gi esika no omo sa di kwabna de e konso hye be na ete wo
ye o ka ye nyina afa to mate na mido a wa ye minister pen ono so ni fie ti say
o the mate de do pa no pe no what is it because what do not flee go we do I had here no who mate me do fie mi an me ho ntoko ko kire fie no ho ntote ni say mate no officer say me mate me do o ba bi ho na do mate me do fie e ho sensan ho fu no o kwa say obi abiem kwa yem no ko ra there come na nsamo eti atwo na Ghana police service o mu ntua hwe o mu nya bibia mpanifo o man mu e be che Ghana ska nyina di na be ko ni say di ase kwabra say hu and then it one of the billionaire oka ho e da be no be politics they a dear position onya only 8 good years and people in kola kwabra me no ka say isle go nyina ya omodia e kwa be ne be fa so unim jo mama do be president there's no need and kofo we na say special kofo ba so fast track court one pen in the lawyers in oba no ayo na judges say what point no ayo judges straight fast track 2 weeks 3 weeks now mu nyina prosecuting crofo nyina ti majeje omuska sika no to be on mo pe omu mpeo e say kon crofo fie kwaje and then na say me ti program no mani aje kwabra we sika bi on mo yanko fie ntimi nkokofa ma e bi de gu polytank mu enya de ketewa o it is alleged so bi de bia kogu polytank mu e wo north baabi ama crofo mu de kogu mu no ama polytank na yede ayira sika na yira film ama nkrofo asabia mu se wonu omu de kogu mu kwa hwe mo ye hu omu nkrofo na ayira masika no so ayira e wo ma we mu e kwabre ba betra ma nkrofo omo bo ekro no sem na misle gu anu makoma na no NPP meeting am call bi ya nkokko head ye koso kwabra
o kwa NPP meeting
na sem me wulu sem ye spa me be pack me car sam tim sa upie obi hu me pe na masi fom sem me hwese masi sem ni nkrofo mu gu kwabra na hwe land cruiser am de ba ye nu gya wo obi anum ja ena omugumu saa ena ekoso sa eti eba beta o ma we mo amna ko sei do mama wo djuma ye na ndisi nkwala so obi anhye ne sapo mu nsuo because me hu emfaso ni so betwa do mama say wo ba be mo appointment within the 3 months you have to appoint yourself and become a billionaire too your man say na ese kono
evidence any we nya futupa
o da bi which one no say sikana kogu gabi fie be bresa no ko say be nya futupa wo tra ma court be de betra ko fa ba court bi an ko fa ma individual mu ko fa na mu nche eno nya joma ama coffers ni bia enya Ghana coffers individual mu fa grofo de enche asamba na ka min confirm no mutiti isle go bebrebe yi omu fi aye ma and lucky until you so no house boy no house girls you fine ye nim de wiase nyina ekọ
no house girls ni you fine
fine no house boys e so timi sa na
no girls ni you fine
me no you fine say de be ya e da bi on ma ye nwuram sa da no da de be wuram it the first 2-3 months e say list over to be list over what man say 2020 election e ko e kwabra so excavators na ko we no because hwehwe me die o because pick 5 and for fia nto ata na odwara ba mu and election jo mama wo mu wi ayo mo de ko yi 2% ye ba betel ma we mu ama nkrofa fa ne ma ni nyina free ye be bu o mo agibi because yes e be wo she ni one more originally she need the main coffers ni mu according krofo eti uja obi a 50 years obeda so ye nipa unya nipa me kam wate
police officer bi na say no say honto Catch Kodwe Yabua say, Yapani Chawai. Police for Yan she.
Police for catch and say, Uncle, UPS, any Atako, a quanimo. Police for the Ghana armed robbers. One more make honor. Well, bit to be catch and say, and now I give 20, and I'm give 20. I don't come home for 1 week now. Onion Henry City. Our phone go, Kwabena. UPS not Atako within that place one. I come for the big hall. No police in the pass, and also Babacano. Men come home, never 1 week.
Message.
Tell me, I would do our win. No, they were way. We never tell me. You're paid in advance. Kwabena is old. A comedy of fast or doing him ready at the idea. Almost 80 years. Until we had a case, Gomunia Washi, Kikaboda, no money. Goodness. Jesus Christo. Mr. John Mama or Jumaya, or Jumaya, someone who top brandy pub, bray, Yakwaba, bray. Someone proud said, John Mama win the election. Yet, now, a Juma Bobie, answer Juma to a cretina the day. But Sika didn't go for the demono, and said to go eating in Abba. Individually, check will be as a Canadian, and what want to, after within. One this is for the trauma near my last election. You are 2 about year, and this is for 3 weeks, 1 month. No be anyone city. Be 1 to 2 near my year. And people for no when watching Yako with them. As a such a cano. It said dollar is what I come on. I can't say, man. Me pa bonus all the time and cost to say, see ya, my friend, madam for 16-2. If you do nurse, you never do. What's it? But was 16-2. If you do nurse, you not do better 20 and got 25. Damn, the best stretch charcoal, bro. Be a better, I'm telling you. Young Tractor Pocho, be a bedidi. After December 7, be a bedidi. I'll come back to you live at 100.5 Citizen Show. Okay, so see, I'm just catching you. Hello.
Hello.
Aja.
Yes, sir.
Aja.
Yes, sir.
Aja.
Yes, sir.
Oh, why are dead? Yeah.
That's why you're there.
Ah. And maybe I tell your friend say.
You're from Divine.
Oh, which side of Ghana?
We were inclined.
What was a rough or not to say?
Me, 200 and 1,000.
When you're 10 million,
1,000 cities.
10 million. 10 million. I beg you phone so.
I beg so. Sikacha dear.
Peche.
I bet
all right, so that's it. Yeah, that's a pass on here. It's because one here. Why? All right, okay. Yeah, that's it. Me pamcho star 413 hash. The next 15 minutes, me say up to another draw. And trawan kase na Bobie na cheni seni. Tina me kase muncham 5 cities, po 5 cities. 5 cities. Odi abobosia e wo bi chances here. And you be say 20 million. And then Friday. Enti mu a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Monday no. Ya boa mo numbers ni nyina no. Tumu na mumum. Ni abehwe sa pool no mu ni ayi winners. 20 million there e bomu mawa enya asem kuma. Liso abeka say liso akwaba.
Eni akwaba.
Boko there.
Ehu adom.
E dey ready ase. Onto.
Ofa.
Ana kasa ni ebiem. Enti no enya se bia. Yempese obia be gira.
Meja mo ha continue me sha sentem.
Enti we
I am the search as Makati share ne nsem ya. This is not the first time on my show but raising a lot of concerns about how MPP are buying a deplete a state assets, lands, bungalows, everything. Kwadwe abo asoso atimi an list and crofo of my life before, during. Now you are waiting for after. Actually, a idea back pay. A ideology, property owning democracy. O man penikufor a campaign. A 1999. Sabre me kai pa me hu in case or buy me hu Kofi Kura do preku. Ne car no use na ni asromodwe difference bi ani ntemu. Kofi Kura do preku. Ne car no use. Who can it is Astromodri? Astromodri. You chabe. Uti himself when you na abenuwa. A doria cocono. A cocono ninia. Na be Astromodri. Ha. A cocono papa. I don't know. And ya preku can difference be any. A preku. I come more for backo away a friend yat over cream. For that damn of a Emma or qua. No could ride more for I could ride the more queen in a bro fonsa. No the amano, or the new commerce in a crassia campaign, and you see or not the prequestion actually. Eddie nature. Will back or bar no such a pointed a cynical more catcher and so obey president, obey MP, obey bonny dancing in our man, obey MP, who be why you drink how do we? The property owning democracy. Or man penny could forbear a president. Nay, Nima Jumabian buy it. The Tiana say 5-star hotel. Hotel Wawa. List of Tiamina, so I have to memory. Ah, right. I have to memory. Yeah, so Tiamina. Over to memory, Yes. Hotel Wawa, a cocker so, or one penny could for back, or you have so a bobra. A Juma Beno is no to UK. UK, a Brajuma Beno, no, ye. Yantiman say a Juma Crow, ye. Chief for Bobra. To the stand say a catcher could see Pratt across a man. Oh, yeah, man, if I come to just had any picture. Rollins, Bayo Mampeni. Several years. MPP so Montiasa Rollins, a war 80 a year 1 acre plot.
What's Kwakuba say?
I say MPP. Almost so Montiasia, Adentina Rollins, 1 acre plot to so our rage. Rollins, if you're so quiet. Aya patapata o ani abobon sa asase ne so apatapata ni abobon sa bebia na nkrama dakura so sine bebia ni pa
no igbeni obo apata trase no anno odwene no
yenya ho asem kai President Kufuor akosi presidential palace e wo be pono so endi obi amisa obebu ka so President Kufuor abobra yes abobra NDC die obi ye ya
almost John Mahama at a single room change so
John Mahama a president see 3-bedroom house e wonu krom
there be Kufuor the president John Mahama the president Kufuor timanshi John Mahama kwatra estate
rented
3-bedroom there be we dey for say ne dia 3 bedrooms almost there be aden na say wo 10 you 3 bedrooms mu
there be on deserve it Mahama see 3-bedroom house onu krom bole MP folk try picture na the buy. Say Mahama be president aben we sit down. President o. Mahama as president when sit down wa Accra ha. Opposition and we sit down. No orenti. Nanso na hwe. Akufuado e wo opposition. Ni papa fie na no otie. Wode ne manyina Akufuado ma e rent down no muntimi ntua o airport residential. Umitimi shiwi obabesia timi shiwi sana na nyina akata utuka no de bobo nkrofo kam the later misata so do na mani MPP fo nse no bobo ni kam left and right wa ese he obabesia wa ese he wa hia mani nyina wo hu hwe ene Akufuado be president a conspirators ne ko Akufuado mafie apartment de o moto ne se de I say wonam kwa hono so won so bia tu fosu mpaboa ana ho musu ni amano akogina no watobie no sa pepepe insiomnam ye ne ate obi anu wonu man botum beso insiomnam so okwa kodidi won insiomnam Akufuado obe president taben Gabi asorochiri dako kwadwe ebu ankasa no mto ni BMW etiam futuro na Zion train enko 2 kilometers omreko a break down
Gabi shirt twice no dia ko studio no ba sempa Gabi kokole go camp to pom stadium ni mo ese me nam koye ma
mo ena Gabi ko event a what a Lexus echi na before obedu no na cameraman jina hon ma ye video no odu na police ni abonu mu ase e de ama no yes amasa na wawrem property owning democracy. Na de omoye ni nyina no said the Charles McCarthy kae no wo de se wa baba mu kra no wa strike di na ye di ama no anwi aban sika na do awi aban sika mpo na so do koto asase develop ba bia enye de enkenye bone wa wi aban sika asade ato aban japa asade aja aban japa de di develop and to Babanu Yashi. Baby, a Minister of Foreign Affairs is your dine na your tone says you a Chinese brato. Slaha and your boy Eddie man PP4. Professor Mersabaye and Obeji and then the DSC Sadan fe I see ho. Dear MPP was so MPP General Secretary now in tow. A bang bangle one and a yashito. At on a Jake is so tombi. Na Jake susu tombi. O macha banja padie na for say the archive is Independence Square. And no cry no ebia ye nyante for all you know near to because that Independence Square no because I'm married drive no. A ho nyina so aton. Our center a ho nyina aton. This is MPP's ideology. Property owning democracy. Yemra nyamba fuma japade enti ye fom on kan se o kina bi ewo ho. Enti ono no se eye wahu o se wahu yo enye na asem kakane no politicians kura ye japade a omudi nkrofo din ena hihye mu hu ye say de obi ka impunity ye ye de atrewo na skana kwadwo ka se da dem ne de nyabte kwadwo se bre no so a special prosecutor ya obedi anim na yakọ eye special recovery task force e beti group e friend special recovery task force enti obeye ye can say informant na ya recover side no to me say
asma kwadwo reason no one of Ghana for at this work when they meet you on the street they ask you ain't this can crop for ye wie jomama betimi retrieve scan
nana you see le bia makasa asem say mahama ni tiri mo den sina kufuado ba wonim nyansa ntini nkrofo hu
wo de court be mo ntimi nye says ka wo de court be mo ntimi nye emunya court
kwajo me say mahama ni tiri mo den sina kufuado wonim nyansa ntini nkrofo hu ayese krama ni aginamoa ayese kofo ade a aginamoa hu obabu na nchie ne krama bi po wo
timi odi ke kufuado
obi onu ankasa ni nua onu ankasa ni krom ni na appoint ni nyonko pa was set up committee me probe ni de kotum National Service Secretary nyama hama na set up committee no mu hwem national security wanye nkrofo japade o confiscate nkrofo japade
so esa accession say as a as we nimyan senti ni pedim them people knows John Mahama will deal with them. They know. That is the only reason why they are always out there trying to make sure, say, he never takes the reins of power again. They know
a month ago.
They know how John Mahama will deal with them.
About a month ago.
So don't let it.
Nana metina haka say so ye ndisi. They know. Now num say wo de wo twa man ni siaba no abeje position no abokro no a. Na se Mahama mo appointment amenye eye trap odu betum. Yes, odu na no kan.
He's very blunt.
He mentioned it. Yes, okay. Oduba tum so. Because no. On me kovao. Say we are wine. We are the chrome ni, we are the busiani. And so what? Na power na eba, na power na sisa. Sa National Air Recovery Task Force na kodwe beti now. I want you to be part of it. Enye aban adwuma o. Say aban ena kodwe da bi. Why yaje wasasi amfa kwampa so aje isle go kwana kwaje wasasi because enkrofo di amanyotumi a chinchim nkrofo sa dwomaja pade na sa wo ya amanyoni no wi aban sika e de akogu fie na yaba si e ba abechiawo na ye ba be hu seda no sika no gu dem na ya sesa de aba bre be kire kwankra afa so nya o sika na beje a we e akoto asem koto asem be ni wo nkrofo akofa nkrofo ko wi a ye pai Yampai. So we get there. Yabedu nyabetre mesi yabedu pepepe. Enkrofo be sha ase atomeja pade. Say ska no abuswa momusro. Enti na so obi a invest obi a di sidan no.
Oye be sa gidan na ton.
Obi a di di sidan because ni ska dey go. Sa no mo ye no. But back on a mention before list obeba on a Alaji Ibu
Timothy.
No Alaji Ibu. Se opese one Mahama. Pacho bet masaboni ni bi mama because me pese me take.
What's happened?
Tony no the kind. or person ne Mahama a debate. Also person ne Mahama a debate. Ghana ha yawo yenuanemu a omo ye mpasresem omo ye comedians. Na no omo ye reality show bi kra o TV so a na ye upcoming comedians. A obi a free say wo de ho osre oti mani pasre no. Bra na be kire wo talent. Sa program ne baaye no. Menhunu obi a onye comedian or participate obi o participate ye bia a comedian. Yeti Ghana ha yenim se Bawumia de we the most expensive comedian in Ghana, highest paid comedian in Ghana. The only comedian in Ghana o ko ba bia police for the enemy is Bawumia. Mahama nye comedian. To see the name Mahama a debate man ye. Wa Bawumia no aka say wo de oye driver estimate wo nya driver. Enti afi na ope EST ano. Ye ma online sisi ye. Driver mate wo ye den driver eye debate man ye. Bawumia level eye Kwadonko. Kofi Akpalu. That's Bawumia level. Because omo nyina so ni economy ni mu nsempa. Omo bia so ni wa president da. Enti so ope debate a ko ne no omo nkonko debate. Wo ka kire Mahama in 2016. Ebra na wona ma wudi trokufu adoto yampia. Sabre na CD esen. To dollar na esen na petrol a gallon na 14.
I'm afraid that he's running away. I am looking forward to a debate with John Mahama on the economy. I am looking forward to a debate with John Mahama on the economy, on the country, on the governance. But I'm afraid that he's running away from a debate. Isn't it? His people say he doesn't want to debate. But he doesn't want to debate because he knows I will expose the emptiness of his policies. He says he has a 24-hour economy that he cannot explain. It's as empty as an empty barrel. He cannot explain it. None of his people can explain it. They say they will be exporting lions and elephants. But when we meet mano a mano, we can debate and the country will see where our policies lie. And that is where we should go. We should give the country an opportunity to listen to us. But if he chooses not to debate, I will continue to sell my policies to the people of Ghana and you will take the decision. I am looking forward to a debate with John Mahama.
Ran lying to Ghanaian voters. Mahama invited the Kufuado to a debate. You say Bawumia so Mahama on kononko debate market women. And now by where debate market women. You say Bawumia. Now no back at so Muba Bermunwa and Woodtrans say okay. We say we need the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Ken Ofuriatta and Umache. Economy no. And you know the governor of the Bank of Ghana on one share exchange rate, you know. Now Ken Ofuriatta and economy. Would you or air digitalization? So why do you want to debate Mahama on economy and not digitalization? Na nini no most at times Ghana for a tenase nyansa for tenase na se bio nkwase for set agenda na yedi so anope mi kana mesa ka bio okoye nuano mo pantan psychiatric hospital mo ye Ghana for ya busuafo ne wo mo same as members of parliament gu ma shebedwe for mo so ya busuafo nanso se ye be hye ye nkɔhye wo pantan ye kɔhye wo parliament ye di program bi ba ye kwaje busia for a future ye nkonkom approve our pantan ye approve our parliament. It means we are not supposed to allow enkrofo sebio omo adwemu how ana adwemu yade to decide for Ghana our current situation in the future. That be if Bawumia wants to debate Bawumia your level no maybe go to pantan. You can debate from pantan. because you are not really making any sense to Ghana for who make any sense bia. When are we head of economic management team? Come and explain to Ghana for why and $1 is 16 Ghana cedis. We see no mean yet. Ekufuado since 2019 be seen on country. But explain it to Ghana for the entire oil money kesiye ya obetu ya wudi ye nyina no. Ene ye foto ahodo Mahama ebode to ho. Sinking fund, stabilization fund, investment fund, get fund, ama metu nyina no. Mo di ni nyina dia quick loan. And all these accounts, Sikanya told me at 70 quick loan. Crane in the call. Come and explain to Ghana for the only says can you also now Mahama should offer you because you know say Mahama is the man of the moment. And to you who person orally on Mahama's popularity. To say what? Say I will continue to say my policy by it is possible. What is possible was it is possible. Policy by and ko open Mahama popularity no aha when say Ghana for do no ano omunya wo say Mahama call live say pe event bi Mahama obi ante no be a Akufuado event bi Mahama be kwase Akufuado nko event bi Mahama be kwase ba omia nko for the past 2 years ni monitor na hwe because Mahama nyawura wo say pe na asa to onim say enya kasa debate Mahama be bia ene Ghana fo nyina be petie no use that popularity opportunity no na or the attorn ho and the policy and it say Mahama so man dia ene meko so anu mato me policy ben ena ba omia so wo de Ghana for ba omia sam a o kan onam a wo edwa nanum nyina no what is say ba omia ka say oba investigate and possibly probe now prosecute and crofo a ebi o me commit corruption under this Akufa what be that ba omiati wa no ma kanka ne produce because on ranka so a candidate he's a thief oil for money policy boy a candidate
he's a thief
oni na busia for ni sisters ne brothers contract inflation omo na omo ya candidate
this is the ekwo wia bobo ya 400
mo
ore na mo
because ba omia na supply yes spy food enti ba omia si the case ono ba obe probi eye MPP. He has nothing to say. Now, like I said, me so me that sorry na NDC for say okay. I'm flag bearer John Dramani Mahama. Omo on person on debate ba omia. Ana former president John Dramani Mahama na kasaba so me person me debate ba omia. Nana me I will not I won't blame them, but I'll be highly disappointed. Say well-established politician, verified politician, man with integrity, visionary like Mahama. Any Baumia share the same platform, say almost share ideas. I'll be highly disappointed. Because Baumia some also by the digitalization obey no. And you mean you Mahama ye. Economy near the share one sana went to me and where you near free home. And now Mumba set first a agenda was set here. Say only a vice president. One on implemented 32 policies. And Mahama and so much the policy a hodwa or by now Mahama cried one pay attention. Will be quite a kubus as I say social intervention. When Mahama touched on social intervention, what social intervention really mean? Mrs. and Chofa know what the money now be any metra war. How many of Ghanaian journalists knew say get fund, the fund alone a social intervention? How many of them? How many of them in the class we see school dying at the mom of Fracotinamo a social intervention? How many of them knew say ensure wa cry now Professor Mers Mama government ebe over 40 million gallons per day at the Kahuna Microphone and Sunum etime dane a punsio and so croje my no more a social intervention. How many of them knew? They didn't know. Because according to MPP, social intervention.
Ask how many of us knew?
According to MPP, social intervention national health insurance scheme. Yes, yet here kojo yusuka, yenye yusuka. Afibi obi etua insurance.
Utua insurance intervention.
Se police for etua national insurance ewa. Ya chew du ko jina court. Intervention. Oko kan na catch us a free SHS. Na no Mahama. Ejina ho catch them say na free SHS want to launch here. The videos are there. Progressive.
Later no NDC for a popo the policy.
Say, Ubu some say NDC the band can pull video and any panel more kind, they cannot pull anything. They cannot pull anything. And wo na also wo buy no. Uyi Mahama Juma or ye. Take Mohammed's legacy out of this Akufo-Addo government. Never said this government makes me survive even a day. A day. So makes me survive here. Akoshifu aban. Uba na Mahama decide futu we nyina go sinking for nyina de go. We dini nyina. Wo de wudi ja legacy debt. Eka wodi a wo se otuane interest wuntimi ntua. Emiro fosika wedi. And some fosika wedi obia sika edi unborn generation for sika ade odi jo mo ye debt. Then Bawumia say I want to debate Mahama on economy. I want to debate Mahama on governance. Do you know what is unim quite possible? Mahama catch on 2016 say none of you guys has been a president before, so you don't have any right to criticize me. He didn't understand. One tiasie who was set 170 questions for a later Misata, the head of economic management team then. Minim say examiner bia and a teacher be or best set questions, they are student in all answers. Say ya no was set questions in the man Misata. No. Say ya no one year to Obama on be vice president. After 8 years, what questions now was set here no for answers bra na yensha untimi for answers nema. Now I say I want to debate Mahama.
But you know say I already question now can unim say I feel na me hu di ntia emisata Bawumia the questions come on
one no
Dabi the ntia Bawumia the questions ne come on emisata ne say he wanted to have a methodology say obeye mampania be the chira obe use die $100 ne so. Because if he had answers to the questions he gave to Emisata, he would have used it to resolve the economic crisis.
Emisata was the first person who said Bawumia was mental issue. Yeah, the late Emisata were very smart. He was the first person who said Bawumia was mental issue. So,
I say, oh, okay, just to prove myself, say I'm capable of answering the questions. No, I've answered the questions. Then Bawumia would have had a manual to govern the economic woes. And can Ruha. Only say
you be surprised because Misata provided answers in a cram and implementation cram to me.
No be our kind
because minimobia wabo apoashe no ho. Aba apoashe no ho. Now akwa to na the question nato. Na oya trust na was a deviate. E da animo otro. Na so asa tro deviate. So the answers in the man cry now. Kobesa trust 30 or born for no. Records burn and about Bawumia. Nina a media made. That's what I'm saying. Say Ghana and Central for nobody should sit somewhere, especially the hypocrite, and ask why are we here? When we know say Ghana and Central for when someone contributed the Ghana for Bejina Babia. Now no program na kono and watch Adeche with radio TV. Omo friend Crawford call ye sit no more questions in it. Oh yes, Mahama really did well. Mahama explained things. Mahama has proven that he knows everything about the economy. But the problem is Ghanaian politician has created trust deficit in the minds of Ghanaians. So it's hardly to believe whatever Mahama is saying. So we don't know whether he can do it or not. This is what they say. When Mahama track record that one say, now Mahama ye bibia twam 8 years ago. Was it a baby? Gina do ye can no soon di dance a chere say ampa. When to me and you went to where the show sound to me.
That has always been my argument.
When to me,
it's not like any pano or any pavo for our bow. So now it gives you the opportunity.
What did Nwaba say?
Do a better comparison. You see, in 2016, the reason why Ghanaians, at least, even though those who voted Akufo-Addo Bawumia are foolish people, Oman had the opportunity to do that comparative analysis.
Yes, and now you have it.
Now you are lucky that nipa no omo kono nyina no ya so omo mienu nyina ahwe. So then we are in a better situation to analyze omo a substance say e dey no mo dey eba on board. So if you come back and you come and tell me we don't know whether Mahama will do it. Is it true Mahama eja dollar any city of force?
The answer is yes.
Is it true say Mahama manage Emma Ghana Aviation. Sika nke say ba ban ho. Omutimi ye DC terminal 3.
Etimi DC whole airport. The answer is yes.
Is it true say John Mahama etimi ma eye Ratri Park e Kumasi Emma Kumasi Kejetia Emma Aferi Hospital Emma first face of Kumasi Airport?
The answer is yes.
Is it true say one wankobu la hospital and go from Enjaomo? Name Range Hospital no oja old one was see new one a true.
True.
And what do you want to know again?
Is it not true? Say Mahama Abamu, ni DCs, ni ministers will be into Galamsey. Is it not true? Is it not true? Say Mahama na Abamu. Wow, we are corruption be or chill be no. Others will be you ready. I'm your prosecutor.
No, even hearsay.
Hearsay, Kekakrano in Crawford. Is it not true? It is true.
Mahama is it not true, sir? Jida, one for so mama refunded 50 million.
Is it not true, sir? Mahama and setting up a committee to prove Jida? The answer is yes. Is it not true? So, a report no command no. They say Mahama and the mom must say Mufama media na Ghana Punina. The answer is yes. Mahama so create sinking fan. Ediska Gumsa Wachreba Ghana Yengo. Is it not true? The answer is yes. It's true. Mahama create. Next them. The answer is yes. Sikane the day Akufa the ban or dear COVID. Is it not true?
Bas on constitute committee.
I'm Refaniska. The answer is yes. Is it not true? Say even Krase, the sector minister, the late Jifa Ativo. Sikana Nkogunu Botom. The mere fact is one a sector minister no. She was meant to resign. And she resigned honorably.
Yeah.
Now we was our track record as I say Oma create trust deficit in the minds of Ghanaians, so we can't really say can't really trust Mahama Beya and answer what Mahama ye programming Nana Sunday and Friday will be at me fast check one claim made by Mahama, one fast check a Air Force.
I'll come back to you. And then we have more time live on Accra 100.5. Me name say me running a day way mamma ana listo obabo cafe. Okay, we bo because as we speak PUW you right? Am I right? Is it PU or P Public Utilities Workers Union, yeah. Also aircore strike. Okay. Then TUC, then nurses and midwives also call strike. Then other. But Bobie, Nana, so we book cafe bia tifri owie. Napo ama apology. Say wakakan kwasi asem. But Monfa Encheno. I don't know if you want to go there. Yes.
I'll start from that.
You say Baumia is trying to present himself as the opposition leader. Even the opposition leader no krano one Jomame prehon intimodia yes o minor say enkrofo bre but say na Baumia ba onu be ni ye ubisa say na Baumia ba e dey na obetumi ya say no vice president want be amwa Akufo-Addo amananye Akufo-Addo say eye Baumia na di o man nanim on na economic ayi ni nyina ohhese was there be enyamia Akufo-Addo na assign niema me Baumia me ba I will do things differently. Yes, we are MPP ni na wotie me I know, but catch me we nya Jimmy sem ni nipa na catch me. Baumia will go and complain about port charges. Say, or no Baumia or no your vice president. Now, or your head of economic management team. Complain actually Ghana for so on TSA say Togo charges ever from a Ghana port. You are too stupid. You are very stupid to say these things. And please, when we say this, obianidi obiatem, you are too stupid. You are stupid because you can't take my taxes. Me Bobie Ansah, me betra na me kase wi a. Ade bia me to bia ye betete me taxes na adwuma me ye mu taxes ni ade no. Ya no bi ne adi tua ba omiaka. How can I take a fool? How can I employ a fool to chop my money without doing anything? Or we are not be complaining actually. How possible? There is nothing like Obi a penny. Nobody can use political position as to just Ghana and penning for. Who is Ghana and penning for? Who is Ghana and penning for? Who is Akufo-Addo? Who is he? Oya wine. Oya den. Oya wine. Oya den. Ne so fast one say, I can't employ a fool. You take my taxes. And the reason why you told us that you want Ghana. And your MPP for unquote taxes near the Tia Baumiani Akufo-Addo Kao. Say ya ina yesika eko eya o man coffers mu a ya hwehwe Bobie Ansah de say Bobie Ansah taxes nie ya yi no ato atwene. And I'm a Ghanaian, probably even a more Ghanaian than Bawumia. And even more Ghanaian than Akufo-Addo. So you take my taxes. You enjoy my taxes. And I say, wait me a yesika someone to so. Look, my colleague, radio worker. Take it easy. Think about this. The reason why young for minor man say, oh, pot, you can make it better. Oh, importers, omo baju omo. Oh, say. And the state is using me taxes to pay you Bawumia. Oh yeah, I didn't know so bad. No, or Jay be catch them say, yo no one wakra say Togo. Port charges ever from a chain, Ghana, Bawumia. What do you expect me to say? You go and hire somebody to come and work in your home. Also, Bejo 5,000 Ghana a month. Obedi do twice a day. Obanum in Subotu 2 a day. Oya obedware wona be man semina na Ansah no wako. Adwuma bi wo fie wa wono aka so we de medi afri ho. Then after 1 or 2 years, the person, the laborer now kofa no afro masa. Hey. Nwanwa kura se wadwuma we adwuma ba ko na wo fia no ye no efo pa. Nwanwa se odi edin. Entu ba ya edin no. O complain actually me no amafo adwuma no say me nkonko ya na ase menye. I hope you understand the analogy. You insult the person, say you are a fool. And that is what we don't want. We don't want unnecessary complaints. We have given you a job to do and you are complaining. Makaveli Makafu, okay, all right. Moses Ajalo, watching us live from Lagos, Nigeria. Daniel, this is Commander. Watching you live from Doha. Now, Commander, please let your team check government lands around Nkrumah flats as Latebio Koshi. Oh, Oma Tony, forget it. They are selling everything. So, Canada, Japan, na medene shas yema wene on Bawumia. A failure, a failed person. enye enkoyi nti sɛ ɔnkɔfo obi mɛka no ho a another blockhead Napo, very useless boy like Napo, very useless boy. Anyway, so mame Ansah records bakum you may deal with SNET and I'll deal with this free SHS issue. May deal with SNET. And me follow social media. Last week, now therefore me follow social media no. Dia me srepa, onim dia me srepa. Aye, MPP communicator na ya no kontra PCFM no. Offer say, Openia Jekum. Dia oko PCFM oni Kwame Sifa kan no. Openia Jekum, that old man. MPP for communicator no. Why no say oye neutral? Why no say okasa say obi a oye statesman oye neutral? Meanwhile, also so no, your friend say, MPP card a crowd. I mean, we are tired of this nonsense. There be more to take MPP meetings. You see, most of them I worked with despite companies, so I know them. Those days, me hello from my diagram common time because my spirit never likes them because of bonne nyachume wo mumuntino. I never get close to them. No. Now, this free SHS, you know, on only the Mekohunu, I think Ghana Web, Openia Jekum. Ekufuado brought free SHS. Ekufuado brought free SHS. Why are they? It's good to acknowledge what the MPP has done. But when it's got to the wrongs, aya MPP aya na yo Openia Jekum den papa ya no bet me abube every 8:45 amanabo 10:30 to 11 Kwame yo Kwame Kwame tie yase ucho ko tsamato na nyasi no yashi no so busano Openia asewi modu kwasi asewi mu be na edu we agimifo be akromfo be eba ye asantefo ye bu nyina ya de bokro no nya gatra ma to nya na nya se na chese onua kodi bone MPP ni adi bone, and for him to talk about it, no unim time no busa be no time na eja demo no mo kopa for la foko no eduro no kwa o to gatra ma nya na nya na nya kasi abewe o to katrema area na katrema dane na mo a on to so nwe so katrema o so ono be dane no ho nam na ntwi a on to na ntwi nwe mami. So I heard this man claiming, you see, and come person the same way no Akufo-Addo ye kromfo no a wo criminal no but omo nyina no personal interest o sa ajekum no a Peace FM no unu say na ne ba reporter presidency yes na ne ba ene Akufo-Addo nenam no aye adwo Man FM mesre onyame mfa ne currency maye say abrante na kam kakra waka baby no presidency ajekum ne ba they all have interest. They say Ghana for any abio chale we know the joke o about for any abio kwasi any Ghana bio no won't be nchire obi ahwe won't be nchire obi ahwe upa brunuya ma de enche won't be je foku nothing. This man is telling us when you are finding a voice telling us your friend is say also say free assets in there Kwame Nana Akufo-Addo dan Kwame Nana our friend say Akufo-Addo granted they say I've been who need border Nana Akufo-Addo dan Akufo-Addo, is that right? Akufo-Addo dan what is his name? Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Okay, all right, okay, that's fine. But it is so simple. I will just give you this, just brief touch on this free SH. The free SHS, free education, is enshrined in our constitution. Free education is enshrined in our constitution. Okay. Your constitution no the PNDC emuna NDC free buy omonkwa in consultations with other stakeholders and etro on my way ya memuo emra constitution MPP and Trobi, because now MPPs for say choba ene baba for ena kwakwa on my constitution no omuntimi ne choba ne baba for ntrase emfa adwene to anko. So the free education concept if in Nkrumah time, then because the PNDC NDC believe in the ideas and ideologies of Nkrumah, omo adapt here and the share ye kunini amemu mremu constitution book no de share mu. So on paper enye new free education ye new ade bia ye new, right? Akufo-Addo ehui ano yes or the bear politics. Okay, so the politics no or shall say or the no, the idea was that me the free SHS ba. The only argument of the NDC is that because NDC for the share 1992 constitution say a progressive. What I said, then as you are going, you build on it. Akufo-Addo say no. Meme de yanya wholesale free SHS. Ye ni progressive bia. that was where the disagreement came. Enti na John Mahama no mo calculate say also be free SHS wholesaler. This is the financial burden. But let's do it progressively. You shall say in a progressive manner. Ebe boye ama yetimi atoto enye mani ye. Ama nkwala no wan hen. So let's start dealing with your friend say the day students. So they started with the day students. And omo deba. Now, young Kosha John Mahama time on launch a year free, progressive free SHS. And let me choose my words carefully. So watch John Mahama launching the progressive free education. Netie asemwa okaye. Say our office. Baby bia will be ano.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the singular honor of declaring the progressively free senior high school program duly launched. And I believe that this intervention will bring significant relief to parents and households. Beginning this academic year, we are removing fees for all day students attending public senior high school. Under the progressively free secondary education program, government intends to make going to secondary school free through a progressive absorption of the costs that are currently borne by students and their parents. We will eventually get to the stage where every senior high school student will have the opportunity to go to school free. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the singular honor.
This is His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Talking about progressive education, free education. Hassan Watala says, Bobie, come to Achimoda Government Hospital, no oxygen. Progressive free education. Uti Mahama statement. Okay. Now, the argument between Mahama and Akufo-Addo got thickened in 2016 when they were like, oh, Charlie, yeah, they see a ban wholesale. And wholesale no omudi we need. Omu we need no 20 me ba so nya Akufo-Addo de no ne napo on Akufo-Addo commanding and napo de no on how much they have paid. Obey Education Minister, how much they have paid. No, okay, all right, good. So 2017, me ba 2017 budget. I can offer na kai. Watch this. 2017 budget. Information me de mamu nyina no. Munyim fanko abonti. Commander, I thank you for the explanation of the free senior high school because it was in the Constitution of Ghana which MPP did not understand. Omoti ase, omo ancho constitution ni bi, but openia jokum penny we onim nyansa say free SHS, free education to tertiary level ewo your constitution when politics blinded on empenifo anka so omo boaye ne akekere oman no omo dane duabroni no omo de odwan omo akata omo All the media practitioners are aware that free SHS is in our constitution and it is Nkrumah's policy. So this is the progressive free SHS video. A fact, you can't take it away. Me say the thin line was between progressive and wholesale. What you say? The NDC were against the wholesale. Like, look, let's take our time. Then people say, okay, the Nkrofo as a free SHS, the country, even if we destroy our school structures. Okay, so 2017, made the idea to a year Facebook page. 2017 budget reading Kenoforiata on education. Me pacho what a trotrum or officer be obian kaibi misremo ukra a year smartphone will be Facebook nkwa on Accra FM Citizen Show. Make out say ene memo didi peche CM just catch there and memo didi peche star 413 hash star 413 hash by 3:30 memo bo a year me winners. You better draw on your ball. You better a beer. And the man did follow a process. No. Now, may the 2017 na MPP ne wa bemu or budget reading on education. Me pacho edaha yi never more bia monse Samosego. Please, the question here is who implemented the free SHS for the general population? The free SHS was for general population. Ekufuado at the borders and the beka, that is the wholesale. Yafo bianca home. John Mahama started with day students across the country. Ekufuado say Yamfa borders and kahon. That is the only difference. Samuel Sego, that is the only difference. Ekufuado say Yamfa borders and kahon. John Mahama say Yan started with day students. And a sharp contrast never. So when you ask me wholesale free SHS, Ekufuado. Wholesale free SHS, Ekufuado. Progressive free SHS, John Mahama. What do you say? Is it a constitutional instrument? Yes. A memo and for the trial, a constitution, no NDC. So how come I will be on no trial my constitution? Now they are shame. Say, Obeba free education, I know no bemo. I say on my way, a bambia baswa. A bedroom baby need free education. Our constitution. Now a penny we say also a professor so Korean certificate to say or confer free you. Say your friend say now read it. The media to Facebook no just read it. Education. On education. Listen to me. Also in the education sector, planned expenditure for 2016 was 6 billion Ghana cedis. Of this amount, 3 billion, representing 49.07% was expected to be allocated to basic education. Okay, so let me come to the second paragraph. Other social intervention expenditures in the sector, that's the education sector, for the period under review included an amount of 71.91 million Ghana cedis for the provision of subsidies to senior high schools. Then 25 million Ghana cedis for the implementation of the progressively free SHS. Other social intervention expenditures. MPP for so mobile. Now your friend say John Mahama aye. Our education sector no 25 million Ghana cedis for the implementation of the progressively free SHS. Where Jimmy, what Tiasia, one Tiasia. We are professor and where Jimmy. My politics do anymore, where Jimmy. And yet, why meeting?
More down.
What Jimmy? Look, we are not going to pamper anybody. We'll be any time about pamper will be now. Society free. I say, why meeting? Now it will be. I don't come say fuck. I now see yourself a Yatamas Ako or South Africa.
I not you.
Yadibu.
Not you.
Why meeting? What's your account?
But it's all cast of movie didn't go no move. I was same way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, move it. You guys on
Bube. We are seeing baby.
I think you're on and
the now to throw.
And the sound. You're 3 and soon.
Yeah, Asawa division. Asawa division. O Jimmy Kano Gre.
SSS tree subject from Comuchum, every school.
There's a Jimmy and also. I wanted the air to their own benefit.
Omubu besa onimse adenesi
enya no the back at
no the ebe no bube no the akata na ba ko so atiem hey radio mode I beni obeso so atwi hey obeni radio mode
kasi asem o dia je la so di eji
ade no nipa ne ka no obt
wo no bitu awie no abetena o so pani ye de ejimi fo o pani ni sao won kanya nsesem bi
Dabi a
problem.
But we'll say, so I implementing a free SHS. Then you have issues with even food provisions. You have issues with providing them a nyama kakra or more bed running a free SHS. No, what is the need?
Bobie ain't free. You see, Sadia no also one day, but the Yan is a headmasters and headmistresses. Omuninesru. Wamumranya wofu eko school obi meka nkyere me say e free de ye kom sisi e
yeah
obi meka onye bold say ye ko secondary school na ko to so ko breakfast aduane ama pan and tea say sa na eko so ho no mo a na wofu okwa ka o mo bo no say je ka so mo ntwa fees crime senke
ka so
nipa ne kwa wo betua bed ka wo betua PTA wo betua we betua we e de na so mo ntua.
No, but you need your bed in the first panometria.
Ninja, how did your bed? Maybe because secondary school, because I'm got a member.
I see.
How did it your ega? Ninja, me say they so difficult. Now you're a boy on Casafoni. Now I get only free as a bound for COVID. Yadia Crayum Crayuska, Yadia Echemwa, if we are seeing now one cousin I'll be announced to say COVID and you hope you add any you want to.
Jayas Minyai, obey anyway, Jay. Quakuatin Kokaya. Now, both
not a quack to a Daniel film fast. Cause I'm going across for Quakume. Now, Munda party. No, what him now? Quay will this and who won't get general. Now, Namotete, move share Kukumwa, Namoka, who they're going to you be a woman Necasa, Nan as I see young Trasso in your war.
I had the other call over Ubejao.
And your way the body motion one can't general. Ah? Quara? Eti weno mama mane ha mo so oye free SHS bibia nana Akufo-Addo wa be wie sika onye free SHS wo babia
free SHS no ya ka ho asem no kra no winim say 2022 budget a omode ba kire ye no wa exceed almost 6 billion.
Yes,
no abegina wo say why you should be 4.6 billion. Why we are moving 1.3 as 1.4 billion Ghana cedis.
We say
what this kind of
what the abeda Ghana for so a policy ne buy ya obi aka free no found here sa buy we baby a problem will be on musika education also me free SHS problem na ba no ma from one fee sika ya de buy ye ni afa ho ya sika bibia ye problem bia apia tisika na no aye
no ma
wia di eni to mo de bia mo bomba is a problem bi mra. No munyo say tam.
No ma allow cash out.
It's a cash out to Kwabena almost short code ne kro mu. Papa cash out.
There be a cash out
to Kwabena.
There be a cash out.
Look. Send you go for to be a real man. And yet me one was some go for goods home. One more goods home nya Kwabena.
sika ana boni omadi no okabomu a ne boendu 1 billion Ghana cedis kofo ye wi o more than 600 billion cedis on ticho
dollars and cedis
600 in the dollars billion that's a 50 billion dollars o mafako
bro
and e bi jomo pass
oni bro
o ti ase na ukoye sa nyo
bro hwe na u de opa fa Egypt African Cup no nkwa akura never PDS
so mo ko hebe bi o Bible mu nyina o se yaba ne aba ye be ko baby ni
fa amna yo makotu yi
amna yi kwa de 758 no under declare no kra de o kan no kra
abo
because 58 no buy ye no ye hwehwe mu na se bia fa nkofo sa
abo akufo do mu fa o man we sika kra no e be bro be 78 billion dollars
nkwa betumi nkwa be ko de obo
ehwo agudie mayo
de obo de ko Guyana no nkwa Guyana
ehwo agudie mayo se gold o ma wia
e say bonus e no o so gold na osre
yeah gold o ma wia ne
ya krom wan panin fo ya ebu ba kese yi entumi amu ba nka nkyere ba o mia nya akufo ado se mo se ye o gold ye de kwa koto oya mi hu bi da gold no to anya dollar na benya
ye no na benya
enti gold dudu se ne de akọ Dubai ho na mo te na mo se mo ba mpanimfo mo na mo ye mpanimfo mo bu be ebe mo ba ni bi che akufo ado mo bi che ba o mia wa ko fela konta not UAE ana na bogeg
se na konta ni fie wo Isle go
na wo sa ko jiri ba ko wo so sa wo se jiri bi wo so mo ba besi ebusuan dan na oti dan wo se be wo wani o mo ko jiri ni nyina agui skafo amantem ene sa ban.
Okay, so Ghana for now, even with a Kufuado a wholesale free SHS no, yenko tie eye adokofo na dwene on eye wholesale free SHS. Then they should tell us adokofo and Kenoforiata too, they were against eye free SHS. You see, oh yeah, the idea now, oh yeah, no, oh they say, oh mine, and now obia a catcher or say, a choir will fast or implement the idea, oh be say, oh mine, oh be say, oh mine, was say, you are against me because unya ni pamba kumyenubi. Monkwa bonten kwa kase.
Support abanu ma praise abanu bebre. How them tiase o makasa me tiase pa. So here educational program bia I saw doing quality ho. Na mentia se sa akola wa tumi akọ GIS etue sika bebre ko duru secondary a asiba pass we nisika no nisika then na okutumi call primary ko tue sika say the economy of the country no is in a fragile state intimestre se betumi apa Ghanaians a chawni atiasia. I'm all for SHS being free but in kema 1 year be matoso e be do na ka economy na e firma say mom be ka say implement in September. Either intervene but na band the capi and now quality no be very, very low to the amount for can you support me support to abanu ma praise abanu bebre how them tiase o makasa me tiase pa. So here educational program bia I saw doing quality ho na mentia se sa akola wa tumi akọ GIS etue sika bebre ko duru secondary a asiba pass we nisika no nisika then na okutumi call primary ko tue sika say the economy of the country no is in a fragile state. Intimestre, see between a Ghanaians a chawni atiasia. I'm all for SHS being free, but in Kema 1 year be matoso. E be do na ka economy na e firma. Say mom be ka say implement in September. Either intervene ye, but na band the capi and now quality no be very, very low to the amount for can you support to abanu ma praise abanu bebre. How them tiase o makasa me tiase pa. So here educational program bia I saw doing quality ho na mentia se sa akola wa tumi akọ GIS etue sika bebre
enko mu mfa nkyere no se ade no ti adokofo se ye per quality anya quantity emese na maye tobo
yes
na ba hwe be wiase na de ka me pa cho kwame yantie na se caterers wo mu no aduane bi
o mede no mo no na wan de twa mu ka
yanti ana sese no enkwala no omo sabe ena yem no madidi ayeka ena no obi de ne ba prospectus send me I was shocked.
No sanity you see wo ba na make say
I was shocked.
Omo ya na ye free SHS no dede no omo ma any secondary school so omo nim de ekoso ho pa on ka omo the first person be chese Akufo-Addo na de omu ni say aban mu mpanifo no dodo say no mo mba ko school di bi
obi abania
omo ma nyina ko rochi
aduchumba ekọ school US na poni buy one onu so ko school US
en fa omo
Gabi Emma
o chase
ekọ school US Bako ana wa GIS
no kura ba o twemu akwa no ebusu wanya no ho ama ya akoro
Gabi we nyeska Gabi me wa sempa oba panel no so Gabi shirt ne na ho
be kai papa
Gabi
be kai papa be kai papa
me hwe no ho ne ne yobia bi
e de wanya ama na busu
ana Gabi sata me ne gina akora me ho akono chen no
ona still up to date
and Gabi then I know Gabi to Lexus V8
ye bie no
ne ye bie no asi for no to the nine no da na kwase apros ni bi su ya yes sir na bie ni Jimmy
no ja do local politics na posa police we try to push you no
Adam ye ni Jimmy you see akwase ya we ya Gabi ye ni ba
o try to push ne boss ne boss no abasa
Abraham na Gabi abo
ne boss no
boss and from the shirt ne anian wine ne color no mitri ya ne sa Gabi Udim say since then I never like to be his friend na me person obey my downfall because me hunu ne ho fa so obi
as obi a won say that only locus
Dabio
no man who locus
apart from say on be your mind sika say onipa mbu wo mo no Gabi nkwa nam kromo hwan ne bu no
na up to date no wi an no enye one more appointment kokko pachewa I mean who cares
because how can me Bobie Ansah na ECG yes here to ECG PDS na Gabi na negotiations ema me on behalf of me how
na
Ghana Japade ye ton a Gabi na ye negotiations how
ure fi America de na boache jako eka former minister of energy so no ye minister of energy no ye kwa kodi America no a na oman no nyina Gabi na negotiate mai wono so oni position o amamo fun say di eje na sa amamo fun e na hey serious amamo fun say
yeah wo de ye baba on this asema na NDC ni Ghana for Kana na adokufo Kano no now tie Kenoforiata on the free SHS listen to Kenoforiata ono sata wana na finance minister na onim said ye eniema sitie
the issue of free education I don't think it's something that any of us can compromise on, you know, and true it may be that there have to be changes. The issue of free education I don't think it's something that any of us can compromise on, you know, and true it may be that there have to be changes in the way in which we are administering it. You know, I can't take my child to Achimota or Dogono and then leave him or her and drive away and Kenoforiata not pay anything, whilst I can pay for 10 people. We need to
so why did you implement it then?
We need to question, well, you need to begin to get the data to then be discriminatory in how and who pays and who doesn't pay.
But you could have done that before, Ken.
I'm not sure that we have... If you
start with the free SHS and then now you're saying, okay, 90,000 have come on board, but there are a lot of people who have benefited who could have paid.
Yeah.
So why didn't you get the data before you started the policy? Now we're told we're going to have a multiple stream
You're
of admission.
actually going to have maybe 180,000 more people.
Yeah.
But Bernard, you know, I mean, each soul is important. You'd rather make that mistake to get, if it is a mistake, to get everybody in the system, for the nation to then begin to have a conversation and say, okay, this is good for us because we want our human capital, you know, to a certain level, but maybe let's begin to adjust it this way. The issue of free education, I don't think it's something that any of us can compromise on, you know, and true, it may be that there have to be changes in the way in which we are administering it. You know, I can't take my child to Achimota or Dogono and then leave him or her and drive away and Kenoforiata not pay anything.
It's explaining. In fact, there is another video that Kenoforiata insists to say, ono de aka nenkono enkomu njai no ma ono a ontua ne ba school fees if because ono obetimi say no ma ba be ma mo awia bi
ne ewo no ho
na ewo no
tie sika nda so
ewo no
so no ye re infinity da obi anya mistakes ye
bi re mfi kano for that de ba bi obi a
ye kai ye sika wo ho
ye sika wo ye be kwa ko hwe no
ye sika wo
so wo ye pani na ote oman mu na odi propaganda akata wani knowing say ade a wo ka no unim no kure no ba won ka no kure no because you have an interest me obi aka bi anya mahi say sa ajikum no
professor
at your age
and this would intro
no you don't do that at your age don't do that
no you see
the only problem about no whether your mama progressive free education no and I say wholesale that was the only issue. The issue about and John Mahama no understand and that's what the explanation was about sikasama adokufo ene kenoforiata erezi that omainu ni sika. So we must be careful. Seven years say and kodano. Wo penia jekum mo kan na mo support to Akufo-Addo no mo yade ne wholesale. Ene Ghana ni akola and you have universities complaining. Say no be vie SHS to me by university. Ni din kura tro na ya den ama no.
Enye HS na no a enye honko a licensure a teacher for ebe kire me no wie no made. Say o mo control exams. Ye the script ni bi kire Kwabena.
Obe fe
and then for do ye wo hospitals do pania bonia ye bom do na a product of science hunu na ye day no bia ko second a Montessori obia ko Montessori akotwa school fees chechirichi now we say all of a sudden 1,000 cities and that's 1,005 na ye twa secondary school on to me ye wo free in fear pepe no one more any bien there be a system no support them until I have new Kokobo scholarship and you have a scholarship even district assembly the no mass scholarship send a best support to massa only be for that day ako school now the oba essence we are men father say obo person obo my no e sike we ntia
now also more be free SHS now get fund nipa no ewie ebe boa man ni school some quality na all the get fund na kosi
esia wawa
collateral afers kadi nyina awia de akwakogu Guyana
na de ya ne say how many years om de kosi wawa wo hwa ya wo di abronti wo
1935
Satan na Akufo-Addo
2035
Satan wo hin hweboni a wodi na we san ni pei na yenya obi a yeyi no Mr. Bean say ono no ba be ka kire yen se wono na aboa Ghana sen obia wotumi de ye da chenkwa meburu da achi akwakosi awawa
baomia
na yete ho ni ehwe mo hwa organized labor Kwabena ye di se munu krumwa organized labor mo ka mo se ka ye cost strike na ka Kenya afamu yi enye ne samfui obajai tete wona ka so mo start so mudi sa samfui na organized labor de bia ye nya adwuma ka sa ko mo me di sa samfui ya tena ho mom de sekan adwananka
me yongo bi frɛ me
ya dwananka
ɛno ase Brian Champon ho yɛ no nwanwan na me se ade no se de na Brian Champon ko gyina kwawu bɔne bo kyerɛ MPP for sɛ Akufo-Addo MPP luzu kura ɔmo mfa aba no ma obia no no aka sɛ nka
we so the members
nka hotel sunko
we na mfa no because ye did na Akufo-Addo na ka fa we use na to no man ka kra bi so for say masa mabre hu na opeso to wa de na de mani magusi so Brian so
udi say Brian say na me ni papa
o na Brian de me ti so na so we die you see ade bi ho
Brian say me ni papa no amon krofo
ama we use no
omo jimi ni sa
omo use no say Brian we are aware say there is no way Akufo-Addo be hela badi kakraka we no dia ma say Brian won kwa na wani mu afa wo uti so no na so nti je ko ono na share kire no opiepie na no a organized labor ka say omo ma won say omo ya omo nkwa adwuma no ofro omo nyina kofla server adwubli aso ko convince omo Akufo-Addo say o montia ni enton ana omo say omo nye na we wodi wani makoje papa yi mfie so ono enche obefiri so One Brian, now 1 more years ahead, no. She the way I was be a miatito.
Mame, and Cassaman, winning idea when you any pan or young papa. Lisbeth or him.
Share? Not me bow, and the was our mamma, and our ponkos were taponkos, and you know why you're stupid woman. Very, very stupid. Me who be done. Very, very. Sir, Nyonkone, a Kwakubako. I don't tell you for no mamma. What? Lisbeth or him, Kwakubako. And as I come now, what a piece from I was a for me and son. No, or Macadampe. Now, what be now she or Maya? When is not in their interest, you're wrong. Interest woman. When is in their interest, you're right. Lisbeth or him. Unum quasi article be a Lisbeth or him. I don't know about one from me, Wama. Messiah, Nalamicasa was a article, was say, so be to make Chessa Bonibi would deal with. Yamba Bonasenium. I don't know if the one I was a wood and if now unim dear I am one. Now no pay. I audio now Maui and I wire one show 120 per crow. Away. Aha. On a DG. Ah. Tie nkwaya sema akwan kan say eye board no akra ne hu say enema nkosu yie ne ma. Why na ka say bro? Osafuma fu banana no people. Oh papa de Macmillan ne ye ko stadium ye ncheni wo ma mosoko gu America ko suku free o de aban sika hwehwe mo no o wie ne sa de abeto so on wi ase de on person de ti de bia ebusua no enko circle no mo ma me fai no mo wo ya de o man sika atam atwewo anya ho se tam wo ba ya esa se wudi wa japade buku so wo na obetua di bone wo na obetua abon ya ton yo man ti no wo na obeton na organized labor de o maka no o anya o mo anka se be demonstration tie o mo me ba cho tie no wo de tie no.
Main reason that SNIT terminated the process is that we listened to the objections from the stakeholders and we decided to terminate the process. If you will recollect, what we said when we had the press conference was that we would continue to engage all the stakeholders, and indeed we've been engaging them ever since this issue became a public matter, and that engagement has been continuous since then. So, I think that we've come to the point where the unions have been very vociferous in their objections, and we've listened to that. After the preferred bidder was chosen, which was Rock City, we went into a negotiation process. It was the management and board of SNIT that rejected the terms of payment. Let's make that very clear. It was the management and the board of SNIT that rejected the terms of payment. I think you...
That's all got on one. That's straight. I got on one.
And a board management and rejected the terms of payment. And Elizabeth or Hene Cromfono. Ebekatre say a beer a corrupt act be. Or says the best deal. And now be woman and the right up more kind. Yes, it's the best deal. Yeah. Yeah, you been that engineer ready Elizabeth or Hene you see. I'm on Calogre. The Wunim. I'm on Calogre. Wunim. Me Bobie Ansah. I'm on Calogre. Me Bobie Ansah. The only reason I mean ya Mother supported Rollins' ideology. Say, am papa dia. Say, Rollins is one who boom penning for. Wa mu. I also call Kuamunia Cabana free. No, say, cause she was say because her penning for the woman and anybody know. Yes. No, she said, no, no. I am Cocraphone Brewafono and anybody. Say, what they did was that. What's your nonsense is this? Over time, no. Omo baby do omo say and omo create some credibility be for themselves and omo ye omo wan ye de ye buade and omo form a criminal syndicate criminal syndicate yes and omo ya de anyini entu omo de ye buade no and unim say problem omo omo training almost such guys in the media system. Na so yes so much train omo na do omo nam omo timu bi ye ojo FM they are there. Yes. Okọ city omo ho ko pizza omo center bia omo aspred omo they have trained them and they tell them okasa ya kasaboko kasa te say the obu aden but who di boni obi ehun say who di boni
kasa on the oya adi o obu adi o
yes
yeah na ono na decide
yeah but unim yeah generation we will not allow it
yeah start here yeah shankofo lalai
oh say on the way Kwame plus Kwame Sefa kan ho
obi abegire bread fu
sa ye
obi abegire bread fu
me Bobie Ansah opa wo hia me akasa me ho opa ankasa me ho me hia
na bi o na wo
from kwakuba kunum to last person kwase bia ni wa me hia me Bobie Ansah
no kasa ho na wan kasa ho e to aduane ma
I don't need you I don't need you in my life.
What the body is a funny ya catch us over your question benya. What do you can't do?
I don't need you.
What look, some mammy while you're born.
No mammy way. What you
yes, sir, who buy you previous administration. Yes, Uncle May also the woman be beyond what pencil dear. Do be a hobiano over Benafim. And I'll show you coffee. I don't know if you done everything.
Now, won't the idea I mean, I want to know this girl. Lisbeth Ohine.
Debi anu we charity.
Lisbeth Ohine na true we see articles nyina.
Ogu so true.
Dey me ba. Rollins time. When a true we see articles nyina say selling of state properties. A crime
abomination.
A abomination. A crime against the state. Lisbeth Ohine. And unim may you those articles ni.
We are pa dey say you wunta ganye.
From Ochina. What Lisbeth Ohine and the true say ya ton say one canary edi ama Rollins yere ne bi ma da oni kwakuba akubombe
omo oba ya say Mr document wa sesa papers ekura ne ya so enkatie papers
you see I'm going to
ya de ton katie nko
I'm going to prove to you
na wa sesa papers wo nyina no me say bi enkatie wo ba no sesa ba wo bi digana fo
I say mama we
mama
we na true articles at the church and look the article we or you kwase asem or that sorry ya execute a 3 head of state. This foolish woman was in this country. This foolish woman Otikroma and Akufo-Addo wakum nipa
8 so solid 8
wakum 8 Ekroma ya kwame sa akwana ye share ne tie no Akufo-Addo no ma ye de tie share no kon Jatun machine no. You fatu national security de Akufo-Addo de ye no. Lisbeth Ohine hu ye kwaguba ku hu.
Obeden wo hu.
No. Ohun ye.
Obeden wo hu na oba wu mfie so o se kaba na wo retirement. Oba wakoje snake boche.
Kronunti.
Wakoje.
Na tie Lisbeth Ohine. Lisbeth Ohine fro obi incompetent.
Wano no fra, wano nya no fra.
2017 any your board chairman.
Yes.
8 years ni. Se wutimi manage ni ya nkamoto hotel no
mame na enya wonwo se Senate a investment institution okopo obi a wo investment background obi a wo communication idea investment acumen pa na mame obi a no trotro no wo kan news yanye pensions ka na baba heso
damn you
e be na sika ne nchiche
wo yes babra
ya chiche sika
wo free obi incompetent
no say obi incompetent
7 to 8 years now why a board chairman Kwame say o run Senate properties here and go you be ton say infraction
and that's all mo ton keke Senate investment there papa o no mo ton o ma ton
I'm near Safacha did the first of Abola Pia. I'm near Safacha did the first of Abola.
Put this thing around in there. Come out in shirt.
Give me one big one. Raise your hand. Hey, gentlemen. The big one.
Hey.
What? Master.
Hey.
Why?
Gentlemen.
Why go bend?
Go down.
I'm Asafache Jimmy.
Hey. Otana yibo agbere.
Dabi, no ke obashi.
Asafache engbe. Hey.
Asafache Abola Pia.
Abola Pia.
Abola Pia, Gamashi. I'm near Asafache.
Nama obo.
Ni taki
obo isi o.
Imbisi
Masa
for her. Bosu. I'm near Asafache did the first of Abola Pia.
Asisemo.
Numbo. Mana ni wo.
Ke asino tempo asele sane ije.
Numbo.
For her.
In boss ji ni ayi taki obili. Ni ayi tumba. Only I to of Kamashi.
I'm a fan of
Bossu, I beg you. Bossu, I beg you. I have 2 wives, 11 children. If you kill me, they go suffer. My father died.
You be thief. Select another one if you go.
I'm near Safacha. I'm near Safacha, the first of Abola Pia. I'm near Safacha, the first of Abola.
Put this thing around in there. Come out in shirt. Give me one big one. Raise your hand. Hey, gentlemen. The big one.
Way. Now, Lisbeth, I hear no more article say Rollins. I'm here bought a ma. Ewo Kumasi KJT.
Ya di oto eno na ma ye nuano me say one per Rollins asemo ada.
Nti wote your friend say those days omo bi Hello FM no. Ye ne tram card akwaku ba ko de betra ho so Kumasi. In 17
wa ko for document enka document
let me read this thing to you. Na me no say Jimmy those days me Hello FM studio wa me na me support NDC but they know me na me time
oba no aso document be say
enemy say amkwasi ade na fada Dixon no mo ye no a na wafa kwa me despite sika no de asese o matena ruprem no de o maba
no be kan kwasi
me ye na ma me free wono me mpem kwasi asem
because who say adwene mu
na bi o kwasi afo we na me say ade na say wo kwasi afo we e betre o kan kwasi asem we na you see I'll prove something to you.
No, Akasa,
Major General Akatakanjiri. Now, Sevaki, what is this name? Kwame, these are the military men. When you saw, yeah.
Omo fa Jimmy Nimbre
under Akufo-Addo ye se nipa tai.
Ani ni ase no nipa de pacho me wo mamienu.
Ya no nye problem na ono Cromford is better.
Oba na weta ponko no.
Wo twa article and ye kum say head of state so say there
na me ko tena London eza okwado nya ba bitena
aboa ayi Manasa Azuri wa bind tata no amodwane kotra
South Africa
we onya London ko
wa kotra London etwa bread etwa pizza
kan kwase asem you see and that is why me Bobie Ansah senka me ye NDC penia adia minnu me ho da me de be hoho am say Rollins abun krofo
e was nkofo bu a omufunu ye say kotu church etwa wonchi
minnu me ho da because say ye nipa we pa na omo no complain say Rollins babu wo mo na omo complain am Rollins jai wo mo keso hye wo mo ase eni kwa so man krofo we trans because omo ye sabotiers they are destroyers
evil
look
evil
time on my way
evil
what better so now wo ye on my ya omompe
that be wo ye
how no minia how can we wake up in a day what to kroma o ka kire me say $1 to 4 cedis
a crime
wrong. Today you are praising somebody a year or day equal 16 cedis. As I catch say it's possible so be
president. Now that you was out for now you walk chrome wire 1:4. Me be say a bodam say do 1:4.20. Now 50 na say ni pono se kabana ye chase no. I was saying command ya mrase this of pick form. Me my difficulty is say oraba me be form. That is a insult to our sensibility. Ono ko fofo mu say enkwasiafo say abra ye 1:4 no yanya se anya ama yatu omabanye firi so wo ba ya dia ko 1:15 to 16 abochi muton
okọ ochira omo tutufu omo by 4%
ya fai even ye droi
kwana make us say electricity
ekwa so da
water ekwa
so ntu akatwem eti nipa no o man nim no e de bone no ma ye wo a e wo se de bia o ma nipa ho kire wo sa
labor union we na esom ye serious
so omo nye serious about he na wo na sa labor union o for omo serious yi hwe omo ni representative was board no so labor union omo ni representative was board no so enye board fo na bi na kase enkoton eye den na momo board no so a ade tanta ade fu sama ho ko discuss mbotom nipa nkasa ni tiri ho a e kasa hotel kakraka wi ye de koma akufuado enne busua bio na mo de abechele in retirement na branch akọjá tẹ n'ọsọ mi na mẹtọ kasi asẹm nkọ kasi asẹm nkọ.
obi asẹ ni message sẹ mẹka sẹ yana ọkai Elizabeth okoyi Elizabeth ọhene articles ni bi on rock.
wọ́n yí bi aba.
ọka ọsọ òfie yẹ ka yi na ọyẹ fast kọ hwẹ bi na ọredi bi.
sẹ́ni wọ́n sì bí atúrọ̀ burọ̀fù wọ kurom ha. na Kwabena nyẹ kan yẹn kan.
mi diẹ mẹsẹ wúni mi ha o Elizabeth ọhene twerɛ article ka kyerɛ yẹ sẹ. sɛ wotɔn ɔman adeɛ a ɛyɛ bɔne.
Oh yes, ɔka severally.
Elizabeth ɔhene ɛfrɛ NDC for incompetent. Yɛde ɛyɛ Senate board chair amount 7 years.
Wakuma sɛ no wagu no.
Ɔmo precious assets wantumi ahwɛ so.
Na wagu no.
Na sɛ woyɛ competent a sɛ nka wotumi LED erezi ɛyɛ hotels no dwumadie mu na sɛ under you na sɛ hotels we nyinaa bɔ kanti no wo so wo ton e de ama wo party ni a so obodam
na wono no e de competence wa na obetumi de ahwɛ senate so enya incompetent president de vice a wa pa na adwene mu da ho na ni abere so man be so ni ma Elizabeth ohene benya sapa
Elizabeth ohene ne ba ko no a
who is that
ba ko no a wa bie salt and pepper no any afenyi dance no nyina
salt and pepper yi friends yi mami ya one day oh de bia abambia wodidi wom abambia wodidi wom
so what they do is that they omudru baby they smile
now they be think of
yeah they smile but all smile me no seriously when I meet them I don't watch their smiles I don't watch their faces
no me na crow me proud
but me akufa do ni papa de say wuhia me say program bi ase anasa also ye ma me panimu na anasa
papa say jata na ko se so jata
na me be bon so me bom se si ama me ka bibia
go he wo mu hia so look wo ma ye omo ho prempro no
me bom mesa kufa do wo ayi friends say tertiary range on fa me ko tertiary me akufa do ni pa
tertiary range no ma ton bi ni ho se range bi ani ba bia
wunim wuhia me atwam
na me so me
ntwam enchia me me so me enchia
onya madamfo
do ya bi me hian ko me so me komba bi because so what me aboa obi am was destroy our mind
onu kan ho bi na o mo destroy onu wo ne say wo mo ade na ye no wo visa board chair be committee say yan konkoto sa hotel kakaraka we abra wo ya one year so wo ya ehwehwam dia wo pepa ne nsakwa Kwabena pa na o masade we bi tu a state capture ye capture obe wan say ne dia room 3 room 4 room 5 wono sales bi e ko bia e media and no dira kom kwa koton sa hotel kakaraka we what are they talking
wo ma me we what articles na Kwame Nkrumah japade a wasi trade fair
yaton
ye na wenum
yaton
etimi abefa atwitwa de mo abusuafo
yaton afa
amdi besi apartment
o ma sa ton 37 ha bia DVA dey post for
you unim say wiki mu ayom so kwaku ba kwa betra radio so no now I was looking forward say obetimi aboso
ono obetiaka
David
na bi no no say no waji wo obetiaka
obi afa bi obi adibi obi afa bi
won cheni won chamfa won fani nyina no mu wi o ma ba ka kire say o ma bobra no mo ma so ba ka kire say papa no mo bobra na ye de papa no ya sansafo what are you talking about
what are you talking
about say fu da ko so no
hwe me best organized labor for no say asem we nkwa nya asem say omode enante yensa ase no a
Achimota forest
aban sa ase no a
Achimota forest
omo airton no
yes
the organized labor must show interest
enye honkwa mental hospital baby abodamfo de begu omaton organized labor mo fo moni hwe ho rage ho ne cantonments in labon yeti ya insase ya chafa ni nyina mo fo moni nwura ho organized labor must be busy mo tumi na aduma mo twem woni anya me aduma no
omo ya organize of ya
ba ti ona de bia ya ba ti ona de bia wa hwe spectacles a ye hu de wo ye
of ya ba aban sase no hware ho last week me ba aduma na me tie news na judicial service.
Now on over here.
Judicial service. Ade the Attorney General, any individual private businessman, Echo Court, because Attorney General, any
message just a justice
judicial service no say Attorney General office no no Attorney General office ni mom any private man bi aye baako and a judicial service no ni wo mo fighting
we are say baby
Elizabeth you need to wait na mo amaye asoma anwie wo krom akwaku baako
we amemo fun say amemo fun
akwaku baako di we na mo ha ya adwiri wo krom ankwase ade we agimi sem we
amemo fun say krono akrofo julo ju
akrofo we
akrofo
Rollins wa anya de o
na mo ko tumi ahwe ayi cantonments akoto ato adagefo adagefo konim so the state of executive injunction koto asase so e ho no mebubu da am the injunction several all so both shit who is judge omu obi a adagefo na nya omu in the year 2008 young man okuja tony your friends o mane boama e ko se Jacob o kanto bi tebilamte edan kakraka wa kire ame mfama no oye aban munipa
you see Martin's a friend say TUC spokesperson na raise issues on the lands.
What's it?
Main point to say organized labor and sorry omo nyina obi anfa ne
organized labor ya ne ya gase je wu dada mon ko strike ya doctor for bi antratie mon ko strike ya wu an wu that team because some go for we nipa body sem o mutirim mu ja mo beto ne nyina mu ja wo mo a
say Attorney General office no a enke so no ni judicial service for na kabom na omo ekono ono mom ni businessman account
because when you share we are ton a
ama judicial service fight so mo the Attorney General ediam pen edia ba asem
ti Kwabena menu maba de maba menu mienu se sia pa edia pa ne betunu nkofu yako a judge for kro mo nsuru.
That is the problem.
Me say oboko serve wo injunction notice ke de manwa ontumi nko asase down de
you dare not
anom ko bubu eyiri free so Chief Justice auto no all selecting names are yan franco Supreme Court waka wabo we hoda case fun wo say eno de hia test no from yedi ade na we de onfre
David
so you see
omo nyina obi awo a proto
interest is interest
obi aje one plot
omo o man no it's all about send you be grabo na sika na mo fun mo de kohin mo de mo fun nsase no na mo be sia me ahwe okromu a sasa we ya e opposite way e be nkofo fe na enu na kire krono ekoso the Lands and Natural Resource Ministry krono fita ya choma na sasa na nya nko a Bobie one day e be kotamale wo sitamale krom na ubusa taxi drivers a ombetro ministers a e wa ba we mo awia Tamale hospital lands nyina mo awia ni nyina e o sire wo mo fansase ni nyina last year me do Tamale me do no so wonua ye wia ye nsase o ye wia o aden na ye tia no ma ye nkote ntia since 1957 amemo fun tantan fun yi na se na tie de o man ni se nya president and the autopilot crack em se be
Davio na ujiri senti Kwame Nkrumah ye kwase ase judges dan Kwame Nkrumah bebubu agu aton asase no
obey den why sade no
Kwame Nkrumah be
say obey den why sade no
o ka say Kwame Nkrumah
obey den why sade
Kwame Nkrumah ye kwase ase trade fair obebu agu
na ye dia besi apartment birthday you understand hwe adia nkofo ya ye ne bin sida o na
o ka say enti Kwame Nkrumah be sore say ono one day oso ne ma emfa airport nyina duty free shops
but can you imagine say Kwame Nkrumah na le basa me akobie nsuomunam e wa kire ha e ke beda
Davio
Kwame Nkrumah ba ne kuta nsuomunam ya
Davio o de emfa ne say yes ya lunch martini
Bobie, can you get
Jomama?
What do you have for the long?
What Jomama Sharaf.
Ana ekutensu munamu ya. Ensu munam. Ya ni eti kromwa ya tumi anya omampani a wa ba ye nsu munamu a wo kotra wa hwa omfiro na ya 15,000 Ghana na firi botom nipa bonesam. Na ma kotra wala na ye ka mo sire. Na mo so na president. Look, every president is supposed to be your servant or yakwa. Yani atwa yani atua na yede ma no se won fanya kwan won fanya school won fanya hospital won fa man konfo honto wo no no o man panie buka hye botom ano ne busuan sase adache enka wo a wo tiam ya secondary school ni a o ba be bo brother ache bia ba be director of ministry of finance director of ministry of health yede dan mi ba be temo cantonment laboni o suni yi no ene ya toma private sector ene the public sector for no ever no better na nyanwa Kwabena because baby ye kotu amene na judges to em say sa ban we o mani judges and so judge for ko no mbo a judge for ya o ko mo nsem form de kokoti o mo na bo o sa judge for a judge for mo ya sa muni sympathy we ni paside o mo na mo so sa papa iso ye o chief justice o to be catch say president o teso de ni sunu de ban de twam
so yabasre Senate, according to what we are hearing now, omo fa kwan foforo so a omo de beton. Omo putting on hold keke. Ma won say organized labor for say there are other issues they need to trash out concerning hotels not on. And there are other issues concerning Senate contributions.
Yes.
Any adwuma for no so mo tenase. Makachre mo Elizabeth Ohene is part of the criminal gang. Yes. Omo ye nipa, omo ya mamoyefo.
Yeah.
Omo anya chance now say o man no they go out there writing articles.
Omo they send go for.
This time around we won't allow them. Omo position omo crofo daily graphic. Na mo de bre enema besesa. O kruma.
No, you see,
and any first approach the view.
David.
Approach way, Mubon say a democracy, a very brutish.
No, I said democracy in just and to be brutish.
Say, I buy no Babano say on Tiasia, Mubon say street mu, a man for Edinburgh, a besha or Monson.
Na see Kenya for no street in a running man.
Okay, so that day. Uniano de wafano obeka them because for 1 week near the street in mu first canebra these are boys ben nantia ba ofie
enye yele ne yese fa bro ya to nkra fa ko ja o se e wo se sika om ko ja wo your friends independence ko nka no pa no ye be ko no na wo sika ko ja no atwo de aguso
na de abo ho
ye ne o be e bo ho sika no go opuduo
no atwa to say me di ka ko cantonment police station
wo de to wo wi anu wa report ho e wo cantonment tianye ko fa ne bo akire na so ansa de beka adamates when you first face
ya kaya ya bo
akire say ya mo akire a wo de fa ko ja wo independence square ya ne ba be fa ya de obi antumi ko
ya bo
akire Kwabena eso a ansa ne ya ba cantonment abeka adamates say ne yeska akansa asase de untumi ntamo ma
ya nkode kwa kire
tu kire ni nyina wi anya no so ya bo akire ya Collins commission akɔhwɛ sɛ ampa acreage na wiaye no saa ne kyɛ na mama mo nya sɛ bodi nkɔfo di na register no yenim ni nyina wo be abusuafo wo mo am front ni nyina yenim wo mo afront o ye wia nsase a ɛwɔ cantonment laboni osu last me be ka kyerɛ o sɛ wo kɔ baby o mosi Olympic stadium ya o ma ton ho sase esre krakete o ma ton sase
abotema
o ma ton ho nyina
botema ndi o ma wi
o ma ton ni nyina
o ma wi
hospital and o ma ton ni pa bonefo e san se we no mu yare omko London omko US omko South Africa
ya na ye kan asem a ye nka nwie ya ye ni abre hwenkwa asem bi a me sister no o me sister ntimi nka ni ye
o se friend say ya
jankuma we me sister ntimi wono no amintimi nka na asem yon se o free mampon di ya amintimi nka na asem yi but sister Jaisa Jai no sister
jankuma se dey
we are creating a creative art card to help our artists get visa
sure.
to go and play shows abroad with
I'll grow in this.
Na say they was ama shatawala didi na tem no ne se na tem no.
No, I'll grow in this. No, you see when no wanna bees.
Sister, Dabi unim mesre sister. Minya band min kan kese. And your man was the mint come for sister. Free agro wem, the wanyano, kodi.
And one was up to date or person irrelevant to a grown.
Sister,
5 months
because Jankoma, see me, sister.
Obema before, or dear grow before.
Jankoma, why occupy a yet creative arts? Creative arts industry. What occupy her as executive director? We need appointment letter. A president's name appointment.
Yes.
Oh papa, Emma appointment. Uni appointment. You name how much you take monthly.
Yes.
You name allowances awoje. You use agents in the car. We use one car. Fuel bibia obia nim.
Driver account.
Idi Amin krano onene ba wanga Amin. Omo ni kwasi asem wi.
Wanga krano otemu no.
Sister Jai. Me high pa. Now when was say woman Ghana na nyom to for kwa abrochiri. When was say no. Mama Ghana no na enyom to for akwasiambo for je wo menu mienu wo mampon. Se woni mampon abakwasema akwasiambo ampofo je na odi abrochiri trentwi.
A trentwi de bia no kobosho.
Ati say de wo ko eha
no koba.
Jan kwasi asem no.
Be kasa asem we.
Sister
asem we.
Sister Jai. Emaya menu ye he me pacho
won say wa me
wo mampo moja ewo mu kakra ntu nim nyansa kakra
akufado de no edoso
akufado mu fie jimi no
edoso
emaya no
ya doso
sa jimi no
akufado blood ya doso
wo papa side
akufado blood ya doso
papa side jimi no emane override o ma side o ma side mampo fo ye nyansafo
ya affect no
ye nimdifo
o say ya twisa aspect of moja no
Into
a free
them papa side no nonsense.
What do we find mother side?
Man from my mother side.
Mother side. Almost a trouble.
Man from my sister. O papa nonsense side in the January. In Siawomo, Jankroma, Miss Row. Ufri if you're o papa ne free or ya Santini. Ufri wouldn't fear behave to some pony and behave to say a year friend say a kufado fear a Jimmy Fono. Don't do it.
We are sound your benya issues.
Menye any creative for a chewa kwa broche na usa chewa ye by force 19 years for TV so
odi kwa broche be ye liti ko yi be ye sa wo kwa broche eyi ba ku efiero yi oni na mo wo kwa broche abroche ko creative there obi a creative there
say the mamo card say opapa nkwase akeka no anu wasua bi no obekeka kire ye be mamo card ene ye mamo card ya wo jankoma wo sanye wo se ene wo ba be dia de no awia sika wo ni abroche kwai
na wo no on the CM business na wa no
wo ni mkrofo o makwa abroche okroma ayi ye friend say santo no mfiri kwa abroche ya ayi kwa we santo ona na ka ayi huno ayi Judas kwa brochire na wo
Judas was Cincinnati. Brody be say wo ko ba tentwe ele na odi we na better than go for
ya piano
that be on a creative the head no bless kwa bruchi Ghana for ye wo de bia to nsa from
na je ko we kro be ye campaign ma mo kra kwa brochire aba ayi ya friend say ya friend say akwa dia ase twumlanga dia ase AC achini oh do bo kakra jinkra twei Pago mani abeni
ay oh lucky
black mensa aswa yare be 60 year onu kra wa kwa brochire
punk man ya na se wo
punk man hi kra oye mo advert
last ayo mane
from phone
punk man
onu kra wa kwa brochire
wa ko bi da punk man
sister
ne fa ya wo to nyuma na se nyame abra na so
sister unim ye dina o de o papa no mo anya ma no mo enjoy no quiet se mo de ba enye yie ena me sisa suban we emfiri mampon emfiri ye fi ho mampon for yente sa enim nyansa we ejimi from papa side en wasua na wo bekeka jai wan hwe ankrofo no benya serious problems the obeti no wasum no ompekra village ono transoro wa wo si form atetare dan ho sa atetare dan ho abesi form emfa ma
kra ni se o ma di ba public kra because before there was system nim no
Yankoma
enye ready for some
monko dem be a creative arts na to no uni appointment letter and ato
na wudi o man siga
illegal eya ene aban obeba no eso wo chew a prosecute na dem
na wo ya nwanwa aban a wo so watumi aye free SHS afi no so de ho mrako you know aban na ka to so waye illegal afi no de ho mrako
e me kasa asem we bio me nanya wo first and last en kasa asem we bio mun se fie na mun niska no am papa wi amamo no mun ye no a obi ani mun ni asem and our sister meant me here. In fact, my duty to protect your interest. Enti my agronum mamuda muntra munsumunam mo enjoy
for win show mu na wo de wonya bi ewe na mo de jenko fosika mo nwe na mo nko
enjoy
na yes you heard baby ade abrabo fa
mama ya ade bi be ma ye bu afukura mesem mekwaba live on 100.5 citizen show me ka wo say anade okura ye wardens for the bag was changing a year rhythm no cause had no documents no also mesra wo say bomoden a na mi awani na eye CMG scratch de star 413 hash ai obedi di peche enamema obi adidi wate mekwaba ye batum pew ye wia eye yenua na sa na cho so ananya wa he Haruna Muhammad, Director of Operations, Baba Ansah. Yena Solomon Usu is already in the studio. Then later on, Anakusi Poku. And so I join here. And studio I say, let's go. Akwaba. Maybe I'm a there.
Obi kan Sebi, Fie Yanka Banka Bada Yensa.
Mame, Komra. Maria Adam says, Bobie, this your sister protection will backfire after change of government because we are going to deal with them.
Maria Adrian. So, Unia Ba, a dinkwa sema, I also catch it.
No, a mistake.
That be some
a mistake.
Also, we bush you a penny, Jimmy, I catch us away, Jimmy.
There be
mistake, they say.
She's my sister.
Yes.
In fact, you are break 2-4.
No, correct.
And I break 2 lots of the same.
Tie Moko break 2. Na
obi ba so break
Jimmy. There be. Or say omo be ye kada, omo de a creative arts industry for you be kwa o say be man ay easy amount
easy say
uduru a wontua sika ye musa wodi
Shatawale wasre no
enti udi oduru wa no me creative industry na de amono mama visa na okọ na me sister say sankwasi akeka we odi free father ne side free mother
no was no odi free father side mother side
obeya na me ka say mesre say na no ne pae onka biu
okay Kwabena any can say
who gire mu aka ma na kina ye tese waka ya that's why what you
no she is my sister and I need to protect her interest
obesre say mani nyimi biem ana say obesre say omani si
ya obusu gimi ye be dey to ya assure say wonyi
me stress say omani si ya
jimi na wa jimi na ye
and am ga ya no ne papa side ye mamponi bi anu a wa jimi
kwase ni mampon
aha kasa ye kana asantemem kwase ni mampon tina me ka say okofa moja ni free baby
kwase be ba mampon na ewo na se
moja ni bi fa maka say 75%
se kwase be ba mampon na ye chebi moja nkwase
ade na be frem na me
na me say dabi onu gra de we akufado no ye friends say abomosu
abomosu ni chebi de say na fifo forata be ka sampa abomosu
dabi unu say area also for abomosu for no pa so na nim yansa
no mu dwa chebi for
enti we no akufado no dabi ne papa no e free ni papa side akwara no mo mfa bi ma ho
dabi
enti wasu ajai akropon nim yansa enti wono nkwa ni
na wonyini se woye
entoba toba sister Mr. Why be don't do it me this ankomo no bi ube ma Ghana for any abro so pa pacho muniska no enwumrei ko nsomunam moje eyi wine na akra obe so oja ko village utofo no Dabrade Rajai. David, who just had the answer for I need a Kromwa. Who Jai
The Paris 2024 Olympics on GoTV is for all of us. For every lift that ended in failure, for every basket that rebounded, for every goal that was just shy, and every stride that was a little too short until it wasn't.
That's the first gold medal.
This is for the gold in all of us. Get and stay connected to GoTV to witness Africa's athletes make history in the 2024 Paris Olympics live on Supersport and on the go with GoTV Stream. GoTV, love it.
Kwabena, Kwabena mkoda. Emano siden kwa.
Tabia takum, wedi emema yedu no. Eme yenya hoden, ene hoden ye. Aye mema dro. Ene ti na ban me bi ehie bi no. Etufo ene atofo, ene obi opedi du etu atombia. Enko chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, ene herbal shops bia. Ewo Ghana hanu be bia. Anase frame, ewo 0243 686861 and 0245 749206. Sankatwe FDA Fuajatu. Kaise Tabia Takum ye. Bembe bia ye takum. Tabia takum.
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
Sumrika Emra bills was here. If you say, Asumja Wunya Wayam, Bosia Bon Shaya Hudie, Edu Chim, Obi Bia Waye, any Jumedia Biara Woody, bills will be Bimao, Woo here Susu, Woo here Awa, Nanya here no national ID card. Ain't it to Sumrika Frayan was 0302 200390 and 0596 920 833. Kai say, on Mansika Krobia Batang. Bank of Ghana and Sawo Bills microcredits Jumediemu. Bills Uposia Bohon Adamfo. Kai say Jumedie in Shishaka Crown.
Ghana for any abroche for Sabana Sasi any a dine tomwa Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. I the game changer. Esanse Obibia onu omediga enya ne ho ahotoso. Enti se eye woni swadi hunu se obeto asase ana efie de. Bomodin se oni Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. And ebeni sawoso. One more one and afa 2 expandable bedroom houses are. One more town for kra. Afa one more sasia e wo teacher manteno. Still one more gusua one more ton. E ben police station no. One more twitwa 70 by 100 and a 35 by 100 full plot and a half plotter one more ton and the ama Ghana for any abroche for nina one say we building materials was site will be able to menye bi e dia ye na juma enti Ghana for any abroche for so we hwe nim say obeto asase ana efie de with flexible payment terms no obetumi anya bi e Royal Chapter Property Group Limited frewomo our +233 256 515 862 Ana +233 591 010 337 Ana +233 256 700 831 Ana +44 750 887 1235 Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Start a new chapter in your life.
The Paris 2024 Olympics on GoTV is for all of us. For every lift that ended in failure, for every basket that rebounded, for every goal that was just shy, and every stride that was a little too short until it wasn't.
That's the first gold medal.
This is for the gold in all of us. Get and stay connected to GoTV to witness Africa's athletes make history in the 2024 Paris Olympics live on Supersport and on the go with GoTV Stream. GoTV, love it.
Wabatele Accra FM, yeah, mommy. Wabatele Accra FM, yeah, mommy. Wabatele Accra FM, yeah, mommy. Accra FM, yeah, mommy.
Oh, with Nana Bobie Ansah on Citizen Show. Stay with Nana Bobie Ansah. All the politics.
politics you can know on Accra FM 100.5. Tune to the Citizen Show. And I would be Ansah. Yeah.
All right, so that's it. We are back here live on Accra 100.5. Mikael said top choco chocolate spread. Me pacho. Say unye what dia bomodian se on sabet mi aka bi. Mamenko boska chade ba komra. Hello. Hello. Afa. Ukram. Mr. Kwei. Sikacha de say na ba phone so.
500.
Pam. Pum. 5 million.
Oh. Let me down me my trust I have you and I'm inside that push.
Fuche.
The the new.
I don't know why they.
On the bless manabi.
In the name was when you be. Minsaka. CMG achedia Minsaka. Afa. Yeah, that's me. Congratulations. All right, thank you so much. Live on Accra 100.5. Star 413 hash 5 million. And then you BM 5 million. What the 5 cities ne share process na say? To draw no. With them could them. When I walk on. Top choco chocolate spread. Any top choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink. Ghana for ajiatum. Yenwano omono. Wanumbia wayo. Top choco. Aye, top choco. Mia when isa obejo wo de ebe boa na last week radi yanko for abronya se jo mama papa ko wia generator Hey, Baumia, but Abakuma sama won't be the one kasa chere. I tape no de sende me masima no. Ah, na de sende me. Na pani bi so ope. Tina na mfa sende me no. But that's okay. Yango Kumasi Kejetia, quick one. Na memka any list to no nyina mum. Yango Kumasi Kejetia. And Kumasi Kejetia emma ya omo eton eniema. Me pacho ba could be second one no kokor nya the chest person me ba wait all right so mami anu na yanko me pacho yango ko race course.
And you might toss in Waha, race course, Bantam, and you might toss in Waha, race course, Bantama, a fine and yet, and you might be a top cine, Nania Mani Bisa, NSA. You're too near to Central Market. Yeah, Juma, come. And I back to do ye. And yes, any MPP are buying. It's our say a Kwabena MP. Omu Munti, Omuna Betimia Hunia, a higher and Oma Boye. Yatwabane ma womo. Omu Baya, you may be a Omudi Kaya Yanasai. I was an uncran, you may be Omukuno. Omukuno, no, Yakunum Neyama. I want you my corny movie. While Wama Posuku Pomwa. Omo anya abeduma bi anye na wo pu sa adwuma no enti so we asantemai agina ho a edwadie ene pra asantemai enti wo mo problems nyina ebe ye adwadifo ye problem ye ne ye corner ya ba ne de ska akofie ye ne ehye school akese na omu tu ya so omu tu ya na ye nim sekageti a eye yewura mahama mosia mayen aye komu na ka ye de ye ba le omu ba ne de omu de ye be kom enso omu de ma omu ni dada ama ye dwadifo mom akwahan afiri wo mo nsam ye kwahan firi wo mo nsam no nyo bia na nya sika ni behind ye be boss sese wo red cross na ye be boss sese ne ya nkasa ne di obotom sika e be boss sese no ye be boss sese no so wie ya kwan ya company for ya ba ya kwan o ma na ya amaye e wo ho pa wo pakageti a ene ma to sini wo ha e wo ho red cross bantama akwan enye ene ma bebre eto sini e wo ye ndwadie na ne ma ni bi se ene sai ya to we ni at central market ya juma kama
ene ma ekoso okumase abonten so why you deja why you did all right so let's go
ye krom Asante for Jodifo mma aye wo Ashanti region ha na ye kaye ho abom na ye hye mo wo ha ya asem ne se me se be ye 8 years nie na Jodifo mma ye kaye tibom se ye betu ya ba e de ama MPP e bi se ye se ade wo fi a oye ntine ye to ya ba e de ma omo se de be ya ye die ba omo so mo ti me twa omo ani aye den ahweye na ye me se ye die ba ye no chese ye Jodifo ma de omo fa ye nya hwe bibie ni wo krampo ye ka omo tie chese omo tete ye ama ya brabo atete apansan ene sei baby a ye tena krampo edi dwakra no chese ebi ni ho ye tinsio mo red cross atete apansan ye basa ama wuti wonom krampo edi dwakra nya de a obi krampo be ba be ye den e ba be to ade nti Jodifo ni bebre e wo kwan mo a omoton ade na hwe se oba besia etimi tena ewia mo from anopa to anwumre na your friends are from anopa to anwumre set like the obedience na ka etimi echi fire so e ma ebi fa so krampo e hwere omonka na chese omatete ye ama yenhu de ye nya krampo ene say hwe pro from uja aka nrem na nka ye mma aye wo ha ye ni baby ti na nka omonye ho no mpo yie na yetimi aye den edidwa e wo ho omanye hwe central market na aka nrem eno nso yentimi anye hwe swame runabout omo ka kire se omo be ye interchange omanye na de ye menwanwa ne se samre yi a abatuwe e ba be kwosui ube hu se bia ye amabobodin na omu ankasa nim se wo se omoye na omanye no mu de mfidie e be kwa akosi wo se omoye na to se de na omu pa kire omu de ya dwen e di agro omu de asanteman adane aso e na omu de ye do ye nkɔ ne sabio na ye me de se ye Jodifo ma ye ka ye tia bom se ye nkɔ ne sabio ye ntena se emma obi emphasis embedane ye nai se kane no ena na ya jimi a say dia ye ni ate ye ne da ho se abo wo no ye nkɔ ne sabio na sheke me boss irade ono krampo let se me dru no ho awon se ye ka se impanyimfo mo ba ye nyina de wa bon wa na ya ke me boss wa bon wa ma chese ujuru wa wonti ase hwe kuma se jom chese ayabasa ekwan mu ayabasa ono krampo de ye fa na asem ento nche ye wura napo aye nyina ye nim se watna akonyanso as MP for 20 years Nimpos waso ena grow from market akahoi na nka wonye ne yie na nka yentimi ntina honom endudwa wanya ne sa na
Lisbeth Ohine's husband is Professor George Kofi Ansah Ofosu Ama. GKA Ofosu Ama for short. One-time director of the special branch. He was head of the law faculty in Legon before his appointment. He was tried and sentenced for plotting to overthrow the Echampong government soon after the takeover. Lisbeth Ohine Nikunu. Lisbeth became literary editor with the Daily Graphic, and during the June 4th, she was made acting editor of the Daily Graphic. She wrote lots of editorials against the AFRC. And but for what reason the AFRC tolerated her? In 1979, after the handover, the government decided to make her the editor. When the news was related to her, she sued the Liman government because the media commission had not been set up and accusing the president of acting ultra-virus. She went away and stayed in the acting position. A few months later, when the media commission was set up and the position of editor for Daily Graphic was advertised, she applied and didn't get it. That is how she never became a substantive editor of the Daily Graphic. And that is Lisbeth Ohine for you. So he was married to a saboteur.
Do you think until Izzy one Ekufuado Ayon Kufano den? What do you think of it? And I say, why do you say
they are nation wreckers?
And no matter one takrase,
they are nation wreckers.
So we share Subaya what done a D ewo snit any
Uni upa yen tik kumasi di eni free omra na yenye we ho adwuma ne yi
because
kumasi so nya ye pa ye di mi ye di
fa kwanya so nchetie fo nyina
omojo so yes say wo bag no wasesa no
bags ne de doso
so de say we no nya wotama kredi ma ho ena kwasi practice so ma ba ko de odi bia mu no
kwasi prade no mo kanche kwasi se me tene kanche ma fine papa na chese bag na ono ewo bi na mensu wo bi na se ye nyina no unse kwasi prate wa ya
na ya nishim
wa ya ma me swesua socialist for no
na ya nishim
unse echewe echirewia
okay
nti nam dia
wodu wocha no issue now the nkunu su kakra bi
ene kokro bi
afa otim
masa na me di nkunu kakra afam
ya o de osi nkunu dia
otia be bai kakra
no pardon wo de fa otim ho
ya fam
ya pa
ma hunyansa eti me tiobia me chia friends asantememu fu nyina kwabra until very recently you say people have always told me say they try to connect but they don't get it but now say people call me from Kumasi often
than even Accra.
Yeah, and I'm beginning to see how
follow
people follow all the way from Kumasi. A sentiment for me Bibia. Especially Krobia if you are Sante Kotoko. Hinimbodiana
Pia
and won't coso.
Pia
do baby and if you are for that way there. Fasian Bayo Sahoy Bib. In Tiachio Bibia. Kwabra Asante Mime. Sebi yaseme mobo papa na asemne mobo nyina yese kwabna sebi o enkanye bone senko bi betru obi akohwe nkwan na sebi say adeɛ ne deɛ ɛwɔ no
na ko wie bi
sɛbi efiri yɛ nananom apɛn so obi anim sɛ yɛnim ko yɛnim dwane yɛnyɛ nipa sɛbi obi betimi atwi afa yɛn so sɛ wɔde tumi bi bɛ daadaa yɛn na afei yɛabɛyɛ nkwa ɛwɔ yɛn man mu abera yɛyɛ adehyeɛ na sɛbi kwabra baabi a ɛkɔma asantema asɛm yɛ mmɔbɔ nyinaa yɛ sɛbi o nimdeɛ bi yɛ a ɛwɔ sɛ nka yɛhu yɛ a abere biara no yɛma nneɛma bi ɛdaadaa yɛn oyɛ twerɛ no a ɔse nimdeɛ a mema nim ɛno nti na ɔmu si apenie apenisi a yɛsi no asantema mu hɔ nyinaa ne sɛ yɛnimdeɛ bi ayera na ɛduru baabi a na akɔyɛ sɛ ɛyɛ sɛbi nneɛma baako mmienu bi a yɛamfa yɛadwene ankɔ so yie ɛna ama saa nneɛma no nyinaa ba kwabena deɛ di kan amayokuo sɛneɛ maka ne dada na mesɛ timu bie mu no amayokuo bie ne wɔbɔ wiase mu hɔ a ɛte sɛ bɔɔbɔkuo amayosɛm ɛne agokansie ɛnyɛ pɛ baako yɛ agorɔ baako yɛ serious business ɛno nti sɛ woahwɛ a yɛde nneɛma daadaa tetefoɔ a ɔmowɔ asantemaa mu ama ɔmo ɛbɛso mu kura mu ma ɛbɛyɛ sɛ ɔmo mma nso bɛdi akyire ma ɛkɔyɛ sɛ o fanite sɛ MPP ɛne kɔtɔkɔ ɛyɛ pɛ na kwabena nipa bia wɔdwene sɛ bia na adwene no sɛbio ɛyɛ ketewa bi te sɛ entatiaba moku adwene no asɛ ebi ni wɔn pokura nkɛyɛ den kɛyɛ na sɛ wode ago kansie anaasɛ ago disɛm ɛtoto amayɔsɛm ho a kwabena na woyɛ mambɔyɛ ni yɛtia meka saa ne sɛ baako deɛ sɛnea yɛ ne din ne ne honam sɛ no ɛyɛ agorɔ sɛ kɔtɔkɔ ɛne has kɔbɔbɔ a me na epoku me sim yɛ kɔtɔkɔni sɛ deɛn yɛ de kɔtɔkɔ atwa me funuma yɛ me yɛ kɔtɔkɔni because of ebi a me tribe krampo a anaasɛ sɛbi sɛ mɛ de hyɛ nti na me se me dɔ kɔtɔkɔ a kɔtɔkɔ yɛ sɛ kɔtɔkɔ a deɛ bɛsɛ yɛ me fufuo bi a ɛno ani ma bɛn kwan ɛno kura no na sɛ kura fridge ba yɛ kura o de nkwan sɛ fridge mu na o jɛ fufuo ni si o adeɛ kyi a fufufuru wɔpɛ tɛ bi ne ɛyi so na o de abɔ so na sɛ yɛnim si ɛkɔtɔ kɔ yi nye nti by 12 ne yɛdi efufuo awie ɛmɔ tere de ahyɛ yɛ wote aseɛ na kwabra yɛtim na sɛ people were so smart into making people be indoctrinated to believe say kɔtɔkɔ ɛne MPP yɛ pɛ ɛno nti kwabra wobɛhwɛ a medeɛ me MPP na mepɛ o sɛ ofiri deɛ animu sɛ odwan deɛ animu sɛ aboa dwan mɛɛ deɛ animu ɔmfa ho kwabra nipa a ɔma asanteman ani da hɔ kane ɛwɔ amayɔsɛ mu efiri Kwame Nkrumah pɛn so bɛpem nɛ ɛyɛ muntaka because ɔno kura no yɛ MPP ni o wonim sɛ muntaka no yɛ MPP now me yɛ sure sɛ ɛhɔ na wɔkɔɛ na ɔdan n'akyi birichi yɛ no ɛna ma saa nyansa ne ba na adwem sɛ sɛbi waso nsuo akɔso ansa na wahu die mu oduro kwabra ɛnɛ yɛsi yɛka the constituency a ɔmo anya aban ɛne amayɔsɛm so mfa soɔ wɔ asantima mu a ɛyɛ aso ase ɛhɔ fɛkyɛ manhyia na manhyia borɔ no meka manhyia kurodua manhyia na meka no yes aso ase ɔfɛkyɛ no sɛ in terms of constituency a ɛne the larger ayi picture kra no aso ase ɛyɛ very well developed ɛkyɛ manhyia constituency Aswase constituency sebi preduasa omu wie ye mponin na omu be wie enso so just because people have believed say MPP ene kotoko eye pe enti no nipa no what da anwem da techem what onam potholes mu sabi ne kwankra ye nyiye enso so obenante akodi akire akọ rally abefie obefie no ne ka bopoto mu a no asa edidi ayatem mahama atem enso na mahama ante so Kwabena omaya ma akoye te say Ashanti region has become only a vote bank. Edu da hia dem ne hia abato a ene ye koho ye je wa aba ne wie a na wokọ ka say oh Asante man enko so nti ye mpuntuo nti ye sra mo mema ye bibi we man se kwan te se de kwabrefo ko busaye na wanya omampani bi a ne nsesini
no o kan
ne nanu sini
o kafu
na waye ne ti koto na wakekan kwasiasem na ode a kire Asante man eduru sa bre na uhu se pani bi ofie a e wo se wokọ ko busa se na kufodo ade enkwasiasem na abegina Asante man makekan ye no
sa to de pono kra o mo to de pono
na no na metiasem se yese John Mahama Bekumase se ono de ayi ye kwan gold kura ye kwan a ye ni so wan kamum na enke odise woka na da bi o akokọ saache ma akroma eye ne feda ben wo wa mi ohun se wagimi
yes
ana akufodo wei wo hwe akufodo wei na hwe John Mahama why pa na wo senka wo pa wo du vote ma no obi di fie nan waye okeje tia wama kumawufo nsuo wama mamponfo nsuo wama Ratri Park waye ye friend say Kwabena hospital waye Sawia waye Aferi 38 military hospital waye Tafo market Aswase market
waye ni nyina
keje tia chese waye sanioma we nyina bebrebe emu blocks wono
wama airport
wasat ya enya wo fe ade aba John Mahama entoda ema ne mesine kwa Aferi hospital so ko hwe ne ho yare wabra wa CB wo University of Ghana Medical Center enkramam he ya ekire so a wo de ofa ekire he ya woko wo wetimi aba mu wa fa nko bole se mikro mu nie obi aba be ye mampani etimi akocha bi ama awufuo a omo edabre cemetery asieye o watimi asesa tiles ya de takasini be sei ti se obi jimi be sei ne takasini na odi akwakoto asieye ho marbles
odi decorate
asieye o na wo no a wote Kumase no a wo kosere kwan no wa ma
wadi wata o side di wata so
wadi Araga Junction Swami roundabout any one other ashe budget mu enfie nson
onye draw no kra ni ho
enfie nson
si omo de chance da bi akotwitwa so mo
me say wo mo ye akwa bi ye drawing no e di akwa kosi ho
omo ko beat artist
oh yes artistic impression
waje huska
obi ye omo ye se me no kase omo ye
so mo fa na ta go kro no mo hu se John fo no dos ye be
se di amanfo ani ati wa Asante
da bi se je se ye kwa ko yi o mata
akwa se Asante man na e wo ho no eya na ya se ma e mobo
abi o se
na unim de ya na me yanso ba ko ni se we ya kan enya nipa ni nyina na e wonim die bi ti na me se nim die me man ni nim ti no musi apini no
yes
hwe ensem ni bi wo ya kan nkran ha wo Kumase radio kra na wo de opa se ya ka sei bietum ade chen ya no omo betata radio ona bi a woni akokoduro obo se wono so o se wo ene medum no
ese hunu
enti wo hwe a edi se bia ye abato breadru se ya ne ye kokuma se a ene bia ye kokasa na amanfo so atie bi no mu di bia tom kotokuo mu enunti NDC ene amayokuo a enka sebi uyi MPP a ne ho oden wo so na aye adwuma kese awa santimam hwe ye ka santimam a ya na akoye te se me ma akoye se me dwen asantiman kwa hwe me say NDC ni MPP omo forget debate say je say Bawumia nkohia ayina omo forget it. The best debate that will ever make relevance and he say you have had 16 years of reign as MPP. This is their 16th year. And this is when you're almost 16 years. Let us compare notes. In every township, in every constituency, in every region, in every facet of this country. And this in for Monioma Omaye. Sadie way, Sami Demfi, Ebetimiama, your friend is saying NDC for Omowo Ebia Bono region. Mon kutre nyoma ya ye wo Bono region mu nyina famre yen. MPP mo so mo ko famo de emra. Na ye hwe de watimi aboa ma ma we atumpon. E chen ne yonko. E chen ne yonko. We enya afa ni e be ko ntokwa. Wo de yenyi GDP sam frim, yenyi inflation frim. Yenyi dollar to cedi frim, yenyi BBM frim. Wo de mpuntuo enti na wo se obeje aban na be ma me mpuntuo nya sa enti yemfa mpuntuo no ntoto obi ade ho ekwan a wo yiye efiri ha kopem ha me na me ye wo de tworo fiegu krata NDC mo so mo ye kwan wa he me so me ye kwan firi ha kopem ha wo so tworo ho na nka be hu se interbeting kwan akwan kra wo yi wo asantememu ekebet me MPP ono nko one company koko rosu mai etino se mehwe se amayoku NDC na wono atimi abone ho modern wa santimemu wo ye mpuntuo na enemrem ukọ baabi a una na bi ti baabi na Rollins amayoku de mempe.
But it says assistant was authority. No aye press conference no.
It's because anibie na eba aba kane no na yetisum ene na ye ne abie na aka sese bi okaku fodo ama enu tinam say esum ho mfaso esum na ma ye
emana ya there we must commend.
Yes, and so I pray that emani si wa omo hyase no omo hyase free central market Kwabena hwese o ma me wo stores makomako 8 ne yebu ni nyina to agu. Wow. Say ye baba be si
omo na be so be hiafo
na ye dwiragu
eyaza eye bo apayo
na sabi akufado odo asanteman a etu penyansani pa ma na kwa akotena region so say on the regional minister obekwa akofa ofui Simon way
ba udu race course ababi omdom kogu ya na reho
o just ehon na asem mo na de omakogu o.
Can you imagine? So ya o hwe sampan say yes ye pe KM boss
no mayanka nka mayanka no ana na ye
akufado man mayanka na makasa kasa na ko nka ifa na mfa no so okay mo se mo pe mayanka de a meden be mamu se kumasi meya
se mayanka fo na se
on ye kumasi meya o sampan we na ye kumasi meya. So are you surprised so agofa napo etino enioma ekoso asantememu no me dem ogidie se efunu no ani abie me ogidie se kwase ani betia ma agoragu
de agu ya che
nipa ono sene nyame nyansa no so pese o mani hu se ni nyansa ne doso a fatoto kwakwa na se de ne ho me dem ogidie se we still have to go to our brothers and sisters, our mothers and uncles, our grandfathers and then grandmothers, forebearers, and let them know that look, amayosem and this a tribe. Tribalism, say me Asantini, mean to me in Casamina Santini da. Me pa mamen konkoye British Prime Minister. The fact that Marco Britain ako naturalize I British can never take my tribe away. No. I will still be an Ashanti. Yeah, I will still be Obia. You cannot say you are not Esremini. You cannot say you are not Asantini. We are by how Nyankopon and the ambassador. Your tribe yet means a son da. I can say I'm not a Ghanaian anymore. I can say that. But can I say I'm no more an Asante? No. But that is the more reason why so do tribe now pe my year. And my nyama your semono, yes, a mind your sem. And me and Yanet said, a year football, and our sports. Say, yes, sorry, yeah, dear. Me did this in the hearts of hearts. Asantini Bianim said, dear, why ye be a mass anti mino, who signed this in one, a bopoa, let's just say what bring me. Me will just say, you know. Yeah, you did through John Mahama. Enti, and your friend, I may quite Jina Makubua. Me quite Jina Makubua, say, me quite Kubusem, say, my crown a bit may be a mass anti mine. What bring him there, why ye be? Nampany Fonso said, you own him 20 didn't natural ponso. John Mahama ye be. Now, no, me say, Okasana was here, Gume. O could you two for anyone? Casama appointed you. One can be. A Juma, my ye. Oh, free could now. My appointed as Senso Boachi or Jimmy Fowey. What point as Senso Boachi? This one, Saban up there. There's so fast from us and money day. Oh, my name. And I'm appointing a po. My appointed way, no more. And to appoint you a beer. Now, Santa Mai, Yamming. Say yes in a pub and to be oh, Tina Penny Fossey, yes, Suma Benyan Safo, yes, Suma Bejana Monting. Now, only my dear, a yammy yapa. Sad and a me BP level. I was ranking the amount today. Nasamira to me and Nantico Kumase. I could tell. Kejetia market that offer your mama incompetent. 8 years. Who so sad, eh? Ha! Maybe Samira son of the sister. Abunim Yansa now they would Jimmy Bainey. What do me and Nantiqua? Or Jamaica tell your mama see and more. O Crusun ye be 8 years no Crun ye be. Now offer your mama incompetent. I'm like, Sister Jai. Cobra. A man now Koshia or Mono. Also, Mrs. Tower. Oh, yeah, I know. Anna or buy also already crowd already. Oh, say, Nabuku, Unim. What Casa de Bia Mitewa, me bufu, me say, only I come ready. Cobra. Anna after Samira Kohono, Unim, Erling Uncle Pon the Duamuko. Over frame say, Nepoku, if you may cry, say me Cassam MPP ni be more Yakupon Chia me canon Chia myself on count. Now, and yes, I grown a media, me here she will and for me company be any. If you may cry, maybe I can pay a Madam Mahama. Now, Obi Manan Tiam and Obeti. Or say so, me, I'm saying, sister, where the minting can radio so. Debio, 8 years no CB. She was just telling me that Debio, Nanti Ngasamira, Opaja will tell who market no Ujinamuno Crano and can restrain you. Now they are your campaign. Ne call baby, Obia because Sabi Obia be Obia benefited. Until I don't have any problem, say Ujina market no more. Sabi John Mama on also buy no MBPA BB. But Ujina dear John Mahama I anymore. 8 years no Krunya be in the insult. John Mahama in the insult after. Omuko yi 200,000 Ghana cedis. Hi. A jadi fool. Obia no se said ja. Your sister is sick at good gaso. And now what gunisik what gunija. Woman is sick as she. I'm a neomono omo jedama etusre. Now one movie ya. They say Samira say oh baby mamo into 200,000 Ghana cedis. Mrs. Tana omuko hu no. What you drum ho? Why are the masters imprenu? So two masters. You say sa edwofo no. Obviously oh na bon Samira. Some Mrs. Tano. Sankona di ofu ye chia. and go back at some many
go training here pa
what was sana bibi pricking the conscience where am I ne bro for crown so nye
no kan kwa
o se ne kasa nyina basa etu ahwe nanim saa na o se enti wey kura na o se ne hu ofei wey
now nim say
nyansa bia ni trim
no dia no be
etu o se from that day on no say hey am I your semi en kwase asempa senti ye nya bibia se medi anim se emfuyi me ya say unim say wa mobilize omo a omo start adwuma omo ye dwamama campaign me no kase they are working and no say omo share o frame me ya nana unim sada no me wo dem sa na me ho wo so say senka okwa no kra no anko gina market ni mu Alfred dwamama incompetent anka mepe wo gina dia facility a obidin inside here within 2 years 3 years ukunanya 8 years onye bi second phase you kro onye wuntimi anya ye beyond that no mwabu almost shops epiomo kogu race course any bantima kwamu ye na ama bantima any sa engine FM congestion aba ho no ekwan na si uwie ye na wugina ho na no mo kasa no wase aka atwom se dwoma ama we die never again or you're competent. Then I'm like, sister, what is this? Sister, what is this? Don't do that.
Any time of Beguma if you didn't.
What there? Can say Ukrubet me a Ghana neko me new ni problem. I got to abo. But say Jina Joma I'm a facility mo ukrun timi nye bie. Now say the dinner temo I have a problem.
Kwabena enye nanu ya na poka kachire wiase nyina se Akufo-Addo oya adwuma se Akufo. Na wonyina Jubilee Park baby Akufo esi he no no aka. Wo mo cha no mo yo.
Oh sorry. Okay, they come and give me my casa place.
If you even me one my ba.
Me say sorry. Me the make I won ka say Kwabena party say no mo
Jimmy na Jimmy no ma.
Mama maru na pa. Dada pogu. Arun akwaba. But my main check Ghana for be part of a flyer not to a mama quick one. Very interesting and press before AC Cancer Center.
Oh. Presby.
Presby. So, Presbytery fundraising lunch for the construction of the Presbyterian Cancer Center. The Asori AC Health Facility.
And in AC,
and the government AC Asori
and Asori AC prison.
Asori AC
hospital
medical facility government
AC
sorry dying
we are said Akufo-Addo
minim de ntia ya na me no o mka se obi didi wo matem because me hu sa de we ya me ni di watem so wajimi na me nka se
jimi complete jimi
asori ehunu nyansa
abio
AC medical facility
yes ana
aban
agye to
enyansa
no agye to no ano di kosi
asori dan
se ye mompai
asori ensi asori dan
ono si medical facility
ono
sofo yare obekọ hospital
yes
won kwa asori dan
aban esi asori dan say your problems ni ano enye wono na obefiri chebi abe solve amaye yemfa
komerade Everybody mrem.
Oria akwaba.
Me me joso.
Minim say title we won pay. But Ghana street agitators no. Ono am captain. Captain of the street agitators.
Mass action.
And minim say issues about organized labor. Me how I dream na say because and some nyina wonim ejano wa no sa nyafe na betwintwa obi anemu no di kumase adwadefo de no bi so befra na de afra ni nyina ye mass suffering
we nya mass action bi mass suffering edikan maminchia senior Listowell ne menu penyi na sachia etiefo omuamutie omuamu wo Facebook echobia na aka be 5 months ebe kwa kwoto abapa ebe kwa koyi omompenya osuro nyame omompenya oye Ghanaian Omampenya onim se ochontro adachi yebetimi di sa samno echen na amen sanfa afidie suna me organizers baso say you organize Hajj National Dialogue ewo Tamale next month on the 7th omo Tamale organize it every facet of this economy no and say
next Saturday
on the 7th next month yeah
August
ewo Tamale everywhere beba wa everywhere beba Kumasi for Kumasi and Sanaba and cry. That's the outline. Juma Yabedi. Na Nientina yes, Onya, we share the economy. No, it is not only a before, but it has an impact on everybody who spends money. So we are a before, we are a new, we are where it involves everybody. Na I don't think say young Muslims na every year to coin echo mekano we are isolated. Metimaka say yemum na the dollar no affect so much. Na we share near Ekoso or Oman Ghana. Nobody will tell you that this country is no more the country we all know. It is just for a fact say Ghanaians. The fact that that is the only country we belong. And interest there is a country called Ghana again. Akufo-Addo wabomodin pa se obeton Ghana, the word Ghana, the spelling of Kurano, but
GHANA
on ton. But nyame chadianti TUC sorry ejina omunai so the TUC for me, you know, will be somewhere. It appears omo are reactionaries. They are not yes, they are not proactive. They are reactionary. And it is high time that everybody in this country, including the TUC, Omonsorenjina, na fight this corrupt nepotism and all that you describe this government. You ascribe this to MPP government. I'm not sure, say you will be far from the truth or far from the right. TUC, Nyamishira Omunina, Nyamishira TUC for Nina, but the only people or organization that I would not want to, bomb Abasri Ghana Bar Association, and I have my reservations. So it is not more a bar association. It is a beer bars association. Yeah, that's how I call it, Ghana Beer Bar Association. What I say. So because I have my reservations, and I think say it is only fair to ascribe that to them as Ghana Beer Bar Association. Commander, this country, Ghana, like I indicated, it is on its needs. And the only people are Yebetimi rescue this country are Mabuno. And I always say Mabuno are the future leaders. But Emom, Akufo-Addo, Pempenso, we don't have a future. The future is now. Because if you don't rescue now, I don't think you will have the future to rescue. So this is the time I say yes, sorry, and consider this kind of bad leadership. And yes, idea you will not live to realize the future. So it is on the right direction, sir. TUC will fight for Mamono. TUC will fight for their right, and TUC will fight what belongs to this mother Ghana. And indeed, we share Akufo-Addo and his people, I mean the cabal. Nobody will tell you that they are not only planning to capture the states, they are only planning to colonize the citizenry. What they are saying. And it's a fact, say, they were headed towards achieving it. And in the history of this country, apart from the strikes, apart from demonstrations, apart from a year, Eddie Ghana, about independence, that was 1948. We have never seen a TUC, an organized labor, issuing a statement to shut down a country such as Ghana. It has never happened, apart from the 1948 yes, our demonstrations, organized labor, and whoever made sure say your independence. It has never happened. This alone will tell every Ghanaian who is in abroad, diaspora, who is in Ghana, say this country was sold for only those who could buy it. And those were the people who are the MPP, government. And it is not far-fetched if I mention the president who was the highest bidder. It is not. Sir, I'm for Ekadebia, say Rock City. Now, Nana Akufo-Addo, the president himself. Rock City, Eddie himself, Uncle Tomano. What did I say? And so, it is not as if, say, but the people that we respect, say, they are the senior citizens. The people that we respect, say, they have the gray hair. No wonder that El Natingali will tell you, say, gray hair is never the sign of wisdom. Not at all. Gray hair. Me wanyansa pa che obi mu aban. Ti say omo nyinsem, omo me, ometima wo me wanyansa che omo. Gray hair ni mas. What do I say? And so it is embarrassing to hear omo na ye respect omo. Omo na omo voice. What do I say? Omo na omo voice under Mahama. Today as we speak, cancer achi omo throat that they can't talk, they can't shout. They will realize that deep shit in their life before they die. May God let them realize it. Amen. You know, unim Allahu Akbar. Unim. This country will sit for only one person to unrive this particular mystery called robbery and this sale of state capture. Okujato Ablakwa Nyamishirano. Okujato, I don't know his age, but I would say he's still the youth. He's part of us. He's still a youth. Even though the youth bracket on crown, maybe I disagree that bracket, but he's still a young boy. And whatever he's doing, I will tell you whether in his mind that he wants something out of it, but for us, for making sure, say, he the truth prevails, and then he exposes corrupt leaders like Akufo-Addo, Ninia Bomti, sa nia onante to say mosquito na yakunu no odoji no your preference sa kosi apenyi Gabi omunyi na aka. What do I say? So when you look at such people, and I'm telling you, Onya, in 2009, 2010, 2008, I am telling you, Gabe could not afford 1 gallon of petrol to fuel his car. I know it, and I know where. No, obey. Today, what happens? And so, if you look at such people, within few days, few months, few years, they call the shores, the bluff, the wrath of everybody to hell. You can do whatever. No wonder that His Excellency John Ajakum Kufuor is quiet, because Ghana will turn upside down. I'm telling you, because that man is so hurt that they have embarrassed MPP. Abra,
you think Kufuor is hurt? Kufuor is part of the scheming.
Let me tell you something. You know why he's part of it? See, there are issues confronting all of us. And if you have a baby, if you give birth to your son or your daughter or your child in general, you have a soft spot. you have a suspect.
Enti say you knew say you will bow say you nasa nipa ni jimia na wo hwe na na jimia sai ade nyina
obede
especially Kwabena na ni jimi no so enye se o jimi wo fie keke
wo de
asikrom enye se wo jimi wo ebi a e fe ni se apagya fie ho no o jimie
wo de asikrom
o jimi wo ebi a e fe ni se baabi wo tiesi dwom e sen kofo nuama bubu kofo nuama gu
Unim.
I
am telling you on authority. Unim. I am telling you on authority. Say, Niantina Senate TUC ni ni omo kaka ho no nyina no. Niantina titio, Niantina Senate to sign, and then that midnight. Oh, sorry, around 10 something now, the press release now Omudibayam. I am telling you on authority, say, Umampenyinda da Nisaka. I am telling you on authority. So if I am saying this, I know what I am saying.
So we single baby say out they are fine.
What you say? So I'm just saying something. What you say? Nansuno, it is not enough, as you are saying. It is not enough. Say, we are penny. And to the extent, say, you are still the leader of the party because you are part of the founding fathers and you are alive. So whatever would happen, even if say one team or more your advice in the quiet now, you can make people understand your position. Because snitch as we speak, that is democracy. But we don't practice democracy in this country. So we don't practice democracy. There is no democracy. We only enjoy democracy on 3 former presidents and the late John Ivan Atamios. This is the man who told you father for all. Let's practice democracy. John Mahama inherited father for all. What can I say? Sadana Oshia Central for. Yebisano, whether he will still stick to father for all No, his response, look, and I was so happy. What did I say? But near Ekosu, MPP, we all know, say they had nothing to offer, but because that man was he's not worse. That man is a smart scammer. He made people to believe, say, Onuba, he would have had some solutions for mother Ghana. That's what I'm saying. So he's a master scammer. We're planning a scam a year. And this is the timer. Say if anybody say to say John Mahama dada. So Osaba, because Juma at least you can point to some of them. So Osaba say you would have no cause to doubt him. But if a fresh brain and for that matter a useless running mate, what do you say? And now a vice president who has no future for himself. Even when him say economy, and he brought up something and I was so amazed. He said that man is empty when it comes to economy. The vice president. So sir, that is completely empty. It's empty. What? But monetary economy to a large extent, it's not technical. Monetary economy to a large extent. What you say? So these are the people, the gang of scammers who came and said, Omuba, they will make sure that we experience accountability. Today, there were accountability in our books. There's nothing like accountability under this scam government. Who born dog? You can call for accountability. Nti Neka say he's a scammer. That's one. Two, Ansah bakachira yen say Oba protected the public purse. And there yabisa manfo, yabisa Ghanaians. Omo da yi amanone, omo Ghana. Munka, everybody should tell us the truth. Say, do we have something like public purse, let alone to protect? I want to know. You were public purse, no? Ayira. So we don't even have it, let alone to protect it. Where pen person ayira ye? That's the question we should ask. A year under this calm government, led by Shotingo, what you say? Nana Akufo-Addo. Ne pensu na sa pensu no yiraye. Abra na pensu na yiraye. What you say? So a lot of things happened, and you will get to understand. Say, you will conclude that this government has nothing to offer. The same thing about taxes. They managed to scam everybody to believe in say Omuba. There were so many news and taxes on the head of the Ghanaian, to the extent say about Kaya taxes and all that. Today, as we speak, it is the Ghana is the only country COVID we are seeing affected. Ghana is the only country that is paying COVID levy. Abroad, that particular pandemic came to affect businesses, affect livelihoods. But today, as we speak, it is not only on consumption, but it is on income taxes, COVID levy. This is the same government who told us, say, Oba, he will make sure all the news and taxes on petroleum, the fuel industry, he was going to make sure, say, obey nina. Rather, no, if not 200% on Bosta, you will have 30% on the pump dispensers. Say, obey. Look, just you don't even know. This is the same government. In 2016, Okase Oba, he would make sure that we will never be experiencing taxes, but rather what? Production. Today, as we speak, this same government used taxpayer money. Say, Okoye, one village, one dam, one district, one factory. Yambi say, and Etoda, seriously, I empathize with Alan Chermentini. Seriously, I empathize with him. Him, this is a man Akufo-Addo used to scam Ghana. He used Alan Chermentini to scam Ghana. Papa. Do you know why?
He gave him credibility.
He not only added credibility to his scam activities, but okachre o ma papai eko developi sa ideas no nyina o di ba edu implementation na oyinama, and then people at the presidency where the people implemented. I then remember kwa throw me plan. I know how to implement them. You do implementation and now why me? No, they are obiaba onko implement. How can you implement Abra you have no idea about? I empathize with him. Seriously. But Nemum, I am a Ghanaian. So there's no way Alan Chermentini, Honorable Alan Chermentini, can convince me, say, the hardship now, your family, he's not part of it. There's nothing that he can tell me to convince me, because he was part of the scammers. Maybe he didn't scam me, but he used him to scam me, because people like Alan Chermentini were fronting the face of Shotingo. So we believed him. What I say? So all of this orchestrated by this Shotingo, led by Alan Chermentini and his people in the area of trade. Motimasi. So the issue about you will not get Motimasi. You know, so we have nuisance plus nuisance taxes. Abra, we were rather expecting the reduction of nuisance taxes. Uba Kumasi Ashanti region, me will fear a bang and here. Fear will fly Bokrum estates. Look, I won't lie to you. I am the first person, me, who created Gata from Ahwiasro to Fly? Me, with my own resources. Kobisa Obia police station in Fly. I contributed single-handed 10,000 Ghana cedis in the time of your friend saying Mahama.
I see.
Yes. I contributed 10,000 cedis. Fly police station. What you say? I thought that I bisa say I don't know. Say a day now Ghanaians will not vote for development but vote for party symbols. I thought that I bisa me. I don't understand. So Asante for a woman say you gave birth to your party, but the individuals now only lead the party no. Omundo bebia the party is burdened. So you punish those people, you don't punish your party. Making sure say omu lead sa party no. Yen you omu. Nepe omu a ombetima develop. Look, if you go to northern region, and I was chatting a friend, and sir, I told that me, I used to convince him to the extent, so see, me on to about Muhammad da, and I'm be say that, see, oh, you see, charity begins at home. Remember 3 good things, no, 1 good things that Muhammad did for Bwale people. One. What's it mean? 1. Muhammad is from Bwale. Osa bisa me say under Mahama, his former president, say Bwale was the poorest district in the northern region. Bwale, baby, His Excellency former President Mahama Efri. Bwale. If you go back and Google, that is the poorest district in Savannah region. Why? That is where the president comes from. He's been a member of parliament. Not once, not twice, not thrice. A former deputy minister. But when him, because he is not greedy, because he thinks about people, he thinks that, look, we should follow the constitution and whatever the constitution prescribes. He should do the right thing. He should make sure that he would never be a tribalistic. He developed Greater Accra. A friend saying UGMC, Dubai waha, E-blocks waha, Nieka. It is there, say, one of the poverty alleviated measures, education.
Yeah.
One of the poverty alleviated measures is education. Say, we have how many E-blocks do we have there? Wale district. None. But shorting go by, yeah. He made sure, say, the expansion of Anko ends at Chibi. Osi apenyi. Una uchire Ansah. Oh. Uchire Ansah. Mahama has been there. Mibubo. He's a president. It will take you 6 hours to be able to come from Bwale to Kumasi. 6 hours. But he never took that into consideration because he felt, say, development comes with what? Revenue. Therefore, if that place is not able to consummate with whatever revenue that will be taken there, and you can say on size because one Ashanti region brings so much revenue, Greater Accra brings so much revenue. I mean, so he decided, say, he will focus on the cities before he goes back home. Do you know what they did to him? They called Bwale. He almost incited the people of Bwale against Mahama. Mahama, former president, Mikhail, I'm a Gonja man. And I'll tell you, say, Usaba, now I'm focused on. Don't count yourself amongst us. Because Nana Akufo-Addo, Achra Nyansa, Wachra Nyansa say, Eba, Kofie.
The Kromasiye, Chebiasiye Krano.
I'm telling you.
Marbles.
Yes, marbles. What's your opinion for? Move Hunia. Or see, ya expanding dual lanes from Accra to Chebi. Why? Bonnie Bain. So if you look at these things, and you're behind the back say, you are cheating slaves in Ghana. We are slaves under Swatingo's regime. No wonder people will tell you that if you see a short man devil, run for your life.
Thank you.
The person look like your friend is saying jeans. You know how jeans are very short in nature, very wicked in nature, and that is how that man looks like.
But get some water to drink. Me pacho, which I say what to say raffle no?
Because 30 cities.
30 cities. And what is it?
500.
Kai, about phone so.
And then
5 million.
5 million.
Tell me, who's can I say about phones no? Say na ho ya.
Oh, but me Thomas is my man. So this can so.
Oh. Cause one CMG scratch at the end now. Yeah, that's the best star 413 hash. And then me go so a chase can say obi abedi di peche. Obi abedi di peche. So that
Casa pede bolo de goma. Não é hotel.
Odi moshizo godi aswase ne mampodi afijasi die twini yira afra.
Casa pede bolo. O cara, você tira.
So, Kwabena, I am say a man for GD say to use more fancy because Ochina ye tufu amu 4% already electricity a tariffs intimintia and I want you know kwa na ekoswa e say bibiji boom na man for GD say TUC for assume the bite say dia can almost bite my Ghana for.
I'm not TUC way men you money sir on betray. Essentially we no Ghana for no se me down massy. Ghana for the ma or more enka TUC when the ma TUC for acting. If it's all shot dear no TUC for no members never Senate board no so no. The work I see Uncle Tom Hotel no Celio.
Elizabeth
also you will TUC for a young members of the Senate board. I don't mean Elizabeth Hennemoya again say young cotton 70 years a Celua. So you know and go they call yeah the Sikabia so mudi. The comedy quan na Yamine Bear Moa to say they know Kadiambo Okujetua Basso. Okoyibaya Ghana for no Benemono and TUC for them was Yedi agro obe pam ye free so. And until omuntu into bomb with you.
Elizabeth must resign.
What were you then?
So
what were you then? Obe start as a graphically. Apart from Senate and NPR or so National Pension Regulatory Authority or so the Minister of Employment or then no cotton parliament or no near Bra employment or no her in Swatrema FC. Hena all run the ministry of Van Home. President Nankasa the vice or say by now. Omo Eferiadia Nanka Omo Friso. Who say Ghana first lady, the second lady in Kenya Yetra first lady, the second lady budget. Komo check pons and go for you should groom one as a Oman Tremu fast. Na Kenya for no peke. Status or more bopons. Shilling in Abessa. And until yes, no, some go for winning. No, said I know, yes, I'm mistaken. I came no mamba, but on my hands on Bessadiaba on Baba Tuchi one in the back. The woman said, Yakabia election, our consequence will be you be dear in Biano, our consequence. And until that cleverly no, of J ballot paper no enye political party symbol pen da ho name of nipadua obia ne nanim ene da ballot no so
semone sunti na echedi
semone sunti ani echedi dia ka kire wu nyina ne say beyond partisan politics no hwe nipadua na nanim da ho no say dia pa brabo ben wa bonti a wono wo hye wo woni veranda oso benya adwe obi a wono ebia woni bebia oda na oba be hye wo se me ba me ma obebia da eno ne the reason why do obi a picture to so eyesa ka be ko no say MPP na osoro da ho NDC a chinie da ho movement for change na afafanta da ho ne agya nipa na ni mafirim tumbeto amamoa na ne yi a na makoto amamo but ye pese ye hu se nipa na omani da hwan ana ose efata na minua haruna ka bibi se alantramanti ye ntumi enyini mfirim ma mente bibi mfiri o sa Fourth Republican ye anasa under Akufo-Addo dispensation oma disappointed particularly from 2020 ebesine NPP NDC parliamentarians eto akese a yedi akokoro mu anyina mo na gitum ministers full time kurasefo yi a yajeje o matum nyina mo na approve eni dure ko shala nchemantia na die no be hwe ya wo list ono wo ministry ho no me wo list bi wa about 33 tax waivers nkwa our Ministry of Trade na ose yemfa tax waivers kura Ghana businesses nanka entumpo under one district one factory ore Akufo-Addo anye o free wa KT Sabo KT Hamon eba ya wakofa Indian companies Chinese companies 33 of them list ni nyina ha ye be mom tax waivers we be push am
oh yeah what you must say they have been fans and me bobo
oh my
say story ni subi obo subi
oh me say tax waivers or they call parliament tax waiver request under 1D1F program May 2024 May ya KT Hamon B5 Plus Limited tax waiver nkwa yemfa mom 11,441,638.32 dollars sika bia me bobia ya dollar Ferro Fabric Limited enya Ghana company yes
Etama
$8 million tax waiver nkwa yemfa mom
maton scrap mom
Ever Pure Holding Limited $1.7 million Mirror Forestry Ghana Limited 1.3 Schneider Transformers Limited 1.3 hwe Central enano oil refinery ya eye gofu ya na kwasha Chinese for to mo amodie yi hwe tax waiver nko eche mfam $164,633,012 KT amose mfam
na citizens of Ghana
kwasha se memetia na tax IRS tatame me Ghana ni na metia na me ye boja no na internal revenue Ghana Revenue Authority ye tata say akwa such nonsense I don't think koda ho na unya parliamentarians no ma approve omo ye ana Ghana for came by am so mo enjoy by no ma approve am dia mom omungodi ni free santo yi ba ye Ghana for a transport haulage ye friend say etwe fuwa ngakrakra omo akofa Chinese trucks abepama wo nya afiri we wo se ye ndi omachi enti untumi mfa enfonso no enkobo ora alanchemanti
acho use microphone
eto so bio ye nuano mo wa
on eya no ora alanchemanti no ye mu bi me enyo obia na convince me say me support alanchemanti from Hello FM
yes
nobody me obi a won say me support no bia no based on my own
the same thing I do in my life
yeah
me support obi so afrem me ofrem me member
Debbie
me sure na so you correct
I just follow you me ba me bedru Accra Asempa FM Akufo-Addo frame me call no fee twice but I felt at a must am frame that but I feel like
you correct
yeah me who say akwa we criminal yeah or say or mine as at that time no intuition. I was able to see that no, I call over say or mine. So Alan, dear no, they are near problem say. Memenimia Naneo, ya do uncommon. Yeah. Now I wish Nenka Alan and Nicholas were G position
in the Kufado's administration. Now you're chicken and egg. Here again, Kwabena, say Alan and G position. And the Kufado Barbonte and also on the machine. A Barbonte Becca say, pe Ghana years of Ghana and Gosso, but Abra what a too much of the sort of war mino, and into on best of Bessevoir, a dear Nabeka. Again, this is a party. Also, one say, well, let us have the platform. So, say, all the opposite based on that.
Yeah. Honorable people are quite free. Also, Omo approve.
Also, we are approving.
Also, Guswai.
And Tomo, yes, Tomo, why we crowd them in trust of MPC, main trust home. Omo, judges have taxes from Hunin. So, I was only drawing the attention of Haruna. Say, you cannot blame a land under the circumstances about the MPC free. NPC na Kenofuriata, Yenya Brota America say, what you know, or we are Baba Yeno, nay, your friend say, ministerial veteran. Or by answer, your man overwhelming endorsement. One of the man, MBPNDC. Etophobia no moon was started so in Munua. Why would I approve Brian Champo? After what he did at Ayawaso West, and then this is where you are. Hello, dear mom, go cry. Alan, dear, na ye cannot, dear, can say, or minor do beer, ye hear beer, or between the account. Ye hear beer, or you soon in the buying. A bet me a dear friend of Chrono Catasha, a swakofum. If he said, dear, what do when you are? This what would you chill best or be because we are better. I mean, dear anymore, many muda ballot to swear, maybe we are adding also who we are. Asama ye can was a sentimental I ask for me. It's the same thing. Say, oh, candidate be oh NPP near your friend in a pool, who could just sentimental. Was it their sentiment here in your t-shirt? A sentiment at the hono. What's that the only t-shirt bar? It's enough. Well, go be a fresh sentimental any mass. Whether open BPU, BPU. It is very difficult to say, sir, what you won't cast some now walk on. Bawaka. Now, on your opportunity, and now we are no catcher. Was it ye in India? Oh, no, like him, or your Santinisi will be a. How did all of a sudden Napo became a Santinisi and Anchamantel? And I said, me, I'm a tea, and I said, Napo, and I said, will be. Crabeshu Mujam Crabiana, Poshi Buma, and your Muja Papa.
You cry in your Ghana.
And your Ghana, Kramuja. So, one say, all of a sudden. Na Alan all pre wa MPP nim na onye santini na onye onua na asantima ni ehun se omunua no won ko ba ye de we must forget about that am kasa afun ni omutanta bi onye Akufuado ye mfa be bi anti echi woni bi ese wi a na ye nyina ye nkan mo nya ba ko putu na ta
na me so omo kofa movement for boys bi be gina
omo nka movement ko ko pa Bismarck or Bantima de Kucha Santa de no ano mo apem people be the show movement no me catch Bobie de bia me catch say movement has taken over Santa Region mo nyini movement
yeah
movement up go Fanta de shenko for na ke koye ma say
you should be able to sue them.
Oh, but I mean, see.
No, almost so many movement for our giants about
no, but they are not recognized.
No, then you don't even know them. Yeah, I'm on my 2x4
so
for
they are impersonating.
Yeah, press conference. Any pastor starts the jam movement. No boy. Movement has taken over Ashanti region. And nothing MPP was say Ashanti region yeah the stronghold. No, we in a podium no kind. Said the bill which we organize Ashanti region. The baby is strong organize them. And that's how we are supporting. You don't need to organize anybody. But Omo who said that Okwa sentiment and let me tell you, sir, let's maybe a sentiment I'm due. Oh, polling a station in here. What your brand never catch them so wound him Kumasan Samson now over 2 and 2 to 4. Come back drunk when it. Sir, now poor Satito no say 85% no be Nameboa. Now year 2000 kroner a sentiment to so difficult say Obi Bekase or support to end this make Kaipa a Kufu Krum. NDC constituency chairman Asarbediako minimum fa essence no suro se beku one na busuanti no okoto na baba kofo no de kire omu nyira say manto ama Professor Mills. On what end this no? And no crack of 80% in Ashanti region. Who are more full-time?
Was not a name.
And I don't make us a woman. Now, Mama more full-time. The other one, a Bongaya Colombia, who visit, who be 85%.
Me cry there, winning. Ashanti region, there be America. The last no be a better. I want to say Kufuadua mo be a bayo BB. Na say ni pakro ni mani abre no so abra minimum mafie
wadinya me
ye ni mo ma facilities
mo nya mo tam abayi ammo nya mo tam
say do obi a change ni tati so
bi na crofo de e na me crofo
o ma police ni anaso obi meye me bibi na me mani dabi
abos for
kuma ndi sini ba ko a amanfo gitwi ko mafie wo yiri fie
buy one get 10 buy one get 10 free
unim sa ya nto aba ne din no obi anko no ba
aba no so mo mpene sa da bi se sia ba bi edun la men kan jo omo wo security ni ayim ya omo
twa sa ba ti asem na twam o
omo kura ya we
atwam ene se kuma se me asantini mamponi wo si ai me support jo maamenti wo ba bo han adam me kwaya me maame aye wo mampo busa boy ba ko kam din ti hwide na me ya me pra wo
na wo be di agro
wo ya me pra wo ha se ya kwasia
ya ntwa ba na pokuse ya ntwa ba mini animo ebe ya se ya twa ba wie na ya nya 90% now the one to my mb when ye ni jimie kasa fun tanta fun sei
ka development any brebe
o ba na be gina no say ma breso ya ba ya me be minister of education energy no say he kan ye dumokum ase man kofo bebre na ye coast ho o mu je treshi ko asafo na abenya stage na kasa yenga jiwie o yenza ye jiwie o jimie nko na we ba be your vice president because wenya Akufo-Addo na say Akufo-Addo ka wo e ka kire ewiase nya se ono na betumi edi na po ho adanse pa wono na ahwe ne so atetena fa ne se de ba enje a wonwa se wo ka zemu na de odi na nimu aka nsemu no enkofo nya problem ensuo ye bia ensuo amana fa nkofo voter region first of all ye power president reche wansa na wo free nkra ako o ga zaza mo nto abama me nto abama me enje be ba hakra no a enye ezo zama ba we eya sema yeka was you see that I can't just 5% faso sudan kan koran ko school o hene ke kaya ala ya se asa kora bi on ya gire bo to kai kora ya gire bo so tia se enu nti asante mantem die no enipa bebre na listo ye nyai ka si eduru ba bi a e wo se ye toso koso an ye ka kire ikromfo no mbeti ase and the Jonfon Maya say all reason on kind Omoka me so instructive or say election babedua Marco farm machines abisia they are only telling you the strategy of the MPP and it's enough where I say machines abisia our ye kotumo we are no more than much more the master who to see that's the end a man a campaign ye opposite who win political power a man do me campaign and man should actually
it is sorry
a man do me a go and my so to say what the oba o meboa oba o ma meboa enti election 2024 no e be de na matese ayi special prosecutor wa tro tentente menya tro na am here wo so wo hwehwe nsase ni mu de ngofo na fa no achimata special prosecutor o hwe na se wo nyesa adwuma na ye mperof o ya no abeto ayi your friends graphics center spread no abetro the open so onum say won hwehwe bibie mu aka because nsase we no ye ne na wo se fatu ye so kwabna nkofo twa 4 acres 5 acres ba be sisi restaurant jajesika
and the chimota nsase na ye no kre
but let me tell you why I don't want to waste my energies on nsase sem sisi ye way onim de ntia asase untimi fan show
I need ya no kre I know there
you see a chance and cry assassin nyina de Akufo-Addo no you to Akufo-Addo o me fan kwa
bia no kre say
enuntina this time I'm not wasting my energies there because what there so there
no kre
na you to aba ni wie na wa lusu na wutifie na me say oh na opani wonko wasase ne so
na bia
so
ye be mo akoso by force
obeko
obi abekwa kwa edu wona sa
obesi
the former president say opa obe replace sa
no man no ye no man na kasa ya reverse no
Because Governor, I have to say Ukokache Kofi Asante Bedia to say Kofi sandbox here auto if you know cray ye baba jade o can say now who say walk holiday in say Auntie Becky if you know cray holiday in no cry no enya wo de abie easy na so say no me say me abanse say me met my koda holiday in be 5 and half years koda didi ubuza me say me say Eshobotom. Why you musika na we are need fatua. Na we are obokro. Na we go for benya properties wo Ghana ha. O bebre. Omo adia wo nyeska wa ye hotel wa ye say Lancaster na ye odia. Na ndum say. Ubo say boys abedidi. Omo kura be say omo caterers. Anu ade omo ape. Na le say go for we ehufo pa. Utimi nya adwuma no. No police can stop them. You see, Kwabena, they have made people rebels in their homes. Oh, yeah. Awaiting the time. The time will be ripe. It will be ripe.
2008, Abra Nana Akufo-Addo contested to become president. Unim say a move bag biya in the north. Unim say no mudi etu. Raffles share a move. Chema chairman ni organizers intermale unim sa so yes 2008 elections nti yenim omu tactics na unim se omu di agro my goodness look rebellions
open hufu a omu na ye hufu
it is not to go and acquire that at the university.
That means we must say nyapa we. Hotel kitwa we are. TUC can on one day no more journey. Yes hotel. TUC can also be constructor. Hotel we journey. Chaos. Abana ye kwa to nya good yo. Let me tell you. So all observe 2000 year 2000 and 2012 tell you so the need on here face you e to ure be futu.
Who create you no be there be a show ni.
Masa.
Eya
mo to say
forget about your money no be unless you know
Ayawasu was West Wagon.
Where
a national election. Now omudi agro. Seriously look. Yebimu yabreo. Yabreo fokino.
But
and then gold no. Ye the form which moja mbagi
and come back list to us but what so when they tell you that they have 1 million strategy to win strategies to win these elections, what do you think?
With Agama Lizard and
so what do you think? Quick
you see no obiati me dwene there's nothing like strategy and the analysts will tell you, say, every elections with its cycle, no, that it comes with dynamics. Now, in 2008, the kind of campaign now NDC year, to the extent said they could use even 2 regions, okay, to move and shake Ghanaians to say, omu na omudin konemono. That alone will tell you, say, they mean to steal, like in 2008. They have no strategy. The strategy is that they want to intimidate people. They want to intimidate the voter so that you won't come out to vote. They can be able to rig the elections. They don't have any strategy. Now, any government, anybody in 2008, I keep repeating 2008, it was do or make affair in 2008. 2024 general elections, it is unique and nobody can take it. And I am telling you, sir, 2024 election dynamics, you were vice president in the history of our politics. Yenya vice president na obetimi eden a contesting LED elections of NPP and see that. And see that. That's one. 2, we never had the opportunity to have a former president coming back to contest election again. It has never happened. Third, we've never had the opportunity to have two Northerners on the same ballot with the major political parties in this country. So the dynamics here is different from the past elections. Now, there are records to show that the current vice president superintending elections in 2016, elections in 2020, and the head of economic management team. Now in Trona or Choye in 2020, in 2016, and in 2020, no, it's still fresh. And then the former president who had the opportunity again to contest, no, in Trona or the bar elections in 2008, in 2022, and 2012, and then in 2016 or Lucy. The records are there, and everybody can see. Now, no, Captain Smart Bisa Omari Wadi say, one hospital that this current government built for 8 years, 7.5 years. Just one. Watching internet so, and yes, and it's more internet so watching want to remember Bako. Or say Agenda 111. Now, Captain Smart catches in Yabotre. Agenda 4. Agenda 111. Yan shasi. So that one don't come to see you. Boy, you're trying want to remember. But ask NDC ni see ya just mention 10 obetimaka. Mention the e-blocks obetimaka. Expansion of the education sector no obetimaka. This is a man, the vice president, say, or no oba, the magic that he has in the economy sector, no. Because we can toll the roads, and then the money is here. We can make it. It is only in Ghana. China. Look. But, even streets that lead to people's houses,
no, but you'll be seriously,
a serious government, any serious country should impeach this idiot. Excuse my language. I'm telling you. Because it is like, sir, look, it is like, sir, of fire and like people who are of no use. We don't have the use of our brain. Say, to me, say, say, Uba, you have the magic, and that's the dollar as at that time. No. Now, His Excellency former President John Dramani Mahama was useless, was incompetent to manage. Until Uba, young farmer, Uba, 380, no, 3 cities, 80 pesos to the dollar. No, Uba to me, Emanaba, 1 against 1. Sisia. They be every night I can't sleep. And I me say around 1-2. I mean to me because me carry dollar cities to the dollar no. Onya me to mean that because it's 16 cities today. I got 17 cities. And you are telling me say who was strategy against to the leader, the head of the economic management team, Abra Wuya Whiskey. The Shotingo introduce you know, or say this is the man who can turn the fortunes of this country. This is a man who is economic whiskey. Therefore, no, John Mahama is a useless individual. You know, 8.5 years. The only best, all that you can do is to state capture. That one say Jamo Mudia. I am telling you, there's no government, there's no individual who can mastermind the state capture like this.
Thank you, Winia. Yeah, there were 1,000 strategies. How do you understand it?
1 million strategies.
1 million strategies over there.
Kwabena, the kind strategy be any one more. A bit to me, ama ubi a commodino at Wabama war. strategy be any one more be man nipa a come de noa who say wama na brabo aka chire mfie nwatwi mu a mo baaye ebetimi ama onipa kro no wa wia na aba no obeka na no atum ifa on pene kra ma wia mpo na wakase won kana no ntuma ma na kana no atum enti eno de obi kan ye ye candidate your friend is saying nipa ebi a wono ahu se abrabo no enkoye kwara se usisu na obobra ufri efipam na obobra menyi ni se ye de otena se ka se obra na ebe ye yenka bi nkyerɛw because anye bia no yenim se osebra ene nanamo so na ubedie na osi a sebi ubedi nanamo achi no ana nanamo so no wayama na yefe ayekra behwe ama wokra no sebi udwetire kura mpo etise obi abobra wie kwabra sanipa no yenka nche ne se obra wokoboi eye possible oti ase eye obi a wa mobra obi a wan to no wabro antobro obi a sebi yamma no wiase sika nyina no wadane cocaine ni no wadi sika ni nyina ahye no na fe wogina nkwanchen na brabo ato ape na nima gu ase na fe na tare to atete no else ebeye yie it is possible wabobra mfie nwotwe ebra wabon mfie nwotwe it was never possible in 8 years wo na wo se wo ya driver mate the okra license impo the votes that the people gave him ukoya na be de akira wudi mate aplanke wo say driver ni na bra bo ansani na wo ni license ya afei na wo say ye ma wo license na ye ma wo steer wabra wo ni license no afei na wo be ka kire ye Ghana for say so wo ba ya bra bo no be kra be hwe kobra sebi kwasia kasana sebi nyansani yi na no a o che ne se wo kwasia no na o ma won soso sebi amanfo adwen se ebi a o ka kwasia asem na ne yesen kwasia asem enti mempese mekompi penifo se agro ne form na mehu ade bi wo front page ha ya edaha no na mepese
dan pare say let's fight fake news.
Now why am I fake news? Dan pare then it means we have to fight him.
He is a fake news.
You are the fake news in this country. The first fake news that I read every day is Dan pare. An IGP that can go and allow people to kill people and misreport. You killed 9 in Botiano. You reported 5. Where are the 4? And I mean, okay, say, still Bendano, or say, free Jimu says, you are the first person. You are the fake news. The first fake news. So it means we should fight him. What must I say? Albert Donko, you claim he's an armed robber.
Why they pronounce an armed robber?
The person that saw policemen in armed robbery, no, will say, or no, I'm armed robber, and I'm no. How about the 12 Nigerians? You are the fake news.
That's it.
So we will fight you. And we will continue to fight Dan pare any day, any time. Because, Kwabena, look, I am very terrified any day I wake up and hear him, the IGP of this country, because you see, for the first time in our history, we have a police service that is terrorizing citizens and making people even feel, say, even when you see the police, you don't have to see any friend in your society.
Yeah.
That is why and Kwabena upa fra police for baby. Omuko adwuma. They don't wear their top. They put their tops in their bags. Get to the friend is saying station, you know, and san omashe. Okofia no raw. Because Kwabena no diagra. Why we yakun? Because there are so many of them are timoto so. Di boni di nyambrasem. And so when you tend to want to play that, you know, because the story in the details no have not reported, say, or no fake news, until I may discuss it.
Already, you are free.
So please.
The graphic.
You don't pare.
You
don't pare. You are the fake news. You are the fake news. You are never who you thought. Look, people thought, and even myself, I was misbelieving that he was what I thought he was.
Me say, from
day one.
Me sending the message. Abaso. Because na me name phobia di nkomo. After me watching the 1 month, 2 months, now say no, this guy is a criminal.
He's a fake guy.
First message.
You criminal. You are policemen who are armed robbers. PID for no baby armed robbers. You are policemen.
Yes.
When me robbery incident.
You're robbing.
As at yet. Busakanda Passer has he reported to him about the robbery.
Look, let me tell you. Unim. Now, Rabio, hold on. Na akwawe friend fake news. Within 3 weeks, Emuni, Enipa 8 ayira. Yani fake news.
Aye. It's fake news.
And you are not saying anything. He's a stupid man.
Oh, of course.
Foolish boy.
Eight. Enipa 8. You are not able. You are foolish man. Hold on. There is fake news. No. Enipa 8 ayira wo krum ha. Ya ka. Just not even just a statement to make people assured say you are safe. Nothing.
Statement of hope, keke.
Just God and Nibia Kwasia. And Nipa 8 so fake news.
And you know what he does, Kwabena? He under reports information about crime, so that they will say he's working.
We're working. Now
and until no ama PRO across the country. There is no police PRO.
My time is up. Let's go. Live on Crown Rebel in 5. Bill's microcredit and Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant. Ochina, yababa betre mu niema Akufo-Addo no mu aka any damper no police service and their trouble fake news. We'll bring you proofs here tomorrow. I'm gonna see area trip park. I'm gonna see a ferry hospital. Obada da neja si wani ko sa no. I'm gonna see a friend say Kumasi Kejetia. I'm gonna see Asante Mampong water project. I'm gonna see Kumawu water project. I'm gonna match every phone so no me. Yes. The current year, the difference between NDC and MPP is NDC put Ghana first, while MPP think about their political party. That's Baba Rufai. And that's a fact. I don't know anything apart from you, no. I won't be a home. All right. Okay. Yadamunya say thank God it's Friday. We are back here.
And even the 5% does not come. If you go and ask any district secretary, he will tell you there is no money. They go begging the MPs to let them have access to the money in their district common fund accounts to be able to do even some of the basic things. And so this government is doing more. Get fund, decollateralize Get fund, and spend the money in advance. So Get fund is not able to continue the projects that it is undertaking because the fund has been collateralized. And so this government has done more harm to the existing social interventions than. And so today when we say that Ghana has more than 80% access to electricity, it's because the NDC introduced those policies for us to be able to do so. So how can any person say that NDC has not introduced any social intervention? Even the NHIS. NDC started a pilot in Damango and Nkranza for the NHIS. Implementation started in President Kufuor's time. But what President Kufuor introduced was a mutual health insurance scheme. And so your
debate no and our Kosang no oh tunina okay Madam Munina Seneria Yanko Yajuma Juma Ufia say live at 100.5 citizen show. Alright, so that's how we do it.
Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti gara furukube puntim punasi sokode. No akanchira katabin say you what you can say. Kwabena keja guma mani anko.
All right, anko ya nante live on Accra 100.5 and Anako Fia Hen Kinsley is here. Baron Karim is here. Aram Stitches Ewa say on our Facebook page Grace Dede Tete. And so I join Alex Pinto. Thank you, William Amwa. Our Labadi nativity, William Amwa. Okay, yes, that gentleman. All right. So, Willie, thank you for the other time. Emo Sakoli is here. Alfred Power joining on your Facebook page. Daniel Adai or then Wahini Dennis is here. My man also on YouTube Ghana. TV, Citizen TV Ghana, Citizen TV Ghana. Wait me a join here. Ajraku Courage Richard Kofi entry. Bono region, Baron Karim, we have Samuel Peterson, Fuzi Rahman, Sweden, and Sadek Anido also is here. Jamilatu Muhammad, our danceman, inside danceman, thank you. But quick one, my young Bawumia and area. Just listen to Bawumia on calling on JM for a debate. A debate over what? A debate.
I am looking forward to a debate with John Mahama on the economy, on the country, on the government. I am looking forward to a debate with John Mahama on the economy, on the country, on the governance. But I'm afraid that he's running away from a debate. Isn't it? His people say he doesn't want to debate. But he doesn't want to debate because he knows I will expose the emptiness of his policies. He says he has a 24-hour economy that he cannot explain. It's as empty as an empty barrel. He cannot explain it. None of his people can explain it. They say they will be exporting lions and elephants. But when we meet mano a mano, we can debate and the country will see where our policies lie. And that is where we should go. We should give the country an opportunity to listen to us. But if he chooses not to debate, I will continue to sell my policies to the people of Ghana and you will take the decision. I am looking forward to a debate with John Mahama on the economy, on the country, on the governance. But
the more Casano, minim say Baumia on Napo. I'm not too sure they can take on between 35% their coffee. I'm not too sure. No, the more Casano, next for bufu. Yeah, the more Casano, Nankro for a bufu. And you see, sometimes Ghanaians forgive me. Look at this stupidity. Oh, and Gola almost no more Jimmy. Oman and Unibayan Penifo. And Baumia has demonstrated it. The level of stupidity of Baumia is too high. His level of stupidity is too high. The level of stupidity, no, I was wrong. It's too high. And even the tape now, Okache Jomama says Jomama pe debater, Uncle Sangbano. I don't want to play it, but absolutely, the ordinary Ghanaian walking on the street realize that you are too stupid. And as to how Ghana got here, I can't tell. No, it's sad. It's so sad. From year 2000 to 2008, when the person picked the dollar, it was 1-to-1, or the bar 4. What about free $4? Now we are doing $16 Ghana cedis. Sorry, 16 Ghana cedis per $1. And then that round, I heard say more than 16. I don't know, but I'm between a check yamame. From only free 4 cities to 16. Then you are telling the person, come and let us do debate, because you see the problem is that well, Baumia is a joker, as he rightly said. Bibi Obekabian, I'm joking. Obejawas resira Jimmy, and Jomama cannot joke. Jomama cannot stand on a big platform and be joking, dancing, hopping from one place to another, nodding his head, laughing. Jomama cannot do that. And Ghanaians will never forgive Jomama if he decides to meddle in that gutter with Eye Baumia. Eye gutter. Explain to us, gutter for Eye Omono, Efa Enyema, importers, Eye Omofa Nyema, Ebedru Port, Etia 22 new taxes, Eye Awoni Akufo-Addo, Baumia on other taxes now. Tell them, Ekwaya Befa so dia boa womo. Was Benka, this is a Jomama bad debate. Look at this foolishness. Oh, guys, who did the attempt? What is the meaning of who did the attempt? You are foolish. And Crawford, what a dollar, I bet do something now. Ghana near Nani Sika, a be a young father say, 100,000 Ghana. 100,000 Ghana. That time, no, Ebia is worth, young father say, $50,000. Today, say anybody pay $50,000, sir. Or here times 2 or times 3. Ansah no atimi anya $50,000. Edi akofa niema. From taxation to production. After there, you free taxation, taxation aton. Taxation aton. Taxation. Explain to the people. Was a no, just a Michelle Jomama debate answer. Explain to the Ghanaian people. Banks ne gu ye. Ya mu begu no efe musika. Any unemployment rate ya edru 14%. 2016 obaye now unemployment rate was around 7%. Now you are doing 14%. Every Kwame Nkrumah person now. Epepe me say John Mahama free Gasono. That I think said a friend say employment rate was around 7-8% or so. But you can check for me. And now you are doing 14% and over. Come and explain to the people. Was it just a Michelle John Mahama debate and Ansah may explain? What kind of stupidness is this? What kind of foolishness is this? And in fact, I bet you Ghana for you say John Mahama will stoop so low and go and debate Bawumia. For what? Debating him on what? On what? What? You took my money that you are going to do PFG. Today, the ordinary Ghanaian tomatoes, miensa, say, or turn 50 cedis, 20 cedis. Bayre, Baku say, 50 cedis. These are Enyema Yedriano, our crops are Yedriano Ghana. Betrem the entire Abasa was just a minute debate. Manager Mama debate. A debate. What kind of debate? The whole world. Food inflation. Ghana and Tosso 6. Betrem the entire Drew Hasaya was just a minute Mama debate. Your mama or to Abama. And Crawford to Abama explanation why we are here. You were touted as the economic messiah. I will keep on selling my policies. What's Ghana Henina? When say Busa MPP near Assam 1, say Baumiani main policy ni say Onima de Cro. Digitalization. Ubusa say digitalization a yadanya or say ni okra phone, ya call a ba. Say call mobile phone call Baumiani de buy. Just look at this stupidity. Huh? Oh, because assembly to be one chroma. Oh, sorry, no, anya butra benya BP. That thing was assembly pa. List will say tax eaton. Now, as we speak, Kwame, electricity bills, because we just decided to steal all the monies, then we are forced to go to IMF. Then the IMF conditionalities, this electricity bills and blah 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 blah, are a part of us. Explain to us why we are here. Was it just a Obana debate? Many Mahama debate. Tony Mahama debate now. You won't explain to us why we are here. You won't explain to us why your friends say dollar, Ghana cedi, ye cedi currency no aya basano. You won't explain to us. Uno bia ni asembiaka. You won't explain. You know be so. Say ya your mama ne wa anya wonka. Onka. Ada just say your mama no be jina ho na no ye debate Ansah na waka kire. You went to Kumasi to adore your running mate. Just one statement. E di attempt and you know nkwa na obi adwene course because mo anka sem papa bia o mo wie na mo wie dan asamoa phone ka ho. Importers air passementie omomo ton yema air passementie. Now as we are speaking, companies are folding up. Plastic companies, manufacturers companies are folding up. Ebi kwa Abidjan. Monday no Kwame Ghana lose a fire ports ema ye nyesika no Ghana lose 40% ama Togo. Ghana lose 40% at the Amatogo. wahwe na so we yesen ka utwa de beto Ghana lose 40% edi amatogo ene fire airport ma yenye sika no Ghana lose for oye vice president just say when ya consultant Jimmy bi am na waka kire say okwa abontia behave to say oye opposition leader. My policies their policies no a woni akufaro de buy no ano kire ye ba bia ba bedu asmenka branam no nye debate what debate Obisi Bobie will lose the elections and blame Bahama for not debating him. Well, 40% of a near fire has say Emi Enyeska de ball mine home brano. Well, lose Yama Togo. Come and explain to us, or you will not come and explain to us. He will not come for a debate. He is running away. I mean, how can Jomama stand on a platform with a stupid person? How? Ghana for Kwabena Omoya, say Jomama best to Pobeko Salo. Okoye dey. How? When I'm the Asankwa na wosa. Ube hunu wo omo omo boys no George Kwati ni sa boys no. Ube hunu wo omo page bia no. Hey, Baumia can dance. Hey, Baumia dancing to Kisito. Baumia dancing to the and day. And a man for Kika. Share or the Jimmy say ya no we knew. O we knew. Baumia we knew there will be no Ghana. Kenya cried the best one shot. No ni akufo no kura no so no ya chiminia adwene kakra woni trim no kura na da say no ni napo achambi ni napo apo any dabio me ya na nkrofo ka sa asem no a 8 years yatia o mimi ngura akufo adu fie nkopa aduane ni da mani achi enye ho ne atro constitution Obia da ne dem awada. So if you sit down say and anu me no bi kasa Bobie mu ahwe ni ya obese awi ni o na me no wi ni a me no mi anu je me no mi anu nya tofu ope me no mi anu ye tofu ope to beto si aye ye yiri miensa 20 cedis me no nya to ne pe ebi kura me menya ska to bi wu nya ska nto Ubatete ayi Tomatoes no na betete afra ayi nsuo saade aye nkwai enche busumi nsia no anya gbirigbiri enti why if you will sit down me found eya no amokasa te se niema ko wronga eye yemu bi nkwa na ko wrong maye ebi kura me ye better than you, trust me. If you cry me, you're better, far better than you. And do the Traora? One policy statement. Asankwa na wosa. When him says, say, and Ariane Yati say, media for our Mudina Puechino, Omo no kasa say, Omon Saina, Omo Abaya stories. Eddie ascend womo. Yes. So one of Jimini or Casa just almost transit 18 years. Yes, no more almost sonnet, so no their story. No they are sending media houses no. And this are no more media for no do mochi at was about 2-3 weeks. As me be seen ye. The way Pia Bonten and ye. Obama's media for na side. Ko Obiaba one checking from Napo a campaign team no. Kwabena Boafo said, boy, no, no, Oman FM, no. Oman Momun in our side. Come and let us debate. Debate about what? And a commercial driver, auto fuel say, and then you drew baby, I drew. Say, crowd, you two, a fuel more, yente. Abaya norm. Then you drew baby, I drew. But very interesting, you know. You got here about Myanmar in 2016. You got here on Wamu in 2016. Just listen to Baumia.
And today, John Mahama says he wants a debate on the economy. Now I want to challenge him. And today, John Mahama says he wants a debate on the economy. Now I want to challenge him to come to Sangba and debate with the people of Sangba on the economy. He should tell them. He should tell the people of Sangba what he has done for them in the last 8 years. As he should go and debate with businesses that have collapsed because of Doomsor. He should go and debate with farmers who cannot buy fertilizer because of his policies. He should go and debate with businessmen who cannot access loans because of high interest rates. He should go and debate with contractors who are not paid because his government is not paying. He should go and debate with teacher trainees who are not paid allowances because his government has refused to pay allowances. He should go and debate with nursing trainees who are not paid allowances because his government has refused to pay allowances. He should go and debate with the unemployed, our youth who are looking for jobs because his economy.
So, tell us. And the interest rate, say, is 25, right?
I think it's more than that. Policy rate, and I think it's
29. 29.
So it means interest rate will be more. Let me check.
Oh, sometimes I is so sad. Ukwa Kumase. Ushia Kumasi businessman, and a friend say, Aquano be beneath black man or so why. What catch level, how our business is a collapse. Our Ghana ha, our Kumasi abontenso. Went me and you and one can wed. Then our policy no church, how our policy no, and you see, even a their policy. What are you coming to explain? Doomsor. And got church room, so my policy say ni say. Ashanti region and Kania and we are doing. John Mama Ameri and I don't know when say you know Butano or Father Koye. Bomiana will be a napco. Would you ask Kavian what closing it down? What them Kolanka bear 2 years ni? Explain to them. You know just a mama ever your debate. Just a mama be debate too. Said to the entire Napco 2 years Muntia Moka. Just I mean what kind of stupidity is this?
Policy rate is 29%.
And the interest rate in say?
Interest rate in the Empama, I'm still begging for it. But policy rate is.
Oh, but no, Google, you just get it. It's there. Wait, ask him. He's running from debating. Who should be debate you? Why in debate you? For what? Baby on my net Bruno. What can I say? A peche. All right, so and I may bought for album to make us. Today is Friday, so they need more time to work. Kojo Ebua will be in the house. Samuel Unto is here. Charles McCarthy is here. Later on, and Akusipoko will join us. The whole team. I assembled the whole team there. And I know many about staff friend me say Opasenko Baba Kasama MPP. Next week they are 1-on-1. Na a friend say Baumia spokesperson in Ashanti region. Are they? And now you're on your sir. When did you home?
Not Bobie spokesperson in Accra.
Why? Why?
On I say was spokesperson Bobie Ashanti ready.
No, Esther catch him. Esther catch him.
And to see Bobie spokesperson in Accra.
It can be you, it can be anybody.
No, it can never be me. Bobie spokesperson in Accra. No more meeting.
I'll go because the city yesterday. I'll go to the city yesterday. Anyway, so Media biased about that. But Kwabena for press statement no to us a quick one. Let me just work on it. Star 413# CMG catcher there. Kwabena patch me first winner bar and my main first winner bar now the milk quick one. Na yenkokwe but so press statement be what say yeah be ho adwuma, and I think our brother Okujeto is doing a good job. Yeah, he's doing a good job. He's doing a good job. Now I'll make it. Okay, so organized labor press statement on proposed sale of 60% of SNIT's shares in the 4 hotels. So let me just read through. We have followed the developments on the proposed sale of 60% of SNIT's stake in 4 hotels with very keen interest, especially after organized labor leadership meeting with the President of the Republic on this matter, which took place on 25th June 2024 at the Jubilee House. Yesterday, 11th July 2024, the Honorable Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, who is also responsible for pensions, made a statement in Parliament that NPRA has approved the sale of 60% of SNIT shares in the hotels. We recall that on 28th June 2024, the board of NPRA issued a directive to SNIT to suspend the negotiations with Rock City Hotel Limited. We therefore find it extremely difficult to understand how and why NPRA would turn around to approve such a flawed deal 2 weeks after the directive. Organized labor would like to reiterate its well-known position that the proposed sale of SNIT shares in the 4 hotels is not in the best interest of Ghanaian workers. We therefore demand that SNIT terminates the process immediately. From Monday, 15th July 2024, all workers in Ghana must not go to work until SNIT publicly announces the termination of the process for the sale of its shares in the hotel. Signed by Dr. Yauba, Secretary General of Trade Union Congress Ghana, Dr. Isaac Bampo Addo, Chairman of Forum of Public Sector Workers, Kenneth Kumsin, Deputy Secretary General of Ghana Federation of Labor, and signed on the day of the 12th of July 2024. All right, so yeah, that's meanwhile Closac, and so a strike. Yeah, you know, so pending then na says no organized labor, so I say from 15th July and I say 12, so which means 13th or 40th. So from next week Monday going, civil servants juma omunyina ewofie kwapem say SNIT beka say eye hotel 9 na ye toma eye ye nua Brian Champon no yajai na saa asem no me masi ahwehwem bio pa yi na ebresim no we will put out our strong opinion on this matter. So say me catch on today is Friday and I need to allow members to do the work in the kwase me fa omokasa ne nyina eka ena kasa no na ade a eye metan eye mehi eye saa ayi branyenye debate nkwase akeka no Kwabena, Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association has issued a statement indicating OPDs will be shut down effective Monday in support of organized labor. Try and get that. From no, I am much people, some Bibi Moana. Professor Simon says, we need serious actions now. Strike, offer strike, you know, a strike. What is our normal 3 weeks strike? Empire, me bonus say yes, sir. Here, Chaze, Akwaba. Sami Akwaba.
Yeah, over Kwade.
When me PR Romano.
Chaze.
Me PR ni when me PR.
Chaze, unmajuma waya boame any show way.
Oh, me show me nyahu PR.
No. Information me okra no a wona ade ma me a me mpese me kan mo bi ati.
Nyahu PR. Is that propaganda ni mischievous.
Chaze.
Some bets now. I know we can't get ourselves. So we are really. Who rally really?
Chaze. More of the Abuam me show in information at the Amam. Even last week, information at the Mammy.
Mamin Chawa Tea
for Joe, so yeah, audio so.
Namin Casse, Ghana, me canvas.
Yeah.
Semi painty so I painted with emotions.
Yeah.
My interest high. Maybe taxi need to me for police said a hospital while we honor. In fact, me are home more. Me say police force squat or Ghana.
Almost squat.
Well, police for need them. Police personnel don't have accommodation. Oko Tesano Depot. Omo dying back since you. As na mo was as a daho. Na mo dia as na private investors. And no musi sky rising buildings. And across the police barracks and around the police barracks, security wise, no. Okay, does it make sense? The police if one net territory reform, no. One could see 10 times the height of Sand Dino. And so be to Sand Dino, so a police phone when you feel no, it's a move. Is it good? But unfortunately, more IGP, when you know mobile jail, so Ghana has it is the IGP.
Menkaho.
George Akufu Dampare.
Menkaho.
A bone dear Mekaya, Moody Maten Ghana.
Messima and Caho.
Say, and I made dear,
you me free,
Macati dear. A year ago. So sad, nobody is talking about it. The same prison office, Omodio Monyansa, a court. Eddie Aban court, Quaco fight. I don't know the intimate police for the George Akufu Dampare doctor. What Jama police for Sasi? I could do private individuals in some way. Yeah, but my team was the union, Jimmy, because I Jimmy von Dawson, the Sina Ansah for. My team, ye Sumusika. Engineer can no country a hundred. San never. My team will cry as you mad dear. Nyebenya ni yenye. A chaga na ha. Ama a mine sassy. A bine yenye na a pine. I yem renew. Yen sassy. Private individuals suffer. Private individuals a check a bine sassy afa. I am from Kasa. I saw from Kasa. Mpanyinfo a ye na esi ye bu omu oman ho obi aka na no atu. E na ye nyina o man nyina japade few individuals HFA and a year Tom me ma kase me ni problem so obesom na wonya sika na betima ko to faro land that ho obi ani so ukoto one the whole community kwa na obesi wa community was so I have no issue
bedroom as so
but say o man nyina asase and that is your target because if you say wa benyaska
I just heard a Dubai Center issue
and yes you just heard maybe start call Dubai Center nyenne upon no one and this one I buying former minister be any spearhead bibia some year partnership you see but Ghana ha oka zama dey enfa when you speak because perhaps wa o kano when your minister when you into they don't pay attention to it maka newo Africa opposite Sabesi block A yaton is gone me Ansah say na mani dechi you see ura I main tons as the
way take this opportunity and sell your business. Tell them we'll be passed. That's all.
The way I'm business on your what I say, Sabine Kaya, be the minutes or tons as it. Oh, Kwanda, Uko, I water resource center and Sasi, Laboni Haya, Uka, Utwaso, Kudrukai, coffee shop, car bank, opposite, Maka. Ansah sending the night is gone. Everything, everywhere, everything. And for me, I don't get it. Mentias,
how did Ansah say?
You see, Mentias says, "Wow, done for Prince Derek I know what Prince did to President Kufuor in this country. Sameboa, Kasameboa. So Prince not here on friend Kasanya make Kananya to the extent the office space in Pana a Dima President Kufuor Prince stood against it. Demonstrations. Why is Prince Derek quiet today?
He's not quiet.
I mean, and as I said, that no voice in them Mabu.
No, who say
voice in them
on several platforms or throw articles about lands no. But their point is Derek no Ankasano. And Yana met me a cat.
Say, and now who could try radio so yet the mobilize good street and then the outro. And then the outro. You see, so no, things are not done. Now, I say, Obu na mum penasem. Mr. President Kufuor's office space, Prince Derek mobilized into the street on penny. Today, and your office space, children's park is gone, and this one, you know, you can wa. Hinaka,
Nebiaka,
Babiati, Mabia station, the minister and headquarters around, and starting in that. So, he almost said development. What are we going to develop tomorrow? Or Ansah, where will our lands be? Abrofun di can buy no more toy, ye nana no di koye. They came this slave trade, and a land trade. They are trading our land, grabbing the precious areas na yet home abrofun. Yan yet to need ye could ye abrofa, but so abrofodia. So when an investor move, this book come without nothing. With your mobile just to come and deceive the people. So Bruni neye, Bruno Yaskan way. More music. And besides the systems for Ghana, are we able to probe people, the resources of people are now? Commander, the TI say we a minister, or be any minister there who pay within 20,000. Mewa. Or the men can say 30,000 per month. Now all of a sudden, who see estate, who see apartment, and then I ain't to me, Missa. Say, Kwabena now far so near scared 609.
Wa wo se wo de so bi ye juma ti from Panchem. Wo se so bi be ye juma. Na so ye juma na so bi no be ko nya sika na be ko todo. Aseni no asi. And after all sa ba be trans se nipa ni wo ye juma 30,000. Tibere no tima kokosi sa ye no.
Na opeso probi say wa juma na wo ye no aketua nie. Enti opeso just posi ayapada.
Enya de be fada. Enti first na sama wo ka because me the reason why I woke up we na menti ase ni say what man say ade nipa na be juma be 6 months. E den no timi kokko to sugama Bobie na say sugama ni fie big family. So on pious. So what dress sugama no hu pious fie as far tie ko on check for the crew master.
Two person wo kan to bu no nwi.
The bi nyata me come and where dem dey shame. Da be na pious be ye nipa. Da be na obey nipa. E so no ma me nkasa me. Da bi o wunti twia sa na me ka no. Da be na pious be ye nipa.
Da sa o wunti twia.
Na say twi no wunti sa na say me ka no.
Commander. Say me ka say me no papa na wo wa.
Eh ya tem didi.
Okay.
Because now papa ntimi hwe wo. It's a plan ya show nyina no. E so bi ba be hwem ti sa no no.
Na me pesa.
Eti wo so chesa wo papa. Na na ho bua nso na kwankro.
Ko ka asante bi so da bi e just.
Da. Na ne papa ho na ho dia nso na kwankro.
Ya ho mo ko kasa de na wo eye musuo.
It depends on what you say. It
depends. You be papa na wu nipa na. You are a contributor. You are a bed sharer.
One who baby, I'm not going to see it. But the
donation, no. Tio, yes, and for the donation, the casa.
Thank you.
Yeah, the donation, the casa. Yeah, and you bet me a catch or say, hey, what's it? And we bet me a catch or say, me no say. Oh, yeah, the donation, the casa.
Thank you.
Me no say. Then the person means to insult you, but hey, what's wrong?
And none dear, none dear, no car.
None dear, no patches and a papa mobra.
None who wants to come to a one papa no share,
sir.
Okay.
To the coso. I'm a major part of the address.
No, but yeah, Obia money cafe.
And medicine, a Husem. I think, say, may take care no as project.
Yeah.
A serious project for me because the rate at Twitter a dissipate a buying side sitting as for and yet but Anna I mean can't say a contradiction. My sister will ban out be mana wunyeska now koto baby it doesn't mean say what about benyeska no institutions responsible for investigating the source of money cannot do it. That's not what I'm saying. Into a contradiction but
all right, thank you. My mama Kwaba.
Make you so bro.
All right, Onto.
Afa.
Where Tiba we have Friana?
Answer ni about debating so.
So we concentrate.
When you ready, my men finish because Pius will tear some years off or two car. And my you what you have said? But you
which means and Sason's
and I pay me end what you say.
Any Pius you.
I am me yaka cran say. Sabium nya you na ya hweko bai. Yes, you know, Mimus, what you say. You'll be an will be a warning, will be young baby, will be a jumbo. That's what champion, that's a Oman John, the money, Mamma Baby President. Meshia, Kwabena will be Ansah, Michelle list to work. The fear is going to be 10. We'll crack out. There can't be a way as be crabby. Tell a year. Say, see, I'm not coming free in neighbor. I Samuel come area more, if I was saying. As I'll be Nana Chrome area more. 50 boy for few because of Hatakas. 50 boy for you and not your man FM. I remember before the election, and chairman in election, where the Cassia Assam so. Mimi call your bar program. After the program, where you want to more. After the program, I'm saying, far away one from our place. And I'm saying, far away that office. Then I have boss to office or somebody do one. So what the Miami dim. Because in a 50 boy, maybe 2 and a 50 boy for the young partner. Nisa friend. Kwabena Kwachi. One buy. It's not people who's a mini money. Said about Chinabi. One because of a boy. To a mobile and a circle she on the mom, you know, my quabo, no, Zaquaba, Nigga. Now, what's your what's your unia? What's your what then it's about the banner? Yet, almost who come with a buy no. I breath for fear no buy. None less than my back, Nana Crum. No one attackers will fear was singing at the attacker and race it to be so. Me can't do the above is a pious. Pious, I mean, a jackal, me, my jackal, and baby queen. A jackal be something confined by the DMP. ne west le go ko high fie ba ko mu ana chese ho de gi ani ho ne try bibia NDC MPs NPP MPs ho ne gi ani sa na meka no eti ho de ani gi
e ba ni ye
o na se me ma hia sabia nya omo num green bottles so omo num what is black bottles omo num eni ma bibia
black bottle
yeah of avaro what is it
okay
oh yeah black bottle of malt and bibisa and green bottles of avaro ya no num ni nyina ade sa do obi opon if you de ani gi fie e no hide see ho ono an fie we sle gon what was it so at the end of the day a day ba ko na me share me ni put na share one room na sa dan po me na me the main person and oba na oba picture ye ba bia na oba trempo na ye den what was it ye wa ho kirem what was it ye ko na ye ba na wa friend ya bibi kakra de amawo eye de na akufu ado ba mu ni ma position ba ko na no me ko share da ko ni fie o sujama ho wo ya asfalt ko fie ho na fie na wasi no uduru akoma betu one of the minister or madam for NPP minister was a Kwana Japade no hu dodo wo hold be say the whole ayi team day team net was be miensa e na group pon so sa kwabra woni wo na wo ba amamu be bokro no say ya ada de nkwa na moji wo Ghana wo pay ya say to see one kitin say wo dia sa na edoko it is alleged na no amiami nua jonkuma efi mu on de amiami bibia na efi ala ho ye fi ala ho e na so prepra obi anfa bibia nko no bi de bibia ba e de na alleged say ko wuni akokɔhwe account mu a ye $10 million dem de wadi de odi achana de odi ato adai enka ho kwabra sa we sa kro no we adai e de nko na pa yeso pa wo se mebo a mumye nyina nko su jaman otima se
eso jaman
wo wia no abakɔ yi a wo se nko de beti o wusu de ti bebrebe
yeah Alaji Ibu
oh yes one
Alaji Ibu
yeah Timothy asena mbeken Timothy efia otimu wa hu ayi kanda ofie na sakwa en ketu ayi ye nyina ye nim
o Bank of Ghana
no wo maame ekrom walwale wo maame krom maame wu ye na enyi kwan ko ho maame wu ye na light ni fio it allege say o hyew na man pro ka maame fa mu potimi wu ye
ye ni pro ka
anya ayi so kroso what is o show dem so grosso na eba se me boa ye sie maami na ne ye light ko ni nyina ne proka what is ye ne sie ne ye light ko asphalt ne ye ne de ko ni nyina achi bra be hwe wo dem say is the god onimo unim there hospital unim mangoes before ufi me pass obedu mangoes turn on sal right na ko end T junction is on your left ko hwe fia Timothy ababe siesi wo eye we fie Rashid ba onyan ba bi ko ni e man vice enjan farmer na de ma wa wodwendwene ho a wono no yare no wakọ chinchiri za koto ni fie no aburi nyina agu ne wo eso che abanso atimi kwabranti se baba je adwuma ana aba adwuma a che within short time ese ye man bro so obi te proposal akwa no de 1 hour kan de no
ore
1 hour no chese eye ye mame pause ne sa ase edu bekwen so za akwa no se esuhu okoko DMP ho no sa brante we police station na ni shemu aye was west ogon odi machi sa chese obrafo che ahotem woni ban chamfo be high dai ewo obi oni Filippo ewo isirego ho bia omo we eda ka wuye omo dimi ntua ese be force ko pe bibi tua ma omo mienu ba o kuma so otie nya ni mi won na ni ma se what ma se sa enkola edu ma bra enkola yi ho
kojo withdraw
me withdraw
withdraw
ka se da
ma withdraw
o ba di get scantia
ma withdraw so ba di
o ma get withdraw kwabra nano isi am so mu di afashe you draft fasha proposed as one sponsor the whole eastern region afashe no near baba mu baba bokro no sa
academy nitiwu
adai oya ade so the biba enu nyina ya waso so nitiwu emra wo na wo PNC that time ye the DNPP mu akotre boni aye ekoso nyina ne lead ye ba no fa ayi ba leshe ba ye ba constituency ye penipa ye nya bi dambo twada roman of force ni nitiwu yes abranti boy good politician ni ade culture now yes what pon ba kwa fum wo ba wo show stress e show no show ho ya na no kasa ya so nya hwe some be pay media be e se e ko pay ho mpaboa no ho tare de show mo dress na do e ko by election e man ye yi and aniti wu e ba ye nyankopon adaroma Akufo Addo man position and na say on me pass him Brugate me pass him Brugate East Legon me pass him me pass I say wo head wo ko me mo so T junction e wo ho no
yeah
e ho na abedro ne soja for the gyan fie ni nkyai e dai ma say was see kakra bia part no fresh one and I don't know team no they toss no atọ one so say afia tenge sa police we no ni fie no so nkyai wasa akwa tofu frasasi area community nyina bedan ni tiwudia now chese mu fie mu baba mu a short time Ghana say me pass me ni tiwudia and what din crofo gum enti dia Kwabena ntia be ni say what ma say chese edu ba bia wo dwere ho ahontia say what ma say enti me show obi ti crofo bia ye nim omu ye nyina na ye move ya na ye koba ye nyina na ye nim ya hoode ya na ye wo mu na say na san crofo ti be develop to a certain level bia Kwabena ehu o niti wu nti chese position odi ye na Ghana se be nyansa nsesa constitution for ate ho se eno one that system yes we dey obi a defense minister and obi interior minister there on accountable way ni fan be ko obi ayen check ti ye soga kaka na dey koguo na se be nkwase afo achadi wo mu dia na bia bodam se soja fo ni bia bodam police fo ni bia bodam because ske be ko bia check obi dia check ye ko check obi dia ada na check obi police ni te Ghana ha on tua electricity be on tua hwe enkwase asemo sa gira me ba yakwa bi ni me wo se ada na me didi me wi ahede o ka nim na wo kaka ni kwaso didi na wagi wuti bom da be yare no so bia ka ho me kaka me wi ahede kakra da manu so offense san crofo we nyina ntua electricity be ntua water be at the end of the day ye ntua no omumu sa anye gi esika no omumu sa di Kwabena dia e konso hye be na ete hu
ya o ka ye nyina afa to tomate na mido a wa ye minister pen ono so ni fie ti say
o the mate de do pa no pe no what is it because what do not flee go we do I had here no who mate me do fie we an me de ho ntoko ko kire fie no ho ntote ni say mate no officer say me mate me do o ba bi ho na do mate me do fie e ho sensan ho fu no o kwa say obi abiem kwa yem obi no ko ra there Kwabena samo eti wona se Ghana police service o mu ntua hwe o mu nya bibia mpanifo o man mu e be che Ghana ska nyina adi na be ko ni say dia se Kwabena say hu and then it one of the billionaire oka ho and the ben obey politics they a dear position on only 8 good years and people nkola Kwabena me no ka say isle go nyina ya omodia e kwa be ne be fa so unim jo mama be president there's no need and kofo we na say special kofo be fast track court one pen in lawyers no oba no ayo mu na judges say wo point no ayo mu judges straight fast track 2 weeks 3 weeks na mu nyina prosecuting crofo nyina tima jeje omuska sika no to be on mu pe e say crofo fie kwaje and na say me program no mani age Kwabena we sika bi on mu yanko fie ntimi kokofa ma e bi de gu polytank mu enya de ketwa wo it is alleged so bi de bia kogu polytank mu e wo north baabi ama crofo mu de kogu mu no ama polytank na yede ayira sika na yira fim ama nkrofo asabia mu se wonu omu de kogu mu no kwa hwe mo ye hu omu nkrofo na ayira masika no so ayira e wo ma we mu e Kwabena ba be trama nkrofo omo bo e kro no o sem na misle gu anu makoma na no NPP meeting am call bi ya nkoko head ye koso Kwabena
o kwa NPP meeting
na sem me hu sem ye spa me be pack me car sam tim sa upie obi hu me pe na masi fom sem hwe semasi sem no nkrofo mu gu Kwabena na hwe land cruiser am de ba ye nu ja o obi anum ja e no mugumu saa e na ekoso sa eti eba beta o ma we mu amna ko sei do mama wo djuma ye na ndi sin kola so obi anhye ne sapo mu nsuo because me hu emfaso ni so betwa do mama say wo ba be mo appointment within the 3 months you have to appoint yourself and become a billionaire too your man sa na ese kono
evidence any we nya futupa
o da bi which one no say kana ko gu gabi fie be bresa no ko se be nya futupa wo tama court be de betra ko fa ba court bi an ko fa ma individual mu ko fa no mu nche eno nya joma ama confess ni bia anya Ghana confess individual mu fa grofo de nche hey asamba na ka min confirm no mutiti isle go bebrebe yi omu fi ayema and lucky until you know my house boy no my house girls you fine ye nim de wiase nyina ekọ
ono my house girls no you fine
eh fine no house boys eh so timi sa na
my girls no you fine
me no me fine say de be ya e da bi on ma ye nwuram sa da no da de ne be wuram it the first 2-3 months eh say list over to be list over what man say 2020 election ko ye Kwabena so excavators na ko we no because social media because pick 5 and the 4 fian to ata no dwara mu and election jo mama wo mu wi ayo mo de ko ye 2% ye ba betel ma we mu amankrofa fa ne ma ni nyina free ye be bo mo agibi because yes e be wo she ni one more originally she need the main confess ni mu according crofo eti uja obi a 50 years obeda so nipa unye nipa me come what it is
police officer bi na say no say honto ka kire kwadwo ye bo ase ye pa ne chowai police for ye nye ne hwe
police for ka kire ne say onko we UPS ani atako e kwa nim ho police for no mo the Ghana armed robbers omo megja ho no obi timi ka kire me say and na me give 20 and na give 20 I don't come home for 1 week now onye 100 cedis our phone na go kwabra UPS na trako within that place one no come for the begina ho no police ni we pass me no so ba be ka no me come home na me nye 1 week
tell me udu a
munya no twemfo ni wo wei we mu ne betra mo ho advance kwabra nya yize o e kwa mo de fast o dura nyumra ni ade a o mo tete ye enti wo ye de ka se wo mo nye ho ahwe ke ga bo da afabadi so no mo nye goodness Everybody Jesus Christo. Me say John Mama wa Juma yes wa Juma ye. Some am ho nto bra ni pa bre yakwaba bre. Some am plan say John Mama win election. Ye tena ho adwuma beba bibia beba ese adwuma do beto akretini ade but sika akodi di nkrofo bi dem no ese tiko yiri nyina aba individual eche na obi anza candidate na woto wataw atre within one this for to am niam ye last election no ye to aba wie ye NDC for 3 weeks 1 month na obi ani one city bi wo mo antoto niam ye NPP for na hu na mo twene nyina kogu dem ese sa cheche sika no na say dollar is what I come aka says man me sure me pa abodon all the time enko so say see ya me friend madam for 16-2 e be do na su na do what it but was say was 16-2 eti be do na su na ti do be 20 enko 25 dam no be so cha kwabro bia ho beto no I'm telling you yen tratra pocho bia be di after December 7 bia be di.
I'll come back to you live at 100.5 Citizen Show. Okay, so CMG catch there. Hello. Eja?
Yes, sir.
Eja?
Yes, sir.
Eja?
Yes, sir.
Oh, why are there? Yeah. Ah. Me ba your friend say?
Your friend is divine.
Oh, which side of Ghana?
Me wo incline Pokwase.
What was a raffle not to say?
Me yan 200 and no manya 1,000.
When you're 10 million.
1,000 cities.
10 million. 10 million. I beg you phone so.
I beg you so. Sikache die.
Peche. All right, so that's it. Yeah, that's a pass. Say on here, because one here now. Why? All right, okay. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Me pamcho a star 413 hash. The next 15 minutes, Messi up to another draw. And Trawan Kase na Bobie na Chenny. Tina Mikase Munchang 5 cities. 5 cities. 5 cities. Udia Bobosiam, will be chances here. And you ever set 20 million. And then Friday. And Jimua Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Monday. No. Ya Bobo Moon numbers Nina no. Tumuna Mumum. Nia Besha Sapu Munia you winners. 20 million there, a bomb mawa, and Yasim Kuma. Listo, I can say, Listo, Akwaba.
Any Akwaba?
Boko there. The Radiasi. Onto.
Ofa.
And Nankasan ye BM, and Tino, and yes, a beer. Okay. Yampeso beer, big
Madam Hoa continue, I shall send him.
And today,
the search as Makati, Eshen, in some years. This is not the first time on my show, but raising a lot of concerns about how MPP are buying. A depleted state assets, lands, bungalows, everything. Kwaji abo asoso atimi an list and crofo of my life before, during. Now you are waiting for after. Actually, a idea back pay. A ideology, property owning democracy. Oman Penikufo, a campaign, a 1999. Sabre me kai pa mi hu kinke so ba mi hu kofi kula do apraku ne car no use na ne asromodwe difference bi ani ntemo Kofi kuna da preko ne car no use uhu car na te sa asromodwe yetwa abe oti winsefo ni wie na abe no wu a edore akokono ni nyini a na abe asromodwe ha akokono papa eno no eni apreku car na difference bi ani apreku ekomo ofa ba ko we friend ya to krem ko dada mu ofa yi ema okwa no akura mu ofa na ko random ko yi na brofo nsa no de amano wode ne komre so na kurase akwa campaign you see ho no de apraku ahia akiri e de na twa o ba no asa akira ponche de sinika mu o ka kire ne so o be president o be MP a o be boni da so nyina amano o be MP no hu ni bi ho adwendwen kan no de wuye the property owning democracy o man peni kufo be president na eni madwuma bi ane baye de tia ne say 5-star hotel wawa list who tia me na so I have to memory right I have to memory nti ya so tia me na so no obetu memory yes hotel wawa ekoka so o man peni kufo ba o ye adwuma be so abobra adwuma be no is not UK abradwuma be no ye yantimi anche ye adwuma kra o ye chief abobra to the extent say ye catch kwasi practical say ye man fa camera kwa nkutwa sada ni picture Rollins be your mampeni several years MPP so monti asese Rollins ewo etifia eye 1 acre plot
wosi kwa kuba akose
I say MPP
asiakeka no ano
omuso monti ase adentina Rollins ewte 1 acre plot so ewo rage Rollins fie so kwa aya patapata o ani abobo ni sa asase ne so
aigbeni
apatapata ni abobo ni sa bebia na nkrama dakura so sine bebia ni pa
no aigbeni obo apata trase ye no ano odwene no
yenya ho asem kai President Kufuor akosi presidential palace ewo be pono so endi obi amusa obobu ka so President Kufuor abobra yes abobra NDC die obi ye ya
almost John Mahama at a single room change so
John Mahama be president ekosi 3-bedroom house e wonu krom
there you Kufuor the president John Mahama the president Kufuor ti mansion mu John Mahama kotra estate
rented
3-bedroom there be we dey for say ne dia 3 bedrooms almost there be aden na say wo 10 wo tra 3 bedrooms mu
there be on deserve it Mahama kokosi 3-bedroom house onu krom bole MP foko twa picture na de buy say Mahama be president aben wasi dan president o Mahama as president when sit down wa Accra ha opposition ana wasi dan no orenti nanso na hwe Akufuado ewo opposition ni papa fie na no ote wone ne manyina Akufuado ma renti dan no muntimi ntua o airport residential umutimi shiwi obabesia timi shiwi sana na nyina akata utuka no de bobo nkrofo kam the later misata so do na mani MPP fo nse no bobo ni kam left and right wa ese he obabesia wa ese he wa hia mani nyina wo hu hwe ene Akufuado be president a conspirators ne ko Akufuado mafie apartment de omoto ne se de I say wonam kwa hono so won so bi atu fosu mpaboa ana ho musu ni amano akogina no atobie no sa pepepe insiomnam ye ne ate obi anu hono man botum beso insiomnam so okwa kodidi won insiomnam Akufuado obe president taben Gabi asorochiri dako kwadwo ebu ankasa no mto ni BMW etiam futuro na Zion train enko 2 kilometers omrekwa break down
Gabi shirt twice no dia studio no ba sempa Gabi
kokole go camp to Pongro stadium ani mo ese me nam koye ma
mo ene Gabi ko event a what the Lexus echi na before obedu no na cameraman jina hon ma ye video no odua na police ni abonu mu ase e de ama no yes amasa na wawram property owning democracy na de omo ye ni nyina no said the Charles McCarthy kae no What the so about Mukran was striking na ye the amount when we are buying sika do we are buying sika campo now so the quota as I said develop baby and the and Kenya Bonnie. Where we are buying sika asa the ato by Japan asa the aja by Japan de develop it. And to Babanu Nyashi. Baby a Minister of Foreign Affairs is your dine na your tone says you a Chinese brato. Slaha and your boy the man MPP4. Professor Mercebaye and Obeji and then the DSC dan fe I see ho. The MPP was MPP General Secretary now in to. Aban Bangle Hona na yire ayashito. Eton na Jake susu tombi. Na Jake susu tombi. O macha banja padie nyina for say the aka say Independence Square. And no cry no ebi a nyante for all you know near to we because that Independence Square no because I marry drive no a ho nyina so aton our center a ho nyina aton. This is MPP's ideology. Property owning democracy. Yemra nyemba fuma japade enti ye fom on kan se ochina bi ewo ho. Enti ono no se eye wahu o se wahu yo enye na sem kakane no politicians kwa ye japade a omudi nkrofodin ena hihye mu ye say de obi ka impunity ye de atrewo na skana kwadwo ka se dadam ne de onya bete kwadwo se bre no so a special prosecutor ya obedi anim na yakọ special recovery task force ebeti group e special recovery task force enti obeye ye can say informant na ya recovery
no to say asma kwadwo raise no one of Ghana for at this work when they meet you on the street they ask you hey this can crew for ye jomama betimi retrieve scan
nana you see le bia makasa asem we say mahama ni trimo odin na kufuado ba wonim nyansa ntini nkrofo hu
wo de court be mo ntimi nye says ka wo de court be mo ntimi nye emunya court
kwajo me say mahama ni trimo odin na kufuado wonim nyansa ntini nkrofo hu ayese krama ni agyinamoa
ayese kofo
ade a agyinamoa hu obabu na nchie ni krama bi po wo
trimo odin ka kufuado
obi onu ankasa ni nua onu ankasa ni krom ni na appointee ni nyonko pa wo set up committee me probi me de ni kotum National Service Secretary nyama hama na set up committee no mu hwem national security wanye nkrofo japade o confiscate nkrofo japade
so esa accession say as a as we nimnya senti ni pedim them people knows John Mahama will deal with them. They know. That is the only reason why they are always out there trying to make sure, say, he never takes the reins of power again. They know how John Mahama will deal with them.
About a month ago.
So don't let it.
Nana metra say so ye ndisi. They know. Now num say wo de wo twa man ni siaba no abeje position no abokro no a. Na se Mahama mo appointment amenye a trap odu betum. Yes, odu na no kan.
He's very blunt.
He mentioned it. Yes, okay. Oduba tum so. Because no. On me kovao. Say we are wine. We are the chrome, we are the bush and so what? Na power na eba na power na sa. Sa National Recovery Task Force na kodwe bet now. I want you to be part of it. Enye aban adwuma o. Say aban na kodwe da bi. Why yaje wasasi amfa kwampa so aje isle go kwana kwaje wasasi because enkrofo di amanyotumi achinchim nkrofo sa dwomaja pade na sa wo ya amanyoni no wi aban sika e de akogu fie na yaba si e ba ba chiawo na ye ba bi hu se da no sika no gu dem na ya sesa de ababra be kire kwankra afa so nya sika na be dia we akoto asem koto asem be ni wo nkrofo akofa nkrofo ko wia ye pai Yempai. So we get there. Yabedu nyabetre mesi yabedu pepepe. Enkrofo be sha ase atomeja pade. Say iska no abuswa momusro. Enti na so obia invest obia di sidan no.
Oye be sa yidan na ton.
Obia di sidan because iska ni dey go. Sa no mo ye no. But back on a mention before list to beba on a Alaji Ibu
Timothy.
No alaji ibu. Se opese one mahama. Pacho bet masaboni ni bi mama because me pese me take.
What's happening?
Tony no the kind. Opese one mahama eye debate.
What do you call
Also opese one mahama eye debate. Ghana ha. Yawo yenuanamu a omoye impasresem omoye comedians. Na no omoye reality show bi kra o TV so a na ye upcoming comedians. A obi a free say wo de wo ho osre otime ni pasre no. Bra na be kire wo talent. Sa program ne baaye no. Me hunu obi a onye comedian or participate obi o participate ye bia a comedian. Yeti Ghana ha. Yenim se Baumia de were the most expensive comedian in Ghana. Highest paid comedian in Ghana. The only comedian in Ghana or ko baby a police for the enemy is Baumia. Mahama nye comedian. To see the name Mahama a debate man ye. Wa Baumia no aka say. Wo de your driver's mate wo nya driver. Enti afi na ope EST ano. Ye ma online sisi ye. Driver mate wo ye the driver eye debate man ye. Baumia level eye kwa donko. Kofi Akpalu. That's Baumia level. Because omo nyina so ni economy ni mu nsempa. Omo bia so ni wa wa president da. Enti so ope debate ko ne no omo nkonko debate. Wo ka tire Mahama in 2016. Ebra na wo na ma wudi trokufu adoto yampia. Sabre na CD yesen. To dollar na yesen na petrol a gallon na 14.
I'm afraid that he's running away. I am looking forward to a debate with John Mahama on the economy. I am looking forward to a debate with John Mahama on the economy, on the country, on the governance. But I'm afraid that he's running away from a debate. Isn't it? His people say he doesn't want to debate. But he doesn't want to debate because he knows I will expose the emptiness of his policies. He says he has a 24-hour economy that he cannot explain. It's as empty as an empty barrel. He cannot explain it. None of his people can explain it. They say they will be exporting lions and elephants. But when we meet mano a mano, we can debate and the country will see where our policies lie. And that is where we should go. We should give the country an opportunity to listen to us. But if he chooses not to debate, I will continue to sell my policies to the people of Ghana and you will take the decision. I am looking forward to a debate with John Mahama.
Ran lying to Ghanaian voters. Mahama invited the Kufuado to a debate. You say Baumia so Mahama on kononko debate market women. And now by what debate market women. You say Baumia. Now no back catches so Muba Bermunwa and Woodtrans is okay. We say we need the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Ken Ofuriata, and no matche economy no. And into no the governor of the Bank of Ghana on one share exchange rate no. Now Ken Ofuriata economy would they ama or air digitalization. So why do you want to debate Mahama on economy and not digitalization? Na ni nyina no most at times Ghana for tenase nyansa for tenase na se bio nkwase for set agenda na yedi so anope mi kana mesa ka bio okoye nuanom mo pantan psychiatric hospital mo ye Ghana for ya busuafo ne wo mo same as members of parliament egu ma shebedwe for mo so ya busuafo nanso se ye be hye ye nkɔhye wo pantan ye kɔhye wo parliament ye di program bi ba ye kɔgye busuafo ye future ye nkonkom approve our pantan ye approve our parliament. It means we are not supposed to allow Nkrofo Sebio or more adwimu how ana adwimu yadie to decide and decide for Ghana, our current situation in the future. That be, if Bawumia wants to debate, Bawumia your level, no, maybe go to Pantine. You can debate from Pantine. Because you are not really making any sense to Ghana for who make any sense bia. When are we head of economic management team? Come and explain to Ghana for why and the dollar is 16 Ghana cedis. We see no mean yet. Ekufuado since 2019 be see no on can hwe. But explain it to Ghana for the entia oil money kese ya obeto ya wudi ye nyina no. Ene ye foto ahodo amahama ebode to ho. Sinking fund, stabilization fund, investment fund, get fund, ama meto nyina no. Mwadi ni nyina dia quick loan. And all these accounts, Sikanya told me 70 quick loan. Crane na yi ne de ko. Come and explain to Ghana for the only says can here was onye. Now, Mahama should offer you because you know say Mahama is the man of the moment. And to you who person orally on Mahama's popularity. To say what? Say I will continue to say my policy bay. It is possible. What is possible was it is possible. Policy bay. And open Mahama popularity no. Aha. When we say Ghana for do no Munya usa Mahama call life say event bi Mahama will be until no be Akufuado event bi Mahama be kwase Akufuado nko. Event bi Mahama be kwase Bawumia nko for the past 2 years in monitor na hwe because Mahama nyawra wo say penasa. To onim say enya ka debate Mahama beba bia ene Ghana fo nyina be party. No use that popularity opportunity no na or the aton ho ene the policy and ti say Mahama so man dia ene mekọ so anoma to me policy ben ene Bawumia so wo de man Ghana for Bawumia sam a o kan wonam a wo edwa nanum nyina no what is say Bawumia ka say oba investigate and possibly probe now prosecute and crofo a ebi o me commit corruption under this Akufo what be that Bawumia ti anu ma kanka ni produce because on one case a candidate.
He's a thief.
Oil for money policy. Why a candidate?
He's a thief.
One in Abusia for any sisters and the brothers. Contract inflation. Omo na me a candidate.
This is the echo we are bobo ya 400.
Mo.
Orenamo
mo. Because Bawumia na supply spy food. Enti Bawumia si the case no ba obe probi MPP. He has nothing to say. Now, like I said, me so me that sorry na NDC for say okay. I'm flag bearer John Dramani Mahama. Omo on person on debate Bawumia. And former President John Dramani Mahama na kasaba so me person me debate Bawumia. Nana me I will not I won't blame them, but I'll be highly disappointed. Say well-established politician. Verified politician, man with integrity, visionary like Mahama. Any Bawumia be share the same platform, say almost share ideas. I'll be highly disappointed because Bawumia some also by digitalization obey nyina no. Enyuma nyina ye nyuma Mahama ye. Economy ni ade share won sana wan tumi anye. And wadwane afri ho. And now Mumba be set first a agenda was set here. Say only a vice president. One na implemented 32 policies. And to Mahama and so much the policy a hold wa. Or by now Mahama crowd one pay attention. We be quite a kubusa as I say social intervention. When Mahama touch on social intervention, what social intervention really mean? Mrs. and Chofana what the money now be any metra war. How many of Ghanaian journalists cry news say get fund, the fund alone a social intervention? How many of them? How many of them in the say we see school dying at the mom of Frakotinamo a social intervention? How many of them knew say ensure kwa wa kra now Professor Mers Mama government ebe had over 40 million gallons per day. At the car na microphone ensure nom etime dane epunsuo enso kroje maye no mo a social intervention. How many of them knew? They didn't know. Because according to MPP, social intervention.
Ask how many of us knew?
According to MPP, social intervention national health insurance scheme. Yes, yet here kojo yusuka, yenye yusuka. Afi bi obi etua insurance.
Utua insurance intervention.
Se police for eche national insurance who a. Ya che do ko gina court. Intervention. Oko kan na catch us free SHS. Now no Mahama. Ejina ho catch them say no free SHS want to launch here. The videos are there. Progressive.
Obviously later no NDC for a popo the policy.
He say ubusam say NDC the band can pull it. Video nene pana say more kan they cannot pull anything. They cannot pull anything. Enti wo na wo so wo bae no. Uyi Mahama Juma or ye. Take Mahama's legacy out of this Akufo-Addo government. Never said this government may survive even a day. A day. So make me survive ya. Akoshifu aban. Uba na Mahama decide futu we nyina go sinking for nyina de go. We dini nyina. Wo de wudi ja legacy debt. Eka wodi a wo so otua ne interest wuntimi ntua. Amiro fosika wedi. And Saman Fosika, wadi you be a sika edi unborn generation for Cresika, Adia did all my debt. Then Baumiasa, I want to debate Mahama on economy. I want to debate Mahama on governance. Do you know what is that? Quite possible. Mahama Kachomu 2016 said, none of you guys has been a president before, so you don't have any right to criticize me. He didn't understand. One Tiasie, most was set 170 questions for a later Misata, the head of economic management team then. Minim say examiner be and a teacher be or best set questions, they are student no answers. Say ya no I was set questions in the Misata no. Say ya no one year to Obama when I be vice president. After 8 years, what questions now was set you know for answers bra na yensha untimi for answers nema. Now I say I want to debate Mahama.
But you know say some radio question now can unim say I feel na me hu di ntia emisata ba umiade questions come on
one no
dabi di ntia ba umiade questions ne come on emisata ne say he wanted to have a methodology say obeye mampania be di akira obe use di ahwe dollar ne so. Because if he had answers to the questions he gave to Emisata, he would have used it to resolve the economic crisis.
Emisata was the first person who said Baumia was mental issue. Yeah, the late Emisata were very smart. He was the first person who said Baumia was mental issue. So,
I say, oh, okay, just to prove myself, say I'm capable of answering the questions. No, I've answered the questions. Then Baumia would have had a manual to govern the economic woes. And can ruha.
Only say Nyansan in the surprise classes a Misata provided answers and a cram and implementation cram to me.
No be our kind
because minimobia wabo a portion of about portion. Now I question to not the question not now oh yeah trusting I was a deviate. And then any more tro now was such a deviate. So the answers in the man of Krana, Kwabena trust 30 or born for and no. Records burn and about Miawo. Nina a media mate. That's what I'm saying. Say Ghana and Central for nobody should sit somewhere, especially the hypocrite, and ask why are we here? When we know, say Ghana and Central for when him so many contributed the Ghana for Bejina Babia. Now no program na kono and which Adechi would radio TV. Omo friend Crawford call ye titino momuta questions in be. Oh yes, Mahama really did well. Mahama explained things. Mahama has proven that he knows everything about the economy. But the problem is a Ghanaian politician has created trust deficit in the minds of Ghanaians. So it's hard to believe whatever Mahama is saying. So we don't know whether he can do it or not. This is what they say. When Mahama track record that one say, now Mahama ye bibia twam 8 years ago. Was it a baby? Gina do ye can no soon dia dance a chile say ampa. When to me and you went to where the show sound to me.
That has always been my argument.
When to me,
it's not like any pano or any pavo fra or bow. Wabada. So now it gives you the opportunity.
What did Nwaba say?
Do a better comparison. You see, in 2016, the reason why Ghanaians at least, even though those who voted Akufo-Addo Bawumia are foolish people, Oman had the opportunity to do that comparative analysis.
Yes, and now you have it.
Now you are lucky that a nipa no omo kwanu nyina no ya so omo mienu nyina ahwe. So then we are in a better situation to analyze omo a substance say Edian Nomade Eba on board. So if you come back and you come and tell me we don't know whether Mahama will do it, is it true Mahama eja dollar any city force?
The answer is yes.
Is it true, sir? Mahama manage Emma Ghana Aviation. Sikan can say Baba or Mutimi DC Terminal 3.
Etimi DC whole airport. The answer is yes.
Is it true, sir? John Mahama etimi ma a Ratri Park, Kumasi Emma, Kumasi Kejetia, Emma, Aferi Hospital, Emma, a first face of Kumasi Airport.
The answer is yes.
Is it true, sir? When we go a yellow hospital and go from Jamo, Nemo Ridge Hospital, no, Oja old one will see new one, a true.
True.
And what do you want to know again?
Is it not true? Say Mahama Abamu, ni DCs, ni ministers will be into Galamse. Is it not true? Is it not true? Say Mahama na Abamu. Wow, we are corruption be or chill be no. Others obey you ready. I'm your prosecutor.
No, even hearsay.
Hearsay, Kakakrano in Crawford. Is it not true? It is true.
Mahama is it not true, sir? Jida, one for some mama refunding 50 million.
Is it not true, sir? Mahama and setting up a committee to probe Jida? The answer is yes. Is it not true? So, Mude a report no command no. They say Mahama and the demo must say Mufama media na Ghana Punina. The answer is yes. Mahama so create sinking fan. Ediska Gumsa Wachreba Ghana Yengo. Is it not true? The answer is yes. It's true. Mahama create na sikadam. The answer is yes. Sikane the day Akufa the ban or dear COVID. Is it not true?
Bas branding on constitutive committee.
I'm Refaniska. The answer is yes. Is it not true? Say even Krase, the sector minister, the late Jifa Ativo. Sikana Nkogunu Botom. The mere fact is one a sector minister no. She was meant to resign. And she resigned honorably.
Yeah.
Now we was our track record as I say Oma create trust deficit in the minds of Ghanaians, so we can't really say can't really trust Mahama Beya and answer what Mahama ye programming Nana Sunday and Friday will be at me fast check one claim made by Mahama, one fast check here Air Force.
I'll come back to you. And then we have more time live on Accra 100.5. My name is Rani Adewe Mamma Anna Listo Obabo Cafe. Okay, because as we speak, PUW you right? Am I right? Is it PU or P Public Utilities Workers Union? Yeah, also aircore strike. Okay. Then TUC, then nurses and midwives also cause strike. Then other. But Bobie, Nana, so we boka fibia tifri owie. Napo ama apology. Say wakeka kwasi asem. But Monfa Encheno, I don't know if you want to go there. Yes,
I'll start from that. Now. Media baby, Mammy Fakunya is on cheer for the Africa. Omajibre, Shane, and Navy. Na Menchia on Mabigra for. Na Menchia, your friend, in the same Memoir Basso. Charles, me who watch it, but I hope she be Biaboko.
I know, see, and I say. Nkrofobik can hold some ni PR or the na no this much no sir and Esther so call Belgium
ehuro
Esther call Belgium Italy Esther call Belgium or call Italy and or say Holland and yeah Holland. Okay, so Nana, quick one. I have this press release from Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, vice presidential candidate office, and I read, I did not mean to denigrate former president Dr. Kwame Nkrumah or any other president. My statement last Thursday, 9th July in Kumasi on the performance of President Akufo-Addo has elicited varied reactions. The statement reflects my personal opinion about President Akufo-Addo's impact relative to other presidents we have had. I wish to emphasize that I never meant to disrespect our former president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, or any of our former heads of state, including my own grand uncle and mentor, Mr. John Ajekunkwafo. I note the concerns raised after my statement. I apologize sincerely and regret any discomfort caused. Thank you. Dr. Matthew Poko Prempe, running mate to the MPP presidential candidate, July 12, 2024. That's the date for, and that's it. All right. Cabra, Eja.
Don't say, if we are young, say, Nyansa, idea, enka, the school question, and I say, Bia, ye nam obremu, say, yet me tasia. Enka miano, mesha da ako, ahayo. Ako hwehwe aboante tiape. Yes. Na masre ntatia ne se ne kese ni nyina no enya dia ntatia ne kese dia se obi anim na so nka onyina adwene mame
me de minima aboante tia ba ko de minim
nti kameko aboanta tia ho na makosre ne se
minimum tatia minim sa abo akro na abo
ode me enwie mame enwie na kwa me plus ye kwa fe na watchuma bi ase enka mesre aboanta tia se ewa hayo mu se mesre no onfa ni nyansa ma me nkoma menua napo na nyansa bonnet said ya jonso abakoko no ohun ewiase se woye ho se wosini nyame nyansa odane kwakwa nansia odi wiase nyansa nyina gukukuo mu a odi kofuru dua kukuo ni bona furu sunti ontimi furu dua no na ewo se intekuma na kache nse papa na se kukuo di enka de sen wachi a ka ubetimi di wafuru atwiri dua yi na nka wafuru se na okono wagya ni nyansa ba ko ho osi wasise wiase nyansa nyina ohun it's so sad to see a brother become a public derision. It's sad. I'm worried not because of say or you're just a brother or maybe or you're Santini and now or you're Deshiana. I'm not just worried because of that, but I'm just worried because you see, if you climb up a certain ladder, and the ladder you are climbing, your aim, any objective, especially what you are very ambitious to become in the ladder, Namia Yawadom, you are just a step away. Now, because of one kasa, behavior, you have just destroyed yourself to the point, say, ene. So, on a general pool, say, would you want Napo? You can put it on your platform. Your vice president, just put that question and see if you won't get more than 99.9% of Ghanaians say they will better have Obi to say. I mean, who is the most useless one in the MPP apart from Napo? No, apart from I want someone who will go with Baumia. Abronye. Wo Don't say that.
Hey.
Don't say that, please.
I don't say that.
Oh, why?
Comparison.
I don't want to buy it. I don't want to buy. I don't want to buy it.
Please, we may get serious with you. I don't know. But you young cousin.
Does it not make sense? Say why did you nyansa che ba omia onim nyansa che kufa
Omaru ade onim nyansa che kufa
onim nyansa che kufa
Omaru ade onim nyansa che kufa
enye no kro Omaru ade ka so onim baby okọ
o dia bay na branya wuntu bi bodam ni we kura so nam ho
fine what we compare the same kojo
why would they say kojo
so just so that I will not miss my point no enka me srentatia nyansa se enka o mame kwan na menyi ono ni nyansa ketwa na eda na adwene nim no na me fan koma napo kwara me kan let an pay. In fact it came as a breaking news on a platform we are not measure. I think it was a joy news or so a couple, and after he read it I was like, I mean, how could human beings behave this stupidly? Ara, it is said here, kwesiko no jina kwentia. In fact, this one is adding insult to injury. Also, there be a mechanism where nipa don't take these words very seriously. Kwabra, you nipa categories of two, and the way we are say. Dear, oye bibi we are stand wakodwen ho. The one who acts before he thinks, and the oye okoya dia odwen ho ansa no wakwa akoye, the one who thinks before he acts. Now these two categories, the odwen ho ansa no waye bibi no ono na ye nyansafo. The word is nya ansa tio. Enti Ansah na obeye se me kwa kosi cathedral no e wo se wutime dwene ho deeply who say cathedral no, how much is it going to cost me? Okay, it's X amount of money that I need, and unti no e wo se me prepare na me nya that X amount no Ansah na eno ye fa ni nyansa na okwasia epe eno ono no okodwiri anka gu owia no obebusa se hey na kwan be na ye be fa so a ye be si dan okodwi la hospital gu wi a afa no onenam moma me be na fa nkosi na madwira gu okwasia suban no. That is how Akufo do opposition no we behave so ene se napo manu se sumina kan mu say wabeye perish my thoughts na me man in parrying. Say nyame fasa mana baumia ye mampani na o mampani abedi a kire ni wan a napo okokan kwase asem wi a afa no abetena se no adwen ho se oh eno kura no enye se o apologize o kwara ya kase bibi e contrived. I think say Makati can help me with the key word anahonto
kase bibi e dey
contrived. I mean say I don't know how to explain, but you can help me with a Google. I say, nipa. I say, ono onyin tum se waye boni o. Onyin tum after having said monkroma no, he still doesn't believe. Say, like it's insulting to buapayo. Like just say, oh, he's still living in that. He doesn't want to realize only remorse. So I have disagreement with everyone that thinks say, and especially Kwabena. I've seen you write that on your page. Say, I say wabe pache unti etu nko tre baby etwe. Wo so ka ho bi wadwene no e wo se okọ ontatia ho.
Me dey na clitoris.
Ai na okohwe na oje kakra because oh Kwabena according to say my offended you. I've not just yes It's not natural.
Buapayo.
Yes, Buapayo. That's solid.
Yeah, Buapayo.
My friend, me who say, I didn't know me, yeah, no. And tell you, even on that platform now, no, your intuition made you realize that you are a big fool to have said that. And so you had an aposiopesis. In literature, say, me kasa, now say, hey, whoa, and there. That meant, say, I may have uttered something that
Miami who said, I need not to.
Yes. And that hold in brief, no. Now a buyer after having said that was na. Any can say peer free even nipa bia or TV ano. Kojo Bantama will not even reason like this. Napo knows Kojo Bantama. And Napo knows say Kojo Bantama onyimi say. And then because of you, people have had to even question why a whole huge figure in Asante Mu Sabi Yahine. People are questioning why he had to come out to even celebrate such a person. And I've been one of them. I have questioned. People have taken a swipe at Meme commentary. Say, me aden na me makot now say, no 242 nefo. No. My question was to mean, say, aden na ohene, onim na posuban. Na obeji amane who say, on netete no. Fine. Obi enim say, if ye bia mensem wom. Ohene so ntimi disown ne de. Enka say, minimu no. To say the gofo be na ye Jesus say minim ni babia no Peter oh he need to be yes sir. But I think say after having spoken with several people, especially Ahemfubinum, I just got it clearer. Say Ohene wanted to let the world know say me 24 them sans minim ne mwazi na oye no na aya oye ne wone father side was aba manyim enti men koye melody wo mother side
wouldn't say otumfo.
And so he added, even after having said the advice, no, he added, say, don't osi men konkoma usubai say don't let baumia mani nune ho.
Yeah.
Bibisa, I think so.
Unim say otumfo
baumia nuno ho.
Yes.
Unim say otumfo kra owo tape bi. Na I don't know say obi benya otumfo mre bi wo no kasa wo badwam. And o say asobrache like a recalcitrant child. Or see ye tunu for them ye say be tunu for abonten. Yes. Say be ya obi a be hunu say penia tunu for. O tunu for us tape no, and I'm looking for it.
Okay. I have this Bible quotation that me debe tu ye nyina yefo. The reason why me mempe kokuamu nsem mebusem eti do Proverbs 17:25. A foolish son is a grief to his father, and bitterness to her that bore him. Obakwasia tisanapu oye yaw ma neja na oye ayaya de ema nina owo no. In other words, the owo bakwasia womre said the otene ho enya de wotete no obakwasia ye ntete no de otene ho de obakwasia no asori akotena ne ho ono asem ne ye kanya de otete no obakwasia ye ntete no ena suban etise nyinsen o say ne apology letter no kwabra mepese o de beto ho biem na wa ma atiefo ahwe wo de kan paragraph na
paragraph 3. I wish to emphasize that I never meant to disrespect former President Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Till if he had said, say, it was even a slip, it would have been forgiven easily, because to err is human. This is an afterthought. It means you meant to rather denigrate his image. And the Ansah kumemuma and anu way epamuka. Hwese wo kan no. Wo kan say Nkrumah no, mon Nkrumah no. Ha. Mon Nkrumah no. Nkrumah Ghana na person be vice president. O wa bo hu dua, wa dome wo ho. Wa dome wo ho, wo ye no me. I'm telling him. Wo ye no me sebi wan ko ho adesrade ankwa ama sebi nananom kra fa nchana wo boni hu dua. And it will be to his 10th generation. He is a curse unto himself. Mon Nkrumah no. And so why do you want something that Nkrumah built? You know that Nkrumah no were useless. You have believed, say Nkrumah no, one more brebia, one more brapapa bia. But he actually is the founder of this country. Now say when my dear bia me say obribuahe, charge and bail lawyer no. Or no abetra so platform so nyame be chere chambers. Nyame nyanchire ne hwe. Proverbs chapter 17:25. Okay. Now adenya Nkrumah no te abrochire no enye binum na ekofa ne baaye sankofo no mo nyansa ye de je oman a enkomo je oman de se no mo ya kromfo yi komo je oman ne hwie a oman no se no mo wo se nyansa na Yakopon de dum Nkrumah na okọ wiase af mama ba bia na ye jejeje na baba na omumu hwan na internationally kwa ya recognize ne da omumu hwan can you just see for ni nyina panifo ni nyina omadwene bom enu akokọ ni moku akokọ ba moku adwene ni nyina e dia be koka kwa me count dia no dia na no hye kwa so abadabo oh ase chese say a ho yaw say ye be ye I mean hwe de na fe pa san ka ye se ne se ne me de kofo ho me hu na nka bia kofo sabi honto aboa me ne ye ho akofo na me suma aboa ne ye ho ye friend say Rollins ne ye boa na sabi ye mpanifo nyina animu ate enya ofu yi a eka mpanifo nyina ba ye ne ke bobo mu din oba ye obeye ewei mpanifo ye bi abeye bi ne yesu ye be ye bi ato aso e de na efe chen sa akasa no ewiasim ha nipa ben no betimi kra kase Nkrumah wa I mean how afia wo hu se wan hu nyansa na wakoka nkwase asem na wano ayi uka ya woko campaign na ema epese omde ju so gu so ene mama nya bibi te said ema ya apology no. And you see, apology, it has ingredients. The first ingredient of an apology or an apologetic person is to first show remorse. Your first paragraph should have shown that great remorse, just to depict of a character. Ooh, we create the minion. Who did the intro? I say,
Ghana, dear, what kind of crash your hand time? For that statement, ne just oppose this statement. Now, I say, may I still doubt say this statement is not coming from Napo.
I will conclude with that.
Yes, maybe one is will be not.
You trust and a con. If I even saw one on Facebook, I actually fake. Yeah, I was so, and so I began believing say, but because they realized they tested it. Yes, they tested it. It's something that they tried to put in the public domain to make it feel say, okay, wabe apology. Yeah, share how it will go. Because if you listen to him, he won't come even close to this. Say, let me, because, and even the person that wrote it to hang it on his neck, you know, has goofed big time.
everything should have been expressed in the first paragraph. Finito. Where you don't even explain. Kwabena, the second ingredient of an apologetic person, and they say, "Ma from and from so dear ebatani paho," and until you don't have any further explanation. My bonnet fetch me. Now me go further can say, "Oh, waiting and me person me yes say you but I'm say mo na mo ntem ase. There be o person ka che Ghana for say wu ni nyasa chen. Wu na po wu ni nyasa chen Ghana ni ben. Say ye ne yente ase. Wo kasa fi we hwan ente ase. Wo te be ye yesu ye bube. Wo bube ne yesu te be. Wo kasa nyasa be ne wo ma e ji se kodi kodu. President ko fonum ne ka asem wi a, this o ko tena se no abusa wo say, papa asem wi a wo kan ase kire sen. Na wo na ponyansa be ne wo tirimu a wo ko kan asem a ji se ye ko tena se ne ye dikodu. Your words are already decoded foolishly, stupidly, uselessly. You are just a walking fool. You are just a buffoon. And the tomfoolery is all over you. It's just in your face. You see Napo and you see his nose and you see a big fool, big fat fool. You know it. So how do you think, sir? Obi to say we be can some na e just a Ghana for the kwatenasi ansana ya bre akoya research and we say I said the nyansani bi na akasa na ye mwa bi na ye nim nyansa na o ka asam ye yante ase e kasa bi ka de wo de we jimi kura no ka kofie na ka de mapani bi kura ntufo se wan kasa ye so ko na ko pa chel se oh anuanom ma no kura na fom ye na no fom bredwo e ma ba to nyansa de owo obakwasia wa mre said ye wotene ho. Last but not the least, Kwabena, I want to be very clear to every Ghanaian. And they say unim owa shena. Obia obedia dida say oman ya eye oman ti ase my Ghana we ye wo hui. Emu nipa eye moa no. Always look yourself in the mirror and first see the first fool ona aboa odi kan. And Pempino, yeah, politics are yama and yama katayeni fanatism, me MPP ni, me NDC ni, just because of being a member of a political party, no, we overlook so many things. They come back to hunt us and hurt us and sometimes reduce us to nothing. On my way, because of fanatism. Oh, you farm yourself to say a football. So Arsenal, oh, team Papa Party say Liverpool to say me dia. And I team nego.
Hey, Ejinainaso.
Ejinainaso. Na meantime Gentia
Ejinainaso.
We never walk alone. Oh, you are likely to think say politics is almost equal to football. But Kwabena, the most important thing in our life and religion, and politics, because no, everything is under politics. So bet me akwa sorry, akwato collection, politics. So bet me adidie, politics. So bet me ato petro, politics. So bet me akwasha ball. Now say I'm not front to me sports stadium ni nyina Kwabena football na egu ni nyina politics. Do you know why? Because sika ni ubotoma de beto aduane a ukotua ticket ka. Debbie, and you know, if it is the pivot around which our lives revolve, why must we equate it to anything that minimum to say football? Yeah, yama fanatism because MPP nti onte say penny bia kasa. And penny for kasa no, I said they are mostly skewed because me so mame ko ka bi ma NDC. Emo bia kasa ma NDC. Enkroma nya NDC enkroma. And can you see people for na kamo kasa momo? And kruma ye African kruma. And utino free William. Nessa would say, would you say a young chromantin and they were mighty as my Ghana dia. Now so ye Ghana ni and San Alcoya, Sremuni and Sanaya Santini, Oya Fantini, Oya Grusini, Oya Frafreni, Oya Obia. Who say, ye de Yansa our weni, and now don't obedience our Unyamiani. Eti ko unyame mwa na woyɛ obi die yie mpo a sɛ nkroma nyɛ wo die mpo ebi a wɔmfiri asantemam nkroma mfiri baabi ofiri nzima anaasɛ mate sɛ nkɔfoɔ foforɔ sɛ ofiri baabi foforɔ.
Yeah, fine with that.
Yesu kura no ofiri asantemam.
All right, so that's it. Quick one live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Hello.
Hello.
Eja.
Daddy.
Eja.
Daddy.
Eja.
Daddy.
Afa.
Afa we get away there.
Yeah. Me pacho, o say na be our phones. What did you say?
I already 1,000.
10 million.
10 million to discard me.
What to Rafa say?
I told you.
What to say?
I told you 200 C's.
And I boom amount 1,000. 10 million.
Yay.
Oh. Yamin Shaw, congrats, eh? Congrats. Yamin Shaw be brave. Because why any CMG's catch the ends now. Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. CMG's catch there. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. Now we'll go through the process. Who are you?
When your appointment.
Sheikh Larry.
Sheikh Larry. Sheikh. When your appointment.
Yeah.
International appointment.
Yeah. Okay. So star 413 hash. Obetimi ato. Now what did you patch? Did you patch 20 million? Yeah, to 20 million, dear no. To na did you patch? All right. So quick one. Yeah. Kwame. Me pacho me won kai
I congratulate you Sheikh
my me hwe ni ye na ai dia ya
congratulate you Sheikh man.
Okay, so appointment as a member of the Media and Outreach Committee of the Zongo Caucus Wing. Okay, so I bring you fraternal greetings from the Functional Executive Committee FEC of the party. FEC at its meeting on the 5th of June 2024 approved the leadership and committees for the Zongo Caucus Wing, including the Media and Outreach Committee. I wish to inform you that you have been appointed as a member of the Media and Outreach Committee of the Zongo Caucus Wing. It is our hope that, okay, so I don't know if you could teach this for Malam Awa Larry. Or you shake Malam? Sheikh Awa Larry. Okay, so this is our own Sheikh.
So congratulations.
Sheikh Baby Abubiano. Congrats. Congrats. Enche na ye Charles McCarthy so for Oti Region. Na ono so
MC. Na say Charles there. Why he obeko akujina wo
the
new constituency na omobe.
Charles also program ade contest you. Joma ma ba MC straight na
everyone. Na say no so contest.
Oh there be only contest. She be bubu. I know say that what you say so say titi DC kwache.
DC kwache. O se chikata so.
O ya da dem fro no go so. What you just stand here. That's great. All right. So me pacho strikes no be bring na ba. Mama TUC the first quick. So post me TUC one on the sales of SNIT hotels for no. And one sem and I pine unim mama mo ha because last lap and our more mother. Mama delay me cry. Okay, so bills microcredit and can near from a quick credit. Or my Juma 15 years. Kwame bed them this cancer fashion and fashion. All right. Quick credit but just a minute. Bills microcredit or monana a year quick credit 15 years and on the year Juma Ghana. Okay, so I shall for a more back line. So this is where the whole issue triggered from. Press statement on proposed sale of 60% of SNIT shares in the 4 hotels, organized labor. Then you have Yauba as the Secretary General of the Trades Union Congress Ghana and a sign Adewe. And Yauba is simple that from 15th of this month, That's next week Monday. Until Senate and NPRA, as one makase and yama omo go ahead say Senate for Enton a year 4 hotels nema branch champion. Until say Ombe rescind that decision, abayin juma enibia from Monday and Kwabena across the whole country. This is the TUC. Now let's move. Quick one. This one is from the TUC. Maybe some year says we have about 5 organizations or 6. Okay, so my main command for say a Seahorse 50/50 engine. Now we have Teachers Union, Industrial Action Strike. The leadership of the pre-tertiary unions under the Ministry of Education call on all teachers and non-teaching staffs to heed the call of organized labor by laying down their working tools and stay off work beginning 15th July 2024. This strike has become necessary due to the fact that government intends to go ahead with the sale of the Senate properties to Rock City despite the call by organized labor for a halt. All right, so almost on penny for Nat, Nagrat, CCT, GH, Tewu, Omina sign, Obia sign, and Tiahono Swedian. So let's go to another organization from the Teachers Union organization. Now make a year Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant and once and a dia tremose. So person engine eche. Now engine ni jina na so. Na sabi radiator tank renwi na chia. A year Seahorse 50/50 engine. Almost 3367 and 1090 coolant. Yeah, ba edwaso. So we have the Ghana Medical Association here. Roadmap for Industrial Action. And I read, organized labor of which Ghana Medical Association is a member has declared an indefinite industrial action. This is to press home the demand for Social Security and National Insurance Trust Senate to terminate the sale of 60% of its shares in the 4 hotels. The National Executive Council NEC, following an emergency meeting on 12 July 2024 to discuss the development, direct the following roadmap for the industrial action from 15th to 17th July 2024. Withdrawal of outpatient department OPD services. So from Monday to 15th to the 17th, no OPD Nyajuma. From 18th to 21st July 2024, withdrawal of emergency services. All right, from 22nd July going, a total withdrawal of all medical workers. Professional, non-professional, yes. Yes, of course. All right, so my main cow said Tabia, I can say 2 or 1. Tabia Herbal Center. Tabia Herbal Center, Simen Canchero say, the Tabia Herbal capsules, Tabia Takum, and a Tabia Herbal Mesha, and Abba. All right, so hello, members, let's follow. Now, the next organization, the Judicial Service Staff Association of Ghana, JUSAC, the leadership of organized labor, at its emergency meeting held on Friday, 12 July 2024 at the Trade Union Congress, Accra, resolved to reiterate its position that the proposed sale of Snake's share in the 4 hotels is not in the best interest of Ghanaian workers. It therefore called for termination of the process with immediate effect. Further, organized labor has directed all workers not to report to work from Monday, July 15, 2024 until the demands are met. The Judicial Service Staff Association of Ghana is an accredited member of the organized labor, and its members are required to comply with the resolution. Consequently, the National Executive Council NEC of JUSAC has directed that effective Monday, 15 July 2024, staff of the judicial services are not to report to work in compliance with the organized labor decision. Raya Chapter Property Group Limited say Yankanchira Ghana for say Ansah buying a young sawam a teacher mante a yom kwa Obiano Kwabena Ansah. Okay, so Royal Chapter Property Group Limited Opa Sasia Sumbiwa Nadwenya Ako Amara. We are back here. Mamisha Sim Features Makati. So Chaze, strike everywhere.
Ghana.
Onya.
Strike no they say I feel never chance. strikes no afe na be shase bia dadin ebetua musa akosi 7 December a month for a year strike because anka 6 months 5 months to the end of a regime there na obi we expect to say anka agitations na ya intensify I escalate quickly you will backtrack on your decision to sell the hotels or to buy the hotels, whichever way. The anka Brian
The seller is the buyer.
A champion say adibetchi na radio so TV so social media will be a body one try then never. I was okay. My draw me interest. Let it stay.
You think it's case?
Not yet day. But then unfortunately no ohiani to sikanifo. And you know among koso no among no. Commander, I'm a quite I in fear.
Okay.
Or two for him fear.
Okay.
Me perhonum. Because me say na nasa mo na wo kan ye no. Se ono ne na papa na wo na po.
I saw ka hu ni wo.
Me sa some na de. Producers were.
Oh no, that's what he said. Like, but it has it has a meaning.
Mon dictionary down. My
it's our language. It's our language. I'm gonna bro for more. What I say what to bro?
Kwabena.
And to honest tremu also dictionary.
I don't know whether they be na kasa mo na mo be church.
I language you see that kasa dey church.
Na do akasa. Dr. Baumia Akasa. Dr. Napo Chirichim. Tomorrow I'm be Chirichim.
It's now Napo
you allow time control allow.
Say it how you want
it. No. He said that, but no interpretation of what it was. That's it. So then let's go.
Give us the general interpretation.
General interpretation. Why your interpretation?
Muhammad, time no go, and we have an interview.
It's diverse.
Commander.
Accepted.
The sir first me another mechanical program so sir or two for. Oya ayama ebua ye woman no Ghana ha no eso beti mo amo ben no ukase ufi ahimfie na poye wunua panyi ntinka we abaye fi asem ba abetan akanti mechanism because Dr. Bamia kopi na po ahimfie enana ahimfie the last time no ono na numutum se Bamia will be a nice president.
Yeah.
Otunfo ne kan ye me nyi bebribia ba me hu akufa do wakosere otunfo me hu ma wakọ otunfo ahimfi
only wakosere
open stra na me fanka ho wakosere no
on your time ko
yeah omu bia ni wa na na kase wo me wodidie wo musu betimi abuga na yie with my president yie da yam fa na ntonchen omu bia ni wana na kwa omakọ na na wa se me ye be bom paye atawachi da.
He says that
I am specific. Me can you see?
He said that he's blessing him. Oh, mama kobubo.
Monya pull out na bra. Ya pull out na bra. Do the pull-outs and let me pack and go home. Do the pull-outs and let me go home. Dinana, I declare the stance. And then, Nana see on the train and post school fees. I warn. I don't know what yes I used to. ɔsɛ awoɔ no kora na yɛwo napo no ɔboa ma yɛwo napo mesi me kurom wokɔ ka kyerɛ obi ba se me ne papa na ɛwo wɔ a yɛade asɛm onni me papa na ɛwo me sɛn
Osu Chrome. Yeah, Chrome. No.
Mini near there. What me ama me mini? What did now Muslim?
No.
You couldn't give.
I gave you.
You couldn't give me mini. You said you were talking about. You speak in tones.
Exactly.
Oh, paper ni paper.
What's the answer? We actually move first.
When you want to commander try so better.
No man try. We all did it and we explained it.
No, you are tempted to say tones. Kwadoka then. What's the name in Ansah?
No. Said yeah, I will make us have a new papa and a share. Papa and a share. I just said, oh, papa, no, Nahudi and Suna Quancro. It is school fees in the Bush. Make out a share with Sana.
You have problem. Nana sama wakan ye no okan ni mienu osi ye wo no me no papa na wo e dey ye one o school kom me tua school fees ni bi awo na chi it is different, so it is not what people want me to believe.
Yes, hold on. The first part no ye me ni nua agiman se me wo me ba kwa akua
Ajimani wo na wo ye.
Ajimani ba no.
Ajimani wo na wo ye. Mo wo say.
No. Twi no na
twi be we awu kan ye sa twi we amu.
Profo no otu wo kan.
Amu kan.
When one kan twumuro.
Ya nya twifo nyina twi asante twi na akua pu twi we exams. Na am person mo twi. E na ye twifo. What the million. Obi so obi na wo obi awu si. Yes. Twi kan e ya bebu.
Sa na ka no.
E ya bebu o. E ya kasa ko a. E ya munya wa hin.
Mo ye metaphor. E sa na ka me
metaphor ye tone. Metaphor na ye tone.
Say aluminium for and diamond for. Please.
Tam adanya metam. What the metam?
Let's go.
You see oni na ewo no. Enade
Oni ni sa hwe no.
Amansambo afo. Is a community child. That is the meaning. Or your community child. To on in the share, no on in the year, no go by and tinda ba. It's at the Asantia Cunyano, the bomb paye at Tanechi. In this Ochina be me. Mr. Ism a coalition. Now at the end of the day, and Timmy was here. Nana beti ma hwema ni maka jame se menya na ne bana owo no ninya o tua ni school fees ne mvanko ana where it comes to your sa neutrality ayi na ya create amawa asemba Ghana ha o na wugina mu ka no eno ne wahi. That is where me my issue is. Eho ena me problem ewo ba se mu ni say normal eye pure tribalism ena okoye ewo honom. It was wrong. You see, it is the biggest political endorsement or 2-4 or say to aye in the history. So yet see na dear so ebesi ne you didn't see Akunyano so till today. This is the biggest political endorsement or 2-4 aye. Share President Gufo ya Santini Mwa President Kufo fi apejafie. You see President Kufo Akonya so Santini pure no kwa the number 1. Sa endorsement we President Kufo anya bi e wa Santiman wanya bi. Oh, I don't me see wanya bi President Kufo anya bi. Wa wo si wanya bi. Wa wo si wanya bi no. Pull it for me. I am sitting here waiting for you. Me see wanya. Osi wanya bring it. Ya no an say na me Munya atwuma de bia ye ka che mo se mo ye nya atwuma mo ntia ze na me repeat ahwe mu mienu manim. Because kojo ye bo ani listo wona na kusi poku. And someone nya sometimes catch ya no kana you still want to cover it. No, say it as it is. Ugwa the aspiring chief untimi nka no kre. You see, but when we do this thing and why and so China will Nana Otunfo have the moral right, moral justification. Say your co-election, no problem with what Obitimeshia for Nakabiana.
Thank you.
One twist it because what
they may continue 2 minutes. Me 5:30. Me such as Makati as seminar kind. Me what me wa himfie. The truth of the matter is say and no crap pass o 2-4 etu na pofo. Unu ntia mekasa. Nano eno am the video ni ma producer on nchen. Last year 2 years ago, Otum for one of the public statement, he said it. Se Kwame Nkrumah kra no mpay asem. The video, awo. Yes, se Kwame Nkrumah kra won pay asante fo asem.
No candidate source.
And the video no the farmer no. The man. That word Kwame Nkrumah kra no mpay asante fo asem. The bottom line the word underline on pay asem. Enti se otumfo na atete napo etua ne school fees etunufo wo dem etunufo obadwam na se napo otumfo atunufo anopa don hwere ba ko mienu achi na obegina simpi so ka se sa amokwa amenkroma no a you don't blame napo ube blame na advisor. The video is there. Oh Kwame wo the video on forward in 2 minutes. Obo 2 minutes. Oh it's there clear. Yeah, clear. But the truth in it say the Charles McCarthy kind. Nana Otiko Koso were one of the smartest king or traditional leaders maybe we are seeing now. Professionally, meaning you see, but PR Juma or man apono. No PR experts and a bit to me. But the truth of the matter is say. PR nko and reality nko sa ade ne nye na o package e de ma FFF ne de kusom na ade chia ye behu sa ade na pro otumfo e ma santeman hu se na podi wane de hye kron fie ne tete no na waka ho bi e na napo enya sa di brei enti na otumfo da President Akufo-Addo ase ano da Matthew Poku Prempes wase wuntumi woda omo ase papa owie no ka kire se do kan no ye bebo mpa ya ta wachi owie and smartly so se Ghana himfo de anya politics enti wo de kwana koka wasem anyon other political parties so mo so koka o masem na Ghana fo nti no muntu abamfa mom na wo ye ote kokoso nana asante man nyina som ote kokoso akunya na so ohene atre se wie ni midoba wo so mani ofira himfie ubeja no akwakoto abamu bi. That's the PR job wa otu for ye but ebi a wotinani wa asante man mo but the 15 other regions no and then upon and to atwie no if you think that you can please they be able please you fie na won hwa bontia politics na ye no we are here politics for Ghana and not one particular region. And it's a work as an otu anamwa, a cobe bia, anya bia, so Kwame Nkrumah krum for some so Western region wo. And Tiena, I take a queue at the Aba. And T Edu Mahama so dear. Mahama Juma Oboboso now, Oboboso na also Casa Crava. Chaso Kwanakwaka sem tromo, no Montoaba, doc a foot to the ma, a ye Mahama. Baumia do no so no. Okachen say he can be a nice president. But this same government now, Otumfo Okachere say Baumia can be a good president or nice president. No. under their leadership and or take a course or stress DCC Konfuanochi teaching hospital built by Kwame Nkrumah. Otu mfuano kasa katre and say dumso send TV asana niama or kanina poenim eni na no ani na ansana na poko to asana ama nyina de command no nanso na post aba begina o katre otu mfo say wo ke kasa dumso nye dumso eduma siesie ya furumba ni enim se masa.
Right. Thank you. Tango Prime Washing Powder. Who senior ma eya kadi. Kwayo Oko strike and now calling. May striking Kakavin my by if you want to manka if the time into me. That was it. That was striking them is some of one the judicial service for the make on Muslim. What's over in Yachumpa? Womu in Yachumpapa. Momo ye to Monsasi, I give Monsasi to Mama Munya Babintra, Oko Shanty region, Oko all the great Ukraine. I must have some lands. You're getting in a more no man to strike. Obi hotel and no one most more come on me a strike. Who knows Munya de? One can say some Modi and Modi and the case of strike near who's at least most of my idea, baby. I'm thinking I are getting in a Apamo. One young Washe, when I'm back to let time here with some Pemo, Mutabi BH. Namono Sabia Sabiano, water time bomb, so you'll be a Kafubuna will be home. We are to bomb Ebras. It was only a Yachumpa, Mitsumian when I'm quite fear. Wouldn't be. I deal with do baby do your hin a hammy and a tate make a crack. What's my say? Nana, as someone walking, no can casabe boom. What's my the other time who talking? A year 2020, your mamma call her near my couple botchen and only go for the choir, and you only about me and a choir. This time, are you on Panida that John Damani Mamma? On choir, I am less than Onyan or do Fiona or Mampai or Hinantiman can be papa and fan near the different. What am I say? My prof no and ye niko ho ne yan blessing yan cancer papa bi yan fa prof ho ye never track bibi ye dika yi prof yan fa ne nko ho minu se bi o mototo niema oduru wa na be hu bi ade na beka fa ma papa ma me ne what ma say ade a napo what you say dia me nwan ne se isa me hu to wi a onkonko busa Duncan Williams wa preacher ma sabia mu ne voice nyina tesa ne baka gave for eti dia na chese otumfo ntimi ntufo anya bibia wodam nipa na bodam na wajimi do be ye bia no obekọ jimi abonten eti so no tete no no tu ni fo no ye bibia adende de wonya Duncan Williams ba nya ge no mo ye adwuma ono ati twapo no de se ne Ghana for tam nyo me na me twa ne papa preacher man voice asesa what ma say se me bua ka chem se me bua enti nipa ne de wajimi na wase an wase de obeye ni bia enye to fofu to de man ade nyina no na wonim we mu na me di omo fi ahemfio straight me fi asante asokore me nya ko nani wote ase me nya oyukuni me ye ko nani etu omo di omo fi no no di omo so ye de hye ade na obi papa fi o ye de hye nya atwuma mo omo ye ho no de ho de mo ka metima se
menkonya
ose
be makonya
ose
be makonya
se onya de hye ewo ho because me makonya no ya ba se
fie
me hu de la
why this year
obi a ya pe ba bia ne maami fi mpo ya nya ba bia ne maami fi
ne maami
me ba maami nwie masem me ba maami nwie maami
oye apagya fie this year onye menhia
apagya konwa no ntimi ni bi da on timi ni bi da obene na mo sa yesi asoma no ade obetima ya nsa akiri ya no obeso obekura bi mu so obedi akonwa ntimi ni onye de hye kronkron
ade ani papa die
no ne o se ade ai den
na po papa na ya apagya
ana me se na po ntimi ni bi na po ni maami ba woni na po papa ni maami no fi ni papa no fi
na po papa maami ne free fi ho enye ne papa
mani nya we
but eye menkonya said ye wo
ana menkonya no esa maami
menkonya be ma timidi
thank you but then we wia no bisa ne maami na nkasa mpo no we Ghana ni ana ya hwehwe ba bi office Alex o Israel ana me to so enti mo ye no de hye ni pa so nya de hye wotima se ana mo kan de ne ba fio mo kan de ne ba fio e ho de mo kan meti asese enya atwagakra ne ye ho na po enya onya pie wasante wotima ana wo hwe na po na dwene ode na mo a wotimi se bia na dwene mu no bi ona no ade na po ye no eye nimguase ma Ghana nyina ana ye nimguase ma NPP so ana mo di NPP echi no me di omo ya wonim se team chairman chipo be di se bia nya ado chairman fo pa no abedi woni leaders omo ne ayi na pomu nam ne ayi ba nam no munim se ba omi aka sate se obi ogina poposo okasa se obi eso aka no Kwabena no be fa so be tame ne down se bia mu nipa bodam krampo tame ne down e ma ene me woto won ma hu se bia na agire mu nye
What am I say? Now, we are now the way introduction kakra way baby, Baumia by Otiamu refrisa, na position one, any nipa we and until Tabia Musabiano, 1 million question. Then I did be beba. Who we are not far, Kwakumensa Babina, Ataria na Pompo de Coy, Posabia Musabia, sounds saying correct. What big job you I found a ball Ushetinsa. Not a Bechani. Who best one, sir? That you best one, I can take trust of Bonza. Yes, Ansah at Arena no come with a different thing. No one big job who cuts out your now only Mamma Panico for. Nya Chimron to Abia and order to pay the lodge. It does something to me and I'm watching a boss. No, yeah, Musa Ulmasa a year then last year. And I'm penning for what's Nasi and your Kokana Pony Ulma Boom. Ulmas in a per I general if you are seeing up to now, Koyompian also do accept you. To joining a ponkasa, Mammy come as a Mummy. Amma Woluma would carry us in Yemen Yasan upon one to the Muda because we were brabon somewhere where a cover bivar could draw tapes are cornea there than 1 guinea to and a penny for Baby Pacho. Now on a pope at the Woluma, who sees ya Umuya, count the Fakran Kanana Mutiao. Wouldn't what for phone when near brain Namu lobby and Fadi Anima Napo. What am I say? Nanano Napoka, some from Kwame Cromano, coordinate was an animal for Nankasa. Eti will be born or be see say hey and we jay we board you let the crown or park of watchu. Thank you. Why are dear pan or the chop and Baba share one? So at the end of the day and go bow yes I catch us when you who Mutsara must up at your fear. Muna mutra se mad for no yani 1 pingue Satana Marco Naponti. Mujaya na modia kunyana ma break up Brazil to be the man na po na po fia bro cheba magigi na poto agi na poto na po ba mampani ko phone ko bie we ayi man office man o so ni passport office old place do na nche ho ko bie man woni ma haru na seku kickback na okofa ba na kofa nsem ba no no obi ko mampani ko phone nche ya e to ko na po office na na poli di wako na po da ben na po be na po a mo agigi ne so amade we aka o te say ye hu ne so da ya ye hu ne so di pada nya po ye wan na po nye obia na po nye obia ne wo na me dia me NDC fo ekeka ma funu eka ma dampa me de ma no ba fom no NDC fo nta no mo hyehyɛ o mo ne ma yi no mo nya de o mo communicators ne no e no tum fa support and why say mo nkɔ hɔ no mo yi na mo fa ne nkɔ ye mo ye mistake number 1 mo ba yi na last one o UPSA na no ma sa ba UPSA say na the UPSA nko a na won fi kekos na ogwama hini ni wo e ka mokwa na kokko yi ni che kekos ne bo dwa ho no ma so unim central region difference between NPP and NDC 74,000 NDC ni NPP eti dia na ese na de yi no ne ne kyane ma na ahemfo ne ade omotoso e bom paye ma no wotima se any central ne west mo ja no mo de to mo de UPSA na mo ni abre so tumfo na kwabla mi busa question and na wa oba brand fefefe kwaku pe bibia nka kwaku ofia wo ye sure se kwaku pade nka wo na wo te adwemu a wo kasa nka be kasa de fo afọ kwaku mo ntwe so tumfo na pofia busuani mo so ofia busuani mo eti ofimu dia ontimi nkasa te se wo ye ayinti the whole Ghana hini dabi o ya sante hini o wonye nkra hini right ana onye sunwa hini enti wo kana ne wo fasa ne nana e wo mbidi a onya no ti hwa no be continue blemu a mo hwe ye nana onye mistake bia Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, Bright Soja Capsules, Bright Garlic Plus Capsules and omodiaba yaw obey strike na mama
I strike kwajo susu dwa wanu mu
okay mamenti we from emra quick one hello
sir
aja
yes sir
boko there
patonya na do na mo tue
abom
pato ai
afa
Friday afa
what you say
2000
say
2000
20 million yes 20 million Chale bonsem ma ho boom why are there what to say now to you
300
what to say 300 I see
and if the captain is that ale play it more you play the more you
yeah
and I put my man to man so let me split it 305 and Apanyaba.
Well, we need. Congrats anyway, brother. Koswa nani entra CMG skache de. Ene afeni atiesi 20 million mu. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. Top choco. Top choco chocolate spread. And a top choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink. And dia beggar so. Nana, tell.
Kwara. Strike actions now. Kokosuno. I think sir. It's been too long coming. I was saying Kabadadad. Now, the Amma Madrin say is better late than never. No, because I feel say in Naswa omode strike action no. In Naswa esuye papa. Kwara the tell say. Yenyina yenim se amayosem a ya ye no my way mu no amayosem a ya ye no my way mu no is good amayosem a Kwabena amayofo no emu omanfo no emu sabi womo a omo som womo no Entino, Kwabena, even though the Yatia Yesi and Ken Kurano, Abano, Yan Sum to say na.
No, but I think say
Abino and a snitch.
So let's go straight to the matter. Okay, so let's go straight to the matter.
Yes.
Now, Rock City, I withdraw interest.
Yes. Omokwa be before fraud yaba.
But the issue from TUC ni other groups no about Rock City no. The issue is that they want commitment from Senate and PRA.
Yes.
That 60% shares.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Finito.
No. The main reason is that Kwabena, omo person and komoko Tony nyina no busa omo say how much has been their Senate contribution. Akufo-Addo ontwa Senate da. On first kan koto safutuo ni mu da.
Never.
Ana ono ne workers kra menyi ni so obetua okoka obi kan woni wan koka se konfo ne seko na oba yare a odi na koma hwan anunti so okeka san konfo na omo aban we mu nyina omo contribution ebomu a menya sure say bedru 100 Ghana na obi emame obi papa obi wofa obi nana wa contribute to a lot of money. Now, if the workers of this country is lesser, I think it's about 600,000 workers. This working population, ya did your musika sa, kakran. Kwabena me say edu baby a, snake for kra koto asase. Say bia omu si affordable house. Ba ku bia almost started so mo ye no wo your friend is saying but ya no achi ho baby red top down ho. Baby, I'm me call ye omukudwiri omo aso na fa chire to asase ma bi o omukudwiri guyi omo dia say me court nya judgment edwiri a dani guye. And so sometimes so we hear say snitch enka by now no ka weka bia wo pension crown park obutimi ma pension house bi so we hear sika e cop snitch na hwe kro no e koso wo ho we mi kan it mean come for something. Oh, Omako same. Ama snitch. Osafuma for beya obaye. Upa kobusa osafuma for bani say akwa na omode ne kwotena ho nom no. E de na ode yes snitch. Ne Kofi Asante be de atuo nua. Na no yes snitch deputy no. We say still wono osa ekọ snitch board meeting and so only snitch.
Why?
Kofi Asante be dey atuo nua na okope we PC for constituency ni kwa we refi
Eastern region
ho no. Ai wono nanu sini no.
Okrasa ofuri atadin ni bi.
Ai nanu sini no. Ono oda so call snitch meeting board meeting and so only snitch. Na adan o man na ye modia. Ene ya na ya be ma busa say ye dey am work MP a mon kan kire. Oh, so yeah. Say odwumayeni no onya mfaso bia wo senate ne so papa bia. Kwabena me sise me last bi maami bi be hia me wo down ha. Na o say say o call pension is sky e de ma no. Kwabena obi a yeso wa kira de be 30 something years. Uni say sika the man and 3,000. 3,000. Na kwabena sa nipa wei na ni nyina no wa ba be dia ba mu be mfie nwakye bi we wia ya wie wajeje ya to awia ya na e-levy mu wie scanidi mu and declare how much goes into the e-levy. Meanwhile every Ghanaian e-levy kwabena me a me bo me hu dua kra se me nye e-levy da no unconsciously ubeye
at a critical moment dey na be
nipa no bia wakoka ba bi wonni any option dia obeye. Meanwhile they under declare the contributions we have made in the fund fund bia John Muhammad ba ye bia mo deplete funds ni mo diska ni nyina so dia ka tire kran ka ye be bo se bi o man ne ho bra ye be hwe pension for kran po koto bond what di o musika. Now pension fund that ya creative for social security say omo efanya yi na omo so omo kofi omo nya bibi kakran fan kona eno so a wo sa pese wo sa de wo sa kwa ko bo omo japadiem wanya bibi am wa se money kro no eti Kwabena me I hope say even though it's better late because there are a lot of things I was saying komo strike wo. This is just one of them. However, I'm going to plead with the leaders of Arise Ghana, and I want to use your platform to call on all civil society organizations to join hands with your friend is saying labor for no. Na yani omo nyina enko sebi oyonko da no da ebia na our private sector you would think say ebia emfa ho, but let us all be unanimous in this because private sector for kramutua senate emam workers and yan hwe ya baby ebekwa akoduro no na akoye te say ya ban mu workers pe ene omonya da bi enye omonko na enya ebia o maame bi wom wo faase bi wom unua bi wom o papa bi wom obi bi wom anye bia no account enti ebeka uto nti mesere say Ghana for nyina let us in unison support the ecoso no. Now I am reminding us of the ecoso Kenya no. The people's power is mightier than those in power. So yen nyina ye kan hu bom sen ka Ghana force chase say ye de Kenya for ye ni bia e ka kufo do bi kura panka wa nyimi anru ba bia wadroi
enya na ruto wa pam ne cabinet
so say ruto ade a ekoso mind you nipa okoye ma ruto be ye mampani after uhuru no uni so wono na say ye ba omia consultancy amano wa ha. So let us be very careful we don't get there. Let us run in unison. Bibia ba men say NDC for, men say NPP for. Let us not allow for them to use divide and rule on us. Everything happening in this country, it is against the people of this country. Ghana first. It is a snit a foreigner omusu a friends a workers union foreigner enya. And yes, a beer, oh, nya by Juma, ye need to found. Yenina yen omuna kamum na yen kuntia nipa odi omani nya edi yen da chinya ese yen da chin destroy the future and our hopes let us all in unison rally behind them and fight the common enemy until such a time Kwabena on my way yenyina ye dia etwa to Kwabena meduma no sie ohine kan hwe e de omo kan nyina omo boa omo suro se me ba be ka se tie omo nti no omo nyina adwane no ohine kan hwe ade ohine ye no saa na papa bia ye of course and why ade just say awobone a na uti u ba bi nka oh e ma de omo ti ase
no but at least I think this is not an issue
yeah
obi anu a watu ne bafo ne bano enkwa abonten kofa bibi foforo emae
yeah
what do you say
yeah munyina
I mean on several occasions why do you want to tell me that Mills were too cool when you do hope for now. Is that what you want to tell me?
These two.
No, I mean, a normal with human society. That said, your papa be a me sure some brajman.
Nobody was born a criminal.
Yeah,
but the society that made them so.
I mean, sure say there be Napoleon society na mana yesa. It's not society. He's just a foolish boy.
No,
stop that. Stop that. Just, I mean, you know where to draw the lines. Nampo is just a foolish boy. That's all.
So he was just foolish by birth.
Yeah, by birth. Where Jimmy? Hey. So the point is, enya a futua ya dema enipa nyina ena futu no bi wa ekowie. But me brajman. Menya sure say na need na this ade hunu say me bakwaku eye ne ba nso so ebe say ohia no kokwamu a obetu no fo okoduru nipa mu a na akwaku koye bibia aware akura yeka
those who are not black
when say there me sitete wo ne ya wiemfo ne ese but oba no beko aware na say akogimi ba ma no beko aware na say akwa yawo obi a ne papa emmo oba na so no abo ma
it's true
and just ne papa na so I mean
now here na papa a contract
I want to
papa nindi ni nyanse ni pa
oba akra na bibi se wa ne ehu anyway thank you live on Accra 100.5 kwame Yaba Benji Estate eye Kofi Nyameche Ghana for Yina Kofi will take over.
Paris 2024 Olympics on GoTV is for all of us. For every lift that ended in failure, for every basket that rebounded, for every goal that was just shy, and every stride that was a little too short until it wasn't. That's the first goal. This is for the gold in all of us. Get and stay connected to GoTV to witness Africa's athletes make history in the 2024 Paris Olympics live on Supersport and on the go with GoTV Stream. GoTV, love it.
Ghana for any abroad for Sabana Sasi any a dine tomwa Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. I the game changer. Esanse Obibia onu omediga enya ne ho ahotoso. Enti se eye woni swadi hunu se obeto asase ana efie de. Bomodian se oni Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. And ebini sawoso. 101 and afei 2 expandable bedroom houses are. One more town for cra. Afei one more sasia e what teacher manteno. Still one more gusua one more town. A bank police station no. One more channel 70 by 100 and afei 35 by 100. Full plot and afei half plotter. One more town and the ama Ghana for any abroad for nina. One more say what building materials was site. Will be able to menya be edia ye juma. And to Ghana for any abroad for. So we'll share him over to asase and now if ye with flexible payment terms no. But menya be our Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Frewamu, our +233 256 515 862. Ana +233 591 010 337. Ana +233 256 700 831. Ana +44 750 887 1235. Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Start a new chapter in your life.
Kwabena, koda. Emano siden kwa.
Tabia takum, wedi emema yedoro no. Emeya nya hoɔden, ene hoɔden yie. Eye mema dro, enu ti na barma bi ehia bi no. Etufo ane atofo, ene obi opade do atu aton bia. Enko chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, ene herbal shops bia. Ewo Ghana hanu be bia. Anase frey, ewo 0243 686861 and 0245 749206. Sankatwe FDA Fuajatu. Kaise Tabia Takum ye. Bembe bia ye takum.
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
Bills was here. If you say, I soon go when you were in Bosnia Bonshire Hoodie, Educhum, Obi Biawe, and into Media Biara Woody. Bills will be Bimao. Won't hear Susu, won't hear our one. Nana, we hear for national ID card. Ainti tutumri kana frayen was 0302-200-390 and 0596-920-833. Kai say, on Mansika Krobia Batang, Bank of Ghana and Sawo Bills Microcredit Jumediemu. Bills, Uposia Bohon Adamfo. Kai say, Jumedie in Shishaka Crown.
The Paris 2024 Olympics on GoTV is for all of us. For every lift that ended in failure, for every basket that rebounded, for every goal that was just shy, and every stride that was a little too short until it wasn't.
That's the first gold medal.
This is for the gold in all of us. Get and stay connected to GoTV to witness Africa's athletes make history in the 2024 Paris Olympics live on Supersport and on the go with GoTV Stream. GoTV. Love it.
Amateur Ghana for Kofi Matrase. Ya Trase, the NHS AM Commode, and I made the Ebro. You may be Sasa Wonho at say, Majidis on Compo Adam, Wonho, Benji Estate, say, Uchechia, Obi Biara, Unia Edi Jawato Asase, Oyenche, Ana Afe, and Alberto Asaso Yenche, Yichiao, Esansa Wo, Uhu, Ehian, Nayenso, ya dream Wonho, and until you may me fa Queen Echia, Mian Casa, Miaminia, but Tiawa, ya manager, Madame Francisca. Madame Francisca, minim say ye papa yare, ye bompa say onyame besa ne yare enti papa de bia ye we show speedy recovery from Benji Estate and Investment everywhere oba Madame Francisca ye manager saa so na obi oye adwuma o Benji Estate bia nso so yimbre mi chichia na ye cheche ye ho awie ne echia Ghana fo ide na kire se asasio asase ayefo don't come me said ye tofo so see you low na shen high no mama efiewurafo eteten efiewurafo etu ye homwa efiewurafo ema ye ho nton ye omo mpesa haban kra ye beti bia wi na den ni na nkran asetena aye den enu ntin na Benji Estate and Investment yakofa ensase a manso ene ho langard sembie ne ho twebra bokata sembia ene ho mepacho we eye fili gadochi wankase we ni tuemu ne ye tiche asase ne tisade ye titi benku ana ye titi abete mame won se sesi agari kura ne boa ye den sesi ayese jama olunka ye about say 35 or say 40 Ghana and it Benji Estate adweno ho se nsuo tofemu aye den nanso asase ne de esese obia esi dan enti minim se wo ti trotro mu minim se wo pentem minim se fiewura tete wo tu wo homwa enti wunya asase anka wo beto ne wo etuatua ne nkakra de ende Ghana ha mu de emfa woni nhwe benkum anani mfa mepaacho eye Benji Estate and Investment ye de aba don't come unua oba wadanfo kofi ameche ene mebo ne don't come ma de onim se me tu imra na ma chiresie ene nteje ya homa bofo ye 0248 ohodo ntime to me bo ase fa pen uni pen a pepense uni pencil a pebidie bi ana pe chalk bi se akra se chalk ho a scarce yo fa phone no 0248 780887 mmerewafo wo mesiriwafo nso so wo ejodifo nso so wo mepacho 0248 780887 mepacho jiba kusu ka ho 0553 116 602 we die mame papa sister we nya dia na efirifie na so wo hodo nti ansa na me kasa no beko na wie me boso be ye mienu e kan ho de ama wate ase na French kasem na se lampantanyo na me de ahyehye wa afunu mu e de ama enti se opa asase e ho dwo na afi mpacho ye nya ukona bra de a ebre enepo so adaje enu nti mesro Benji estate ya adwene ho ene nti ye de nsase a ewo Chopoli ene Shy Hills ena ye twa no donkomi te sadia aboa wo sono atofom na wankasa wafa wo nkranta na wo se kan ukotwa party bia wa wo pe bia me pacho asase a ye ka ho asemi ewo Chopoli ene Shy Hills ye ka Shy Hills obi bebi samsa na Shy Hills no ewo he me pacho ewo akoso mo kwan so wafa kwan a okwa akoso mo no mbacho ye wo baby ewo kwan no so a ye frɛ no Mahama Junction na kyerɛ unkwa echi mpacho udweni twika sa yesi mbomu kwan akoso mmo kwan no ni mbomu kwan bi ewo Mahama Junction hwa mpacho sa Mahama Junction ni mesro eben police barrier no ehwa nso na ye tourism attraction area kofi ne brofo Ghana ye beye ne den mame we na ka ho na ma onso wasere no we release pressure ni bi eho na enkwala nso playground no eho na enkwala no so di agro won eho nso na monkey sanctuary no won baby a sa nkoku hu na ade na nkrofo twiska kwhwe mbacho ye wo baby bebre any amenities available ye ka insio ene nkanea well demarcated ye yiyi akwan nkanea wo ho insio wo ho me paucho bra beja asase bi yetwitwa no fofofo mpacho ya asase no so 70 by 100 and 100 by 70 me pacho yenyi bi mfiri so mfa bi nka ho san hye no so mame so se ya san won sase ahodo wo miamia ahodo afi ya san so won sase wo kwan ho commercial lands ebia pese wo ye more pese ebia wo ye filling station supermarket Benji for yen ye ude ne mo ye bue Benji yaba insase na ebi ni mu twa ne 30,000 35,000 25,000 no sister mame me see ye twa ne 15,000 ena yede ema Ghana sika fufuro 15,000 dada na nke beka no 15 me hu said the Americans say ani nyina ayira me gidi say wote asesa afa yenhwe Chopoli asase no so ena ewo aflawo kwan so ena Chopoli asase ewo na eben baby a mesra me kan wankasa obehu se asase edeye ewo Sagrema project Sagrema project ana yebeka ne se eho ne yebeye new airport no wo new airport no de me kan sa ubehu eho ena Chopoli asase nso so eda eno so 70 by 100 and 100 by 70 sa ye twitwa no fofo obofo se ono na ne nam wode eho apaso eni nti wunua Kofi Nyameche Ghana fo Kofi me kan asase ho asem a kirewa e ma ne ye wonwa eni nti na mankoje obi asase ameka ho asem se Benji Estate and Investment esanse me di meni atofom me di wo echi more than 15 years ni na afi wa obehwe so asase sembie no omo ho asem aba afi wo monkrata asem aban ajatum eno so eye kama afi won na ehwe yensa ase so ene ahemfo enso de wo monsa ahyase ene ntime paacho asase no edeyie bra ne yentwa bi ma na obebisa se Kofi wo hye asase no eye 15,000 na 15,000 wo se ye betuatua nkakra ahe ena memfemra maame mesrao ti kitwe bi ensa ebi hye wenuma na otubi ema ne ebin me pacho Benji asase me pacho ye 15,000 which is 50 million miensa me pacho mesrao so wo 5,000 and 50 million da wa wo de fabra the aka ne be spread ama abosom nsia no wetuatua so wo de wo 30 million da hwa 3,000 da hwa bacho fabra ye be spread the aka na ama no wetuatua nkakranka bacho wo de wa ba form kra wo 2,500 ana 2,000 a me pacho eno so ye be spread the ama we ye donkom ye gibia so bi so aya de sansa asena nkasa ahemfo no na de tata anya ahemfo no na de hyehyenya because omunim se ye di ye huni na me say Madam Francisca so ye manager wo ba de we obesi asra kire na obesi amma wunsu anom sister n'enum te da chi nukunu na nukunu ankasa o de mamento ma asase na men so me pacho ye number no eye 0248 0248 78 0887 0248 0887 megye sɛ maabɔ ne yie ɛde ama wo afei number ɛtɔ so amienu ɛyɛ 0551 0553 fakyɛ me 0553 11 66 02 0553 11 6602 Benji Estate and Investment for ya sase ye number a obetimi afren ni e bia wo pe abafu nimdie kwan so ntentan fidie no mpacho eye visit us on www.benjiestate.com. Benji Estate is one word. Pacho Shannon so mame. www.benjiestate.com. And our social media handles nina Benji Estate on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, etc. Any day kikao. Pacho enon so betimi abaho na woni aba be didwa. Me pacho ye moto oboye din ye mra na ye just say follow your vision and own a property. Follow your vision and own a property today. Mpacho ma weni so ade hunu no diechi na ma wosanka de awohwe enim nya asase ananya japade enne me pacho wo car wo bribia esombo opese wo de je asase ye wo ya so ye wo nti wo de fa car fa takoma ne bra fa tundra ne bra fa articulator ne bra o de bibia esombo a o de sesa asase be obrone se barter trade ye ewo ya so ye o bisa me se ehwe anada be na ye betimi akohwe asase no eye wukuada bia ye koya asase no so me pacho insure to and take this advantage na bra fiada nso so ye kwa asase no so ofre number no a o de kire da wo pe na ye mfa wo enko ho afi sanhye no nso kofinya meche ani Benji pe eni yetimi ka kire se enya asase bia na yesi abansoro ewo so me se enya asase bia eni yesi abansoro ewo so nanso Benji Estate dia ye be kire se fitia ana dantia yesi wa asase we so abansoro asase we so eni yesi ana wo mo aha ena obetimi yesi in fact ye nneoma bebre mpacho indenture wasase ne plan wo dan no ne plan ni hina ye ewo ho mpacho opese ye supply wa hwea blocks nchansen a yedi kurudan me pacho carpenter for be ye estim a yenka den na yenja de Benji Estate mwamba nke yewu Benji Estate yamba nka Ghana fo binu ma ye mmobo inti sister bra bomboden se ubenya adaje ede aba Benji Estate na wabaji chopoli asase ni bi na wabaji eye Shy Hills asase ni bi ye won sase e wotema community 25 ebi e wo ho dodo wa ebi wo ho afienya ebi wo ho menka den na minja den nsase no edoso de all well demarcated kofi nya meche meka asase ho asema a kire o sister bra Jimmy di esanse unim se metena mframa mu enye nde medidi din ho na mempese metanish me image debi me nkofa de enye embro enenti mebre no aye be asopa enche enchera asemtie enenti mebo no tofa ade ama oni na asase ayefo wo Benji Estate and Investment donkomi wo Shy Hills and a chopoli you try 70 by 100 but o medu esi fra homen na di nchiremu a aka ebre no esua 0248 78 08 87 0248 78 0887 ana se 0553 11 66 02 0553 11 66 02 mitia mebusuafo enyina mitia eye Jedidaya Kumamponsa mitia Kwame Emerepa Brempon ena Jenisi Mamie Simkroma ebusuafo mitia mu nyina ene Benji Estate fo nyina da senda Yesu amaye besan ehie bia me de kase ebo no ebro kase ebo a ebo belt kase ebo a ehye shoe ganganto a kase ebo a webu achacha eno ena ye de bra unua oba wadamfo kofi nyameche yebesan ehie bia me da ase
separate 80 million Ghana cedis. Now Odiabu Azuma Nelson Sports Complex, Kaneshi Sports Complex. Odiabu and Kwame before Omubebu no na enkola ntimi use no kakra o. Yeah, Ansah no Omubebu agu no na Kaneshi area ho, Kaneshi fo no omu nyina ntimi use no kakra eja enkola no kodidi ho agro nka na enye kra no a na omu didi agro kakra ho. Wabu agu we have $4 million. We are Sikano. We are Sikano no. No akacho says kana me we are no. Me de kwaya de bi amount. Omo kobuagu and Pacho Kwame, can we watch the current state? Now Ghana ni bia who tie me across the world. Mo mu tie me, mo follow me on Facebook. Mo follow me on a YouTube page. Citizen TV Ghana. More follow our other platforms on Elembele, West End FM. More follow on other platforms, Benya FM, our Elmina. Now check this out. When a video may show the current situation of Azuma Nelson Sports Complex. Adia Akufado no more aye ewo. Kwasi adia omodu sorry. Just check this. Anyway, me head of production, Ernest, Kwame Kwache, Okoye say Jumawe. This is the current state. Amna de daho, and you won't mean muram. Sir, Omubuya no more tutuo, and you won't mean muram. Would you grab a quack or time and bimu? Did you say ucha? From Echre, but this is the current situation, and the people at Kaneshi, they know this, and they are very, very angry. Okay, Omobeko home. Yes, I cry from citizens so yan yabeka Akufado onim nyansa bia yanka onim nyansa on the beye. We don't care whether they will go there November or they will go there. We know Baumia and his people will go there. Because Bobie no maka. Because Bobia can't hear Baba. But this is the current situation of your friend say Azuma Nelson Sports Complex. So here so you take $4 million simply because you want to steal the country. You want to steal the people of Kaneshi. You want to use the people of Kaneshi Didi into where we are Sikano. Now for 80 million Ghana cedis eka home. Sylvester say assemble Ukraine. And in the coming days, we will give you more of this. Then you understand and know the kind of people you are dealing with. So when this person comes and tell you break the 8, say yes, I'm Rawa Ghana, and then Yamina Osuronua, then you got to do the do. Because this is a stupid person telling you break the 8. This is a foolish person telling you break the 8. You take my $4 million. You take my 18 million Ghana cedis. Then you promise me that look, maybe kobu a year a day egu. Baby a sports a Azuma Sports Complex then Kolani Diagro. They were enjoying life there. At least then Kwame. Please let's work. Bra. Una out here. Then Yakra no sir. No to me
yeah, one thing is we maybe go school Mataiko.
Okay.
Now school like Model School, Emmet, Kateko, ATTC, all the schools near Mataiko, Kaneshi, Bubuashing na Hona. I feel Sumbia Yabon Tako. Say that's all the technical school bon Tako. All the secondary schools in na bon Tako. Preparatory phoning na and even area phoning na bo ewo honum because honum no ubenya baby atna restaurant kakra wo ho.
I see.
Yes.
Oh, no more restaurant wo.
Yes, no more restaurant ewo honum.
I see.
Yes.
And basketball court wo.
Basketball court wo, long tennis we wo, and I also know it me true mika. Apart from park na no.
That's tracks
yeah, all the tracks in now honum. Then ubenya car park so our person park away. Inti that was with previous winning na sana one obi ayisu
one papa ekra mudi agrosa.
Yes, diago sapepepe. But currently ukomwa oehu the only
yes,
the only excuse a maybe on hwa o me consider say o pese wa chom say uye makao na o pese unwe mu no that's the only excuse o make mama room.
I think for toilet or
that's the only we meet me the fame room because a security war so say inti say o ka say o ko twa ye ma ho kwan o ka say o ko ye ma ho kwan o ka say o ko hwa de ye ma ho kwan
you say o ka say me kwane
say na what pan cho so bro or expose
oh okay so he's a sports presenter okay
I papa I say Hesiama air lunch no obi
really
so oye no 2018
tell me it's okay
I think say I was say you think of between for causing financial loss to this country called Ghana.
We a pious number one.
Hajide.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. You explain on your yes because so you can give me a better.
And I never call essentially and it's a National Youth Employment Office. I was one more. I was sir Azuma Nelson Sports Complex. Oh.
How?
Okwa we hum. Omo office wo.
Omo ya adwuma.
Omo wo ho. Obekọ na nkofo e wo ho.
Kwame show.
Yeah. Into bonze omo cars ni bi e na mi
and how they are very nice. Authority office na how you fair.
They a very you know. Yeah. As a tall building is.
No, I no come complete you.
I no come we but mo penti baby kama.
E dey am.
Na mo ti ho.
E na AC hihye ho.
E na AC hihye na ade na ye dey share Azuma Nelson enimunyam no oye Boxing Hall of Fame. Boxing Hall of Fame because obi has been inducted into Hall of Fame. Commander enya sem ketua o. E wi ase nyina ansa na betima induct o into a particular discipline Hall of Fame no na just say wa bo ho modern na nipa say no na ade ye dey ato no if we call Azuma Nelson, we want to interview him on this or say wakasa abre onim ni obeka bi
wa bre
because they didn't have to from 2018 it is kabenya no man ye ni a yebetimi e dey complete Azuma Nelson Sports Complex na hye nenimunyam
Dabio Azuma kra na umbu no a wo dey say omfiri chebi yate umu no enti nkwala no a wo no ye training center yeah talents a bit me build the talents because you say omo your friends say
volleyball basketball
sports complex so be ho
now I make catch them say about 40 different kind of sporting activities
be anything sports you bet me aye ho and o meje na kan room no ukọ ho a nyanya che ne
apremre ne
ene awowo ne gu ho ene nipa gu ho e hwe so nwura ne wo ho no nipa wo ho because omo obi nkom enkonkotwa
enti ye tue nipa no e ka se onhwe ewura
no so and commander just last week Friday Azuma Nelson inaugurating ne we be person ode eboa kwala mo boxing Friday we and sports minister ko ho
mame musu asem enti eya akufu adu ne ba omia eya me Bobie na me ohwa menye ya me pekasa na se omu na agimi
na first now I used to think say I say one year but I said now we empo e form because personally na think say one year but me trust din me shada nye political but me trust din hwe system no
omu agimi
na so obi o ma ye brebia unye beifo a
di me ka kire me ka na monsre ebeyi esusu money enkwala na omudi wa agro no eye ne ya eye akufu ado ya
me no ba ya adwo
onse gabi akosi bi wochebi sporting center omo na fata omo
chebi hope na Ghana
omo na fata omo eye ne ya I'm telling you unni makufu ado you guys you don't know enti ya ka na se Bobie mu pani ebeyi
penyinya de papa be de nkwala ebu no
ebeyi oni ba omi ebeyi se wonya baifo a onse sa de we ya o ma ye bi o trade fair minia Bobie nye hwe trade fair on na esi wo no enye kura no na obekwa koto eye sa artisans
me kram be koto we ni bi wo ho we na ele tu yensa no koto bi wo trade fair ho
bo se me so apempa mo
nyama bibi kama African way we ni apempa na artisans ho
enye kura na eja osore odware a onim so ho store ya okotena ho abrofi be ne nam osuwa no moto fa wa no moto bibi na eje ono so anya bibia di and before omo be bu trade fair na gu no na trade fair na nkoa no etimi almost be about 5-10,000 employment from Crawford because apart from baby you know ebi no to aduane ensuo ene dia keka security for ene dia keka ho na be da Ghana for say ubu agu fom na ubugu fom a se obaba be sinu kakraka so say modern or tramodern owie ya after years bra na watwitwa asase na ma onamfofo ne magdan mo atwitwa asase na ma mo ho ene mo abusuafo se mo de ba be sisi flats.
Like how? But I mean, I shall not yam because say omutimi bu hospital egu
kabeba ho
omutimi bu hospital
me say kabeba ho
and the transfer they say easy
ayi your friend say la hospital general hospital anya kura na omukom nkakra yenim say omo tax no wonfa ho so obitua tax fair ena obedum omo say oh mesia mamwate ena ukofa wulo momnom ne na amene no mu nyina beda wase wokoji approval for budget no mu jiska no ana sa omo adwane agima kwakuma anu ne akufu ado ne ba omi omo achiska na di ena omo said the mon can say can see the no omo agye no so no omo security for agiregyina no omo hwe ewura
omo nya hwe they will go and that thing ebeka ho
eno omo hwe ewura so
na commander common sense bon catch you say
bra me pa cho enti Bobie ena menye
wase me ye omo nte wase no ena obeka say wonye because commander even common sense e catch you say even say you see a dada isi wo na be say you see fufura you see fufuro no e kan Ansah na ye budada no ba we ni nyina egu ho enti kofom wo ho at that time no so dey yare a omo koje yare hwe e wo
pressure efru akoto rage so jo ma me si rage emuno no yehui wambu dada na engu
wambu
na still omo kom na osin kakran na osibie bra entimi ka se there be o wo de menim se onye politics onye ndc ni mate me de Bobie de me na magi dimbone timi ka se dwoma amanim nyansa chen akufa na akufa do agimi a
odika
maka bone
onka bone because ade no common sense e was say odi ade to ha na on fan to ha
na ene de se o mam dibim se enye bone na meka mate because I don't know mo yen nyansa ni mo
unju ho amti ase
how can you take $4 million no offer 80 million Ghana cedis now they akwa go bu edan agu no agya no wuram no offer security for otu mo ka boso me se mo hwe ewura no so the only time obi betimi aba na se obi bene how
you see and Oma instructing in Kofuno want to the stand say oh yeah listen Mr. Yebabo
how no that be how
you're paying for and for this particular government
I you know I behind me from Rollins Kufuor Atamios Mahama there were some petty mistakes which was unnecessary that maybe say a Mahama time motorway motorway and Kanye so I never agreed with them. The bus branding I never agreed with them.
It's true.
It doesn't make sense. How can you convince me? So I buy be a petty.
So you know 100%.
But when
the margin of error is too much.
Bonnie just a bonnie bay
too much.
Deep bonnie or more bomb to say you be deep bonnie copy say bonnie.
And when you say you get people to come and defend, sometimes me tell them say Ghana youth yes you can't pay for me.
There be a Ghana youth obwa MBP youth no 10% to no mudi nkwasi asem sa no.
Okay.
10%.
They can do idea with there. Say be idea with there and but you get people to defend and speak so where there.
You see unim de ntia obia mfi wo mo no. E won crofo tim say Ghana for be to about to wo mo. Nti no obia mfi wo mo no. Okay. Nko obia hwe obia sum da kro ama de be baba. Okay. Just 10% of Akufo-Addo followers no mu jimi sa no. Yes, I dey we are yeke. Okofa Akufo-Addo supporter be jira ho be defend it.
You defend it.
Actually say enya ne ya park no ewura kama. Na mu ntimi ni mu agora munya ye. I'm telling you.
Accountability very
important. Me say opa Akufo-Addo supporter be jira.
I know the defense. Me monitor social media pa.
Obeba be ka kire o say na Akufo-Addo ayade kama say na sa mo mpa munya ye enso the only usage and still nkrofo be kwakone thank you
commander
thank you enti eya enyeme
oh dey bia nya wo
enye se bia na me pekasa na me sorry na me keka nkwase asem
odi asempa obedi na waka no asembone
there bio enti who ka say omu bu trade fair now within 2 years we have a huge facility eya trade center West African Crawford Banya dia sabe kram betran ka mahwemasum
say maga say we di intro
there bio intro say eso
bia ne o kae no enye no na esi wo ho
eye say obebo misum senti ade we esi wo na akeka nkwase asem
enye
ofa na
sa pepepe
o si there bi hwe bra ma men kas awre ho sem ba kwankyerɛ Bia terminal 3 si no na Belando
yeah
na efe nenka Ghana yehunu se yempanimfo obae na dia Magdan me nua Magdan na Magdan edidi wo ho me kwaka me nua Magdan se Kwabena mpem and then me catch Magdan now say Mark me pewasem too much ni business sense ni zeal to grow businesses but adie we yanti muamo ye no enti ye ofe enti bi nua se Bobie tia na okoka asem we ya maka bone
on kan bone commander asem ba ku so ya metimi transfer me real ho me ko last me ko la wireless AU village echi wo no park bi e wo ho ya as a communion ya chiche no ya chiche asase no park o school park o park e bobo
yes
ya chiche no pieces and ya block kwani so o ko ho a anka ho ye short
wo mo be sisi adan school park
how
hwe me kontokwa bi me konya ma obia ka semenye saade no oko Vanderboy ai chenche NDC no share sankwase ade nase ena we di Akufo-Addo di pa bone force menya me the best say o man no bro una wo ye sports adentina eye say Kwame Nkrumah sisi ye schools no government schools ne basic yi no enkoda hia so mo titire o mo mpom
that's it
enti ye bo break na nkola na koye activities kakra na ama so yemfa asase na nya PPP
like
na obi si wo ye business for na aban a partner na aban afa school asase no na odi ama no na odi aye AstroTurf na odi credo atoa no
nyansa be ne wadi
na enipa no ejeje obebobo wo so ba akwa 20 cedis per person
omo ko bobo omo nya Ghana for
enti so omo bobo no ya no no agiska na gu no botom a school for nkwala no a school no park ne yom dia no they don't have access to the park. Their parents don't have 20 cedis for them to go and trade. Ko jowulu dia no okwa anyumre Lebanese for nkwala anko ani abrofo nkwala ne boss ball
because they can pay
the ordinary bibini ba no ate jowulu no oni 20 into
ono ati na asase no waya akwa
yes
me wa okọ abrofo ko mkroma every meter bia obenya school park aye bia to
when ne boy yes say ya enti wuntimi aban muntimi develop eye park no
na mo dey am private person
na bia school no use your activities ada obi person be rent one no rent na sika no ko school no ho na school no e dey run eye school activities but boni Jimmy kwasi ampanifo a omo abefa oman te se Ghana kwasiafo afọ oman te se Ghana mwa afa oman te se Ghana and omo no era ne oman te se omo na abo omo asase and nobody should challenge them.
So they want to omo person say bibia kra
yes sadia no chenche num time and this time omo say sankwase ade na se omo ne miami nua ko man na say san omo asem abodam sem ajimisem and everybody is watching okọ those areas no lokomi or AstroTurf be 10 as say kwasi asem school land ebi na aka AU village etiri
school park ngofo bo
kwasi asem bra me koka yesi Bobie nye na Bobie edidi atem enti we say nipa we no
be kasa unyo no on sheda ante wase
say nipa we ni say nyame na ewo soro na emra na ho a unya bo a umfa monitor mu nkuno
yemfa mo na namom ani say ene ye juma commander
thank you Thank you, Ghana. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Kevlon Mola, Kuma P. Jr. from Techiman, Dodun Kroma. This is the Citizen Show. Live on Accra 100.5. Powered by Class Media Group CMG. And I say, come production crew. And let's come and quite a fit one day coin. And let's talk where we are here, Eugene Bar. Yana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. The old soldier, the old lion, the last man standing, Commander Boham. Let's go. Aya. Let's do this. Samonovi, Babiga, Dantamami. SOC, Ifan. Ismail Kachu, Committee 11. Wa Redwan Allah Ibn Mumin. Assalamu alaikum. Lottie Jones. Ajraku. Courage. Arafoma. We are here. Joy! Saint Yom Selassie and Probi for thank you so much. We know how to do it. Say! Maria Adam. Thank you. Yakini Kadiri. Sharon Stone, Kakute, Amakofi. So we are back in the studios. So there are certain things you not do it. You see, let me tell you this. Obinimi di nkomo recently. Ana otu memefo. Na afuto na otu mi nyina ne se it's like nipa ba ku mienu bi a complaining say Bobie dey say friend no a, like he's talking about the MPP and other business guys who are affiliated to the MPP. Bobie dey friend no a onye but obeba babeka. Nti me yesa me nyesika. Ena me ka kire papa ne say me Bobie Ansah. By nature, nyame bom sikani. By nature, I'm a rich man. And I know how God will make me a rich man. God will not make me a rich man through bribery, through thievery. I don't believe it. But my nature, I don't have it. When you say a young Crawford, you say me was capa. Yeah. When a Yamina Yawosa, even when you tell them you don't have it, they tell you you have it. But you know why I believe I have it? Because I am content. Mishia Apia Stadium will Kumasi the other time. Apia Stadium me frɛ me says skani bi so person ne me kasa. Ti Apia Stadium gyina so, skani ne gyina so, me so me gyina so. Then we started talking. Then the whole issue is like Bobie NDC MPs ni bi kura ba ba gi skani bi susu kasa na ebra na ye trase na and I'm catching say look sir, me who bebre, but I've seen it all. I don't need to see anything again. Kwame despite that Roma, me fear me, but at the age of 21, because of what God has given me, Kwame despite bought me 3 cars. I decided not to work with Kwame despite because of online no time. I don't believe that I am Ashanti, so I should be stupid. That I am Ashanti, I'm stupid. Me Ashanti ni Jimmy. You can't say me no cry. We can't separate me Ashanti and me Akani from the realities. No, me I don't behave like that. I don't like nonsense. I don't like stupidity. I don't like foolishness. talk to me like a Ghanaian. Don't talk to me as an Ashanti man. Don't. If you are an Ashanti now, you are the person support to her. Give me a good reason why I should support you to do whatever. I can't just support you because we are Santini. That's stupidity. That's foolishness. So I think my philosophy in any Peace FM, Hello F, despite companies, what I think, so always Bobie was the troublemaker. It was not like I was a troublemaker. You can't tell me to walk left. I should walk left. I will ask you, why should I walk left? Tell me. When you give me a good reason to walk left, I'll walk left. You don't give me a good reason. You talk rubbish, and you think I shouldn't tell you that, look, man, you are talking rubbish. Only Pediani say Navidi, say Navidi. So let me tell those people, and I've heard this on different quarters. No, look, how can somebody like Charles no quarter Peace FM no? Boy, no friend is Charles Peace FM guy no forever. Sir John Akolano. Charles Osu MPP ni boy no. How can you just call me, let's meet? Other ya, a friend say, Mrekudu kase memfa envelopes carry mro. Because that time we were talking about Galamsey issues. Now, list to Katakwa issues. Maybe I've never been to Takwa. Inti na bubiaji anajurubia no nam dia shame ho. Na ma better at least we come so we dey jaika. It doesn't make sense. How much? 5,000, 10,000. No idea you na Ansah. What kind of nonsense is that? Me buza cha so say adwuma ben na maya ma mrekuduka or this else kanama. One mrekuduka ja me cousin. Onye mbusu ni. Me ni business partnership. No aka say wonfa so ni. Me ni adwuma bia ye. So it's kind of the amount say for breme no or what? Say me nam shia mrekuduka. Na mrekuduka so person yem papa nti Kwabena we tofu a. It's different. But for you to go and sit in your room and think I'm just package something that come and take me no any business partnership. So the idea is that let me induce you that at a bedroom baby cran will be able to come Rekudukasem on Accra FM. That's all. What kind of country are we building? To make our way now say, Uncle Form Fremi Bill and Keskasema. What were you sika? Indeed, who told you that I want to be a partaker in what you have stolen? Yeah, who are we are me? I don't want to be part of it. Trust me. So, if you know you are coming to call me for us to come and discuss bribery, so don't call me. Don't call me. Don't call me. Whether I end this near home from you, MBB, it's none of my back. And you must say, when me could di chrono come on quadia, maybe I don't do it. We have several genuine ways of making wealth. What Jimia and I just obo chrono. What Jimia and I just oko we are near. But no person will hear you don't need to be stealing people. There are several ways, genuine ways. You know me catch them McDonald. Yakwa ye okumasi misia a friend is a Apia Stadium. Or say McDonald se me means house machi eduare nteja me hia wo musika intermediate ma ye. Na say Apia Stadium me ye. It's never true. Etona bia me sorry am ho kire me pa. But as me catch McDonald say McDonald, wo enya MPP and this nema onyeska. You got your money as a businessman, then you decided to join these criminals. Ekufa the criminal, we got criminals. And I don't go more. Shankwasi as mom continue your friends a trade fair. Mekaina Magdana line also a Apia Stadium Jinaso. Satana me kwayama me ye teacher na me home be nisu brime. On our frame at the right time. Kapesa be 20 bi. Even if I don't have money to bury my mother, I will use calico to just wrap her, go and put her down somewhere. Bobie, there been to say, I don't see my nana, I didn't want to trade fair. No, I offer. And so those people are not met to sound common. Media, only me di chrono and coma, Mekwakoka. They say, maybe Santini, I have about 1,000 ways to make money and genuine money. Yeah, as Antonia made this idea, and a boy, we know how to make money. We have 1,000 ways, genuine, and a per juma. Aha. Na media me dimensaya ya mediano, ya na ya media. Yes, the me Bobie me dimensaya ya me mediano. Ya na ya me media. Beyond that, bibia no can one many show obi. I'm done. So, may I just 3 minutes because Honorable Suleimana and the team is in the house. And Yebeya Jumapa. And a star 413 hash CMG scatcher there. And nobody the patch whether na you a bomb of 5 million. Oh, general, you got it. That's right. What did the Akaraji Mone oil Kakrane Sadi be show what you could see create visa. And they would show on now chew me could not chant to an avocado back be a shahua. I very somewhere. Then you are good to go. All right, so I started the show with you on this note about the reckless act in the system. That when you love your country so well, there are certain things you don't do it. Oh, do maya, and your money be wa men, what? Don't do it. And your money be yes, sometimes you may go make a mistake, kakra. But say, ubu and yegusu say, may say or mine to say Ghana. It's so painful, it hurts, and it doesn't make sense. Yene I told Biana say I'm Bobie e kasawa. Na say Bobie nkwa na Ghana wa kasa. It's not true. And I've been saying this. I don't believe, and I don't want to see John Mahama and NDC coming back in power committing same evil. I don't say mistakes. Any mistake, Kwame. Obi wa unu nyansa fa $4 million akobubu. Eye Azuma Sports Complex egu. Mistake. Ebeye. Yeah, ebeye. And if John Mahama comes in and start doing that, yeah. Just imagine John Mahama went to Kumasi. No akobu Kumasi market eguye where see and where jao and akewrem. How will you feel? Just imagine John Mahama walk to rage. No kobu old building eguye where and see. Unim say a friend say asalam down asalam a hospital no a psychiatric hospital no unim say o matwa fa efa abadam for krom no better greed bonnet di bonnet kanofuri atanum mu di bonnet GBC echewo asase na GBC sase no kanofuri atanum o ma fa ni nyina. Why should you do that? Why would we say koi? If we are so sa what they koi once sa what they koi. A beautiful country like Ghana, you are destroying it. Just imagine John Mahama just walk to your friend and say aviation lands. Or since I seen a dawe the chrome means system na tribia no Kwabena Ibrahim. And you see, you know why I respect Ibrahim so much? Kwame, yes, let's find relationship don't change. Ibrahim sika open no. You will never hear it anywhere say Ibrahim Chinchim Obiajina Sase. Kwame what to be out there Obia feel free. On Kroma Sasi we ne Santo Kantokwan Wompe. Ibrahim said nya bauxite here. Okope bi ya. Bauxite here mwa Jeffrey nsem. Mwa ntimi antu. Ade na akawrem. Mo so China for mra metu. Se bibini betu de China ni metu mfanko. You see? We are bay for. We are Satan, demon. Se Ghana ni betu de China for metu mfanko. Omunya ho mfaso mfanko. Meanwhile, Osafo ba eye adwuma attachment. There are MPP guys, yeah, Ibrahim, I am proud of them. So if you are not stupid, if you are not a fool, how can you do this to a country like Ghana? In the Kajomama, a science has no chicha. Only the entire major Canadian sports complex next one. Also, if they are able to win, first answer the state capture is on. Polyclinic no among person base no. Almost check. Also 2021 and move on. A PA say on person mo chance as no fa. And on beka say no kre. On say art center. You so much ho sa no majai. Yeah. A places are on my mark at all. And de Kwasiano Asante bedi atu na kwatra aye abrochire ono no compare sponsors ni crofomra na omo mabua baum though they don't like baum ya na po but omo wini a at least omo ntimi chance as na aka no. Why? All right, so the 10 minutes, let's talk about Yasin Kolana Bio School. Honorable Suleiman can come in. Yasin Kolana Bio School. So, and I've heard people talking about prospectors. Yes, prospectors in Yagro. Yes, in Yagro cry. So, baby, Biano, have a conversation with me. Yenin Komo. I have me back where Kufria last 2 weeks back to Kumasi. And, on my BS school, so, Nema is yet to send normally no, me kwa me maniska na okwa na ne lovely mom and so scanner to talk eniema amano. So sometimes I get the opportunity to see the prospectors and all that. This time around and run who some professional see did. So me taking interest in it, say me cross check it actually exactly what is happening. But talk to me. Then cost of living. Me pacho, remember just 10-15 minutes. Now me know why you say Jumawi. 0302208090. 0302208090. Live on Accra 100.5. Citizen Show. Monday afternoon we are here. Fortitude Ansah. Good afternoon, Bob. You do all. God bless you back. So let's see this. Hello.
For Bobie Ansah.
Yes, sir.
Ayawa unya bema ya frame ya abanya mikata free ashama zenu.
Abanya mpacho yenko.
Yo, mami mbo abaso. Indra Sunday nunsumi hu o question obusa President Mahama. Nyamishira. Nyamichia Greater Accra Regional Chairman. Bonkata Mansu MP, Joti, baby Obia Michiano, Joe Ashama, Communication Officer for Ashama Constituency. Bobie onuni NDC serial collecting.
Pastor, you need to tell me why.
Bobie, a prospectors issue now they are to join me a victim. Bobie, semidi prospectors are me banu ebe secondary free SHS wemu edi seniwa media sending media houses no journalists ni bebre omu na mu yemati wo. Bobie, can you imagine say prospectors me bani be secondary school for me ya calculation akonya akola ni ko tena sukula no omu ma me toye almost more than 10,000 Bobie. I'm telling you, school atadia headmaster ni catch your place or no or your Roman father or can you call your parents in play say by way free sectors no dia banu adia o ye di boys school na ni say odin kola na na eba bibia ni we free aban no print kura mu fam breast schools no it prospectors na wo so no so opese oba no be sua adia dia ade pia wo so bia bomodi ato Bobie free sectors na papa we dia banu hwe ya wufo na yemba ko binu yempesa ya betikura it ye betre President Mahama that free sectors we the review na waka wasam na yensaku yensayem yesrenu Opa Ombodia review that fear that way my na fear that way yempe.
All right, okay. All right, so thank you. Cost of living and Columbia School. Yendi sound common. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I'm about to fresh or free.
Commander Boam.
Yes, sir.
When you are Obama on goal from Odoko, Commander Yamisha Quantum Pena one thing.
I mean,
what can I for a monk aside? Bobie, you said the Bobie said, you come everyone say, Mutin Bay to my Becca. Go, I say, service, I say, to me, piano, my new Bobie. You see, Bobie, saying Yama, Bobie, saying Yama, oh, when I never got to, and more, Missing Medical and Mocoton, Bobie, no, no, to 7 to do. Last week, you know, said them to us, I never could say 9 7 so. And I'm telling you, I also Zana is a motor, and I'm sure that. But that day, I'm going to talk to them and put them up to the I'm just fighting out to put them. And I say, so my day, they will be. It's in the sense of Kuvari and Seno. Any day will be on second of your pension again, but depending on we can say what happens a bar. The last what about 4 million. Then you use to see, and I said, no, come on, Muslim jacket, but they be a museum. The minute I move you, and sense of Kuvari and Seno.